Chapter 1. If one were to look at Eastwood from space, it would be a beautiful planet. The blue sea water and endless green fields on the surface of the planet, as well as the pale white mining pits that made one's heart palpitate, would reveal an indescribable hazy beauty when illuminated by the light of the stars that shone through the particles in the sky. It was like an oil painting that had been left for many years, covered with the dust of history. However, to the residents and orphans of Eastwood, the planet was only filled with stones. Other than stones, there was nothing else. Even the green fields, in the eyes of their perseverance that gradually turned numb, were just green turf covered with wealth and glorious history. Their eyes were only used to seeing through the turf, looking directly at the mineral veins that the people of Eastwood yearned for the most. In terms of administrative planning, Eastwood was a second-level administrative region. It had the same administrative level as the three dazzling planets in the capital ring and the Westwoods region. However, in the hearts of the people of the Federation, the distant Eastwood was actually a forgotten corner. Other than seeing the name of Eastwood at the celebration of the 600th anniversary of the establishment of the Federation government, most of the time, for those who lived in a wealthy and civilized society, Eastwood no longer existed. The Eastwood region only had one planet, Planet Eastwood. This seemed to be nonsense, but it was actually not nonsense because the origin of the name of the Eastwood region was Planet Eastwood. It could be seen that in the distant past, this lonely planet hanging at the outermost edge of the triangular star system had an important meaning to the entire human society. However, ever since the various types of ores in the Eastwood region were mined out, Planet Eastwood gradually became a barren planet. There were only stones, no ores, only stones. People who had the ability to leave Eastwood had already left, relying on their professional skills and accumulated wealth, as well as the guarantee of their relatives in the capital ring or Sillin region. They successfully obtained a certificate of household registration transfer. Then, they boarded a flight that was becoming less and less frequent due to the lack of energy, and left this increasingly lifeless place. After all, those who could obtain a household registration transfer certificate were few and far between. A half-abandoned planet still had to maintain the lives of many people. In a society with a relatively developed material civilization, food and clothing were no longer a problem for humans to worry about. The people of Donglin Planet were still living peacefully, and the social assistance system was still playing an important role. The currency was still circulating smoothly, and this world still had companies, airports, food processing plants, mech maintenance stations, computer connection centers, and even an army base. Donglin had everything that should and could have, but it still couldn't hide the faint smell of old age. The smell of death seeped out from every street, every building, and every idle person's face as they watched TV with their coffee in hand. Thousands of years of mining had provided endless support for the Federation Society, just like a great river that transported nutrients to the plains. However, when the great river gradually dried up and became a small creek filled with stench, the support that the Federation Society provided in return was clearly insufficient. After all, humans could never feel happiness just because they could live. Over thousands of years of history, the people of Donglin had cultivated perseverance and the spirit to endure hardships. The continuous mining disasters of ancient times did not make them shrink back in the slightest. However, everything in front of them made them feel a strong sense of sorrow and helplessness. There was nowhere to mine, nothing to do. From a certain perspective, a life without mining disasters was definitely not the life that the people of Donglin wanted. The hardworking people of Donglin had the nickname of Donglin Stone in the Federation Society. Today, the people of Donglin had become increasingly silent and indifferent stones. They had molded themselves into statues, standing in their usual round chairs and sofas at home, as if they would never move again. Soap operas are enough for the lives of the ignorant. Bao Nong Tao, the deputy chief of Hushi Region's 2nd Police Station, thought to himself as he walked in the cool breeze of Clock Tower Street. He looked at the residents with numb expressions drinking in the tavern on the corner of the street. Deputy Chief Bao was also one of the stones of Donglin. His face was as unsmiling as a stone, and he had an endless deterrent effect on the gangs that lurked in the dark around Clock Tower Street. When he was patrolling the Bell Tower Street, the peddlers selling wild beef in the black market would only flee at the sight of him at the speed of a battleship. Combined with his black uniform and the 7 subordinates behind him, it was quite eye-catching. However, Bao Longtao suddenly remembered that there were 3 reporters following him today. His heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously fastened his collar button. He turned around with a steady rhythm and faced the female reporter holding the microphone with a smile that was uglier than crying. It was like a stone that suddenly cracked. Clock Tower Street has always been safe. Bao Longtao did not want to give the female reporter the impression that he was frivolous, so he tried to speak as calmly as possible. This was a task issued by the Hushi Region's governor's office, so Deputy Chief Bao did not dare to neglect it. Feeling that the chief was not used to it, the subordinates of the police public relations department naturally took over the conversation and began to talk with the reporters. Bao Longtao sighed in his heart and shook his head. He had been working in Donglin for 13 years, and he was 7 years away from the Federation government's East Assistance Ordinance. However, he really could not bear to stay in this place that was full of the smell of death for another 7 years. Did he want to be like those unemployed miners and kill time by watching TV every day? However, the Federation's regulations were very strict. Although promotion in Donglin was exceptionally fast, they had to reach a certain number of years before they could be transferred back to the Capital Ring or the Westwoods region. Although Bao Longtao knew a few peripheral members of the big families, it was impossible for those cautious families to help a small chief like him. He could only work on his political achievements. Today, Deputy Chief Bao personally led the reporters to Clock Tower Street because of this consideration. The trace of confusion on Deputy Chief Bao's face did not last long. It was filled with shock. He did not even hear the female reporter's curious question. His murderous gaze swept past the female reporter's shoulder and landed on the 4 exits of Clock Tower Street. The reporters also noticed Deputy Chief Bao's loss of composure because Deputy Chief Bao's face was too ugly. It was ashen, like a stone in a river that had been covered in moss for decades, and could turn into some kind of terrifying monster at any time. The reporters followed Bao Longtao's gaze and immediately gasped in surprise. The female reporter, in particular, even covered her mouth and let out a soft cry. A cool breeze blew on the straight and quiet streets of Clock Tower Street. At this moment, the sound of countless scattered footsteps could be heard. These footsteps were not uniform, nor did they sound like drum beats, but they were so dense that it was impossible to tell how many people appeared at once. The next moment, the owners of these footsteps appeared on Clock Tower Street. A large group of people rushed out from the 4 exits at the same time, quickly occupying most of the sidewalks and street entrances. Not only did the pedestrians on the street and a few police reporters change their expressions, but even the residents of Donglin who were addicted to coffee and alcohol looked out of the window in astonishment. To be more precise, it was a group of teenagers who rushed out from the 4 alleys. The oldest of these teenagers was only 15 or 16 years old, and some of them even had dirty patches on their faces. It was hard to tell if they were even 10 years old. These youths were wearing all kinds of clothes, but there was one that was particularly uniform. It was especially frightening because they were all wearing black jackets, black t-shirts, and black shirts. There was a kid who looked like he couldn't find any black clothes at home, and actually found a green work uniform full of black mineral dust that hadn't been washed for God knows how many years. More than 100 teenagers of unknown origin, wearing black clothes, looked funny, but still gave off an oppressive feeling. They walked to the center of Clock Tower Street and stopped in front of Deputy Director Bao and the reporters. Deputy Director Bao subconsciously took a step forward and stared fiercely at the person in front of the group of teenagers, because he knew this person. The female reporter subconsciously took a few steps back and carefully peeked at the teenagers. She did not know what these teenagers in black were doing here and whether safety could be guaranteed. "What are you doing here in broad daylight, not in school?" Deputy Director Bao sternly roared. Usually, when he roared, The gang leaders on Clock Tower Street would piss their pants in fear. Who would have thought that these teenagers would show contempt on their faces at the same time and ignore him? The leading teenager clearly had a maturity that did not match his age. He opened his big eyes and looked at Bao Longtao without backing down, saying, "We have the right to petition." Petition? Hearing these two words, the female reporter, who was hiding behind Deputy Director Bao, suddenly became spirited. She stretched out her exquisitely made-up face and asked in a trembling voice, "What's your purpose?" The leading teenager did not immediately answer the reporter's question. Instead, he raised his fist. Suddenly, 7 or 8 slogans stretched out from the group of black-clothed teenagers, with large words written on them. They were very eye-catching. Resolutely oppose regional protectionism. Resolutely oppose TV signal control. We want to watch Channel 23 of the Federation. We want to watch Jian Shui. The youngest boy wiped the dirt off his face and shouted a few slogans with grief and indignation. However, his voice was too clear and his face was too cute, so he looked very cute and funny. The female reporter thought that she had caught an excellent piece of news material, but when she saw the appeal on the slogans, she was immediately dumbfounded. She looked at Deputy Director Bao in confusion and asked, This, who are these kids?" Deputy Director Bao was on the verge of exploding. He withdrew his gaze from the ridiculous slogans, gritted his teeth, and cursed in a low voice, "A bunch of bastard orphans." Chapter 2. Where there were people, there would not necessarily be gangs, but there would definitely be places where people gathered. This was a city. The largest city in Donglin was the capital of Heshi Province. In this city, other than the drunkards that were often seen, the most common people were small businessmen who engaged in illegal trade, the dark figures who vigilantly watched the patrolling police from the shadows, and orphans. Donglin was once the richest and most developed mining planet in the Federation. No matter what kind of civilization it was, the people who engaged in mining always had to take on more risks. Although the invention of the automatic crystal mine tunneling machine and the flawless computer coverage and control ensured the safety of the mining industry to a large extent, the complicated changes in the mineral veins inside the planet, as well as the geological changes that could not be predicted through calculation, still took the lives of many miners in the past thousands of years. The children of these miners became the outliers that wandered the streets of the cities in the eastern forest region. No father, no mother, no father, no mother. Different lives created different mentalities for these orphans. The Federation government fully covered their living and education expenses, but there was no way to prevent these children from playing truant every day. They were not of legal drinking age. Under the surveillance of the chip in their bodies, they could not drink like the miners to pass their days. They also could not engage in the black market trade. Although the government provided them with food, this life of being like a little pig without any light could not completely deplete the vigorous hormones in their bodies. Therefore, violence, imitating coldness, fighting for territory, all of these things came along. The bastard orphans that Deputy Bureau Chief Bao spoke of with a gloomy tone were precisely this group of people. This group of people was an incomparable headache for the governor's office and the police system. Although these young orphans still had a long way to go before they could successfully evolve into a gang, and a simple imitation wouldn't give them too much lethality, the sensitive identity of an orphan was really difficult to deal with. This was especially true after Donglin's mining industry gradually dried up. This group of orphans was basically formed because of the last mining disaster 10 years ago, and the impact that mining disaster had on Donglin. We want to see Jian Shuier. Police sirens kept ringing. Heshi State's second police station, which was responsible for the security of the Zhonglo Street area, received the angry order of the deputy director. They came as fast as they could and isolated more than 100 orphans in the middle of the street. However, in the face of the police with batons and shields, the black-clothed orphans of Clock Tower Street showed no signs of fear. The clamor continued, but the slogans written on the tattered tarpaulin were raised crookedly. Perhaps the children were tired? The funniest thing was that the youngest orphan seemed to be tired of shouting the slogan. He just kept repeating the 3 words, Jianshi, Jian, as if these three words had some kind of magical power, but they were powerless. Shout more seriously. The leader of the orphans was anxious. She stared with her clear eyes and pulled the little guy's ear. When the police surrounded Zhonglo Street, he felt a trace of fear, but since Su Lu had said that there were reporters here today, that Bao guy wouldn't dare to do anything. Then, he wouldn't dare to do anything, right? When had Su Lu made the wrong judgment? At the thought of that name, the leader of the orphans immediately straightened his back and gathered his courage. The expression on his face also became more sorrowful and indignant. He shouted at the camera behind the police cordon, "We want to watch Channel 23. The 100 petitioning youths were simultaneously indignant. They were going against the Federation government on the streets just to watch TV. This was such a ridiculous scene. However, Bao Longtao didn't think this was a farce, nor did he think it was ridiculous. Because when he heard the name, Jian from Channel 23, he knew that this group of wild children was serious today. When the governor's office couldn't resist the wails and hidden threats of several hushy TV directors, Bao Longtao knew this day would come. In fact, when the governor's office reached the police station under orders and found an excuse to temporarily stop the Federation's Channel 23 signal in the entire Hushy state, the governor's office and the relevant departments of the police station had already received more than 1,000 letters of protest. The contents of these letters of protest were the same as the orphans' demands today. They all wanted to watch Channel 23. They wanted to watch the TV series that had just aired in the Capitol Ring 2 months ago. Most importantly, they wanted to watch Jian Longtao had watched the TV series called Full Metal Frenzy before, so he also knew how moving Jian, who played the role of the captain of the battleship, was. That delicate and cute little face that was like a painting, that head of light purple hair that was sometimes slightly messy and sometimes smooth, that petite body wearing the standard military uniform, and that childish expression when she squinted her eyes and tilted her head. How much did she look like his own daughter? Except that she was even cuter than his own daughter. Suddenly, Bao Longtao shuddered and snapped out of his daze. Only then did he notice that the female reporter beside him was talking incessantly into the camera. The camera panned closer and closer to her shoulder, aiming at those indignant orphans. The female reporter's eyes revealed a hint of a gloating smile. The relationship between the news department and the production center had deteriorated to this extent. Bao Longtao sighed gloomily in his heart. In order to protect the viewership of their own station, the senior officers of Hushy TV station did not hesitate to pay such a huge price and use such a ridiculous reason to temporarily suspend the broadcast of Channel 23 of the Federation. Who would have thought that the same TV station, which was directly under the administration of the regional committee, would constantly be thinking of stabbing them in the back? Those who were not from Donglin did not know what television meant to them, and what Channel 23 of the Federation meant to them. Just like Bao Longtao's vicious comment from before, the lives of the ignorant were filled with soap operas. The citizens of Donglin, who were gradually dying and desolate, were already used to the boredom of their own lives. However, that did not stop them from pursuing the beauty of television and imagining the beauty of their lives. And for them, this freedom was an essential part of their lives. It was something they could not do without. Jian Shui'er, the usually cold deputy bureau chief Bao's lips suddenly curled into a warm smile. Even the detestable orphans in the middle of the street did not seem so detestable anymore. However, in the blink of an eye, his smile froze. These detestable orphans had greatly damaged his reputation today. If today's incident was really reported on the news, the conflict between the Ministry of News and the Ministry of Production would definitely reach the governor's office and even the committee. Then, would he become a scapegoat? Bao Longtao narrowed his eyes and slowly slid his gaze across the faces of the excited orphans, as if he was trying to find something. How could these orphans know that he had brought the reporters around today? Why did they make such a fuss? Was it really because of the name Jian Shui'er? To these orphans, Jian Shui'er was like a little fairy from the distant astral world. However, it was not enough to make these orphans so bold. Things seemed to be a little interesting. He felt that someone was manipulating all of this behind the scenes. If there was really someone behind the orphans, could that person accurately know about the conflict between the Ministry of News and the Ministry of Production and ensure that today's incident would be reported on the news? Bao Longtao became vigilant. His gaze fell on the face of the leader of the orphans, whose face was flushed red. He knew that this 16-year-old wild child was a ruthless character called Vic. However, Vic would definitely not dare to be so arrogant in front of him. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. Following Vic's flickering eyes, he turned his head and looked at a shadow under the clock tower street. However, there was nothing there. Chapter 3. There was no real clock tower on Zhongluo Street, the capital of Heshi Province in Donglin. The reason why this street had such a retro name was because when the federal military first entered Donglin, they made a stupid and heartbreaking gravity measurement error. This was where the battleship crashed. The fireworks from the explosion illuminated the faces of countless soldiers. The commanding officer of the 4th MR sighed. My mood right now is even lonelier than the fireworks. The retro clock carried by the commanding officer of the 4th MR fell out of the damaged battleship along with the beautiful fireworks and smashed into the ground of the mineral planet. The battleship was destroyed, but the stupid clock was not. It was still moving. This was undoubtedly the most merciless mockery of the Federation government and the military. As it turned out, the sigh of the commanding officer of the 4th MR did not have a strong literary tone. The Federation Management Committee was extremely angry about this accident. They were so angry that they carried out a rectification campaign in the military. Many people were removed from their military positions. They also strictly ordered that the walking clock should be placed in its original place as a warning to all public servants. The commanding officer of the 4th MR was sent to the border defense area of the West Woods and lived in loneliness for the rest of his life. Countless years had passed. The stupid clock had long been corroded into pieces by the acid rain. No one knew where it was buried in the garbage dump of Donglin. However, the name of Zhongluo Street remained. There were no fireworks on Zhongluo Street today. It was not lonely either. Instead, it was different from usual. It was full of angry protests that could not help but laugh. Tattered slogans appeared and disappeared in the crowd. The excited residents of Donglin who drank too much coffee joined in. Drunkards who drank too much also joined in. Suddenly, the second police station's power to maintain order seemed to be stretched. The chaotic scene began to develop in the direction of a truly absurd experimental drama. Bao Longtao stood behind the blockade line with a cold face. He was not worried that the residents of Donglin would dare to rush over. Although the residents of Donglin had been bored for a long time and finally found a way to vent their emotions, they were overly excited. Although the blockade line was only a thin yellow tape, the Federation was a society ruled by law. Everyone knew what could be challenged and what could not be challenged. What worried Deputy Director Bao was his previous guess. The appearance of these damned orphans today was too coincidental. The reason they chose to cause trouble was also too cute. Once the media joined in, the governor's office would not be able to do anything to these orphans. Everything behind the chaos, there was always a hidden order that made him somewhat vigilant. Jian Shuier. We want to see the Jian Shuier. The protesting voices continued. The clear and tender voice was already hoarse, but it could not hide the pride and excitement in it. Bao Longtao had already made a decision. He notified the governor's office and asked the Higher Federation Department to send a negotiation expert. He did not choose a tough confrontation. On one hand, it was because there were reporters present. On the other hand, it was because the state government was indeed in the wrong this time. On the other hand, it was because Bao Longtao's cautious nature began to play a role. It didn't take long for officials from the governor's office, the Federal Radio Regulatory Commission, and the Public Relations Department of the police headquarters to rush to the center of the Zhongluo Street protest. They began to try to convince the residents of Donglin District about this matter. However, no matter what they said, they couldn't explain the fact that the purple-haired figure had disappeared from the TV screen. No one would admit that the stupid decision to protect the production department of the Heshi State TV station was made by them. They would only attribute the problem to technical reasons. In short, the negotiations continued. Under Bao Long Tao's gloomy gaze, the orphans quietly disappeared into the crowd. Not long after the leader of the orphans, Wei Gu, led the group of extremely tough orphans into the crowd, the entire Clock Tower Street erupted into a burst of joyous cheers. After a round of cheers, the negotiations ended. With a beep, the ultra-thin scroll TV in the coffee shop was turned back on. Clock Tower Street was silent. Countless police officers wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. The female reporter proudly raised the corners of her lips. The officials were cursing the stupid and spineless governor in their hearts. Tonight, at 8:00 sharp, Department 23 returned to the capital of Hushi State with the beautiful face of Jian Shi. This was really a day of celebration. The night sky of Donglin always seemed strange. The dark gray sky was diffused with a faint dark red light. It looked a bit like the scene of the gates of hell that cultivators would never forget. However, for the people living on this planet, this scene had been seen for countless years. They were already used to it and would never give it a second glance. There were no stars in the sky. Only a few stubbornly twinkled, as if they were unwilling to accept that the starlight that they worked so hard to sprinkle on the land was ignored by the stone-like people of Donglin. Two figures, one big and one small, slipped into the shadows under the streetlights. They skillfully avoided the signal detector, passed through an alley beside Clock Tower Street, and came to the bottom of a green tree. The green tree was on a small green hill. There were no lights around, and against the distant night sky, it looked like an exquisitely trimmed paper-cut painting. In the middle of the picture, there was a person sitting under the green tree. Judging from a figure, it should be a young man. He sat cross-legged, and the faint glow from the object on his lap outlined his lonely figure. Brother Lu, why is he always alone? Of the two figures who came to the bottom of the green hill, the smaller one spoke slowly, but his voice was still a little hoarse. It was obviously caused by Jian Shui'er, who shouted the slogan thousands of times in the afternoon. The other person was naturally the leader of the orphans, Victor. He looked at the lonely figure of the young man under the green tree and could not help but take a breath in praise. He is really lonelier than fireworks. This eye of the commander of the 4th Military Region, countless years ago, had long become a famous saying that the residents of Donglin would never forget. Even an ignorant guy like Victor would use it to describe people. Victor and the little guy ran up the green hill. When they reached the back of the lonely figure, they found that the shoulders of the young man they called Brother Lu suddenly twitched, as if he was crying silently. Victor's face was gloomy. He walked to the front of the young man and asked, "Sulu, what's wrong?" The lonely young man did not raise his head. He just looked at the portable ultra-thin TV screen on his lap. He looked at the purple-haired girl on the screen, and under the faint light, his face was full of tears. After a long time, the ending melody sounded. The young man named Su Lu raised his head, squinted his sincere and honest eyes, and wiped the tears on his face and the saliva on his lips. He said in an unusually serious tone, "Jian Shi is really too beautiful. In the future, I must marry her." Chapter 4. When the 15-year-old Su Lu said this sentence with a trembling voice, a sincere and serious tone, but also extremely panicked, he probably did not think that this sentence had the slightest possibility of being realized. An orphan far away in the remote Donglin district could be infatuated with the purple-haired little goddess of the Federation on the ultra-thin screen on his knees and use this kind of powerful declaration to express the strong emotions of his heart. But in the end, it was just the physiological problems of adolescence that caused the mischief. The poor could have the right to dream and the courage to dream, but the huge gap between the classes could not be closed by individual efforts. What's more, other than being poor, the young Su Lu did not have any capital to show. He did not even know if he could go to the capital planet in his life. Even if it was just a vacation, the young Su Lu was not good-looking, but of course he was not ugly either. He was just like an ordinary teenager, with a slightly immature and extremely ordinary face. He did not have the appearance of a god, nor did he have the pitiful and cute body of white jade. He was just an ordinary person. The most distinctive feature of his face was his pair of eyes. Under the thick, ink-like eyes, they were slightly squinted and looked a little small. It was a pity that his pair of beautiful eyebrows were not there. Especially when he was thinking about something, his eyes would be squinted even more. His originally sincere and simple eyes would reveal a hint of infatuation. Of course, if someone could look into the deepest part of his eyes, they would definitely see a bit of the rock-like determination and certainty that was unique to the people of Donglin District behind the infatuation. From the age of 15 to 50, all the men of the Federation think that Jian Shi is very beautiful, and they are very willing to marry her as their wife. Under the pale green tree, Vic gently patted Su Li's slightly thin shoulder with his hand and said with great sympathy, including me, "It's just that I'm thin-skinned and can't say it out loud. You are indeed more shameless." I think so too." The little guy who had been following Brother Wei secretly glanced at Su Lu, only to find that Brother Li's eyes were still fixed on the light of the ultra-thin crystal screen. Then he mustered up his courage and said, "Brother Lu, don't worry, Brother Lu." Su Lu slowly raised his head, looked at the little guy, and said with a smile, "Changzi, you are only 10 years old. What do you know?" After saying this, Su Lu stood up and leaned back against the trunk of the tree. He gently pressed the ultra-thin crystal screen, and an extremely moving, sliding sound could be heard. The entire crystal screen retracted into a thin, round shaft. He gently caressed the smooth metal surface of the round shaft. His eyebrows revealed a trace of heartache as he said, "This is a high-quality imitation of an N98. It's worth at least $4,000 on the market. You're lucky. Li Wei, this thing is for you. But if you want to repair it in the future, I'll have to charge you. Don't pretend to be a woman." Li Wei angrily scratched the light blonde curly hair on his head. He snatched the crystal screen and said, "Didn't you see Bao Longtao's face today? More than 100 of us took such a huge risk. Isn't this crappy television worth it?" Su Lu chuckled and didn't argue anymore. He patted Li Wei's shoulder and said, "Same old rules. If there is anything in the future, I will come and trouble you." Li Wei didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked at Su Li's ordinary face with some confusion. After looking for a long time, he couldn't help but ask, "Where have you been for the past 2 years? Why do you always hide from us? I know you don't like us hanging out on the streets and are afraid that we will walk the underworld in the future, but the school has always been open to us. To be honest, in the past 10 years, the government has been good to us." Su Lu helplessly sighed and said, "We have lost a lot of homework in school. Who can keep up with it?" Li Wei didn't expect to be able to convince him. He angrily scolded and said, "I'm just afraid that you will become autistic in the future." Hearing this, Su Lu laughed until his eyes narrowed, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. However, he didn't continue the topic. "Aren't you going to try this thing?" It was very clear that the 10-year-old little fellow did not understand the conversation between the two youths. It was clearly a very beautiful, very expensive, and very good round crystal display. Previously, the reception of the television signal under the tree was also very good. What else was there to try? However, after hearing this sentence, Li Wei's face became serious. His right hand held the thin metal shaft, and his thumb carefully pushed a small piece of metal that was hard to find. Chi-chi. A strange sound came from under the tree. A faint blue arc of electricity shot out from the front of the thin metal shaft like a beautiful line that could steal one's soul. It ionized the air and circled around the tree for about half a meter before returning to the tip of the shaft. As soon as the blue arc of electricity appeared, the kid was so scared that he immediately squatted on the ground and hugged his head. It was obvious that the orphans on the street had been bullied by this kind of weapon in the past. Li Wei's face was also slightly pale. He looked at Su Lu in a daze and asked in a trembling voice, "So powerful? Can this still be called a stun baton?" "It only looks scary. The impact is less than half of the military standard. The main thing is that it took a lot of effort to modify it." Su Lu frowned and said, "This thing can only be used in a fight with the hooligans on the street. If you let the people from the second department see this, it will be terrible." Li Wei hugged the round shaft in his arms and looked at Su Lu in disbelief. He said, "I thought it would at most create a spark. You are too damn talented." At this time, Xiao Chong finally got up on the ground. He looked at Su Li's figure under the tree as if he was looking at an angel. Although they were orphans and didn't have much education, they still knew what kind of ability was needed to modify the most beautiful TV screen on the market in such a powerful stun baton. I'm a genius. Su Lu raised his thick black eyebrows, but he didn't show any sense of frivolity. Instead, he seemed to be very sincere and honest. Li Wei finally looked into his eyes seriously and asked, Su Lu, you must have spent a lot of money to make this thing. Don't tell me. You really did it just to see Jian Shuier? Su Lu said in an even more serious tone, Of course. Li Wei had the urge to hit him, but in the end, he only cursed, You idiot. Watching the two figures, one big and one small, disappear into the dark night at the edge of the city, Su Lu felt relieved. He lifted the hood of his casual shirt and covered his face in the darkness. Only then did he go down the green hill and leave the green tree. Using another road, he headed toward another residential area in the capital of Heshi province. However, the young man's journey home today wasn't smooth. He was stopped under the streetlight at the entrance of Roland Street. This hood can't cover your face. I think we met 4 years ago. Bao Longtao, the deputy chief of Heshi province's second police station, looked particularly gloomy and scary under the streetlight. He looked at the young man in front of him who was shorter than him by 2 heads and the hood that covered the young man's face and said coldly, Chapter 5. Su Lu is willing to meet you because your mother took care of him for 2 years after the mining accident. He's grateful, but you have to know that he's someone who doesn't like to get into trouble. Some words should be left to rot in his stomach. Li Wei, who had already returned to the apartment on Clock Tower Street, glared at Xiao Chong. He was a little worried. After all, this little guy was only a 10-year-old child. It would be bad if he accidentally spilled the beans. The little guy pursed his lips as if he was scared to tears by Li Wei's fierce glare. Although Li Wei's eyes were always so bright and cute, the orphans who lived in Clock Tower Street all knew how cruel and merciless the 16-year-old leader could be when he was really angry. The metal shaft in Li Wei's hand was nowhere to be found. At this moment, he was holding a bottle of beer and drinking it into his stomach. He sat under the street lamp and hummed a little tune, looking quite pleased with himself. The little guy looked at him timidly. After a moment of hesitation, he couldn't help but ask, Brother Lu hasn't been back to Clock Tower Street for the past 2 years. What has he been doing? Who knows? But this kid has always liked to play with his craftsmanship since he was young. Who would have thought that he would be so ruthless? Do you still remember the incident we saw that year? Li Wei drank a mouthful of beer and praised. I was only 5 at that time. I've long forgotten. The little guy licked his lips and looked at the beer in Li Wei's hand curiously. The orphans lived a worry-free life in Donglin District. It was just that it was difficult to find alcohol. The alcohol on the black market was too expensive. Yeah, I was only 11 at that time, and Su Lu was only 10. Li Wei threw the beer bottle into the garbage pile under the street lamp not far away. He took a deep breath, and the youth's slightly immature face became numb. If it wasn't for that incident 10 years ago, I'm afraid we would still be in school. Maybe we would have already obtained a professional certificate and gone to Heshi University, or even to the capital planet as exchange students. The street lamp elongated the 2 figures, one big and one small, covering the garbage pile in the distance. A black cat walked through the shadows. Its scattered yellow pupils uneasily discovered that there were no rats today. Everything seemed so lonely and silent. 10 years ago, the mine disaster caused more than 300 miners to be buried underground. The most terrible thing was that the collapse of the mine affected the temporary apartment area. Many family members who went to visit relatives were unfortunately killed, and it was unknown how many families were broken because of it. This incident shocked the entire human society of the Federation. With the advancement of technology, such a tragic death caused countless officials to fall from grace. The officials directly under the capital's Homeland Security Committee, as well as the governor of Heshi State, all resigned under the pressure of the media. 3 officials were sentenced. Even the deputy secretary of Donglin District, who was in charge of security, was sentenced to 4 years in prison. The reaction of the Federation government and the judicial system could not be described as not swift and fierce, but in the end, they were unable to save those lives. This mining accident brought the final heavy blow to the mining industry in the Eastwood region, which was already on the brink of stagnation. The Crystal Mining Alliance Company was thus closed down and handed over to the Federation government to take over. The impact of this incident was quite far-reaching, but very few people thought that for those orphans, the impact of this incident was incomparably huge. The orphans who held a demonstration on Clock Tower Street during the day were all victims of the mining accident. Li Wei was one of them. The little fellow was one of them. And Su Lu was one of them. Su Lu was one of these orphans. To be more precise, he was an anomaly among the orphans. During those years, he had never cast any envious glances at the seemingly glamorous gang leaders. He only liked to watch others repair electrical appliances in the grocery store on the corner of the street. He did not appear to be burly or powerful, sinister, ruthless, and callous. On the contrary, he always had a smile on his face. No matter how difficult the situation was, it seemed that he could not be the slightest bit annoyed. But what was very strange was that none of those aggressive orphans dared to provoke him. Vaguely, the orphans on the 3 streets even somewhat respected him. A large part of this respect came from the respect Li Wei had for Su Lu from the bottom of his heart. 5 years ago, due to a coincidental attack by the government, a gang hidden in the shadows was forced to enter the alley behind Clock Tower Street that was occupied by the orphans. They used their cold-bloodedness and strength to successfully take over this area that had been abandoned for a long time. In a short 2 hours, 3 of the oldest and most courageous orphans died in this purge. The usually arrogant orphans, before they successfully evolved into those dark forces, were actually just a bunch of little lions with a false appearance. Sulu, who had not participated in any gang activities, disappeared that day. Then, the police force and military support that had been unable to enter the lower district of Hushi Capital suddenly entered a large piece of land behind Clock Tower Street through an underground pipeline. Many people died, and the orphans returned to their own places. The 3 dead orphans' deaths were also avenged. But no one knew that on that cold and rainy night, Su Lu, who had always been a dull but cheerful person, used an abandoned hydraulic pipe on the elbow of a mecha to kill the last leader of the gang who had escaped. Other than Li Wei and the little fellow who were trembling in the mezzanine of the abandoned factory cafeteria. That year, Li Wei was 11 years old, the little fellow was 5, and Su Lu had just turned 10. 4 years ago, Su Lu, whose face was hidden in the hood of his coat, repeated the middle-aged man's words. He laughed happily, confirming that the other party was lying to him and not knowing the most terrifying memory in his heart. 4 years ago, I was participating in the school entrance exam organized by the State Education Office. Deputy Bureau Chief Bao looked coldly at the young man in front of him. He knew that the young man was definitely related to the farce that happened this afternoon. However, he could not confirm his judgment. How could a young man know about the internal arrangements of the police station? How could he know about the conflicts between the upper echelons? I need to know who's behind you. Bao Longtao thought that his cold tone was just right, and his question was also very accurate. Of course, he did not think that the orphans in the Clock Tower Street did not know who he was. However, when Su Lu heard the question, he could not help but lower his head and smile bitterly. He shrugged, as if he could not see the middle-aged man who was staring at him like a black dog. He walked under the bright street lights and prepared to go home and sleep. Bao Longtao's hand gripped the baton in his hand. The young man, Su Lu, raised a slender and steady finger. He pointed at the dark corner behind the streetlights and said, "There are a total of 5 electronic surveillance cameras here. You belong to the police system, not the judge, and definitely not the management committee. You have no way of deleting the footage, so I advise you not to try to do anything to me. If you have anything to say, please go and get proof. I will cooperate with the investigation." A trace of coldness flashed in Deputy Bureau Chief Bao's eyes, and his body stiffened. After a while, he said, "I want to read your microchip." Su Lu turned around, still not taking off his hat, and said sincerely The deputy bureau chief of the 2nd police station will be scolded by the governor tomorrow. He might even be on the news because of today's demonstration. Who would believe that he would be in the mood to personally check on a harmless young man in the wee hours of the morning? The hand that had been pointing at the electronic surveillance cameras in the dark slowly shook in the quiet night. Sulu lowered his head and said sincerely, "I'm a good person. Believe me, everything I said was for your sake." Bao Longtao suddenly felt that this unknown young man's calmness and sincerity were somewhat frightening. The suspicion in his eyes grew stronger and stronger, and his grip on the baton tightened. Chapter 6. Bao Longtao hadn't seen clearly what had happened under the tree, but that didn't stop him from being wary of the hooded youth in front of him. He took 2 steps forward, lowered his head, and whispered into Su Li's ear through the hood, "Maybe I shouldn't ask you. I should ask Li Wei." A Federation official dealing with the forces in the dark was like a zookeeper dealing with disobedient animals. Whether it was a whip or fresh meat, there were countless ways to deal with them. Bao Longtao said Li Wei's name as a threat to Su Lu. Even if he didn't do it himself, Su Lu shouldn't expect to hide his identity. However, Su Lu wasn't worried about this. In his opinion, Li Wei and the other orphans had plenty of ways to survive. He discreetly avoided Deputy Director Bao's affectionate behavior, lowered his head, and humbly walked into the darkness. Bao Longtao let go of the baton in his hand and shouted at the youth's back, "If there is a chance, we will meet again." The two met again for a very short time. It was so short that it was hair-raising, so short that it felt absurd. In the darkness of the Green Garden District's side entrance, Su Lu raised his head in surprise. His bright eyes narrowed into crescents as he looked at Bao Longtao in disbelief. Bao Longtao was leaning against the wall to show that he had the ability to control everything. Su Lu seemed to be surprised at how this person could follow him to such a remote place without him noticing. "I said we would meet again, and I'm very satisfied that this meeting place doesn't have any surveillance equipment or blind passers-by to disturb our communication." Deputy Director Bao walked out of the darkness in his black police uniform. He had a gloomy and proud smile on his face. He had already pulled out the baton at his waist, and the diamond-shaped metal tip flashed with a frightening blue arc. Although it was weak, it was full of power, not giving Su Lu a chance to escape, and not letting Su Lu confess ahead of time. Bao Longtao habitually prepared to electrocute this young man to the ground, using the sudden pain to soften his mind and force him to reveal the name of the person behind the scenes who was able to invade the police station's internal program and use Heshi Province's upper class to fight. Just as the tip of the baton was about to hit Su Li's waist, Deputy Bureau Chief Bao suddenly felt a sudden pain. A huge electric current instantly occupied his entire body, causing him to convulse in pain and discomfort. He trembled incessantly and collapsed to the ground as if he was having an epileptic seizure. White foam began to form at the corner of his mouth. There was a faint burnt smell in the air, but there were some traces of electric current burning on the wall. After confirming that Bao Longtao no longer had the strength to resist, Su Lu carefully put the stun baton back into his pocket. The stun baton was only the length of a finger, but the electric current it emitted was far more powerful than the one given to Li Wei, not to mention the one in Bao Longtao's hand. Bao Longtao pretended to let him go, but in reality, he wanted to cruelly extort a confession from him in a dark corner. He probably didn't expect that this thin and weak young man would be able to knock him out so easily. Su Lu walked to Bao Longtao's side, squatted down, and checked his condition. He put a metal object into his ear and said in a low voice, "Viewer 78 reports that there has been a change in the situation. Should we silence him?" Su Lu squatted beside Bao Longtao's unconscious body, as if he was waiting for instructions from the other side of the call. After a while, he received the exact order and no longer paid any attention to Deputy Bureau Chief Bao, who was at his feet. He rearranged his clothes, covered his face even more tightly, and disappeared into the darkness beside the Green Garden. Naturally, his residence was not the Green Garden. After a long time, Deputy Bureau Chief Bao slowly opened his eyes. After confirming that the mysterious young man had disappeared, he struggled to sit up. He wiped away the foam at the corner of his mouth and looked in the direction where the young man disappeared with a gloomy expression. The soreness in his muscles and nerves was still there, but it couldn't stop the shock in his heart. After being knocked out by the stun baton, he didn't really lose consciousness. Instead, he heard the young man's last request clearly. He was so frightened by the word silence and viewer that he didn't even dare to open his eyes. Rating surveyor? How could anyone believe that? The Federation television station was controlled by both the management committee and the president. A trace of fear and dread flashed through Bao Longtao's eyes. Could the person who secretly instigated the orphans to cause trouble on the streets be an agent sent by the Capital Star? Especially when Su Lu silently extended the stun baton at the end, Bao Longtao's judgment was strengthened. The stun baton was the length of a finger, but the electric arc could penetrate 50 centimeters of space. Such an exquisite and powerful weapon was definitely not something that could be replicated by gangs. Bao Longtao had only heard that the military was equipped with such a weapon, and it was only used by special agents. Was that young man from the management committee or the president? But no matter which side he was from, he was at an untouchable level. Bao Longtao fearfully supported himself against the wall and crawled up. He knew that he had made a big mistake today, and this matter could never be touched again. Hot water gurgled from the faucet. The Federation television station's welfare had always been good in this aspect. The steaming steam filled the entire bathroom with a hallucinatory smell. Sulu stood in front of the bathroom mirror and stared blankly at his face that was gradually blurred by the steam. He stood there for a long time in a daze before he let out a heavy breath. His hand that was holding onto the white ceramic wash basin seemed to be exerting force in secret. His fingers were pale and trembling slightly because he was very afraid. Sulu took out the metal object from his ear and the other metal object that was used to change his voice from under his tongue. He threw them above the wash basin, making two crisp sounds. These were two metal buttons on his casual shirt. Sulu lowered his head and took deep breaths, trying to expel all the fear in his heart. Using two metal buttons to deceive Bao Longtao, who was feared by countless orphans, he did not feel the slightest sense of accomplishment. If not for the fact that he was worried that Bao Longtao would do something to him, he definitely would not have done such a thing. He was not a special agent, nor did he have the slightest relationship with those big shots in the distant capital ring. He was just an ordinary person with some talent and machinery, just a young man. Bao Longtao always thought that there was some kind of power behind him, but only Su Lu himself knew that there was only that damn guy behind him. If not for that guy crying and begging him, he would not have let himself and the orphans fall into such a ridiculous situation. Su Lu did not know if Bao Longtao would continue to investigate. He was not sure if Bao Longtao would continue to investigate. Su Lu used the hot water to vigorously wash his face until his tender face was a little red. Only then did he recover. He stared at himself in the mirror angrily and cursed in a low voice. Feng Yu, who the hell are you, you bastard? Chapter 7. Feng Yu was a middle-aged man. In his own words, he was a mature, steady, reliable, and handsome man with a hint of haggard and vicissitudes. He was a peerless middle-aged uncle who could charm all living things in the world, especially young girls. These words were not an exaggeration. If he was willing to bathe more often, shave more of his beard, fix his mouth full of rotten teeth, wear a few suitable clothes, and reduce his age by a few years, perhaps he really would have that kind of charm. Unfortunately, there were not so many hypotheses in the world, so Feng Yu was just an ordinary, childless, middle-aged citizen who only knew how to drink and chat. Every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, he would stay in the electrical repair shop on the 4th Street of Xianglan Avenue and stare blankly, drooling at the uniformed female police officers who occasionally passed by the shop. This electrical repair shop's business had always been good, because Feng Yu's craftsmanship was really good. Whether it was the latest scrollable LCD screen, the antique LCD screen, the overclocked room temperature regulator, or the electric skateboard for children, as long as it was related to machinery and electricity, he could always fix it. The business was good, so naturally the income was stable. Therefore, during the 3 legal days off every week, Feng Yu would habitually close the shop and then go in and out of the major sanatoriums in Hushi State. He got to know a lot of girls in the sanatoriums and spent a lot of money. The neighbors on the street had long known that this middle-aged man had a lustful side, so they were not surprised. But no one knew that during the weekends for the past 2 years, Feng Yu did not go to vent his lust every time. Instead, he went to a remote mining pit far away from the city. This mining pit had been abandoned for many years, especially after the mining disaster 10 years ago. When the joint company went bankrupt, no one came to this mining pit again. So, when the miner's restroom was turned into a repair shop, no one noticed. Su Lu stared at the middle-aged man on the sofa, sighed, and took out the food from the stove next to him. He put it on the table and said, "Time to eat." As he spoke, he went to get a hot towel and wiped the middle-aged man's face. No matter how troubled Su Lu was, he was always soft-hearted and kind-hearted. Looking at the middle-aged man's dispirited appearance, he couldn't help but want to take care of him. Feng Yu sat on the table and began to chew on the tough meat. Suddenly, he said, "Why is this wild beef getting harder and harder? No matter what kind of meat it is, it will become unpalatable after half a year in the freezer." Su Li's face was expressionless. He scooped a bowl of rice for himself and sat at the table. Their eating habits had become somewhat strange in the past 2 years. In the eyes of ordinary Donglin residents, it was excessively extravagant. "You still haven't answered my question." Su Lu suddenly put down his chopsticks and asked seriously, "I know that you used to be a mechanic in the military, but because you offended your superiors, you became a deserter. But the taser you taught me to make is too similar. Look, it's been a few days, and Bao Longtao is really scared of me. He doesn't even dare to ask who Li Wei is. 2 years ago, I told you that I'm a person with a story." Uncle Feng Yu obviously didn't care about the vomiting effect of his words. He leisurely said, "With my position in the military and the information I had access to at the secret level, let alone a taser, even if it was a standard bore cannon, as long as you have the materials, I can make it for you." Sula had heard this kind of talk many times, so naturally he didn't have any reaction. He said helplessly, "Don't brag. Last time, you picked up a mecha central control system with great difficulty in the junkyard. In the end, you looked at it for 5 days and 5 nights, but you didn't dare to repair it." Feng Yu's face turned green. After coughing twice, he reprimanded seriously, "That was an antique from the 4th Military Region. Who the fuck would look at something from hundreds of years ago? Of course, I have to look at it with appreciation. But other than a taser, what else do you know how to do?" Su Lu said dejectedly, "It's been 2 years, and all I've learned from you is how to repair TVs, freezers, toys, cars. In another 2 years, the Ministry of Defense's military recruitment exam will start. I haven't even seen a mecha or a battleship before, so how can I pass?" Feng Yu lowered his head and chewed on his meat. He scolded, "You haven't even finished 12 years of compulsory education, and you didn't even graduate from a military academy. How can you pass? The Ministry of Defense is also recruiting cannon fodder soldiers. Do you want to try? Absolutely every Marine Corps wants you." Su Lu was stunned for a moment, then said very seriously, "Pass the military recruitment exam, and you'll be a mecha repair soldier. You'll have a higher starting point." Feng Yu raised his head and looked at the familiar young man in disbelief. He lamented, "You still haven't given up on your shameful dream. Why is a dream shameful?" Su Li's face showed a trace of persistence. "My first dream in life is to become a battleship auxiliary officer, and my second dream is to enter the research and development department of a large company in the capital ring and live a good life there. The West Woods is still at war with the Empire." Feng Yu's voice suddenly sounded somewhat calm. "Forget your first dream. As for your second dream, it's actually not that difficult." The two of them ate quickly. Su Lu had already started to clean up the dishes, and, as he did so, he replied, "After 60 years of war, the people of the East Woods have never seen what the Empire's people look like. Other than seeing their diplomatic mission on TV, what's there to be afraid of?" He suddenly paused for a moment and said with some frustration, "I know I'm not a genius, and it took me 2 years to learn how to make a taser. But I always feel that I really like dealing with these machines, so I want to try to take the exam." Feng Yu was silent and did not speak. He lay on the sofa and began to watch TV, but his eyes fell on Su Li's back. After washing the dishes, Su Lu habitually entered the operation room and began to operate the instruments and tools that he was already familiar with like his fingers. With an extremely steady speed, he repaired the old electrical appliances that were piled up to the side one by one. Those common electrical appliances that were damaged were not difficult to repair. However, Su Lu was still very serious in his work, as if he was facing the most sophisticated instruments in the Federation. Perhaps he had never noticed it himself, but every time he was fully immersed in this work, a light cold seriousness would appear on his tender face. Uncle Feng Yu lit a cigarette and squinted his eyes through the glass at Su Li's busy figure, thinking that it was time to reduce the dust level in the operation room by another level. Then, he thought of what Su Lu had said before, and couldn't help but slightly curl his lips and blow out a smoke ring. The smoke ring slowly dissipated into Feng Yu's long white hair, disappearing without a trace. Feng Yu thought to himself, "Everyone in the world calls me a genius, but in fact, in some aspects, this little guy Su Lu is more of a genius than me." Chapter 8. After finishing the last micro-welding operation, Su Lu took off the dark protective goggles on his face with satisfaction. He sorted all the repaired products in the operation room, according to the labels on them, and placed them neatly into the metal grid. He pressed a button and moved them out of the operation room. The repaired goods would be sent back to the 4th Street of Xianglan Avenue the next morning. Su Lu was always prepared in advance out of habit. After washing his face with hot water, Su Lu familiarly took out the liquid medicine from the drawer and carefully dripped it into his eyes. Although they had the help of various observation devices, the world of those metal chips was a kind of torture to the eyes of every mechanic. And when he was focused on the world of the metal chip, he would forget about the existence of time, so his eyes were a little red. Go rest, look at the scenery, and relax the muscles in your eyes. Feng Yu rubbed his white hair and was very satisfied with Su Li's speed and concentration. In the past half a year, the repair shop on Xianglan Avenue was mostly operated by Su Lu in the remote mine pit. Feng Yu only needed to stay in the shop and only give instructions on weekends. Gradually, Su Li's speed became faster and faster. He was even faster than Feng Yu, the mechanic in the army. Su Lu nodded and took out 2 bottles of juice from the ice room on the wall. He followed behind Feng Yu and walked toward the top of the mine pit. Listening to the continuous sounds of metal colliding in front of him, he couldn't help but raise his head. Then he saw the extremely flashy tattered jeans under the uncle's body, as well as the extremely tight buttocks wrapped in the denim, and a large bunch of keys, 5-star knives, and other metal objects that were constantly swinging in the air. From time to time, they would hit the big buttocks, making annoying sounds. He never understood why Feng Yu wanted to create this image of himself, but Feng Yu told him that the sword in the hands of the swordsman and the gun in the hands of the god of guns never left their bodies. As mechanics, they naturally couldn't let the tools leave their bodies. In fact, Su Lu understood that the uncle just felt that the wind chime was very manly and could attract the attention of lonely young women. It was already late, and the light above Donglin gradually dimmed. The red and dark twilight gradually deepened. On the large pile of metal behind Feng Yu, a dazzling light was reflected. Su Li's not very big eyes naturally narrowed. Looking at the back of the figure that was struggling to climb the slope, he couldn't help but remember the time when he foolishly walked into the repair shop 2 years ago. His relationship with Feng Yu was a bit strange. It was not the relationship between student and teacher, but he did learn the knowledge and practical experience about mechanics that he craved most from Feng Yu. Although repairing electrical appliances was of no help to his dream of becoming a warship mechanic support officer or entering the capital ring to seek a better life, at least Su Lu obtained a lot of peace and satisfaction from that small repair shop. Su Lu could not be considered Feng Yu's employee because Feng Yu never gave him a salary. He only left enough food in the freezer. In terms of treatment, the young man could only be considered the most pitiful contract worker in the repair shop on Fragrant Orchid Avenue. But in these 2 years, Su Lu did earn a lot of money for the repair shop. If you're a mechanic officer when you sign up for the military recruitment exam, the government will only reimburse you 40%. Su Lu looked at the back of the uncle and mustered up his courage to say, There's only 2 years left. I have to save some money. The subtext of this sentence was naturally that he hoped the repair shop owner would give him a salary. However, Feng Yu didn't even turn his head and directly refused. You were the one who cried and begged me to teach you. Have I ever thought of charging you tuition fees? What a shameless person, even more shameless than me. Sulu thought in his heart, but when he thought of how shameless he was when he ran into the repair shop and hugged the boss leg without letting go, he didn't have the courage to ask for a salary again. He sighed helplessly, ran forward a few steps, and sat beside Feng Yu. The two of them were sitting at the top of the mine. Behind them was the shadow of a large city building, but because it was so far away, it was particularly blurry. In front of them was a large green grassland. In the depths of the grassland, they could see towering trees. The refreshing scene of nature was currently giving off a feeling of jumping fire under the setting sun. Actually, I've always been very curious. Feng Yu didn't take the juice that Su Lu handed over. Instead, he lit another cigarette and took a deep breath. He greedily looked at the grassland forest in front of him and said, "There are at least 1,000 repair shops in the Donglin district. Why did you choose me?" Su Lu looked at him in surprise. He didn't expect that he would only ask this question 2 years later. After a pause, he lowered his head and said, "At that time, the automatic vacuum door in the coffee shop was broken. Later, I heard that you fixed it, so I went to look for you." That door can be fixed by anyone. Feng Yu didn't even turn his head. Maybe it was because you were too happy when you fixed that door. Su Lu smiled, looking particularly sincere. Suddenly, a trace of slyness flashed through his eyes. The glueless vacuum seam of the B2 door was done beautifully. The deviation value was on the level of 1,000 points. This is 2 levels higher than the civilian standard and even higher than the military standard. From that moment on, I knew that you weren't an ordinary person. Feng Yu was a little surprised. He couldn't help but laugh. He turned around and raised his hand as if he wanted to hit Su Li's head. In the end, he just rubbed Su Li's messy black hair and said, "You're really crazy. Who would think of measuring that thing?" "Probably intuition?" Su Li laughed happily. "I just felt that there was something strange about that door. At that time, I happened to have some money on hand, so I went to buy a fixed light classifier. After measuring it, I found that something was wrong. Even the smallest classifier wouldn't be able to fit under the door. I'm very curious. How did you measure it?" Feng Yu was obviously interested. Su Lu was embarrassed for a moment. After a moment of silence, he said, "I asked the waiter to help me take down the door of the coffee shop in the middle of the night. Of course, that night we put it back. I'm not a thief." Feng Yu couldn't help but laugh and asked, "But I installed an anti-theft device on the door, the one hidden in the laminated glass?" Su Lu lowered his head and answered shamelessly, "I discovered it immediately. I also removed it." Feng Yu suddenly became silent. He quietly looked at the young man beside him and didn't speak for a long time. 2 years ago, Su Lu was just a self-taught student who memorized various processes and standards in a library. Unexpectedly, he was able to remove the anti-theft device that he installed himself. It seems that the previous judgment on the sofa was not wrong. At this time, a few majestic bison, cloaked in the light of dusk, slowly wandered out of the forest and headed in the direction of the mine. Su Lu and Feng Yu both stopped all thoughts and actions at the same time. They just stared at the bison in a daze. Their eyes emitted a kind of greedy gaze. "Uncle, we haven't eaten fresh beef in half a year." Su Lu swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked tentatively. Feng Yu stood up and looked at the endless metal isolation net between the abandoned mine and the grassland. His face was abnormally ugly. He said sorrowfully, "In my life, there are 2 laws in the Federation that I hate the most. One of them is that damned Wildlife Protection Act." Sula held back his laughter and asked, "What's the other one?" "The first charter." After saying this most arrogant sentence, he took Su Lu in a fierce manner and walked toward the bison on the other side of the isolation net. Chapter 9. From a certain point of view, the 2 most stringent laws in the Federation and the most thoroughly enforced laws were the First Charter and the Wildlife Protection Act. They were also the 2 laws that Feng Yu, the owner of the repair shop, hated the most. The origin of the First Charter had long been unverifiable. Although it touched on the most critical privacy regulations, in the hearts of the Federation citizens, it seemed that they had long been accustomed to its existence. No one had raised the slightest doubt. Perhaps the hundreds of thousands of years of peaceful development of civilization had caused many truths to be buried in the shadows of history. The Wildlife Protection Act was another mystery in the history of the Federation. Many social activists had never understood why the status of wildlife and natural vegetation was so much higher than that of human beings in the Federation. Other than the exploitation of resources, the Federation civilization had very limited modifications to the surface of the planet. It seemed that there was an invisible hand that had been pushing this civilization to try to live more harmoniously with nature. Every planet had an electronic fence that divided the fields outside the city into a large number of areas to protect the wildlife. Any poaching would be met with the most severe punishment by the Federation Management Committee. The problem was that this kind of living was not harmonious, especially for people like Su Lu and Feng Yu, who especially liked to eat meat. If they could not eat meat in their mouth, how could they be happy? Although synthetic food could achieve a very rich texture and taste, there were always people in the world who could not erase those instinctive things that were incomparably passionate about natural ingredients. We have to be more careful this time. Half a year ago, when we killed that cow, the people of HTD turned the black market upside down, so there was no meat to be sold in the city for 4 days. Fortunately, no one knew that we killed it, otherwise we would have been locked up for 3 months. Su Lu cautiously reminded the owner of the electric fence as he followed the uncle carefully in the direction of the electronic fence. If HTD is really so incorruptible, cough cough. The repair shop owner coughed, indescribably mocking. He threw the cigarette, but to the ground, and stamped it out. Where did the rabbit meat and mutton in the black market on Clock Tower Street come from? But what we killed was a wild cow. Su Lu is still a little scared. No one has dared to sell that for many years. We are not selling to the black market. Feng Yu waved his hand and said firmly, even if HTD caught us at most, they would only give us a reprieve. HTD's full name was National Ocean, Space, and Land Administration. The name sounded scary, but in fact, it was a special agency set up by the Federation government according to the Wildlife Protection Act. Looking at the herd of bison roaming leisurely across the electronic fence, the two of them stopped in their tracks. The buffaloes were not afraid of the humans on the other side of the wall. When they walked, they often saw these poor bipeds, but they had not had close contact with them for many years. But today, the leader of the herd clearly felt the hostility from the two humans opposite it. It raised its huge bull head vigilantly and arrogantly, and the irritation in its eyes grew stronger and stronger. Su Lu was still a little worried, but when he saw the provocative look of the wild cow, he couldn't help but get angry. He thought to himself, I just want to eat your meat. Do you have to look down on me like this? With a few moos, Feng Yu imitated the sound of the wild cow and roared a few times toward the electronic wall. The leader of the herd of wild cows was immediately enraged and rushed toward the electronic wall. Then Feng Yu and Su Lu quickly ran along the wall until they led the wild cow to a small hill far away from the mine. Su Lu ran while gasping for breath. He admired the somewhat clumsy figure in front of him to the extreme. He thought to himself, Boss is really a wonderful person. He can even provoke a wild cow. No wonder when I first met him, I was so angry that I couldn't even eat. At the bottom of the hill, Feng Yu spat out 2 mouthfuls of saliva and stood on the side of the electronic wall with his hands on his hips. He looked at the exhausted wild cow on the opposite side. He stared at the other side's hooves and 2 sharp horns that were digging in the ground. He gasped and said, Don't be afraid. These cows have been locked up for hundreds of thousands of years. They have learned long ago. They don't dare to hit this wall. Su Lu held the wall and nodded weakly. The electronic wall on the planet was made of a special kind of steel. It was equipped with a chip management system. Once it was under too much force, it would automatically eject an electric current. God knows how many years had passed, but the electronic wall was not afraid of wind and rain. There was no rust or traces of being hit. One could imagine how strong it was. Old rules, you kill the cows, I'll keep watch. Uncle Feng, you said matter-of-factly. Sulu had already accepted his fate. He walked to the bottom of the electronic wall, dejectedly. He subconsciously touched the chip behind his neck. He wondered if the electronic surveillance network here would notice a small signal jump. After all, he had climbed over the electronic wall 3 times, so Sulu was not as worried as the average criminal. He took a deep breath and spat 2 mouthfuls of saliva on his palm. He instantly turned into a monkey and used an extremely fast speed, an extremely flexible and gentle technique to climb over the wall. Not bad. Feng Yu sat on the hill and smiled as he watched this scene. He thought to himself, if the chief examiner of the National Defense Admissions Examination is not blind, he will definitely be able to see the strength of this young man. And if the people of the Federation knew that someone could directly climb over the electronic wall that was called the Wailing Wall by the black market traffickers without going through the electronic decoding, they would be shocked speechless. The electronic surveillance of the Federation was everywhere. Why was it that when this young man clearly crossed the border, the chip in his neck did not send out a pulse, and the surveillance system did not respond? Sulu did not know that his familiar jump was a destructive step for the First Charter and for the Federation Society. He also did not notice that in the hands of the military deserter and the repair shop owner, there was a small device that continuously emitted a light blue radiance. It completely enveloped the 2 of them and the raging bull. Only when the grassland was large would the bull be able to run happily. Anyone who was locked in an iron cage would feel anger. Or it could be said that when it felt that someone wanted to harm it, it would also feel anger. When Su Li's feet lightly stepped on the grassland, the dark brown raging bull suddenly charged at him. The long hair by its neck fluttered in the air, forming an exceptionally heroic and beautiful line. Sulu was a bit scared. His face was a bit pale, but he remained calm. When the bull's sharp horns were a meter away from him, he twisted his left ankle and his entire body fell to the side. At the same time, his right hand pointed at the bull's large body. With a zap sound, blue electric arcs flashed. The bull had no way of resisting the inertia. The instant it brushed past Sulu, it was directly struck by the small but powerful military stun baton. With a boom sound, the bull fell onto the grassland, stirring up some dust and bits of grass. Sulu walked over. There was not a trace of excitement on his face, only vigilance. Chapter 10. There was a reason for Su Li's caution. In the previous operations, he had confirmed that the stun baton in his hand could completely knock down humans. But he couldn't guarantee that it would be able to capture the powerful bison every time. What happened today also proved this point. When he got close to the black body of the bull, the originally limp bull suddenly exhaled a strong breath. Its 4 hooves stomped on the ground, and its entire body exploded with a final burst of strength. It was as if it was shaken up from the ground by a huge force and charged towards him. Su Li's pupils shrank slightly, and his face was slightly pale. He seemed to be stupefied. At this moment, he was still holding the stun baton in his hand, but the tip of the stun baton had protruded from the front. It looked like a military knife often used by the army. In the blink of an eye, the fear in the teenager's body was transformed into a powerful force of action through the secretion of hormone in his kidneys. In an extremely dangerous moment, he turned his body sideways. A strong wind blew past his cheeks. He forced his small eyes open and saw every movement of the bison in front of him clearly. Then he stabbed down with the metal spike that he had been holding tightly in his right hand. Su Li's eyesight was very good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a fast repair speed. Corresponding to this talent, his hand was also very stable, so the slender metal spike didn't deviate in the slightest. In the next moment, the military knife was taken away by the huge force. It left his empty hand and remained in the fur 2 inches above the bull's neck, with a few drops of blood. With a boom, the bull that even the stun baton couldn't subdue charged past Su Li's side in an extremely ferocious manner. Then, in an even more resolute manner, it forcefully fell on the slope, causing even more dust and grass to fly up. Su Lu held the dagger and foolishly looked at the bull that fell heavily on the ground. He was silent for a long time. His legs stopped trembling, and the healthy red color returned to his cheeks. In that moment, he was really scared because he didn't expect that the bull would have such a strong vitality. Under the effect of the electric current, it could still rush so fiercely. After a long silence, he approached the bison with lingering fear. After confirming that it was dead, he carefully pulled the dagger out from the back of the bull's head. The tip of the military knife had completely destroyed the bull's central nervous system. The bull could no longer jump up to express its anger. Sulu subconsciously narrowed his eyes and glanced at the blood droplets on the tip of the dagger in his hand. The liquid shone faintly in the dusk. He didn't have a trace of excitement after being weakened, and there was no excitement in his heart. There was only a trace of fear and avoidance. Since when can I only use the handle twice? He suddenly turned around and shouted loudly at the shop owner on the other side of the electronic wall. Handle was the name he gave to the electric baton and the dagger. The design of this metal weapon was very delicate, but it was only delicate. After charging, it could only release one current. It was completely incomparable to a real military weapon. Other than the smooth curve of the handle, which made it very comfortable to hold, Sulu didn't find anything that moved him. So he called it the handle. If the taser could release the current twice, it wouldn't have been so dangerous earlier. No wonder Sulu was so rude to the repair teacher and handle designer, Uncle Fengyu. The handle's design had a flaw. The output current was deliberately increased by 20%, so it could only be used once. Fengyu, who sat on the other side of the electronic wall, knew all of this very well. He could easily fix this flaw, but he never told Sulu, nor did he complete it, because he deliberately made such a defensive weapon for Sulu to use. Many years ago, Fengyu had always believed that if humans relied too much on machinery, it wouldn't be a good thing. It would only block the possibility of human peeking into the body and the universe. Fengyu didn't plan to discuss these theories with Sulu for the time being, so after hearing the young man's angry question, he just smiled and didn't answer. Instead, he took out the flat pack of cigarettes from his jeans, lit one, and smoked happily. Sulu turned his head dejectedly and lowered his body. Looking at the busy young man on the other side of the wall under the twilight, Fengyu's heart was touched. In fact, he was a very cold person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have escaped to such a remote place like Donglin District. However, the warm light of the grassland and the dark night behind him intersected. Under the red sunset, the young man was peeling the cowhide and cutting the beef. From time to time, he would wipe the blood on his hands on his clothes. This was a very bloody scene, but it was also a scene full of the beauty of life. All life in the world flowed between life and death. Fengyu held the cigarette in a daze. Looking at the young man wielding the knife and dancing, he couldn't help but think of a scene in the classic literature he had read many years ago. In the autumn harvest, the farmers harvested the crops and used the remains of the plants in exchange for their own survival. Beside the tribe's campfire, the men and women drank wine and ate the animal parts roasted in the fire. It was very happy. A trace of a smile floated on Fengyu's cheeks. This emotional smile, together with his white hair, seemed to reveal his true age. A sense of vicissitudes began to leak out. He had always felt that Sulu was a very interesting child because this child always seemed to focus his energy on those two ideals and didn't notice his ability in other aspects. For example, in the moment when the wild bull was slaughtered, other than people who had received special training in the military, who could kill the bull with just a dagger? Why was there very little wild bull sold in the black market these past few years? Fengyu thought of Su Li's previous question, and the smile on his face couldn't help but become wider. In the context of the Federation government's strict gun control, who would dare to risk their lives to hunt a bull? This child is really stupid in some aspects. Didn't he realize that when he was leading the bull, he and I could run faster than the angry bull? Didn't he feel that being able to kill a bull with his bare hands was more worthy of pride than fixing a TV? Motherfucker, motherfucker. Under the twilight, Sulu cursed as he endured the discomfort and continued to butcher. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore. He stood up and shouted at the shameless middle-aged man who was smoking. No more bones. There are still 200 pounds left. If you continue to be lazy, when can we have dinner tonight? Su Li's various talents in all aspects were actually nothing in Feng Yu's eyes. This was because in his long life, he had seen who knows how many true geniuses. But when he killed the wild bull, Su Lu showed a calmness that was completely inconsistent with his age. Although his legs were trembling in fear and his face was pale, he was still calm and composed. This was what Feng Yu admired most about him. At the same time, this was also what Feng Yu thought was the most boring part of the teenager. So at this moment, when he heard Su Lu curse, he was actually somewhat happy. He laughed like a wild white flower, stood up, and patted his butt. Chapter 11. After the bloody beef was fried in the pan, sprinkled with pepper and all kinds of seasonings, it began to emit a rich fragrance of the ingredient itself. The silver table knife cut through the slightly brittle surface of the meat. It was different from a scene where blood spurted out when the handle pierced through the bison's head. Although there was some blood on this piece of beef, there was more of the juices that made one want to eat it. The ordinary citizens of the Federation who ate synthetic food all year round had no resistance to this kind of natural food, let alone the shop owner and the young Su Lu who loved meat like it was their life. After a wonderful dinner, Su Lu cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks and hid the rest of the beef and innards in the huge freezer in the operation room next to the mine. He found that he had obtained a rare moment of leisure, and for a moment, he didn't know what to do. After standing in the room for a while in a daze, Su Lu took out a bottle of red wine and 2 glasses from the drawer and went out the door. Along the broken steel ladder, he climbed to the grass above the mine. The shop owner, Feng Yu, had been in a daze for a long time. He had been watching the last ray of light disappear between heaven and earth, and then it was completely covered by the most complete darkness. Taking the glass of red wine from behind him, Feng Yu took a sip and said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "Using my baby to please me. What do you want to ask?" Su Lu carried the wine bottle to his side and followed the uncle's gaze to the grassland in the distance. At this time, the night was already deep, and he didn't know how spectacular the sunset would be. He knew that the shop owner must be hiding a lot of things from him, but he didn't want to ask because he only followed Feng Yu because he wanted to learn about mechanics from him, and not because he wanted to hear a touching story. Besides, everyone had their own secrets, and they didn't want to be disturbed. Actually, I'm not an idiot. Su Lu suddenly opened his mouth. He did not deliberately act like he was in a difficult position, but he habitually stopped the car in front of an important word and emphasized his tone. Ever since his parents and sister died in a mining accident 10 years ago, Su Li's lonely life seemed to have lost its focus. Therefore, when he occasionally came, he would only use this kind of clumsy method to express his emotions. The young man narrowed his eyes in the darkness, appearing somewhat cautious. In fact, he had already guessed something. In the past 2 years of working with Feng Yu, other than the knowledge and practical skills of the mechanical repair methods, the ugly postures that the boss made him take and some of the daily exercises were very strange. Su Lu was honest and sincere, but that didn't mean that he was brainless. It was just that he always thought that those postures and gymnastics were probably military training techniques, so he always played dumb. Perhaps it could make his body stronger? Since the boss wanted him to learn something that was beneficial to him, he would learn it. However, after killing that wild bull today, he felt a chill in his heart. His boss was just a mechanic who escaped from the army. Why did the things he taught him have such great power? Could it be that what he usually taught her was the legendary killing technique that the military had never taught to outsiders? I've never thought of you as an idiot. On the contrary, I think of you as a genius. Feng Yu removed the cup from his lips. His expression was calm, but there was a trace of a strange smile in the wrinkles at the corners of his brows. I'm not a genius either. I just don't understand. What's the use of you teaching me these things? Su Lu looked somewhat helplessly into Feng Yu's eyes and asked, "The Department of Defense's Mechanical Repair Officer exam doesn't test field combat ability at all. I don't want to waste time on these things." Su Li's voice began to tremble, as if he was enduring some kind of intolerable pain and suffering. Feng Yu couldn't even be bothered to look at him. He calmly said, "With your personality, since you've asked, it seems like you really are conflicted about this matter. I just don't understand where your conflict is coming from." Su Li's voice was still trembling, and the sound of heavy breathing could be heard from time to time. He said angrily. This is already the 63rd year of the 37th constitutional calendar. Human civilization has already developed to this stage today. What's the use of you making me learn these things? No matter how strong a person is, can he contend against mecha head-on? Can he fly into space and fight against battleships? I understand. You want to become a mechanic who can repair the three major systems of mecha and battleships. So, in your eyes, those cold metal machines are naturally much stronger than the ant-like individual humans. Feng Yu replied coldly, but don't forget, no matter how developed humans are, they are still biological humans in the end. You're still in this shell. This shell is your final life-saving measure. It's the first-order machine you must know like the back of your hand and operate without hindrance. As for mecha and battleships, those are just more extrinsic things. Feng Yu slowly closed his eyes. A person can't hide in a mecha forever. You need to eat, sleep, go to the toilet, have sex, have orgasms, shower. A person's time without clothes takes up 1/10 of their life. Then what about the time you don't wear a mecha? Su Lu was dumbfounded. He felt that his boss's words made no sense, but there was also a strange charm to them that could not be broken through by twisted logic. Feng Yu downed the remaining wine in his glass in one gulp, and then suddenly lowered his head and laughed. Besides, the Federation is currently lacking in energy. Who knows when space battleships will become trash in the universe? Mecha don't need crystal ores. The current high-energy compressed energy is enough to support mecha's movements on land. Sula knew that his boss was only saying so much today to convince him, but he still stubbornly retorted. Besides, what life-saving? What last shell? It's not like I'm going to the West Woods to fight the Empire's barbarians. I just want to be a mechanic to earn money and, at the same time, do what I like. Why should I care so much? Let's not talk about your future, because in my opinion, you might not be able to pass the Ministry of Defense's exam. Who knows? You might have to work for me for free for the rest of your life. Feng Yu laughed, and then his laughter gradually faded. Think about the people on the 3 planets in Xianglin. Think about those families that have been around for thousands of years, and even those 7 great families. Why do they always respect that old man and his students so much? Why? Isn't it because of that old man's own strength? Xianglin was the name of the capital ring. The capital ring was made up of 3 habitable planets. It was the most developed, wealthiest, and most comfortable place in the entire Federation civilization. The so-called 7 great families to the young Su Lu who lived in Donglin were ancient upper-class existences that were far beyond his reach. And that old man that Feng Yu was talking about, oh my God, you're calling the war god the old man. Su Li's voice was extremely trembling. It was unknown whether it was because of pain or fear. All right, you don't have to do the horse stance today. Do the gymnastics again. Feng Yu did not answer Su Li's shocked words. He smiled as he looked at Su Lu, who had already maintained the standard horse stance for half an hour. He thought to himself, although this kid is naturally resistant to these things, he is exceptionally serious when he does things. Other than him, which teenager can endure the horse stance test day after day for 2 years? Pay attention to your breathing. Relax your mind. Feng Yu stood up and looked calmly and sternly at Su Lu, who was paralyzed on the ground. He said word by word, feel and remember the most painful, trembling path in your muscles. Don't forget it. Chapter 12. Standing on the slope of the mine pit, facing the quiet night sky of the west, with the dark red city of Beast behind him, the stars in the sky of the Donglin region were so dim, as if there were endless layers of gauze shrouding the highest part of the atmosphere. In such an environment where the light was dim and changing, Su Li's blurry figure was constantly twisting and stretching. According to certain routines, he stuck out his foot, twisted his waist, lowered his body, threw a punch, turned his wrist, and extended his elbow. Feng Yu watched calmly from the side, not saying a word. It had been more than a year, and the teenager had already memorized this set of movements. There was not the slightest mistake. Even the angle of the diagonal dragging of his fingertips was not off by a bit. This set of movements that did not seem complicated could not be considered gymnastics, because the routines were a bit scattered and the movements were too slow. It was more like a dance. The problem was that compared to the famous performers of the Xianglin song and dance troupe, this dance was too stiff. It wasn't raw, but raw. Su Li's movements had a bloody feel to them, as if they hadn't been roasted by fire at all. It was hard to chew on the muscles and bones. It was not stiff, but it was the reinforced plexiglass used in the operation room to bear the blade. It was also like the endless stones under the Donglin planet's grass. It was blindly hard, and every movement was so clean and neat. This stiff dance was broken down into roughly 10 movements, and every 2 movements were taken in opposite directions. In the end, Su Lu seriously retracted his right foot and squatted in a strange position. Only then did this set of movements completely end. It did not seem complicated, and the amount of movement was not that big, but Su Li's face was covered with a layer of hot steam. Under the night sky of the Donglin region, he exuded a red glow. Sweat soaked his back and dripped down the corner of his tight vest. It was obvious that such a short time of movement had cost him a lot of energy. Su Lu breathed slowly, and for a long time, he could not speak. The youth's originally thin body seemed to be filled with a hidden strength at this moment. The lines of his body were very beautiful. Who knew what this body would look like in a few years' time when he fully became an adult? The reason he remained silent was not only because he was tired, but also because the 600 muscles in his body were completely occupied by soreness. Su Lu did not even want to move a finger. At this moment, every muscle fiber seemed to be breathing, expanding, and rubbing against each other. Like the friction between metal and porcelain, it was extremely painful and bitter. After the sourness, there was a burst of completely spontaneous trembling that seemed to rise from the depths of Su Li's heart. It followed the path formed by the muscles, nerves, and connective tissues, and spread out in all directions. It was like the beating of a drum, shaking every tiny part of his body, causing small protrusions to appear on his exposed skin. Then they disappeared, as if there was an invisible force that was sliding on his skin. His trousers began to tremble in the windless night, covering the fact that his legs were trembling nonstop. Su Lu understood why the silk muscles would heat up on their own, creating the illusion of friction. He did not know that it was because the muscle fibers of the human body were originally made up of 2 filamentous proteins that were entangled together. Of course, he did not know why these muscles were trembling, what they meant, and what they were used for. He only firmly remembered the words of the repair shop owner. He had to remember the pain in his heart, and he had to remember the path of soreness and trembling. After changing out of sweaty clothes and taking a shower, the refreshed Su Lu once again climbed to the top of the mine with his head hanging down. He sat beside Feng Yu weakly. His face was somewhat pale, as if he was seriously ill. Feng Yu did not pay attention to him. He just casually looked at the crystal screen on his knees. The faint blue light on his face made the repair shop owner's face look somewhat cold and feminine. It's impossible to confirm whether or not Bao Longtao recognized me on the intranet, Su Lu said somewhat tiredly. With just a glance, the familiar light blue interface let the youth know that the boss had secretly hacked into the Federation's police system again today. Last time, when he asked Li Wei and the group of orphans for help on Clock Tower Street, it was precisely because of these 2 people above the mine that they had already thoroughly investigated the inside story of the governor's office and the police station. Someone who could hack into the official intranet was certainly not a simple person. It was just that this seemingly ordinary repair shop owner had occasionally brought such surprises to Su Lu in the past 2 years, so he was not too surprised. After all, it was not a surprise. Sometimes, Su Lu would also wonder what kind of mistake the boss had made in the army that caused such a talented person like him to become a deserter. In the past 2 years, he had always had a kind of unreal feeling. He always felt that he had met an awesome person hidden in the marketplace. It was too much like a scene from a movie or TV series. It was really unbelievable. The youth did not want to inquire about the boss past. On one hand, it was because he really was not interested. He only wanted to learn about mechanical repair. On the other hand, he was sometimes vigilant and afraid of Uncle Feng Yu's mysteriousness. He always felt that he had mistakenly entered a thief's lair. On the other hand, it was because Su Lu was very good at reading people. Other than the calmness that Feng Yu admired the most, the life of an orphan allowed Su Lu to develop the ability to observe people's body language. He knew that although the repair shop owner next to him looked harmless, in fact, there was a coldness hidden in his bones that could not be erased. In other words, Su Lu knew that Uncle Feng Yu was a heartless and cold-blooded person. He did not want to risk his life. The news department and the production department of the Hushi Region TV station are fighting. It seems that the people behind the regional committee and the governor will also be fighting. Feng Yu looked at the words and images that flashed on the crystal screen and said with a smile, "At this time, Bao Longtao can't even take care of himself. How could he associate it with an orphan like you?" If an ordinary person heard this conversation between the two, they would most likely think that the two people in the repair shop promoting the Clock Tower Street demonstration was hiding a great political conspiracy. However, Su Lu knew that the middle-aged man next to him had no interest in these matters of the upper class. Moreover, they were just small figures. They could fan the flames, but to really come into contact with these matters was to seek death. The familiar music sounded, and the familiar face of the purple-haired girl appeared on the crystal screen. The middle-aged man and the youth sitting on the hillside simultaneously stopped talking and began the most important leisure activity every night. It was accompanied by waves of saliva, swallowing, and praising sounds. Under the extremely faint red background of the night sky, the invisible electric waves, signals, and radio frequency were constantly crossing each other. The invisible lines eventually turned into colorful images that entered the eyes of countless people in the Donglin region, enriching their dreams. A dark red line streaked across the night sky, with a faint roar breaking through the air. It was probably the military patrolling the sky, with fewer and fewer people. A few wild black cats were drilling in and out of the natural rock tunnel under the electronic wall. They ignored the first charter of human beings and gathered in the direction of the abandoned mine, happily searching for the food residue left behind by the two humans. A stray cat with a few pieces of beef in its mouth raised its head in confusion and looked at the two figures above the mine pit who were together but still alone. In another corner of the city, a group of orphans who were together but still alone were silently and murderously walking on the road of chopping people. The leader, Li Wei, had his hand in his pocket, tightly holding the metal stick that gave him strong confidence. Chapter 13. A month had passed, and according to the people of Shanglin in the Federation's capital ring, it should be late autumn now. In those novels, late autumn had cold winds, drizzling rain, and a clear sky. However, for the people of Donglin, the 4 seasons of this world were not very clear. Perhaps it was the dust above the atmosphere that would never be completely clear, turning the entire planet into a strange glass room. The so-called late autumn was just an extra layer of clothing. Su Lu wore a navy blue jacket today. The style was somewhat like a uniform, and it added some youthful vigor to his ordinary face. He was currently sitting outside the window of a repair shop on Fragrant Orchid Street, seemingly unintentionally, but actually vigilantly observing the situation across the street. At the diagonal corner of 4th Street was the building of Hushi Region's 2nd police station. A middle-aged man in a trench coat walked down the slightly damp steps with waning interest and got into a car. The police officers around the car saluted him, but there was some sympathy in their eyes. Seeing this, Su Li's mood relaxed a little. He had been watching Bao Longtao for a month, and it looked like this deputy director was really frightened by his identity as a Federation agent. He no longer dared to investigate the Zhonglo Street demonstration, and even Li Wei's group of orphans were not suppressed. Su Lu had a calmness that was beyond his age, and he had an innate sensitivity to certain things. He would never foolishly use another identity to get close to Bao Longtao, just to see if he had recognized him. He also would not relax his observation of Deputy Director Bao, just because he appeared calm on the surface. He only watched calmly, with excellent patience, until everything really calmed down. Although he and the repair shop owner were both fanatical supporters of Jian Shuier, it was really not in line with his character to take such a big risk just to watch television. If the shop owner had not tempted him with the operation room, he would have at most sighed a few times about the incident at Channel 23, and then went to buy a few more discs of Jianshi. He was a little scared. Once he thought about going against the governor's office, Su Lu could not suppress his fear, especially when he thought of that night when he was stared at by Bao Longtao. His thighs couldn't help but twitch twice. This was a natural reaction when he was scared to a certain extent. That night, if he hadn't been quick-witted enough to use two buttons to pretend to be a communication tool and the military standard taser to scare Bao Longtao, he really wouldn't have known how to deal with this matter. The finger that was pointing at the electronic monitor in the night wind seemed stable and arrogant, but in fact, it was incomparably terrifying. Pretending to be an agent of the Federation. When he thought of this, Su Li's expression turned ugly. He lowered his head and muttered to himself, "I don't like to act cool. I just want to be a good person. It's much harder to be a good guy than to act cool." Boss Feng, you had just returned from the leisure center. He brushed past Su Lu like a gust of wind and went upstairs to rest. In the past 2 years, Su Lu did not appear at the repair shop on Fragrant Orchid Street. He only did repairs in the operation room of the mine. Therefore, in the eyes of orphans like Li Wei, he was equivalent to a person who disappeared from the city for 2 years. Until 1 month ago, Su Lu completed that task for Feng Yu. Feng Yu promised him to upgrade the operation room's dustless level. However, this uncle was lazy again, so he simply brought Su Lu back to the repair shop and officially introduced the existence of this young apprentice to the neighbors of the 4th Street. Since the boss was back, Su Lu no longer had to keep an eye on the shop. After all, the shop's business was limited no matter how good it was. Although the residents of the 4th Street knew about the craftsmanship of Feng Yu and his little apprentice, no one could withstand the speed at which Feng Yu fixed a TV screen for 3 months. After tightening the buttons on his student uniform, Su Lu yelled something upstairs, walked out of the shop, and boarded the streetcar at the end of the street. Hundreds of years ago, after the invention of the Jingnong high-energy battery, both trolley and trackless buses broke free from the constraints of the 2 braids on the top of their heads and began to travel freely in the city. Of course, normal people would definitely have their own means of transportation, and the rich people on the 3 planets in the upper forest area already had their own means of transportation. Only the poor, or those who were full of nostalgia, would continue to ride the streetcar. Su Lu had both advantages and disadvantages, so he was naturally a long-term passenger of the streetcar. He leaned against the door and stared at the city buildings that flashed by in front of him. He could not help but feel regretful that he could no longer hear the clanking sounds in the literature. The streetcar's final stop was Hushi State University in the Eastern Forest area. After Su Lu got off the streetcar, he did not cast an envious look at the beautiful campus environment. Instead, he walked along the school wall, passed through a large tree, and entered the library. He had not gone to school for a long time, but he had to read. Firstly, this was Feng Yu's request for him, and secondly, it was his own desire. Other than most of the mechanical books and the Federation's standards and regulations, he liked to read all kinds of novels the most. Especially after he got a library card at the State University, he would come here every day. It was as if there were endless beauties in these books, and an endless glorious future waiting for him. There were no fortuitous encounters in the library, nor were there any beauties. Su Lu carried a large pile of books out of the library, and there was not the slightest bit of dejection on his face. Then he saw an unexpected person in front of the gate of the State University. Li Wei, who had not seen him for a month, appeared in front of Su Lu just like that. Looking at the somewhat haggard and tired face of the orphan leader, Su Lu suddenly felt his lips dry up. He did not know what happened, so he asked in a hoarse voice, "Don't tell me you still have the ambition to enroll in a university." "I only have the ambition to occupy the night of the entire Hushi state." Li Wei's voice was a little hoarse, but his expression was not that nervous, so Su Li's heart relaxed a little. "The thing you gave me was confiscated by the people from the 2nd Division. But don't worry, no one knows it's mine." Li Wei licked his dry lips. After fighting with another gang for an entire night, he was indeed a little tired. Su Li's eyes lit up, not because of excitement, but because of nervousness. His thighs started to twitch uncontrollably, and he felt the books in his arms become heavier and heavier. Chapter 14. How did you know I was at the State University? Sulu lowered his head and asked. Li Wei did not notice his partner's heavy mood. He smiled and said, "Many people know that you've entered the repair shop. I thought that although there wouldn't be any trouble, it was something you work hard to make, so I had to let you know." "No trouble? Is that true?" Sulu asked himself in his heart, but he could not find an answer. The stun baton was made with military technology. If the police really wanted to investigate, would they find out that he was the culprit? Would they find out that he was a deserter? He should be angry at Li Wei for losing the stun baton because he had repeatedly told him to do so. However, looking at Li Wei's satisfied and tired face, Su Li's heart softened and he did not say anything. He heard that Li Wei's group of orphans had been fighting for territory for the past month. They were probably tired. There should be a lot of weapons in the black market from the military. The stun baton was hidden in the crystal scroll. Although it was ingenious, it should not attract too much attention. Su Lu comforted himself in his heart. He patted Li Wei's shoulder and said seriously, "Just pretend that you never saw that thing, but I'll say it again. Don't always think about fighting and killing. You still need to find a proper job in the future." "What proper jobs are there in Donglin now? Didn't you see what the students were arguing about in the streets today? The unemployment rate is already 30%, and that's not including the seniors who took care of after the Crystal Mining Union went bankrupt." Li Wei touched his curly blonde hair and said stubbornly, "I want to stand out. I don't want to live on welfare for the rest of my life." "Demonstration?" Sulu was taken aback. There were very few people in the Donglin district who were interested in politics. The incident at Zhonglo Street was already considered a big event. How could there be students who didn't study hard but wanted to march? A lot of people went to watch the show. I heard that it was organized by the Veteran Association. Li Wei took the heavy book from his hands and walked towards the street while explaining, "I heard that there was a problem with the election in the capital ring. The opposition parties felt that it was unfair and organized a demonstration across the Federation." "Oh." Su Lu was very worried at this time, so he answered casually. He, Li Wei, and the other orphans knew nothing about politics, so they kept a respectful distance from it. They did not want to touch it, nor were they interested in it. Although there was indeed unfairness in the Federation society. For example, the upper class led by the 7 great families always had a better life than the common people. The dark oppression was always hidden under the bright cloak of law and justice. But what did this have to do with them? They had grown up in an unfair environment, so they were already used to it. It was hard for them to be hot-blooded. Back at the repair shop on the 4th Street of Xianglan Avenue, Su Lu hesitantly told his boss, Feng Yu, about the police intercepting the taser batons. To his surprise, Uncle Feng Yu was not worried at all. He seemed to think that his identity as a military mechanic who defected would never be exposed. In fact, this was indeed the case. In the next 10 days or so, other than the shock of the Federation's demonstration, nothing new happened in the Donglin district. The use of military weapons in gang fights was just a small matter that could happen anytime and anywhere in the Federation society. No big shot would have the time to cast their eyes on this small repair shop. However, Su Lu was still cautious. He always felt that there was an uneasy feeling. He always felt that the taser batons that had fallen into the hands of the police would bring him some kind of trouble, but he did not know whether this trouble was big or small. Therefore, he began to actively strengthen his practice of that set of movements. He often returned to the mine to accompany the stray cats and kept performing the stiff dance. One day, Feng Yu looked at him, who was sweating profusely, and said sarcastically, "Didn't you always think that individual strength is useless in front of metal machinery?" Su Lu closed his eyes and felt the trembling of every muscle in his body, as well as the trend of the trembling becoming more and more obvious. He tried to find the true effect of this trembling. With a trembling voice, he gritted his teeth and said, "Until now, I haven't changed my mind. But the problem is that if the police really come to arrest us, you don't have the money to buy me a mecha, of course. Even if you did, I wouldn't use it. Other than making myself stronger, what else can I do?" "You're still worried about that taser baton?" Feng Yu frowned. He did not understand why this child was so cautious. He suddenly smiled and said, "Don't forget about the chip behind your neck. Under the light of the first charter, If the police really want to arrest you, where can you run to? Could you go to Bermuda as a refugee or go to the Empire as a traitor? The electronic surveillance network spread throughout the entire Federation society. In theory, it could control the occurrence of all criminal activities. Sulu did not panic when he heard this. He said seriously, "The gang is still here. You, a fugitive from the military, are still alive and well. I believe that you will definitely have a way." What a bold claim. If there is anyone in this world who can remove the chip in their body without alerting the Federation surveillance network, then they will definitely win the Nebula Award. Feng Yu's smile was somewhat mocking. "You just celebrated your 16th birthday last week. How can you be more cautious than an old man like me? It's really ridiculous." Sulu retorted sarcastically. "Don't forget your mouth full of rotten teeth. In order to get a new dental record and not be arrested by the government and the military, you paid such a heavy price, and you still have a nerve to mock me for being cautious." Feng Yu helplessly shook his head and did not refute. The days were peaceful. Even Sulu was beginning to think that he was too timid. The two people in the repair shop did not know that in this city, there was another person who was in the same predicament as them. This person was the deputy chief of the 2nd police station, Bao Longtao. Ever since he embarrassed the governor's office a few months ago, his influence in the police station had been greatly weakened. "I actually need to write a report to get a piece of evidence, and this report actually needs 2 months to be approved." Deputy Chief Bao looked at the metal shaft in a vacuum bag on the table and laughed self-deprecatingly. With his position, if it was in the past, he would not have needed to go through so much trouble. Thinking of this, his hatred for the orphans in his heart grew even stronger. If it were not for the incident at Clock Tower Street, his request for a transfer would have been approved a long time ago, and the families in the Capital Ring would not have ignored him for so long. However, during these days, he did not dare to take revenge on the orphans because he was not sure if the face covered by the hat that night was a Real Federation agent. Wearing gloves, he took out the metal shaft from the bag. Squinting his eyes, Deputy Chief Bao looked at the exquisite electric current generator inside and secretly wondered if this had anything to do with the stun baton that Federation agent was holding. Although there were many military weapons like this on the black market, they were all extremely expensive. Those orphans should not have the financial resources to buy them. After thinking in silence for a long time, Deputy Chief Bao decided to investigate this matter. Of course, he did not dare to investigate it himself. Instead, he focused on the stun baton. He wanted to confirm if there was really a Federation agent in Hushi Province. Deputy Chief Bao had a few comrades in the Research Institute in the Capital Ring who should be able to help. After filling in the address on the envelope of the official email, Deputy Chief Bao ordered his secretary to take the evidence out and send it to the Identification Department of the 17th Research Institute in Shanglin District. This deputy chief, who had lost his power, instinctively wanted to find out the truth of this matter, but he did not expect that this small action of his would have such a huge impact on the future of the Federation. Chapter 15. Human Civilization. Regardless of the time period, space, or whether there were historical records, as long as the structure of society was initially established, it would inevitably fall into layers of bureaucratic encirclement. The Federation, which had more than a dozen habitable planets and a large number of resource planets, was no exception. Due to the large population and the expansion of the territory into space, this bureaucratic encirclement appeared to be even thicker. An official mail package from the 2nd police station in the capital of Hushi State in the Eastwood region embarked on its long journey under the encirclement of bureaucratic encirclement. Right before it departed, it was stamped by 3 departments in Hushi State and went back and forth twice between the Aviation Department and the Logistics Department before it boarded the spaceship to the Capital Ring. 3 months later, this official mail package arrived at the administrative planet of the Capital Ring, which was also the place the Federation people called Shanglin. It lay quietly in a clean and tidy box, sitting silently in the corner of the car. After leaving the airport, it traveled all the way through the express highway between the green forest and beautiful buildings. After 4 hours, it arrived at a government agency outside the capital. The Information Receiving Department of the 17th Research Institute of the Federation signed the receipt, then categorized the package and put it on an automatic document transmission belt. Accompanied by the slight sound of the machine, the package numbly passed through the passage between the walls and entered a well-lit office. A deputy director of the department saw the package on the table. He pushed his glasses up curiously and looked at the unfamiliar address on the package. He frowned for a long time before he remembered that this somewhat familiar handwriting was written by a distant comrade. Old Bao has been in that godforsaken place for more than a decade. I'm afraid he has become muddle-headed. The deputy director thought in his heart. He received an email from Deputy Director Bao 3 months ago, but now he had forgotten the seriousness of the other party's request. Why does the police station need the Research Institute to verify the evidence? How much does it cost to send it from Eastwood? This kid is not afraid that the committee will say that we are wasting the taxpayers' wealth. The deputy director shook his head with a headache and pressed the communication device on the desk. A researcher wearing silver glasses walked in. His hair was white, and it seemed that he had been in the 17th Research Institute for a long time. The middle-aged researcher looked at the deputy director and asked, "Director, what's the matter?" Here is a piece of evidence sent by the Donglin Police Headquarters. The request for identification is also in the package. Take it to the lab and have a look, the deputy director said casually. The middle-aged researcher glanced at the official mail package and found that the signature was not from the Donglin Police Headquarters, but from the 2nd Police Station of Heshi State. He immediately understood. According to the level of the police station in the state, it was very difficult to be qualified to apply for the appraisal of the 17th Research Institute. It seemed that the deputy director had accepted the personal request, but since the other party had used official channels, it was naturally not convenient for him to ask more. Which aspect do you want to appraise? The middle-aged researcher took off the glasses on the bridge of his nose and looked at the package carefully. He asked, "Is there a time limit?" "No." The deputy director waved his hand and recalled the contents of the email. He said, "The main thing is to compare the craftsmanship and see if it has anything to do with the special task force or the military. The villagers in Donglin are very worried that this thing came from the military." The middle-aged researcher smiled and did not say anything. He turned and left the room. The next day, he returned to the office and reported the results of the previous day's appraisal to the director. There is no code in the core material, so it shouldn't have come from the military. However, the craftsmanship does have something to do with the military. I think it's a replica made in Bermuda. The director asked. "There's nothing strange, right?" "No." Just like that, Deputy Director Bao completed the appraisal request reluctantly. After receiving the official reply from the 17th Research Institute, the deputy director still could not confirm whether the figure in the night was a Federation agent. The metal stun baton that had been appraised was repackaged together with the package and the application for identification. It was then placed in the huge underground storage room of the 17th Research Institute. Its historical mission seemed to have come to an end at this moment. According to the Federation's regulations on evidence, if there were no major accidents, it was destined to quietly stay in this huge, gloomy, dark, and quiet storage room for the rest of its life. It would never be able to leave again until it was gradually forgotten by people. 1 day, 2 days. 1 month, 2 months. It stared at its companions who shared the same fate as it in loneliness. It did not know how many years it would have to stay in this place. Fortunately, the Federation's conditions were good. It did not have to worry about being covered in the dust of history and annoying spiderwebs. The river of time moved forward silently. It was the spring of the 65th year of the constitutional era. It had been 2 years since the stun baton arrived at the 17th Research Institute in the capital ring. Suddenly, a thin hand picked it up again. Shun Yijiang, a student who had just graduated from the National Shanglin University, passed the Federation's recruitment and entered the 17th Research Institute. Then, he was sent to the storage room to manage it. This new employee, who was still passionate, was obviously not corrupted by the stale bureaucratic atmosphere. He still maintained his curiosity about things. He had been in the storage room for 40 days. He was in the middle of recataloguing the evidence. Then he saw the transparent vacuum bag and the metal shaft inside the bag. There's actually a stun baton hidden in the crystal screen. Interesting. Chen Yijiang laughed. Then he began to register the evidence. However, after the registration, he did not put the evidence back in its original place. This was because he especially liked to make small things by himself in school. At this time, he felt that this evidence was very interesting, so he was interested in studying it. As the research deepened, it was normal for the Federation to re-examine the evidence. However, no one was willing to do this kind of extra work without overtime pay. 3 days later, Chen Yijiang, whose eyes were full of joy, finished a paper and posted it on the Research Institute's website. The title of the paper was Structural Characteristics of Evidence Number, AW3278. Naturally, such a boring paper sank to the bottom in an instant and did not attract any attention. In a particularly quiet area in the capital of the Federation, there was a department with the highest security level in the Federation. From a balcony of this department, one could see the building of the Central Management Committee of the capital and the President's administrative palace in the distance. However, none of the staff in black suits who were in a hurry would cast envious glances in that direction. This was because they were the staff of the Bureau of Proclamation and shouldered the most glorious mission of the Federation Society. In the core area of this building, in an empty room, a two-dimensional information display light screen was flashing nonstop in midair. The most sophisticated computing and searching ability of human civilization allowed the images on the light screen to flash by at a terrifying speed. No one could see the content on the light screen with the naked eye except for the central control computer that was performing the computing and searching. Countless streams of data in the Federation Society were being selected and analyzed here. Whether it was the struggle between the various political parties or the offensive posture of the anti-government army, all kinds of information were being gathered here. Of course, the most important information now was in the West Woods area. No one knew if the Empire would start another war. Suddenly, the images on the light screen slowed down and stopped on a picture. The picture was a screenshot of a small paper written by a researcher. Then, the light screen showed the location where the evidence number AW3278 was stored. Alarms began to sound in the most secure Bureau of Proclamation in the Federation Society. Chapter 16. Beep, 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 beep. The gentle yet urgent alarm rang through the entire Bureau of Proclamation. The staff in black suits raised their heads in astonishment and stared at the crystal screens in all directions of the building. Apart from the Empire's sudden attack last time, the Bureau of Proclamation hadn't issued a Level 1 order in a long time. What exactly happened? Amidst the alarm, the central computer's light screen began to flash again. A printed copy of the thesis and its analysis had already appeared directly on the Bureau of Proclamation's director's desk. The alarm that had already shocked the entire Bureau of Proclamation didn't cause the old man's expression to change in the slightest. He coldly glanced at the contents of the document, and the corners of his lips curled slightly. After disappearing for 12 years, he finally showed his tail. The Bureau of Proclamation's director wasn't shocked by the name on the document. In his long life, who knew how many major events he had encountered? The director handed the document to the civil official beside him, stood up, and ordered, "Notify the President's office and the Ministry of National Defense." The civil official was a middle-aged man. He took down his windbreaker from the hanger and draped it over his immediate superior. His heart was slightly shocked. The alarm that rang through the Bureau of Proclamation was enough to prove that the current situation was determined by the central computer to be a Level 1 incident. However, the director didn't seem to care. But if he really didn't care, why did he notify the President's office and the Ministry of National Defense? The Bureau of Proclamation's director leaned on his cane and walked along the quiet passageway toward the outside of the Bureau of Proclamation. The middle-aged civil official silently followed behind him. His eyes quickly swept over the document, and then he saw that name. Yufeng. The middle-aged civil official's pupils immediately constricted. He thought of the war from more than 10 years ago, as well as the most shocking event of that war. It turned out that the central computer had found Yu Feng's whereabouts. No wonder the director immediately notified the president's office and the Ministry of National Defense. Back then, the former president swore, in front of the cameras of the Federation's television station, that he would definitely capture this traitor who colluded with the Empire and buried more than 10,000 elite soldiers of the Federation. The Ministry of National Defense, on the other hand, was under enormous pressure because of the appearance of such an unforgivable traitor in the military. If they were to find out that the mechanic, Yu Feng, was still alive and well in a certain street in Donglin District, the entire military would probably be enraged. Through the portable communication device, he immediately notified the president's office and the Ministry of National Defense. The middle-aged civil servant took a few steps forward and stood behind the director. He said in a low voice, "The meeting is at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm going to play golf with someone this afternoon." The director waved his hand and continued to walk forward with the help of his crutch. He did not even stop walking. The Bureau of Proclamation found the mechanic. As for whether the Department of Defense sent the army or the president sent the special task force to capture him, what does that have to do with us? You will attend the meeting in my place this afternoon. The middle-aged civil servant was stunned. His current position was only the assistant to the director. According to the secret meeting of the Bureau of Proclamation, he had no right to speak on behalf of the Bureau of Proclamation. But out of habit, he did not object, nor would he fearlessly criticize the director for only thinking about playing golf under such circumstances. He calmly replied, "Yes, I understand." The middle-aged civil servant respectfully watched the director's old but still tall figure disappear around the corner. Only then did he stand up straight. He was not surprised by the director's calmness or even indifference. He did not find it strange that the director ignored the joint meeting in the afternoon. It was because he knew that as the director of the Bureau of Proclamation, he had enough qualifications to look down on the aides in the president's office and the officials in the Ministry of National Defense. Moreover, the family behind the old director was one of the oldest and most respected among the 7 great families. The old director of the Bureau of Proclamation sat on the battery-powered scooter behind the building. He tossed his crutch to his secretary and looked back at the building he had been in for many years. A trace of doubt and unease suddenly welled up in his heart. That mechanic, Yu Feng, was indeed the most famous traitor in the Federation's 300 years of history. But this kind of thing could have just been sent directly to the Ministry of National Defense, which had been accumulating anger for more than a decade. Why did the central computer have to send a first-level command? A trace of inquiry flashed through the director's pair of deep and calm eyes. In the eyes of these important figures in the Federation's upper echelons, no matter what kind of heinous and earth-shattering things the mechanic, Yu Feng, had done in the past, he was still just a small character. He was not willing to spend any more time on this matter and stopped thinking about it. Not long after he left the Bureau of Proclamation, in the Bureau of Proclamation's most heavily guarded central control room, the light screen was still flashing incessantly. In the empty room, there was a strange smell. A line of small words flashed on and off at the bottom of the light screen. There was no record of anything. The line of small words read, "First-level target, re-entering vision." At 12:15, an entirely black fleet of vehicles entered the 17 Research Institute in the outskirts of the capital. Under the shocked gazes of the bespectacled researchers, the staff of the Federation's Investigation Bureau sealed off the storage room and brought back the researcher, surnamed Chun, who had just graduated from university, for investigation. At the same time, the evidence serial number AW3278 was also carefully sealed. Meanwhile, the deputy director in charge of this matter also helplessly boarded the black car. At 2 in the afternoon, a small meeting was held on the 3rd floor of the Bureau of Proclamation. The middle-aged civil official who represented the director of the Bureau of Proclamation at the meeting distributed the documents to the heads of the various departments who were already in the know. Then, he calmly said, "The central computer has given a first-level command. Although it is a machine's analysis, there should be some logic to it. Although it has already been more than a decade, the Federation will definitely not allow any criminal to escape the punishment of the law let alone the fact that Yu Feng committed the crime of treason. A colonel from the Ministry of National Defense said, with a gloomy expression, "This is a disgrace to the military. The minister has instructed that this matter must be handled by the Ministry of National Defense. It's not a problem who is in charge." The president's office had only sent a mid-level official today. He looked at the colonel from the Ministry of National Defense and said seriously, "The key is to capture that person. Mr. President does not know about this matter for the time being." The security consultant believes that since this mechanic was a top student in the military academy and had many friends in the military, and because of these connections, he was able to escape, this arrest operation should still be handled by the Special Task Force, with the Ministry of National Defense assisting. Everyone's goal is the same, so there is no need for too much debate. Why don't we take a look at the plan of action drawn up by the Bureau of Proclamation? The middle-aged civil official from the Bureau of Proclamation calmly pressed a button, and the plan appeared on the large screen on the wall. Although this mechanic is a minor character, if we want to capture him and bring him back to the capital for trial, it will not be so easy. The central computer recommends this operation will be carried out by the 4th Military Region of the West Woods, with the assistance of the East Woods Police Headquarters. The 4th Military Region. The colonel from the Ministry of National Defense nodded, very satisfied with this arrangement. Since it was a suggestion from the Bureau of Proclamation, the president's office would not have much of an opinion. What there is resistance. The official from the president's office said with a gloomy expression, "This mechanic is not only a disgrace to the military, but also to the entire Federation. If there is any resistance, kill without mercy." Chapter 17. A huge commercial spaceship was suspended in the boundless universe. Its light silver exterior and extremely streamlined and beautiful shape made this spaceship become the brightest star under the starry sky. It calmly and gracefully looked at the planet below. Due to the scarcity of energy crystals, interstellar travel was extremely expensive today. This spaceship from the Goo Clock Company from the West Woods region attracted the attention of countless officials and residents of the East Woods region. Other than routine business activities, the Goo Clock Company also brought along friendly greetings from the West Woods region and relevant officials for a visit. However, including the visiting scholars and officials from the West Woods region, most of the important people in the East Woods region did not know that in the control room at the back of this commercial spaceship, there was a large warehouse hidden. Inside, there was a large pile of items covered by military green tarpaulins. No one knew what they were. Lake was the leader of the 4th Military Region's Special Mecha Team. He was just over 30 years old and was at the peak of his strength. He looked at the planet below through the porthole, his expression firm, his eyes filled with calm confidence. Regarding the secret mission of the Mecha Team this time, other than him, not many people knew about it. Even those members with outstanding military achievements did not know the inside story behind it. Mecha Master Yu Feng. This was really a name that left a deep impression. Lake's eyes narrowed as he recalled that explosion more than 10 years ago. At that time, he had still been a new recruit who had followed the Federation's counterattack force and successfully performed a risky space jump, attacking and occupying a resource planet in the heart of the Empire. However, no one would have thought that this was a trap set by the Empire. Countless Empire soldiers swarmed over in battleships, and the huge explosion in the military supply warehouse directly destroyed the lives of more than 10,000 people in the Federal Army, indirectly destroying the confidence of the Federal Army. If the Bureau of Proclamation had not finally found out that the Mecha Master named Yu Feng had played a sinister role in this huge explosion, and it was also this Mecha Master named Yu Feng who had handed over the deployment of the Federation's defensive forces to the Empire, today, the Federation would probably still be in pain and suffering, not knowing how that failure had come about. What a damned, no, a shameless bastard who should have died 10,000 times. Lake thought to himself. However, as a soldier of the Federation, he felt that he should personally capture this Mecha Master and then send him back to the Federation to be judged in front of tens of billions of people. The only strange thing was that the secret order he received from the Ministry of Defense at the beginning was to capture this person and kill him if he resisted. However, on the second day after he arrived in the airspace above the Donglin district, he received a new order to execute this traitor directly. This order was sent directly through the highest level of intelligence channels, so Lake did not have any suspicions, nor did he have any thoughts of resistance. He put on his sunglasses and looked at the pictures and words that flashed across the lenses. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. Class 1 Fugitive Yu Feng, alias Feng Yu, hid in a repair shop in the 4th Street of Xianglan Avenue, the capital of Heshi State in the East Woods region. He repaired electrical appliances for a living. Lake's curled lips gradually smoothed out. He already knew enough about this mecha master. His social connections were all in the data. However, he did not understand why this traitorous mecha master had hidden in the East Woods region for more than 10 years instead of choosing to go to the Empire to enjoy the rest of his life. After confirming the mecha master's location in the East Woods region for the last time, Lake slowly turned around and said coldly to the 10 team members behind him, "All of the target's social connections are already under the surveillance of the East Woods Region Police. All we need to do is kill him." "Yes, sir," the 10 team members replied swiftly, causing the entire cabin to reverberate with a murderous intent. Lake took off his sunglasses and pressed the transmitter in his hand. A radio wave was sent to the East Woods region. From this moment on, the East Woods Region Police Headquarters began to sweep the periphery, while the East Woods Region Garrison received direct orders from the Department of Defense to secretly cooperate with this group of people. Don't underestimate your opponent. The data you see now is not complete. This mecha master named Yu Feng has never obtained a perfect grade in the 2nd Military Academy, but that is because he is not a student at all. He is the first military instructor in the history of the military academy who has never studied before. Lake looked coldly at his subordinates who were reading the target's data for the first time and said fiercely, "Back then, the Federation sent out 100 elite soldiers to capture him, but he still managed to escape. If any of you dare to be careless, I will kill you directly." After saying this, he walked to the front of the green military tarpaulin, took a deep breath, and forcefully lifted the tarpaulin, revealing the strangely shaped, metallic, murderous mecha. "Move out." Soothing piano music was playing in the coffee shop at the corner of the street. Sulu, whose face was full of smiles to the point that his eyes were almost disappearing, strolled along Bell Tower Street to the music while greeting his neighbors in a friendly manner. Indeed, the word strolling should be used because the tips of his feet seemed to be dancing in some kind of dance, completely unlike the steady and honest appearance he used to have. 2 years had passed, and the lives of the residents of the East Woods region had not changed much. The coffee shop had not changed, and the bar had not changed. The passage of time seemed to have left no trace in this city at all. However, Sulu had changed a lot. He was the same as the purple-haired girl in the distant capital ring, 2 years older. It was just that Jian Shueyer's birthday had the entire Federation's infatuated people paying attention to her. But Su Li's growth, no one cared. Except for himself. In the past 2 years, he had followed the owner of the repair shop to learn about mechanics and brought back countless books from the state university to enrich his brain. Every night, he would perform the horse stance and perform a stiff dance. Even someone as slow as him could tell that his body was becoming more and more like the #1 machine that Feng Yu had described. It was becoming more and more obedient to his own commands. In the past 2 years, the residents of Bell Tower Street and Xianglan Avenue knew that there was a kind, studious, and hard-working young man in the repair shop. However, Su Lu himself did not feel anything. He just lived an honest life, and when he saw that his neighbors needed help, he would lend a hand. The reason why he was so happy today was because he had successfully passed the written test of the National Defense Department's military officer recruitment exam and entered the 2nd round of conscription process. He had just celebrated with a black market beer with Li Wei. When he thought of joining the army and learning in the capital ring, Su Lu felt that he was one step closer to his life's dream. Therefore, a rare joy appeared on his face. When he saw an old man at the corner of the street who was afraid of the sparse traffic, he naturally went up and held the old man's arm. "I'll send you there," Su Lu said with a smile. Then, he walked across the street and found that he had sent himself into danger in the alley leading to the repair shop. A group of fully armed soldiers wearing standard helmets and dark-colored silk bulletproof vests surrounded him. The terrifying smell of iron and blood was particularly frightening in the quiet environment. Black, gloomy, and hard gun barrels were aimed at Su Li's head. The nearest gun barrel was directly poked into his temple, and it was extremely painful. Chapter 18. Because of the existence of space dust, the sky in Donglin District was never bright and blue like a picturesque scene. Naturally, it was difficult for the blazing sunlight to dazzle people. But at this moment, Su Lu thought he was dazzled by the sun. Otherwise, why would there be a large group of wolf-like, fully armed, and ice-cold soldiers in the quiet Zhonglo street? What was even more absurd was why these soldiers would point their guns at him. A soldier wearing a black cotton mask seemed to say a few words to him, but when it entered Su Li's ears, it became a buzzing sound because he didn't wake up at all. He opened his mouth woodenly and looked at everything around him stupidly. With a bang, a soldier smashed his head with the butt of his gun. A stream of blood flowed out. Su Li's body swayed, but he didn't fall to the ground. Instead, it was the smell of blood and the pain on the left side of his head that made him wake up. He confirmed that he was in an extremely absurd situation. This group of fully armed soldiers were pointing their guns at him. The gun barrel that was still pressed against his temple was incomparably cold and hard. Su Lu was naturally calm and steady, but after all, he was only a 17-and-a-half-year-old orphan. Facing the gun barrel so close to him, he shuddered at the thought of a careless movement that could make his big head become a half-rotten watermelon by the metal bullet fired from the gun barrel. So, he shivered and trembled. His thighs twitched as if an electric current had passed through them. Fortunately, he didn't wet his pants. Name! The buzzing sound from the already impatient soldier's mouth finally became a clear and cold-blooded question. Su Lu subconsciously replied with a trembling voice. Su Lu. A flat metal detector extended to the back of Su Li's neck and stuck to his skin. A chill from the depths of his heart made countless small bumps appear on his skin again. Among the beeping sounds, the data collector in the shortest amount of time read the data of the chip in his neck and transmitted it back to the branch database. It confirmed his identity and all the records from his birth to this day. Target 2 confirmed. The soldier who asked the question coldly said into the communication device. Then, he grabbed Su Li's hair and violently pushed him into an armored vehicle at the back of the alley. Su Li didn't struggle because he knew it was useless. Although the soldier who grabbed him didn't seem to be stronger than the bison in the sanctuary, the dozens of cold gun barrels around him were too intimidating. He did not shout for help, either. All these years, he had always wanted to pass the National Defense Officer examination, so he had a certain understanding of the military. Naturally, he could clearly distinguish that these silent and solemn soldiers were real and not daring kidnappers who dared to impersonate the Federal Army. But he did feel insulted because being dragged by the hair on the ground was a very insulting posture in itself. It only took a very short time for Su Lu, whose face was covered in blood, to figure out why these soldiers had come. It seemed that Uncle Feng's identity had finally been exposed. But Uncle Feng had been hiding in this city for more than a decade. Why would the Federal Army suddenly find traces of him? And why would a mere mechanic who escaped from the military attract so many fully armed soldiers to come and arrest him? The ones in charge of arresting Su Lu were the garrison troops of Donglin. After they dragged the young man into the carriage, they tied a special plastic wristband around his wrist and covered his face with a black cloth. After that, they no longer paid any attention to him. The vehicle started moving. Su Lu felt a burning pain on his wrists, and the wound on his forehead was still bleeding. Such rough treatment made the youth realize that he was facing a truly heartless state machine. He would not make any meaningless resistance. He could only silently calculate in his heart where this military vehicle was going. The military vehicle stopped. No soldiers paid any attention to the poor youth. There was not even a sound. The tough quality of the Federal Army was evident. In this long and unbearable silence, Su Lu, who was huddled in the corner of the vehicle, was as pitiful as an abandoned shrimp. Angry footsteps crushed an ammo box outside the military vehicle. The angry voice scolded the soldiers around the vehicle until they could not raise their heads. "You guys have been keeping an eye on him. Why did you let him escape? What person escaped?" Sulu turned his body slightly, silently praying that the officer was talking about Uncle Phone. Colonel Lake took off the glasses on the bridge of his nose. The fury in his eyes was enough to burn the dozens of fully armed soldiers around him to death, but he forcibly suppressed his emotions. After all, these people who were cooperating with him on the ground were soldiers of the Donglin garrison. Except for this operation, they were not under his jurisdiction. He had enough reason to be angry. In order to capture or kill that mechanic named Yu Feng, the Federation had prepared for several months. There had been no problems with the ground surveillance. Why was it that when his mecha squad had just arrived on the planet's surface in a battleship, the mechanic had suddenly disappeared from the repair shop at 4th Street of Fragrant Orchid Avenue? It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the time when humans were at their laziest. It was also the time when the attack was scheduled to begin, but before the attack began, they suddenly lost their target. Lake felt a chill in his heart. In the temporary operation camp outside the 4th Street, a large ultra-thin light screen had been erected. Countless light dots were moving slowly and quickly. The target circled by a black line and marked as one was flickering in and out of existence on the light screen, making it impossible to catch a glimpse of it. Lake stared at the light screen coldly and did not speak for a long time. He knew the entire process of this operation. From the Bureau of Proclamation finding the taser baton, the Federation's early investigation easily found the deputy director of Hushi Prefecture's second branch, Bao Longtao. Then they found the leader of the orphan gang, Li Wei. Then they found Li Wei's good friend, Su Lo. Finally, they locked onto the owner of the repair shop. From the chip's data, they easily eliminated Su Lo, so the owner of the repair shop was naturally Yu Feng. But Lake did not expect the most wanted criminal of the Federation to have the ability to avoid the glory of the First Charter and slip away under the eyes of the surveillance officers in the electronic surveillance network that covered the entire human world. The Eastwood region was too far away from the capital planet. The central computer surveillance could not be real-time, and there was at least a 4-minute delay. The mechanic obviously used this delay to fool everyone, and the opponent must have a way to temporarily block the chip signal. With this thought in mind, Lake's heart became heavier. He now fully understood why the Bureau of Proclamation's central computer listed this as a top priority, and why he received the order to kill the target directly. A criminal who could avoid the glory of the Charter was a terrifying figure. If the truth of this incident were to spread to human society, it would set off an unquenchable wave. Target 1 was already injured when he escaped, a military officer reported. At this time, the entire planet has completely sealed off all aircraft takeoffs and landings. He can't escape. Even if there is a 4-minute time difference, the encirclement will become smaller and smaller. At most, in one more night, we will be able to catch him. "I can't wait one more night," Lake said with a cold expression. "Where is the apprentice of the repair shop?" Sulu, covered in blood, was brought over. Lake frowned slightly. He was not very satisfied with the methods of his Eastwood colleagues, but he knew that the situation was urgent. Naturally, he would not say much. He looked at the youth and said coldly, "I want to know where your boss might be hiding." The black cloth was pulled down, and the light in the room made Sulu squint. He looked at the colonel in front of him and maintained his silence. A fist smashed into his abdomen. The intense pain almost made him vomit. However, Sulu still only squinted his eyes and looked at the soldiers around him, maintaining his stubborn silence. Chapter 19. Su Li's hands were tied behind his back with a high-strength plastic rope. His body was bent forward because of the heavy blow to his abdomen. It looked like a very famous ancient torture pose. Because of the pain, his face was red. The wounds that had been drying up were now bleeding again. He opened his mouth to retch, but nothing came out. This was the effect of the 10th punch. Sulu still did not say a word. Even though he was heavily beaten to the point of kneeling on the ground, he still narrowed his eyes and looked at the colonel in front of him. He stubbornly pursed his lips and remained silent. Colonel Lake's eyes also gradually narrowed, but his face was as gloomy as before. When the Donglin garrison soldiers made their move, he did not stop them because he had to hurry and find the whereabouts of that damn mechanic. As long as he found that person, his subordinates could kill him in one fell swoop and complete the honorable mission given by their superiors. He suddenly took out a pistol from his waist and aimed it between Su Li's eyebrows. He looked at the stubborn youth and said coldly, "I'll give you 3 seconds." 1, 2. Colonel Lake spoke naturally, and his actions were also natural. So natural that everyone thought he would really shoot in the next moment. The Donglin native soldiers in the temporary camp all had expressions of shock on their faces. Su Li's body finally began to tremble uncontrollably. However, after Colonel Lake said 3 times, he still only silently looked forward. His eyes were full of stubbornness and persistence. It was as if he was not afraid of the black barrel of the gun at all. Colonel Lake's pupils contracted slightly. He once again studied the youth seriously. He already had enough information on Target 2, but when he truly faced him today, he realized that all the information was not enough. Not many 17 or 18-year-old youths could face the violent intimidation of the army and still be so persistent with the threat of death. However, the youth in front of him did it. Lake lowered his head and looked at Su Li's trembling legs. He said coldly, "I know you're scared, but why are you still unwilling to speak when you're already so scared?" At this time, Su Li spoke his first words after being arrested by the military. He spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and said fiercely, "As a citizen of the Federation, I have the obligation to cooperate with the military, but that does not mean that I have the obligation to cooperate with torture." Hearing these powerful words, Colonel Lake's expression changed slightly, and a complicated emotion flashed through his eyes. It seemed that even he did not expect that the reason why this young man was so stubborn was because of such a simple reason. Although the logic in this world was simple, how many people could actually persevere under the gun? Lake was silent for a few seconds. He waved his hand and chased all the soldiers out of the temporary camp. In the quiet room, only he was left standing, and Su Li was half kneeling on the ground. After a heart-stopping silence, Lake slowly said, "Su Li, 17 years old, apprentice at the 4th Street repair shop, Target 2. In fact, I know you very well, maybe even better than you know yourself. I know what kind of person you are. You don't want to hang out with those orphans on the streets because you think bullying the weak is wrong. You have a good reputation in Zhongluo Street and Xianglan Avenue. Everyone thinks you are a kind person. But I didn't expect you to be such a persistent person," Colonel Lake said with a smile. Colonel Lake smiled and said, "In the face of unfair and rough treatment, even if a gun is pointed at your head, you are not willing to cooperate. Such a stubborn and serious person is rare in this world. In the face of wrong things, many people are willing to persevere and resist," Su Li said with his head lowered. Colonel Lake gently clapped his hands and said with slight mockery, "But the question is, what is wrong? If you think what we are doing is illegal, then I can tell you the truth. I hope you, a law-abiding citizen, can come to a conclusion based on your own judgment. Then see if you need to cooperate with our operation and tell us the whereabouts of Feng Yu." Su Li lowered his head and was speechless. In fact, he could guess where Uncle Feng was hiding. The secret of the mine, other than the two of them, no one knew. In the past 2 years, the two of them rarely went to the mine. Even if the military monitored it a few months in advance, they might have missed it. Most importantly, after years of hunting bison over the electronic fence, Su Li guessed that the blue signal jammer in Uncle Feng's hand might be able to temporarily avoid the ubiquitous electronic surveillance. It was also because Su Li was thinking that the truth Colonel Lake revealed did not shock him too much. Instead, he fell into deep thought once again. He is a traitor to the Federation. He is a thug with the lives of more than 10,000 soldiers at his hands. Under these circumstances, do you still insist that our methods are illegal? Colonel Lake looked at Su Li mockingly, using this tone and expression to continuously attack the youth's heart. "I don't believe it." After a long silence, Su Li suddenly said, "If he is a spy colluding with the Empire, why is he hiding in Donglin instead of the Empire? You also know that he seems to have this ability." Colonel Lake was silent because he knew that this youth was very relaxed and very simply pointed out the only loophole in this matter, which was also the loophole that he had asked himself on the spaceship. Sulu suddenly raised his head and said seriously, "The court has not announced a verdict. So he is innocent, so I don't believe it." Believing was believing. An uncle who had been with him for 4 years was obviously more trustworthy than these murderous soldiers. But even so, the glory of the Federation's charter still made Su Li's eyes flash with a strong sense of uneasiness. Colonel Lake noticed the change in emotions in his eyes and calmly asked, "Of course we need to try him in court, but the problem is that he is a fugitive. If we don't catch him, how can we bring him to justice? So whether it is for the sake of justice or for the fairness of the law, I need your help." He originally thought that his words would be able to destroy this youth's strong mental support, although he did not understand why this youth believed in procedural justice so much. However, Su Li's next words completely disappointed him. "You are not here to arrest him. I believe that you don't even have an arrest warrant." Sulu looked at this colonel. His eyes narrowed even more, but a sense of unswerving determination seeped out. "You are here to kill him. Even if you are soldiers, you cannot kill without trial, so please forgive me. Unless I can ensure his safety, I will not reveal his whereabouts." Colonel Lake followed Su Li's gaze to those dots of light on the screen. After a moment of silence, he said, "How do you know that we are here to kill and not capture?" These words were a tacit acknowledgement of Su Li's deduction. Su Lu sat on the ground, lowered his head, and said, "Those blue dots of light are Mecca, right? The B4 assault formation has only one purpose, and that is to kill without any way out. Since you only want to kill him, why should I help you? I remember now. You've already signed up for the National Defense Officer examination, but you studied mechanics. How could you recognize the B4 assault formation?" Colonel Lake walked up to Sulu, lowered his head, and said coldly, "It looks like I can confirm that you are a Yufeng student. You will be thrown into prison for being an accomplice to treason. Believe me, you will only be able to look up at the starry skies and the battleships in them from prison for the rest of your life." Colonel Lake walked out of the room and ordered the soldiers outside continue questioning. The sound of electricity and the sound of fists and feet hitting flesh rang out in the room. Colonel Lake lit a cigarette and contacted the Bureau of Proclamation in the Capitol Ring. After confirming the general location of Target 1, he issued the order to pursue. At this time, he felt slightly more assured. As long as that mechanic was still within the Federation's range, he was confident that he could find him and bite him to death. Inside the room, Sulu was knocked to the ground by 2 soldiers. His hair was messy, and his body was covered in blood. No one noticed that his arms that were tied behind his back were gradually trembling. His fingers that were spread out weakly gradually clenched together into a fist. Chapter 20. When Sulu heard that his boss was injured, he began to feel uneasy. Following that, an ominous feeling entered his mind, just like 2 years ago at the entrance of the state university. If the military was able to find his boss because of that stun baton, then Li Wei and the group of orphans would have been captured by now. He understood Li Wei's character very well. If he wasn't forced into a corner, he definitely wouldn't betray his good friend. Is Li Wei okay now? Human rights? What is human rights? Is it the pain in his body or the hard fists and boots of these soldiers that are even harder? Sulu did not feel any resentment. Although he had always believed in the existence of justice in the world in the past 17 years of his life, he knew even more clearly that if his boss had really committed treason, as the colonel said earlier, then in the operation to capture him, all laws and regulations and personal rights would only be overshadowed by the fury of the entire Federation and trampled under the boots of the leather boots of the entire Federation. He was a stubborn young man, but he wasn't a student whose brain was filled with empty words. He didn't expect that he would have the right to hire a lawyer at this time. On the contrary, he understood the actions of these soldiers, but this understanding didn't mean that he was willing to accept it and wasn't angry. But even if he was angry, he wouldn't look at the soldiers who beat him like a wolf cub because that kind of expression would only bring more pain. He just quietly lowered his head and endured. In his calm, there was actually a great deal of bitterness and uneasiness. Is the boss really a soldier who committed treason? Treason and desertion were two completely different concepts. Although Su Lu believed that Feng Yu wasn't a cold-blooded demon, the anger of these soldiers in front of him made him somewhat uncertain. I want to see Feng Yu and ask him face to face. If all of this is a big injustice, then I'll help him. If all of this is true, a heavy punch landed on Su Li's left cheek, causing blood to spurt out. His gums started to loosen, and the pain stopped him from thinking absent-mindedly. The soldier with the inverted triangular eyes gasped for breath and kicked Su Lu, who was lying on the ground like a dead fish. He walked to the side of the camp and picked up a bottle of water and drank a few mouthfuls. He really didn't expect that this seemingly thin and weak young man would be so resistant. Not only was his willpower firm, he didn't beg for mercy and didn't open his mouth to confess. The most amazing thing was that the young man actually didn't faint under such a heavy blow. The last punch that landed on the young man's left cheek was powerful enough to knock out half a row of teeth. In the end, the soldier's hand was hurt from the impact. Su Lu moved his neck and wiped the blood droplets hanging from his eyelashes on his left arm so that they wouldn't affect his vision. He narrowed his eyes and observed everything in the room, looking for a way to escape. After the colonel in sunglasses left, there were only 3 people left in the room. And now, there was only one person left. If he wanted to escape, he first had to break free from the plastic rope on his wrist. When Su Lu was being interrogated, he secretly tested it and found that it wasn't particularly difficult. He didn't understand why the army would use this thing to replace handcuffs. The second thing was that he had to crawl into the back window before the soldier in the room noticed him. Through the window, he could see the LED billboard in the distance. Su Lu, who was very familiar with this area, already knew that this temporary camp was somewhere outside the 4th Street. He also knew that as long as he crawled through the window and ran across the grass outside the camp, he would be able to reach the sewer entrance that was never covered. The key to everything was time. Su Lu dared to hope that when he crawled through the window, there wouldn't be a single sound. At this time, the room was surrounded by fully armed soldiers. Although there were not many people on the other side of the window, it still only took 4 seconds for the soldier to notice the abnormality to enter the sewer entrance. Any longer, and the bullets would have covered the entire area. It was very risky. Even so, Su Lu didn't want to knock down the soldier in the room to buy more time. The soldiers that appeared today were all the elite special forces of the Donglin Garrison Army. This was easily seen from their military uniform and equipment. He was very clear about the terrifying strength and killing skills of the Special Forces soldiers. A series of analysis and consideration actually only took a very short time. The soldier with the inverted triangle eyes was still drinking water with his back facing Su Lu. He had to seize this opportunity. The familiar trembling followed a familiar path and moved through the muscles of Su Li's chest and upper arm. The young man's body felt slightly hot, and his upper body trembled like extremely strange ripples. Gradually, the ripples passed to his wrist, and then turned into an extremely concentrated force. With a crisp snap, the plastic rope on Su Li's wrist broke. He climbed up from the ground as fast as he could. Using both hands to support himself, he stood in the same spot. However, he didn't run in the direction of the window. His eyes were filled with despair. He stared at the Special Forces soldier who suddenly turned around and didn't say a word. His despair was because he had misjudged something. When he broke the plastic rope, it made a crisp snap. The Special Forces soldier who was drinking water immediately turned around in alarm. At this time, if Su Lu wanted to crawl out of the window again, even if he wasn't shot by the soldier, he wouldn't be able to buy 4 seconds of time. After the soldier with the inverted triangle eyes turned around, he didn't do anything. He just looked at the young man standing on the ground with his mouth agape. The water in the bottle in his hand was dripping onto the young man's leather boots. It was as if he was shocked by the scene before him. It was as if he couldn't understand how this young man, who had been beaten to the brink of death earlier, could stand in front of him. While he was stunned, a trace of doubt flashed through the soldier's inverted triangle eyes. He subconsciously pounced on Su Lu. He aimed a knee at Su Li's crotch and an elbow strike at Su Li's neck. It was an extremely precise technique of the military. Sulu, who was already in despair, looked at the soldier who pounced on him like a fierce tiger. His eyes suddenly lit up, like a traveler who had been thirsty in the desert for many days, suddenly seeing a familiar green forest. He wasn't familiar with the soldier's movements, but Sulu was very familiar with this feeling. Feeling the wind blowing against his face, he separated his legs and casually and naturally got into a horse stance. His body leaned to one side, and both of his hands reached out. His left hand was clenched into a fist, and his right hand was clenched together. He followed the soldier's elbow and counterattacked. This movement was extremely natural and accurate. It was like eating with chopsticks every day. No one would think that using chopsticks to pick up a peanut was something amazing. The next moment, with a muffled sound, Su Li's left fist smashed into the soldier's armpit. His right hand, on the other hand, ruthlessly chopped at the soldier's throat. Sulu didn't know why he used such a posture to counterattack, but his body seemed to have left his control. According to some instinct, without the slightest delay, he quickly took another step forward. He used his thigh to block the soldier's genitals. His left fist drew a curve, went around the soldier's arm, and smashed into the soldier's temple. The middle finger on his fist protruded slightly. The knuckles were slightly red, like a peanut. Chapter 21. The repulsive inverted triangular eyes closed in midair. The soldier who took 3 consecutive hits from Sulu didn't even make a sound before he fainted. If it wasn't for the fact that this person's resistance to attacks was exceptionally strong, he would have died long ago after his throat was chopped by Su Li's palm and his temple was tapped by Su Li's middle finger. But even so, the soldier's throat was still broken and he was severely injured. Sulu didn't have time to be stunned. He immediately hugged the soldier's body to prevent him from landing on the ground. Then, he ran to the window as fast as he could. At this moment, he believed that he could definitely buy 4 seconds. He landed on the concrete ground outside the window like a leopard cat. Then, he lowered his body and quickly passed through the green grass and into the sewers in the distance. There were no gunshots as expected. No one even noticed this scene. Sulu, who had luckily escaped from the encirclement of the special forces, started to run wildly in the sewers. Although he had been keeping a distance from Li Wei and the other orphans for more than 10 years, he was still someone who grew up with hardships. No one in the city was more familiar with the sewers used to hide from the police than him. The light in the wide sewers was extremely dim, but didn't stop his footsteps. His rapid footsteps echoed in the air filled with a strange smell and humidity, gradually spreading into the distance. Sulu, who was running wildly, was drenched in cold sweat. The pain from the wounds didn't affect his speed, but his mind was still a mess. He didn't know what had happened. Did he just knock out a special forces soldier? The stench of the wind hit his face, but it didn't wake him up at all. Sulu couldn't believe what he had just seen. Why did his body instinctively assume such a posture? And that posture just happened to be within the attack range of the special forces soldier. Just like the chip in the base, Sulu instinctively reached out his hand, but he just happened to dodge the opponent's attack and cleanly hit the opponent's vital point. His instinctive reaction in that extremely short period of time, that strange posture, was equivalent to the special forces soldier delivering all of his vital points to his fist. That strange posture was naturally the stiff dance that Uncle Feng had forced him to practice for 4 years. 2 years ago, he had secretly guessed that this stiff dance was some kind of combat technique in the military. Today, he received some sort of proof. But he had only learned it for 4 years, and he could so easily knock out a special forces soldier. How could this set of moves be so simple? Running on the platform of the sewers, the tip of his foot stepped on a puddle of dirty water. The soft splash pulled Sulu out of his daze. The truth had happened, and there was no need to think about it. An accomplice to the crime of treason? Sulu stubbornly ran as he wiped the blood and tears off his face. He knew that once he was convicted by the Federation, he would definitely be arrested and sent to prison unless he could find a pirate ship in the black market and escape to Bermuda under the light of the First Charter. Sulu stubbornly ran and wiped the blood and tears off his face. He knew that once he was convicted by the Federation, he would definitely be arrested and sent to prison unless he could find a pirate ship in the black market and escape to Bermuda. How could Uncle Fong hide in the Federation for more than 10 years? Although the Eastwood district was very far from the capital ring, but the doubt in his heart disappeared as soon as it appeared. Su Li's heart turned cold again. Even if he had the ability to escape to Bermuda and become a refugee, he would never set foot on the Federation's land again. His parents, who had worked for the Federation until their deaths, and his sister, Sien Yi, who was buried in Eastwood. I was a man who wanted to live a good life. I just signed up for the National Defense Officer examination and saw the light of going to the capital planet to broaden my horizons and change my life. Perhaps it was because he was running too fast, but Su Li's heart hurt a little. He lowered his head and continued running. When he raised his head again, he did not stop. He was a young man, a law-abiding, kind, and honest young man. If Fong Yu was really an unpardonable traitor, he might really come and tell those people where Fong Yu was hiding. However, he believed in his boss and teacher. More importantly, he knew that the Federation soldiers and the Eastwood garrison soldiers were not here to arrest Fong Yu. They were here to kill him. His parents and sister died in a mining accident. Did all the officials pay the price? There are already too many unfairness in this world. The stubborn Su Lu insisted that he should stand for certain things. Even if it was a fugitive like the mechanic Fong Yu, he still insisted on the Federation and the law. He had to be given a chance to speak, a chance to open his mouth and defend himself. At the end of the sewer was a dark tunnel. Underneath the stratum of Hashi State's capital, who knew how many years of excavation had turned it into an extremely complicated network of tunnels. In this day and age, if one was not familiar with the underground tunnels, they would never have thought that the outside of the hidden exit of the sewer was directly connected to the long-abandoned mines in the outskirts of the city. Su Lu gasped for breath as he climbed up the old mine cart in the tunnel. Using the dim light, he looked at the time on his wristwatch and prayed in his heart. He did not know how fast information was transmitted between stars. He also did not know how long it would take for his specific coordinates to be detected by the electronic surveillance network and for the soldiers to obtain them. He had to seize this time to confuse the searchers and find the injured boss. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to leading the army to the boss's side. This was a race against time. To be more precise, this was a race against the glory of the First Charter. When a mine cart moved into the deep distance, Su Lu, who was hiding inside, finally understood what the boss had said back then, and why he hated the First Charter the most. The tracking of Target 2 has already been reported. The Bureau of Proclamation's feedback time needs. Colonel Lake raised his wristwatch and frowned as he looked at the time. 4 minutes and 12 seconds. Then he loudly reprimanded the Special Forces soldiers around him. 4 minutes and 12 seconds. Find him. Find the mechanic. After roaring these words, he took off his sunglasses and looked back at the plastic wire that was torn in half and the Special Forces soldier who was being treated. He was silent for a long time. Letting go of Target 2 was also one of the backup plans. But before he made up his mind to carry out this plan, the young man gave him a big surprise. A 17-year-old youth was actually able to break through the military's high-strength plastic. It was really too unbelievable. How did he do it? Colonel Lake's face gradually calmed down, but the sunglasses in his hand gradually changed shape. Chapter 22. Compared to breaking the high-strength plastic, the SWAT soldier's unconsciousness did not surprise Colonel Lake. How could a SWAT soldier resist a young man with such explosive power? In all his life, Colonel Lake had only seen it a handful of times. When he thought of this, Colonel Lake became even more curious and murderous toward the mechanic, Yu Feng, the disgrace of the army. The young man was already so strong, so how strong would the mechanic be? However, he did not waver in the slightest. Just like Su Li's belief, Colonel Lake did not care about the strength of the target. He believed that no matter how strong the target was, they would still be vulnerable in the face of the powerful weapons of the federal military. Throwing his sunglasses to the ground, the colonel walked to the front of the command light screen of the temporary camp and silently watched the flashing green dots on the light screen. There are also two completely different color areas. The red and blue areas represented the possible hiding places of Target 12. However, due to the time delay in locating the target, it could only gradually spread out. As the command signals from the capital ring continued to be transmitted back, the red and blue areas on the light screen gradually shrank. Colonel Lake coldly watched this silent but thrilling process, waiting for the moment when the two areas on the light screen finally converged into a fixed point. For minutes and 12 seconds, Colonel Lake's pupils suddenly shrank. He knew that he had made an extremely stupid mistake. The identification and location between the Eastwood region and the capital ring was a back-and-forth process. If he wanted to locate Target 1 or Target 2, it would actually take more than 8 minutes. His face was extremely gloomy, but he did not say anything to his subordinates. He just felt extremely embarrassed. He thought of the mistake the 4th Military Region made when they first came to the Eastwood region countless years ago. That mistake caused the 4th Military Region to be directly transferred from Eastwood to that primitive and backward place in the Westwoods. Today, he made another mistake. Did this represent some kind of ominous sign? If there were military staff or intelligence personnel around, this kind of stupid mistake would naturally not be made. However, the problem was that Colonel Lake was a frontline combatant. In order to maintain the confidentiality of this operation, he did not follow the procedures to organize the staff headquarters. "I have to hurry." Colonel Lake stared at the two color areas on the screen that were gradually approaching each other. He thought that as long as the deepest part of the two color areas overlapped, it would roughly be the rendezvous point of targets 1 and 2. "Inform me as soon as you locate him. Everyone, prepare to move out." Colonel Lake handed over the work of setting up the temporary camp to the Donglin garrison troops. He notified the team members hidden in the city through the shoulder communicator. He then sat on the armored military vehicle and headed toward the depths of Hushy State City under the twilight. Su Lu scrambled down from the cart. He didn't notice the knee-deep black water in the tunnel. He found a steel ladder and desperately climbed up. He had to save all the time he had. When he reached the top, he smashed the lid open and climbed out. He skillfully raised his elbow and pushed the extremely thick electric switch up. A burst of bright light illuminated the entire room. It was the operation room of the mine where the teenager had stayed for 4 years. He opened the dust-proof door of the room, passed through, and came to the living room. He then saw a familiar person leaning on the sofa in a familiar posture. The repair shop owner, Feng Yu, seemed to have no bones. He lazily sunk into the soft sofa. The pure silver lighter in his hand had just been extinguished. The smell of kerosene seemed to be floating in the air. The cigarette in his dry lips had just been lit. The butt was bright red, but he didn't have time to release the smoke. A fugitive trader greeted his closest employee and apprentice in this city in such a posture. Amidst the absurdity, there was a comforting sense of stability. Su Lu, whose face was covered in sweat and blood, stared at him in a daze. Looking at the miserable wound on his thigh, he didn't wait for his breath to calm down. He opened his mouth and asked, "How much time do we have?" Feng Yu raised his eyelids a little weakly. He glanced at the little guy who had accompanied him for 4 years. He smiled slightly and said, "It takes at least 8 minutes and 24 seconds for the electronic surveillance to track the location of the chip and send it back to the Bureau of Proclamation on the capital planet. After that, it will be accurately located and sent back to the execution team here. You came here by the minecart. The speed is not bad, but the positioning system has been following you. In about 6 minutes, it will be able to find your trace through the sewer pipe. Calculating this, you have about 3 minutes to talk to me. I didn't expect you to be able to escape." Feng Yu's somewhat pale face was full of pride. "It seems that the trash of the Department of Defense can't compare to the things that I casually taught. I just didn't expect you to actually dare to escape and be willing to come to me." The two of them knew very well that Su Lu dared to escape from the control of the military, which was equivalent to putting himself on the opposite side of the Federation. For this, he would have to pay an extremely heavy price. However, Feng Yu's face still didn't show any signs of being moved. There was only calmness. 3 minutes can't be used to chat. After all, I'm not ready to hear your last words. Sulu lowered his body and dug out a few green military weight belts from under the sofa. He was ready to tie Feng Yu up. I'll carry you and run. Feng Yu clearly had no interest in being a dumpling. He gently patted Su Li's hand. A trace of guilt flashed through his eyes. He said, "You can't escape. I originally thought that if you didn't come, you would at most be detained for a few days. After all, the Federation government is not the barbarians of the Empire. They can't do everything so barbarically. I know you can block the electronic surveillance." Sulu looked at his boss's face with some unwillingness and even anger. He said, "I haven't even tried. How do you know I can't escape?" "Because I've been escaping for more than 10 years. Feng Yu coughed twice. He smiled and took out a small tool from his bosom. He stuffed it into Su Li's jacket pocket and said, "That thing you're talking about can only maintain the blocking ability for half an hour. It can't be used forever. What happens after half an hour? Pesci province is only so big. Instead of running in vain, it's better to spend these few minutes properly." Su Li's hand that was holding the military weight belt stiffened in midair. He looked at Feng Yu's haggard face and said through clenched teeth, "You can hide from the first charter for more than 10 years. Why can't you continue to hide?" Feng Yu didn't answer this most important question. He looked at the youth with a faint smile and asked, "With your personality, it seems that you forgot to ask me something." Sulu lowered his head and asked, "What was the explosion on the battlefield all those years ago? Are you really a spy for the Empire?" His question was very direct. Feng Yu's answer was also very direct. The uncle blew out a smoke ring and said lazily, "Of course not." Chapter 23. What happened in the past? After a short pause, Sulu no longer doubted anything. This had nothing to do with blind faith. It was just that the current tense situation did not allow him to consider more questions. Without waiting for Feng Yu's answer, he directly tied him to his body with a weight belt, then took out the small tool from his jacket pocket and pressed the switch. A light blue light was emitted from the metal tool, covering a certain area and wrapping Su Lu and Feng Yu's bodies. Uncle Feng Yu choked on the smoke and coughed violently. He had never thought that his little apprentice would be so stubborn. Moreover, she had such a strong sense of decisiveness and execution. He threw away the half-burned cigarette in his hand, leaned on the boy's slightly thin shoulder weakly, and muttered discontentedly, "Damn it, I don't want to run anymore, right?" Sulu did not answer his words. He directly went down from the operating room's secret passage, entered the mine pit, and climbed onto the old mine cart. He believed that with the help of the strange tool, with a blue light, the electronic surveillance network throughout the Federation would temporarily lose track of them. With half an hour, they could disappear further away, and it would definitely surprise the soldiers who were chasing after the boss. As if he guessed what he was thinking, Feng Yu smiled behind him and said, "After half an hour, how are you going to escape? I taught you before, this is like the connection on a circuit board. You always have to prepare the outlet of the current before you can proceed with the first step. If we're just rats on this planet, we will only gain an extra 30 minutes, which is not significant. Even if it's your last words, 30 minutes is better than 3 minutes." For some reason, perhaps Feng Yu's contemptuous attitude in the face of death angered the stubborn Sulu. He lowered his head and scolded in a deep voice, "I know you haven't told me, but you must have your own way to stay in the Federation and avoid the first charter for so many years. I can only think of a way to send you to the airport, and you can think of a way to escape. What a stupid little guy. Or you underestimated the boss's fierce reputation in the Federation." Feng Yu's lips curled up slightly. "I can assure you that before the Federation catches or kills me, there will not be a single aircraft in the entire Donglin district." This was a matter of course. Sulu fell into silence. From the previous momentum of the Special Forces, he could also infer these things, but he still maintained hope in his heart and did not want to despair. Even if they were really in a desperate situation now. In the dark mine, only the sound of the mine cart and the tracks rang out. "I know you're very curious about how I was able to escape for so many years. In history, vicious criminals like me either hid in Bermuda, or in the recent years, they might have joined the Empire. The longest record of freedom or survival in the Federation was only 9 days. Yes, I can fake the chip behind my neck that looks like a dog leash. In the despairing silence, Feng Yu's voice was still indifferent, except for the words like chip and dog leash, which naturally revealed a strong sense of ridicule and disdain. This may be the reason why the broken computer in the Bureau of Proclamation values me so much in the program. This is also my secret. Su Li's hand that was holding the front fender of the mine cart suddenly tightened. He was very nervous. Feng Yu was right about what happened in the distant capital. The central computer of the Bureau of Proclamation did not hesitate to give the mechanic the first grade during the rating, but the big shots in the upper echelons of the Federation, including the old director, did not know the real reason. Strangely, the central computer seemed to be limited by some established program and did not issue this alarming warning. This was Feng Yu's secret, a big secret. In the ancient Federation, there was a proverb: if you know the knowledge or reason you want to know in the morning, then when the evening comes, even if you die, you will still have a satisfied heart. At this time, Su Lu had such a feeling. He had not drunk a drop of water for several hours, and under the constant intense exercise and intense fear, his lips were abnormally dry. But he knew that at this time, his mouth was dry to a large extent because he had heard his boss's biggest secret. There is nothing wrong with the first charter itself. The privacy of normal citizens has always been protected at the highest level. At least in this society, there is not so much crime. In this society where the gap between the rich and poor is widening day by day, there's not too much unfairness on the surface. In addition to the endless shock, Su Lu could not help but subconsciously defend the first charter, especially when he heard his boss equate the chip behind his neck with a dog leash. His heart was strongly conflicted. I have never denied this. Uncle Feng Yu's tone was indifferent. Perhaps it was because he knew that in the society of the Federation, it was difficult to find people who supported him. Even the elementary school apprentice who fled with him at this time was not willing to accept this. But the problem is that the central computer is still just a computer. It is a tool, and tools are always used by humans. If one day someone really can completely control the cold machine in the Bureau of Proclamation, who knows what that person will do with this tool? Sulu did not really understand, but he could feel that he was in an endless pit of darkness, as if he could never see the light of the way out. He felt a chill for no reason, and the place where the chip was planted on the back of his neck began to have dense goosebumps. Perhaps it was to drive away the chill in his heart. Sulu asked in a hoarse voice, "If that is the case, you must have a backup disguise chip. Wouldn't you be able to escape the Federation's bounty by installing it? Why don't you use it?" Feng Yu's white hair wasn't very obvious in the dark, but it still gave people the feeling that he had gone through the vicissitudes of life. He touched his hair and said in a rare, serious tone, "Because my leg is injured. I think the Federation will definitely not miss the opportunity to collect my blood sample." "Aren't you an awesome mechanic? Back then, you caused the deaths of tens of thousands of people. How did you end up being targeted by the police and even injured?" Su Li's words were not a question, but rather to make himself feel more relaxed. "Because I am old." Feng Yu's simple answer left Su Lu speechless, and he immediately sank into a deep self-blame. The youth knew that the federal military must have found this place and found Feng Yu through that stun baton. "This is a matter of luck. It has nothing to do with you." Feng Yu knew what the youth was thinking. Although he did not know how the Bureau of Proclamation found him again, his brain was much stronger than the average person's. He easily deduced that the process must be extremely absurd and filled with countless coincidences. "On the contrary, I should be the one who dragged you down, so I'll give you something." Feng Yu sighed and put something on Su Li's wrist. He took off his watch. "This watch is for me as a souvenir." Su Li used the extremely dim light in the tunnel to clearly see the cold object on his wrist. It was a bracelet that gave off a faint metallic glow. He did not know what material it was made of. Chapter 24. What is this? The speed of the mine cart gradually slowed down in the tunnel, and the clanging sound gradually subsided, making Su Li's trembling voice particularly obvious. The teenager's hand, which was always steady, was also trembling. He touched the smooth bracelet on his left wrist. He vaguely guessed something, but he couldn't believe it. Feng Yu didn't answer. Suddenly, the 0.7 centimeter thick metal bracelet slid like flowing mercury under the touch of Su Li's fingers. Very thin lines appeared on the surface of the metal, and then the bracelet cracked, revealing the extremely complex and delicate structure inside. In the hollow of the bracelet, 3 thin metal wires were strung with an unknown number of shiny metal particles. It was like the starlight drawn into lines in a surreal oil painting, stringing all the dazzling stars together. Under the dim light in the mine, Su Li's small eyes were wide open, staring at his wrist without blinking, as if he was looking at an immortal or a monster that didn't exist in this world. Those metal wires were too thin, and the vibration of the mining car was too strong. Sulu was very worried that these metal wires would be broken at any time. Those shiny metal particles were too small, so small that they seemed to be weightless. They could be blown away by the faint wind in the mine at any time, and no one could find any trace of them. In the eyes of ordinary people, these metal wires and tiny shiny metal particles might be very delicate and fragile handicrafts, but Sulu had studied mechanical engineering with Fengyu for 4 years. He had a natural sensitivity to all the crystallization of human-machine civilization. At a glance, he could tell that there was something on the surface of these metal particles that the naked eye couldn't see clearly. It was the flow of lines that were as beautiful as a work of art. It was a crystal core array that was arranged and combined in a very wonderful way. Although Sulu didn't know how these things were combined in such a small area and how they played a role, it was very simple to associate it with the secret that Fengyu had mentioned before. Camouflage chip? A camouflage chip that could pass all the monitoring and detection under the glory of the first charter. The back of Su Li's neck turned cold again because he knew that there was a similar chip hidden in the depths of his neck that had accompanied him for 17 years. To be more precise, every citizen of the Federation had such a chip in their body. And for countless years, no one had ever been able to replicate such a chip, and no one had even dared to attempt to take it out, unless they decided to flee to another country and never return to the Federation for the rest of their lives. At this moment, the bracelet on the youth's wrist contained a chip that could perfectly disguise him. Sulu could clearly control what this represented under the strong impact of his emotions. However, he only knew one thing, and that was that this chip represented a brand new life. He also remembered what his boss had said before. The person who could develop and put the camouflage chip into practice would definitely receive the Federation's highest honor, the Nebula Award. Of course, if there really was a scientist in the Federation who had developed such a thing before he received the Nebula Award, he would definitely be sentenced to life imprisonment by the Federation government. But in any case, Sulu was still shocked. What kind of knowledge and power was needed to contend with the Federation's most powerful civilization, the glory of the Charter? He turned his head to look at Fengyu's somewhat tired and old face in astonishment. His mouth opened for a long time, but he couldn't say anything. He had never been so shocked in his life, except perhaps for that loud noise 12 years ago. It was also this kind of shock that made Sulu neglect another admirable workmanship of the bracelet. The fingerprint authentication and activation were completed in an instant. This itself wasn't a particularly difficult thing to do, but for it to be completed so quickly on a metal bracelet of such thickness, it also explained many things. As I said, this is my gift to you. Fengyu didn't seem to know what kind of uproar the bracelet he had casually thrown to Sulu would cause if it appeared in the Federation society. He said, "If you don't want to be locked up in prison for a few years because of me, find some time and space to take out the chip in your neck and replace it with one in the bracelet. Your identity information and the operation method are all in the hologram. You can learn it yourself. With your ability, it shouldn't be difficult." At this time, the mine car had already stopped at a certain intersection in the mine. Su Li's gently trembling fingers replaced the bracelet in its original position. He subconsciously wanted to throw the bracelet away in fear or return it to Fengyu. However, he found that the bracelet couldn't be thrown away. It was perfectly round, and he couldn't find any gap to open it. It was as if he had worn it since he was a child. You use it. Otherwise, you will die. You can use it. Sulu looked at Boss Fang's white hair. Only today did he know what kind of mysterious and unfathomable person his boss was. He couldn't help but stutter. "I will be locked up for a few years at most. You will die." "Stupid guy. I already told you the reason." Feng Yu looked at the young boy's young face expressionlessly and said, "And this thing can only be used by one person. Don't ask me why. In the future, don't try to use this chip to save other people's lives. Go. Change your identity. Go to the capital ring, live a new life, and use another method to realize your life dreams." Another identity? Another life? Su Lu was suddenly stunned. The boss's words and the real cold metal touch on his wrist reminded him that his life, which he thought was hopeless, suddenly opened another door for him. But behind that door, was it really his ideal life? And what about the boss? "I gave you a small gift and a few words of advice." Feng Yu stared at his eyes expressionlessly and said, "When you go to the capital ring in the future, maybe these words will be useful to you." Su Lu was still confused, but he listened subconsciously. "Your eyebrows are like knives. They are too straight and too straight. This is not good. It will press down on your vision and hurt your mind. If you can change it, then change it. There is no creator among the stars, and there is no glory to worship. The most dangerous place is the safest place, but you can only believe this sentence 3 times. After today, forget about me. Forget about what happened in the past 4 years and bury it. Don't expect to find any justice or reward, and don't do boring things like revenge. I'm not your father, and I don't have much kindness for you. Just be careful to stay away from the people in your life, the kind people who eat your meat but advocate vegetarianism. I know you're very curious about the explosion in the war years ago and my crime. You are willing to believe that I am innocent, but I can't say that I am innocent. But I can tell you that it won't be long before you find out what that explosion looked like. I'm done talking." Feng Yu's white hair suddenly looked dazzling in the dark mine. His real age was finally exposed. He took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep breath. Then, he blew it on Su Li's face and continued, "Time is almost up, and they will be here soon. You can get lost now." Su Li listened to him in a daze. He felt that there was a sadness that kept rising from the bottom of his heart, piercing the top of his head. He said in a hoarse voice, as if he was begging, "You have to live. Of course I will live. I will live forever." Feng Yu's face suddenly showed an extremely awesome expression. He looked at the bracelet on Su Li's wrist and said, "Do I need you to tell me that?" After saying this, the Federation's #1 traitor, Donglin's normal mechanic Feng Yu kicked Su Lu, kicking the silly teenager into the sewer beside the mine. Chapter 25. There wasn't a lot of sewage in the sewers. It was difficult for it to form a turbulent flow, let alone an ocean. However, this section of the sewers was the section with the largest drop in the sewers of Hushi State. Under the impact of the sewage mixed with garbage, rotten leaves, and plastic bags, Su Li's thin body couldn't maintain its balance at all. He could only helplessly and sorrowfully follow the flow of the water. He watched as his boss, Feng Yu, quietly turned around on the other side of the water, leaving him with an indescribable back view. Sometimes it floated and sometimes it sank. The fishy water current sank Su Lu to the bottom of the water, and then it carried his body out of the waves. He didn't know how long he floated and how much saliva he swallowed. Finally, he arrived at a section where the water was gradually calming down. Su Lu seized this rare opportunity. His right hand reached out and grabbed a protruding rusty handle on the concrete wall. Half of his body was suspended in the sewage. After panting for a moment, the familiar trembling feeling in his body appeared again. It was transmitted to his arm. He suddenly felt hot, but his body suddenly felt light, like a leopard cat. Su Li's thin body made a beautiful turn in the air. He had already climbed out of the gradually calming water. He lay on the concrete floor, gasping for breath. The sweat and blood on his body mixed together with the sewage, soaking his entire body and emitting a foul smell. He stuck his index finger into his throat and pulled a few times, spitting out a large pool of sewage. Su Li's weary spirit was a bit better. He confirmed that the cold metal bracelet on his wrist was still there, and the small device in his pocket used to block the Federation's electronic surveillance was still there. He didn't stay in the same place anymore. After looking around, he followed the nearest upstream passage and climbed up as fast as he could. Feng Yu kicked him into the sewage, and the sewage washed him here. The distance between the two was already unknown. Sulu obviously understood what his boss meant. However, he was still a bit unwilling. He always felt that his boss wasn't someone who would give up on him so easily. He desperately climbed to the surface and drilled out of the manhole cover. The exit of the manhole cover happened to be on a high ground on the outskirts of Hushi region's capital. From this high ground, one could clearly see everything within a few kilometers. Sulu tried his best to distinguish his surroundings, but found that it was futile. The troops searching for him should have extremely powerful concealment abilities. In the outskirts of the capital, which was 70% covered by the forest, it was extremely difficult to find traces of them with the naked eye. Sulu was willing to give up. He continued to climb to the top of the big tree on the hill. Although he knew that if he stayed any longer, he was afraid that he would be tracked by the electronic surveillance system. However, if he did not see the figure of the boss with his own eyes, he would not feel at ease. The moment his feet touched the top of the tree, he saw what he wanted to see and what he didn't want to see. His gaze fell on a certain part of the forest between this place and the mine, unable to move away for a long time. His face was pale, his lips were trembling, and his eyes were filled with despair. "Boss, you said you would always be alive, but you were still lying to me. Just like all these years." The young man's eyes gradually became wet, because he knew that in the next moment, he might lose the boss uncle who was both a teacher and a friend forever. In the distant forest, he saw the figure of Uncle Feng Yu, and also saw 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 11 mechas in the temporary camp outside the 4th Street. The two color blocks on a light screen overlapped with each other, and one of the colors had already been successfully condensed into a specific coordinate and turned into a light spot. The Donglin garrison officer responsible for receiving the signal from the Capital Planet's Bureau of Proclamation immediately transmitted the coordinates of Target 1 to all the personnel involved in the operation. After the long and meaningless conversation between the mechanic Feng Yu and Su Lu, they finally successfully exposed their tracks to the federal military. The hundreds of Special Forces elite soldiers who had been tracking the blurry color blocks, as well as the 4th Military Region's mecha squad that specifically came from the faraway West Woods and was fully responsible for this mission, all rushed to the valley as fast as they could. The Special Forces soldiers in camouflage were still moving stealthily in the forest, but the mechas that had secretly landed at the garrison airport from Celine's commercial spaceship were nowhere to be seen. The forest under the twilight was filled with a strange atmosphere. The Donglin garrison officers who observed the operation in the city all had suspicions in their minds, and many thoughts about Colonel Lake's command appeared in their minds. Even if Target 1 was the most vicious traitor in the history of the Federation, the target was only one person. How could he be a match for so many elite soldiers? More importantly, the Federation deployed 11 M52 standard mechas. It should be known that the entire Donglin garrison only had 40 powerful weapons of the same model. In front of a flood of metal, what kind of resistance could a weak human put up? The twilight was like blood, and the edges of the forest seemed to be burning. Feng Yu crawled out of the mine, holding his waist as he panted heavily. Only now did he realize that he really was old. He looked at the quiet surroundings, and a trace of mockery flashed through his eyes. He thought to himself that the Federation really thought highly of him. Breaking into formation? It looked like it was the same as that year. The orders these soldiers received were still to kill without mercy. Feng Yu sat on a large rock and took out a cigarette from his shirt pocket. After lighting it, he took a deep breath, and a carefree expression appeared on his face. Feng Yu didn't know who the officer leading the team this time was, and he didn't know why the other party was so careful. They didn't use the M52's terrifyingly fast-chain bullets to directly blast the forest he was in into pieces. Instead, they chose to shrink the encirclement step by step. Those mechas with camouflage activated really could easily fool people's eyes when mixed together with those trees. But what were those Special Forces soldiers lying in the long grass waiting for? Feng Yu took a deep breath, and the cigarette between his dry lips suddenly ignited. It burned directly to the edge of the filter, and the smoke covered his face. This smoke was very strong, and it must have been very satisfying. Mechanic Feng Yu's body trembled with pleasure, and just like that, it suddenly started to tremble. That leg that seemed to have been injured earlier seemed to be infected by this trembling, and it didn't seem to be uncomfortable in the slightest. This trembling came from every muscle, joint, and even every cell in the body, and finally spread to all 4 limbs. Feng Yu's white hair draped over his back, and the tattered jacket on his body made a whoosh sound. His legs were slightly apart, and the trembling was so exaggerated that it seemed as if the air had started to buzz. The mechanic's legs trembled like a bowstring. Both of his hands trembled like an arrow ready to explode at any moment. The buzzing sound in the air became denser and denser, and finally turned into the sound of a muffled explosion. At some unknown time, the rock on Feng Yu's body was in his hand. Then, it turned into a cannonball and directly smashed into the depths of the dense forest. With a crack, the strange sound of metal breaking rang out. His slightly thick legs trembled as he disappeared from where he stood. In the next moment, he flew over the long grass and circled behind a tree while trembling. With a speed that was absolutely impossible for humans to react to, he viciously punched out with a single fist. The exposed hydraulic pipe of an M52's left leg was smashed apart by this bare fist. Engine oil sprayed out like a cloth bursting out, and the huge metal mecha suddenly lost its balance and slowly fell down. Chapter 26. In different people's eyes, the same image represented completely different meanings. Behind a tall tree surrounded by the valley, an M52 painted in a matte light was like a dozing tiger. It was quiet, squatting sideways in an ugly but practical position. This was the federal military's single soldier mech with the thickest armor and the most powerful firepower. Its 2 alloy mechanical legs were jokingly called frog legs by the soldiers. Just above the frog legs, Colonel Lake sat in the control cabin, vigilantly looking ahead. With 1.4 kilometers as the base distance, the 4th Military Region's special mech team members were scattered around the valley. Colonel Lake was their leader, so he was naturally confident that his B4 commando team could maintain perfect unity and coordination. Those team members were like his fingers, able to maintain accuracy even under high hand speed. The mid-range weapon system had already been fully charged during the pursuit. The moment they received the specific location of Target 1, the entire pursuit formation turned and directly sealed off the small valley. However, Colonel Lake did not give the order to launch a blanket fire. Although no carbon-based life should be able to survive the chain attack of 11 M52s, Colonel Lake did not dare to take the risk before he saw the target. Gao Min extended her head and transmitted the scene in the valley back. Colonel Lake saw the tired face of the white-haired mechanic and the wound on his thigh. He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. A former soldier who was unarmed should not be as dangerous as before. However, for some reason, Colonel Lake still did not give the order to attack. This was because he kept having a very strange feeling. If they attacked at this distance, the target might really be able to take advantage of the chaos to escape. Although this was something that did not make sense logically, more than 10 years ago, that frustrated mechanic in the valley seemed to have defied logic and survived the furious pursuit of the Department of Defense. And he had survived for more than 10 years. The small screen in the mech's control cabin clearly displayed the scene in the valley. That white-haired mechanic did not seem to notice anything. He lit a cigarette. He was not in a hurry to escape. So why did he light a cigarette? Did he look at me? The deformed sunglasses on the bridge of Colonel Lake's nose trembled. Looking at the cold eyes staring straight at him on the hologram, he wondered if the mechanic was looking at him. Could it be that the other party had discovered his existence from such a distance? Colonel Lake, who was extremely confident in his concealment skills, felt a chill in his heart. He began to lose his confidence, especially when he noticed that the mechanic had started to tremble wretchedly. A strong sense of uneasiness took over his entire body. He did not want to wait any longer, so he immediately ordered the 10 members of the team to attack from afar. However, the mechanic on the screen seemed to be able to accurately calculate the mentality of the Federation's special mecha team. Just 0.01 seconds before the long-range attack command was completely converted into a radio signal, Mechanic Feng Yu moved. His movement shook the world. The half-ton rock was hurled out by the mechanic's arms. It whistled like a cannonball and smashed into an M52 that had been carefully hiding at the 11 o'clock position. The heavy armor outside the M52's control cabin was heavily smashed. Stone fragments flew everywhere. Although it was not seriously deformed, this powerful impact still shook the mecha team members in the control cabin, who were connected to the electric induction chair, until they spat out blood. They would not be able to recover in a short period of time. The half-ton rock in the mechanic's hands was actually thrown out like a grenade. How much strength did this require? Was this mechanic still human? Colonel Lake's face was full of shock as he calculated the incredible strength the mechanic had displayed in that moment. His lips felt bitter. Immediately after, his gaze followed the mechanic who had already become a shadow. He slid past a patch of long grass in the valley and rushed behind a large tree. "Old 7, Colonel Lake shouted harshly through the communicator. He wanted to warn the team members hiding behind the tree, but it was all too late. He could only watch as the mechanic's fist smashed into the hydraulic pipe behind the M52's thick and heavy knees. Colonel Lake knew that the M52's relatively weak defense was at the joint behind the knees. However, he had never thought that a barehanded person would be able to break that hydraulic pipe made of alloy steel with just his own fist. The flying rock from before had displayed the unparalleled strength of the mechanic, and the trembling of the legs in the next moment had displayed the terrifying speed of the mechanic, Feng Yu. As for the fist that had forcefully broken the hydraulic tube of the M52, it was as if he had demonstrated the strength of his body to these Federation soldiers. In just an instant, the mecha team that had not been able to attack in time lost 2 mechas. One of the M52s had been hit by the rock, injuring the team members in the control cabin. As if drunk, the mecha was trying its best to maintain its balance so that it would not fall off the hill. Meanwhile, the mecha that had faced Feng Yu's attack directly behind the tree had already fallen backward, looking extremely miserable. The mecha that was shot towards the sky was illuminated by the twilight into a frightening pool of blood. On the other side of the curtain of blood, in front of the gigantic mecha, there was a figure that seemed incomparably small, yet seemed exceptionally powerful. At this moment, the special mecha team members and the Donglin Garrison Special Forces in the valley were all stunned. The white-hair mechanic did not seem like a person. At least, he was not a normal person. In this world, no normal person dared to confront a mecha head-on. However, Feng Yu had proven that in the face of powerful individual strength, the metal mecha of the mechanical civilization was not an existence that could not be resisted. The special mecha team of the 4th Military Region of the West Woods, led by Colonel Lake, had been recommended by the Bureau of Proclamation to be in charge of this assassination mission. They had also received the approval of the Ministry of Defense and the Special Task Force. This was because in the war with the Empire a few years ago, the 4th Military Region's powerful combat strength had received the respect and trust of the entire Federation. However, in the face of this sudden change today, the usually cold and determined Colonel Lake still felt a wave of shock in his heart. This was because he realized that the strength displayed by the target of this operation was something he had never seen on the battlefield before. It was also something he had never learned in the 2nd Military Academy. However, the strong nerves of the Federation's soldiers caused the entire formation in the valley to only pause for a moment. The mecha that were still in good condition and the heavy firepower deployment were instantly activated. Mid-range weapons began to discharge energy and metal bullets in the direction of the tree. Even if there were still their own comrades there, they had to react immediately and kill that traitorous mechanic. The shrapnel easily shredded the tree into countless pieces that flew in the air. The frightening sound of gunfire in the valley covered up the existence of everything. In just an instant, countless bullets bombarded the back of the tree. Can Old 7 hold on? Colonel Lake led 5M52s along the path in the valley and rushed over there as fast as he could. There were no loopholes in the entire encirclement. He was worried for his team members in his heart. However, in the next moment, his eyes narrowed slightly. With a heavy heart, he pressed the button beside him with determination. From this moment on, the function of the enemy identification system disappeared. Unlimited attacks began. The mecha that had its hydraulic pipes blown apart also became the target of countless firepower attacks. This was because he realized that the mechanic's ghostly figure had already climbed to the abdomen of the crippled mecha. Using some unknown method, he actually easily removed the mecha's protective shield and was about to open the operating cabin. Chapter 27. Feng Yu broke the hydraulic pipe with one punch, and the mecha behind the tree fell backward. Meanwhile, he used his fastest speed to crawl to the belly of the mecha. His hands were still trembling as he stroked the surface of the large and cold mecha, but his movements were abnormally gentle. It was as if he was a nervous, trembling virgin boy caressing the woman he loved the most, except that this woman's body was a little too big. This scene was very strange. The toppled M52 mecha kept bouncing back and forth as the mechanic Feng Yu stroked it with his trembling hands. The mechanical arms extended and contracted rapidly, and with the hiss of the motor, the mecha twisted and turned on the ground. It seemed particularly restless and awkward, as if it was ticklish, but also as if it was trying to please Feng Yu charmingly. It was also this M52's bouncing and twisting movements that had successfully helped Feng Yu block several long-range sniper bullets. Compared to the movements of the mecha below him, Feng Yu's expression was unusually solemn. He continued to seriously move his hands, and in the shortest amount of time possible, he had removed all of the external defensive functions of this mecha. This was very strange. In Feng Yu's hands, the military standard mecha seemed to have become a dull toy, or perhaps it was more like a puppet. The mecha's movements, which could only be controlled by the computer in the cockpit, appeared as Feng Yu touched the mechanical joints at the back of the mecha. Feng Yu's hands seemed to have some kind of magic. Feng Yu was as familiar with this mecha as if it was his own body. In just 1 second, he had removed all of the mecha's resistance and successfully opened the cockpit at the belly of the mecha, revealing the shocked face of the still young 4th Military Region's mecha warrior inside. Stop him. Colonel Lake did not give this order. He watched the scene in shock, knowing that he had to make an effective response in the shortest amount of time possible. Based on the Federation's preparations, even if the mechanic was able to knock down 1 or 2 mecha, he would still not be able to leave the valley alive. However, once he really managed to snatch a mecha, who knew what would happen after that? Even though he was in a state of shock, Colonel Lake was still extremely impressed by the scenes on the screen. Earlier, the power that the mechanic Feng Yu had displayed was too inhuman. So other than shock, Colonel Lake had no other thoughts. However, at this time, the mechanic was like a chef controlling a mecha through the external mechanical joints of the mecha. This kind of ability really made him feel incomparable admiration. As expected of a mechanic teacher from our secondary hospital, Colonel Lake thought back to the time when he had first entered the 2nd Military Academy more than 10 years ago. That middle-aged teacher had stood at the mecha control desk every day, caressing every inch of the mecha's skin as if it was his lover. At the time, his batch of classmates had all thought that this teacher was crazy, but only today did he know that this teacher's craziness was reflected in his strength. The power of the high-energy compression energy cabin was raised to the highest level in an instant. The thick mechanical legs of the M52 slammed violently against the ground of the valley, causing the heavy body of the mecha to fly into the air. After gaining a good view, Colonel Lake, who had flown out from the front, no longer hesitated. The chain magazine mounted on his right arm instantly shot out flames, shooting towards the mecha that was bouncing nonstop behind a tree. "Sorry, Old 7, he said to himself. This was because he knew that under such intense firepower, the mechanic Feng would definitely die, and the team members in the control cabin would definitely not survive. With a snap, Feng Yu turned his wrist and crushed the wrist of the soldier in the mecha. He slapped away the defensive stiletto that the soldier always carried with him. Then, he chopped at the soldier's neck with his palm, knocking him unconscious. Immediately after that, he burrowed into the mecha like a loach. The M52 that Lake was in was still in midair. The screen clearly displayed the mechanic's actions. He was not worried, because he knew that the M52's cabin door would definitely not close in time. However, his eyes immediately narrowed again, because he found that he had once again underestimated the opponent's methods. As the mechanic burrowed into the cabin door, his left hand hung behind him and seemingly very casually slapped the side of the alloy cabin door. With this slap, the cabin door of the mecha immediately reacted and closed tightly. The fierce bullet fire instantly hit the M52 on the ground, creating countless sparks. The alloy surface was damaged, but it did not penetrate. An M52 swooped down from the valley, and the M52 on the ground suddenly bounced up from the ground. In an instant, the two mechas collided violently. The distance between the two was too close, so Colonel Lake had no choice but to give up on the idea of attacking from a distance. He bravely ejected the sharp particle blade on his mecha's wrist, turned his body halfway in the air, and viciously stabbed into the opponent's mecha's abdomen. The sound of armor being pierced rang out. The M52 that had just bounced up from the ground had most of its mobility disabled by the mechanic, so it actually could not dodge this stab. The armor on its abdomen was pierced, and sparks flew everywhere. Colonel Lake did not feel the slightest bit of joy in his heart. He did not understand how the opponent could be in a single operator cabin with Old 7, and he did not think that this stab of his would be able to disable the opponent's mobility. Right at this moment, he found that the opponent's two heavy mechanical arms had silently rested on his shoulders. Then, the two mechanical arms began to tremble. Colonel Lake felt that his mecha had also begun to tremble. Recalling how the mechanic phone you had attacked fiercely like a fierce tiger in the valley earlier, Colonel Lake was extremely vigilant. He let out a shout in the control cabin, and his hand speed instantly increased to the maximum. His empty hands were firing at full power. He had taken the absolute risk of using a heavy weapon at close range, unwilling to let the opponent go. However, Colonel Lake's movements were still too slow. Just as his fingers were rapidly pressing the buttons, that intense and unbearable tremor had already spread to his mecha. In an instant, the central control system of the mecha was in chaos, and he was temporarily out of control. The sound of wind whistling rang out. The M52 that the mechanic phone you had snatched shook its arms. The mecha's own mobility followed this extremely simple action, and a huge burst of power erupted, directly throwing the M52 that Colonel Lake was in into the air. Only then did the M52, which had been thrown away, reactivate its heavy weapon. 3 extremely beautiful bullets shot out endlessly. However, the mech itself was spinning in circles in the air, so these bullets were all fired into the air. On the ground, popping sounds rang out incessantly as rocks and trees were smashed into smithereens. The M52 mecha, with its 3 trails of fire trailing behind it, did not hit its target. Instead, the pursuing mecha team and special forces were so suppressed that they did not dare to raise their heads. In the air, Colonel Lake desperately tried to regain control of the mecha, only hoping that he would not become a special mecha officer who was humiliated and thrown to his death. His body was cold, and his heart was filled with a sense of defeat. On one hand, he was shocked by the opponent's tyrannical mecha operating ability, and on the other hand, he was cursing the Bureau of Proclamation's intelligence. Only now did he know what kind of terrifying existence the target of the first-level sequence was. Colonel Lake's confidence was shattered in this one face-to-face encounter. Meanwhile, those Special Forces members of the 4th Military Region also felt that the opponent was difficult to defeat. If that traitorous mechanic had not managed to get his hands on the mecha, they would still have had the confidence to kill the opponent, but the opponent had already successfully gotten his hands on a mecha. Could they still kill the opponent? Amidst the rain of bullets that filled the sky, The M52 mecha's body trembled as it moved quickly in a ridiculous posture. It was not hit at all. The black standard style of the mech gave it a heavy feeling. However, the rapid movement of the M52 in the midst of a hail of bullets made the M52 look demonic. The firepower in the valley gradually calmed down because the ambushers found that they could not hit that demonic mecha at all. They stared blankly at the black mecha leaping about halfway up the mountain as if they were looking at a monster. They knew that this demonic feeling was not because the M52 itself had any advanced technology content, but because of the person inside the mecha's cockpit. The Federation's operation to hunt down and kill the mechanic was once again launched after more than 10 years. Could it be that what awaited the Federation was another shameful failure? The sky gradually darkened, and hazy stars floated in the night sky at the edge of the Donglin region. It seemed that the starry sky above the Federation civilization did not want to see this happen. So one of the stars strangely lit up. In the blood-red twilight, an area in the originally starless sky suddenly lit up. A beam of light filled with destructive energy shot out from that area, instantly tearing apart the dust-filled atmosphere above the Donglin region. It tore through space and struck the ground, hitting the black mecha leaping like a monster. This beam of light was powerful and merciless, completely ignoring the trembling dance steps of the M52. In its eyes, this mecha attempting to break through was just a clown. Chapter 28. The siege in the valley had begun. Boss Feng Yu, smoking a cigarette in his mouth, had shuddered and transformed into a prehistoric monster to throw rocks and attack. Then, he had transformed into a charming mechanic to get close to the mecha and successfully neutralize the defensive capabilities of an M52. Then, he had seized control of the mecha and violently shaken the ace mecha of the Federation's Special Forces team into a flustered firebird with a fiery tail in the air. Finally, he had transformed into a demonic black shadow amidst the shrapnel that filled the sky. One scene after another fell into the eyes of Sulu. He had been standing at the top of a large tree on that hill in the distance, his hands tightly gripping the branches beside him to maintain his balance. He watched everything unfold in the distance with incomparable emotion. Although he was far away, he still felt shaken to his core. His body had been trembling nonstop, causing the birds on the tree to fly away one after another into the twilight. Of course, this was not a strange ability he had learned to call himself Uncle. It was an instinctive fear and agitation. He had thought that Uncle Boss would be killed by the military in an instant. He had even thought that Uncle Boss had grown tired of his life as a fugitive and had chosen a quick method to end his own life. However, he had not expected that the following development of the plot would be so sudden and unexpected. Apart from making him sweat profusely, he was so nervous that he wanted to vomit. In particular, the powerful strength that had erupted from the boss's trembling legs and trembling body, as well as his valiant performance after he had burrowed into the mecha at the end. It was as if he had given Su Lu, who had been watching the battle from afar, an opportunity to learn, opening a completely different window. In this world, probably only Su Lu knew what those tremors were about. The youth stared in shock at the valley, thinking to himself that the boss had not practiced or performed in these 4 years. He was probably too lazy to practice, but even so, he was still strong enough to fight head-on with the mecha. What kind of absurd life and person was this? Whether it was in novels or movies, Sula had never seen such a powerful figure. When he thought of how this figure had been by his side for 4 years, he suddenly felt at a loss. He vaguely felt that the things his boss had taught him might lead him to a completely different path in life. However, Sulu still couldn't imagine himself becoming an inhuman like the boss in the future. That was too inconceivable. The window was open, but the grassland outside was still vast and boundless. The road was in front of him, but he didn't know where it ended. The youth just stared blankly at the movement and silence. He didn't have any ambition, and he didn't even have the extravagant hope of becoming such a strong person. This was because he knew that his current ability was at least a few dozen light years away from the realm displayed by the boss in the valley. But no matter what, Sulu watched as the black mech of the boss was about to break out of the encirclement and escape the encirclement of the federal military. His mood was incredibly relaxed and happy. The base of his thigh no longer twitched. He prepared to sneak down the tree and find a quiet place to carry out the mission his boss had given him. He would hide under the watchful eyes of the Federation and never come out again. Just as everything was developing in a good direction, he reflexively turned his head and saw that beam of light. That beam of light that had shot straight down from the grayish-red sky, smashing viciously into the valley. At this time, it was already late in the evening. Half of the night sky was already black and gray. Occasionally, a few small stars would flash with a hazy light. However, in the night sky above the valley, there was not a single trace of a star. It was only a stretch of emptiness. And in this emptiness, suddenly and silently, without warning, a beam of light descended. Sulu watched this scene with wide eyes and slack jaws. His feet slipped, and he almost fell off the tree. He could only hold on to the tree branch with all his might. However, the loud noise and explosion that followed shook the entire hushy regions, verdant mountains and fields. Naturally, he was shaken down from the tree as well. The beam of light that was about 1 meter in diameter was extremely pure white. However, it did not have the holy aura described in religious books. Instead, it was full of a destructive and powerful aura. Just like that, in a situation where no one in the valley had expected it, it directly struck the black M52 mecha that was fleeing halfway up the mountain. That black mecha, which had appeared to be at ease despite being besieged, was like a pitiful and lowly insect under this beam of light. It couldn't make any evasive movements at all and faced it head-on. The super alloy armor was instantly torn apart under the white beam of light. Countless circuit chip components were destroyed by the tremendous energy like fish scales and shot in all directions. No one could survive this kind of attack that came from outer space. However, the power of the beam of light still did not end there. When it entered the Earth's crust, it triggered a violent explosion. Within a 500-meter radius of the black mecha, the entire ground was as fragile as the surface of a baked biscuit. It cracked open, trembled, twisted, and rippled in all directions. After a loud boom, the Donglin Garrison Special Forces in the bushes near the mountainside were shaken high into the air. Most of them were shaken to death. Meanwhile, the 4th Military Region's Special Mecha Team, that was slightly further away, also could not withstand such a powerful force. They all fell to the ground one after another. Amidst the powerful turbulence of the electromagnetic waves, they were momentarily unable to move. The birds and beasts that roamed freely in the valley cried out in agony. Who knew how many trees collapsed? Further away on the hill, the branch in Su Li's hand was also snapped in half. His body was like a kite with a broken string, falling heavily into the ground. It took him a long, long time before he managed to get up. He stared dumbfoundedly at the valley. Although he could not see anything else, he seemed to have seen his boss's tragic death. He no longer had any hope of surviving, because under the attack of the most advanced weapons of the Federation civilization, who could still survive? At this moment, Sulu understood some things. At least, he understood what his boss had said earlier in the mine. You want to know what the explosion was all about? Perhaps you'll be able to see it in a moment. Yes, Sulu had seen the beam of light, had seen the explosion. That was why he understood. The explosion in the armory more than 10 years ago was most likely a similar scene. However, the armory back then was full of ammunition, which was why the scale of the explosion was so much larger. As expected, his boss had been wronged. This knowledge might have made Su Li's pitiful sense of justice feel a little better, but it could not erase the incomparably heavy expression of pain on his face. He rubbed his eyes. Taking advantage of the fact that the army in the valley was also in a state of panic, he forced his tired body to run down the hill into the darkness. The energy of the device had been charged again. The youth pressed the button, letting the faint blue light envelop him. Then he began to flee. He told himself that he had to live. He had to live well. He had to live for his boss and his own share. When a youth Su Lu embarked on his journey of escape in space 600 kilometers away from the surface of the Donglin region, the very beautiful West Woods commercial spaceship that glowed with a silver light all over began to adjust its posture again. Attack complete. The captain of the spaceship looked at the small black dot after the explosion on the screen. After a moment of silence, he said, "Return to 1,200 kilometers orbit." Chapter 29. The Ancient Bell was the largest spaceship owned by the Ancient Bell Company. Its endurance was one of the top 10 in the entire Federation. The Ancient Bell Company was the largest company in the West Woods region of the Federation. Its business covered many industries, and its capital was extremely strong. However, even after hundreds of years of investigation by the West Woods Region Management Committee using the Company Information Disclosure Act, they still couldn't find out who was behind this giant company. Many people guessed that other than the Federation's Asset Management Committee, there were also the shadows of the most powerful families in the West Woods region behind this company. Some people even faintly guessed that the Ancient Bell Company might be related to the 4th Military Region, which had been stationed in the West Woods region for countless years. This time, in order to cooperate with the Federation's plan, the Ancient Bell Company sent this spaceship to the East Woods region to bring greetings and officials from the West Woods region. They started a series of government and civilian exchanges. On the surface, these activities were just to cover the actions of the 4th Military Region's Special Mecha Team. However, no one expected that the real fatal blow to the traitorous mechanic was actually this spaceship itself. It was just a commercial spaceship. How could it carry a space weapon that was strictly controlled by the military? The captain of the Ancient Bell spaceship was a big fat man. After confirming the effects of the vertical cannon through the thermal sensor and the East Woods satellite imaging system, he relaxed and leaned against the sofa, panting. He took the cup of coffee from his secretary, which was still warm, and drank a few mouthfuls without tasting the taste. When Colonel A comes back, he will be very angry. The secretary reminded the captain in a low voice. According to the usual configuration, the captain was usually accompanied by an officer. However, this fat man obviously didn't have the self-awareness of a company. He treated himself as some kind of officer because in reality, he was originally an officer. The fat captain's face was very gentle, but the occasional flash of coldness in his squinted eyes showed his true personality. He said softly, "If Lei can complete this mission, of course I won't take the risk of using the main cannon." The fat captain's brows, which were covered by the wrinkles, flashed with a hint of gloominess. He gritted his teeth and said painfully, "One cannon destroyed half a year's energy quota of the company. Do you think I don't feel bad? That brat Lake is such a fucking disappointment. How much does the military spend on their special mecha team every year? There's nothing we can do about it. The orders from the capital are absolute. The President's office, the Bureau of Proclamation, and the Ministry of National Defense are all pressuring the commander. We can't waste these resources anymore." The secretary shrugged and said, "It's good that the problem is solved. I have to go quickly. I still have to report and explain to the Eastern Woods District Office and the Administrative Committee. I also have to pass on the Federation's order to them. Otherwise, not only will the exchange visit between Eastern Woods and the West Woods be ruined, but the Eastern Woods garrison warships will also fly into the sky and surround us in anger. Give them 4 guts." The fat captain's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. "Eastwood has been decadent for too long. Just hand over the Federation's secret order to the sector office. I don't think these officials will dare to do anything to our 4th military region. Speaking of which, the military region lost all its face on this stupid planet back then. Today, we've finally gotten some back." The secretary shrugged again. He was a civilian officer who had joined the Ancient Clock Company after retirement. Unlike the captain and the others, he still secretly maintained his military status in the 4th military region. Therefore, he did not understand, nor did he want to understand, why his comrades in the 4th military region always had such a strong sense of disgust towards the Eastern Woods District. The West Woods and Eastern Woods were clearly on opposite ends of the Federation. They were extremely far apart, and it was rare for them to even cross paths once in a few years. The captain's room returned to silence. The fat captain carefully put the cold coffee beside him, turned on the secret circuit, and faced the motionless portrait on the screen. He was extremely respectful, and even a little flattering, as he lowered his head and said, "Boss, we succeeded." The portrait was of a middle-aged man, wearing a well-ironed, dark-colored military uniform. The gold stars and silver bars on his shoulders clearly showed this soldier's shocking military rank. The communication between Dong Lin and Silin would take at least 14 minutes. That was why the middle-aged general's portrait remained motionless like a puppet. However, his deeply furrowed brows and cold eyes still gave off an endless amount of pressure. The fat captain swallowed a mouthful of saliva and continued, "Just to kill the mechanic, we spent half a year's energy quota. But this was a mission issued by the Federation. Do you think you should send a letter to the President's office to let the Department of Defense and the Department of Energy coordinate and give the company a little compensation?" He suddenly thought of a problem. Taking advantage of the time before the portrait on the screen moved, he said shyly, "Also, the young miss still refuses to eat today." After saying this, the fat captain, who had fired the main cannon while talking and laughing, turned the mecha into ashes and destroyed countless green spaces in the suburbs of Eastwood, shrunk, and turned off the communicator. Then, he ran out of the captain's room with his butt raised. Sulu had also not eaten today. Under the cover of the explosion, he ran down from the hill. Taking advantage of the chaos in the suburbs of Hushi State, he successfully entered the underground waterway once again. He ran as fast as he could and finally ran into a forest where there were few people. His butt fell into a thick layer of fallen leaves, shaking up a stale smell. The youth panted rapidly. He felt his body was abnormally tired and hungry. His heart was also very tired because of sadness. No matter who it was, after experiencing what had happened today, their spirit would be greatly impacted. Moreover, he was not even 18 years old yet. At this time, it was already late at night. Suddenly, there was a pitter-patter sound in the sky above the forest. Rain fell for no reason, shaking up the dust on the ground covered by fallen leaves, causing the entire forest to be filled with the smell of dust. Sulu, with his face covered in dust, his eyes were full of sadness. He closed his eyes, bit his lip hard, and took a deep breath. He looked at the signal jammer in his hand and found that the blue light was getting fainter and fainter. It would lose its effect in at most 2 minutes. "Let's begin." Sulu stared blankly at the metal bracelet on his wrist. Using the pad of his finger, he gently touched it, revealing the metal wires and those tiny chips inside. He felt his heartbeat become stronger and stronger, but his body was getting weaker and weaker. The piercing pain at the back of his neck spread from the bone to the rest of his body. It was extremely cold. A new life was waiting for him. Chapter 30. The raindrops became heavier and heavier, more and more urgent, hitting the big leaf autumn forest on the outskirts of Hushi region. The pitter-patter was like the sound of war drums on an ancient battlefield, beating an exciting rhythm, urging people to bravely move forward, and forward. In the already soaked autumn forest, the rain soaked all the withered leaves of the trees and also soaked Su Li's body. Staring at the little star-like chip in the bracelet, the young man's heart was filled with complicated emotions. Once he switched to a brand new chip, it represented a completely unknown future, a completely new life, completely cut off from the past, no friends, no family. Of course, he didn't have any family before. He didn't have many friends, but the coffee in Hushi region, the beer in Hushi region, the clock tower street in Hushi region, the girls in Hushi region, the operation room in the mine, the repair shop in Xianglan Avenue, the library in the State University, and this unchanging dusky sky. All of these memories, was he going to say goodbye like this? Su Li's fingers trembled incessantly. He knew that once he pierced the hair-thin metal wire into his neck, everything would change. Maybe it would be good. Maybe it would be extremely bad. Who knew? Facing the most difficult and easiest choice in life, Sulu, with a calmness that didn't match his age, used only a dozen seconds to make up his mind, because the gradually dimming blue light in the rain reminded him that the electronic surveillance of the Federation would find him soon. If he wanted to live freely, then he must no longer be Sulu. Fiercely wiping away the raindrops on his face, revealing clean skin under the dust, Sulu muttered a few words in a low voice, and the emotions in his eyes became calmer and calmer. His hands no longer trembled, and with unusual stability, he pulled out the metal wire from the bracelet, aimed it at the back of his neck, and slowly pierced it. As for how to exchange for a chip, the weak light screen that had popped up on the bracelet had already taught Sulu. However, the young man's current actions were, after all, exceptionally frightening and absurd in his knowledge. He had never even heard of someone being able to forge a human chip to avoid the radiance of the first charter. He didn't have much confidence. His hands still didn't tremble, but they appeared exceptionally slow. This was what the mechanic Feng Yu admired the most about him. He had a natural control over the metal mechanical chip, and more importantly, no matter what kind of dangerous situation he was in, this young man could always maintain his calm, even if it was only on the surface. In order to exchange for the chip in his body without the help of the relevant equipment, one must have the most stable hands and the most stable heart in the world. Coincidentally, Sulu had both of these. Even though he was so tired that he could fall asleep at any time, hungry to the point that his eyes were somewhat unfocused, and sad to the point that the rims of his eyes were still red under the washing of the rain, his hands were still stable. Perhaps it was precisely because Feng Yu believed in this young man's ability that he would hand over such a precious legacy to him. The extremely thin metal wire steadily stopped at a distance of 0.5 millimeters from his skin. The rain in the autumn forest very tactfully brushed past the metal wire and left, not interfering. This was a job that no one knew about, but was enough to shock the entire Federation. Right at this moment, something strange happened. The sharp tip of the metal wire, which had not trembled in the slightest, suddenly trembled as if it had smelled some kind of extremely sweet and blissful paradise. The tip of the metal wire rapidly trembled and vibrated within an extremely small range, faster and faster. It was so fast that it could not be seen with the naked eye, so fast that the wind and rain could not hit it at all. It seemed to have sensed something and continuously searched, using the tiny electric charge attached to it as a source of energy to search continuously. It searched on the exposed skin of Su Li's neck. A layer of small goosebumps appeared on the back of Su Li's neck. Because he was nervous, he allowed the rain to wash over him, but he did not dare to move at all. After who knew how long, only a light beep was heard. The tip of the metal wire that had been rapidly trembling suddenly entered a state of absolute stillness. The metal wire maintained its strange curved state, its tip aimed at the skin on the back of Su Li's neck. In this stillness amidst the wind and rain, a weak blue electric current began to accumulate, like an extremely sharp sword waiting to be unsheathed. A bolt of lightning illuminated the dark sky of the outskirts amidst the wind and rain. With a crack, the sound of thunder rumbled through the entire world. Like a light snake, the lightning carved a demonic mark in the air and also slightly brightened the autumn forest. In this instant of light, the figure of the youth kneeling in the rain suddenly froze. With a whoosh, the metal wire automatically extended by 3 centimeters and easily pierced into the back of Su Li's neck. Then, the metal wire began to tremble with all its might, like a sword that was trying to break through the defensive armor. It was also like a lightning-striking venomous snake that was biting its prey, continuously injecting venom, wanted to give its target the final fatal blow. At this moment, if someone was present, they would definitely notice that the figure of the youth kneeling in the rain began to tremble in pain after stiffening. They would also notice that the skin on the back of the youth's neck seemed to have become transparent, and that the faint blue electric current was constantly swimming and struggling around his neck. In the autumn forest, amidst the wind and rain, there was suddenly a slightly burnt smell. Su Li's small eyes were painfully wide open, and his face looked abnormally terrifying. He felt that his body was burning incomparably, and the pain coming from the back of his neck was even more painful. However, that weak electric current was continuously flowing from the metal wire into his body, directly connecting to his nervous system, allowing him to clearly endure this unbearable torture. Let's end this quickly. It doesn't matter even if we fail. The youth Su Lu, who had always been as sincere and firm as a rock, finally couldn't endure it anymore. He felt that the blood in his body seemed to be boiling, and his mouth and tongue were incomparably dry. His entire body was in pain, as if he was struck by lightning. Just as he was about to give up, there seemed to be some kind of sound coming from the back of his neck. It was like the sound of the circuit chip that he was most familiar with, and also like the sound of a sword being sheathed again. The storm hit the autumn forest, soaking the sky and earth. Su Li's thin figure trembled in pain. His fingers powerlessly left the metal wire, and his whole body knelt in the forest in the rain. An indescribable pain and feeling made his body bow, and then he looked up and painfully screamed at the rainstorm falling from the sky. The rain fell on his face, and it was incomparably painful, sliding down his body. He knelt in the rain, but still felt pain and burning all over his body. In his heart, he was somewhat at a loss as he prayed to the black sky. Let the storm come more violently. Then his mind went blank, and he powerlessly turned over, falling into the rain and dirty leaves all over the ground. Chapter 31. When Su Lu woke up, the rain had already stopped. The thick, dark clouds had also left this part of the night sky, revealing the few lonely stars above. There weren't many stars that could be seen in the Donglin district's night sky. Su Lu lay on the ground, squinting his eyes to distinguish which star was which. Just like a common sentence in novels, of course, he didn't know how much time had passed. His wristwatch had been replaced by a bracelet, and under the intense pain and mental shock, time seemed particularly blurry to him at this time. Lying on the wet ground was not comfortable. Although the fallen leaves were very soft due to the rain, like a quilt on a bed, the smell was very unpleasant. However, Su Lu didn't get up because he was tired, hungry, and weak. A sense of fatigue seeped out from his bones to his muscles through the pores on his skin, making him not want to move at all. Just like that, he lay quietly in the autumn forest after the rain. He opened his eyes and looked at the unclear, starry sky above his head. It was not until a very long time later that he struggled to prop himself up and let out a long sigh. The content of this sigh was so rich that even at such a young age, he began to have a taste of the vicissitudes of life. The glowing blue jammer had long since stopped working. However, Su Lu lay in the wet forest for so long, and still, no Federation army or police came to find him. This fact confirmed one thing for Su Lu, and his mood was very complicated. Glancing at the metal bracelet on his left wrist that had returned to normal, Su Lu was silent for a moment. He touched the back of his neck and felt a small wound. He felt a slight pain and knew that the chip in his body had been replaced with the one made by the boss himself, successfully hiding from the electronic surveillance. From this moment on, Su Lu was no longer Su Lu. He stood up with the help of a tree trunk and carefully sucked the drop of blood between his fingers into his mouth. Swaying his weak body, he walked out of the forest under the cover of the night. As he walked with difficulty, he pulled out the information on the bracelet, hoping to familiarize himself with his new identity as soon as possible. Otherwise, he could be exposed at any time. A new chip and a new identity appeared on the screen. It was still the simple, sincere, and inexperienced face. It was still the Donglin district's resident car number, but it had a completely different life path. This identity came from the capital. At this time, he should have just graduated from high school, completed his military service, and was in a state of semi-unemployment. There was nothing special about him that could attract the attention of the authorities. And the name of this identity was Su Lu or Su Lu. He didn't know if it was because of the chip change that caused some deviation in Su Li's spirit, or because the previous rainstorm washed away the layer of dullness that hid his personality, or because of Uncle Feng's death, he decided to live a better life. In short, Su Lu, who was walking down the mountain, looked at the ID on the screen. He screamed in a way that didn't match his personality, and then fell heavily to the ground. Uncle Fong, you clearly prepared this identity for me, but you didn't tell me it would hurt so much. Besides, why are you still calling yourself Sulu? You're really not worried that I'll be captured by the army. Apart from a boss, I'm probably the first fugitive in history to escape from electronic surveillance. This is such an exciting thing, the teenager muttered. He rubbed his aching butt, wiped his eyes, and disappeared into the night. The clear night sky after the rain was untainted by a speck of dust. It was unusually quiet, and the soothing negative ions filled the forest. Before Sulu left, the electromagnetic waves of 995 megahertz swept through the area, but they didn't receive any weak signals. However, the signal node that was suddenly interrupted was still recorded. The electronic surveillance network that covered the entire Federation received the report immediately, and in the shortest time possible, it was sent to the Donglin region network composed of 17 satellites. The information-gathering satellite used the simplest logical calculation method to come up with a logical judgment that was consistent with the sentence logic. It was given a specific outsource characteristic, and it was cut into 3 pieces of information. According to the established pattern, it was sent to the depths of space. All of this was the normal reaction of the Federation's electronic surveillance network. The various regions didn't have a central computer, but a digital matrix was used to perform the analysis. The disappearance of an information node represented the death of a citizen. This separation of life and death was all too common in the Federation. It happened every day, every moment, and even every second. Of course, the information-gathering satellite didn't think it was strange. If it had human emotions, it would probably yawn to express its boredom at this piece of information. The 3 pieces of information that were given encryption characteristics at the very beginning set off from the satellite above the Donglin region and took 3 different paths in space. After passing through 9 information amplification and acceleration space stations, they crossed an extremely long distance and crossed an unknown number of nebulae and dust. Finally, after 4 minutes and 12 seconds, they entered the atmosphere of the capital planet of the Federation's upper forest region. After a final information amplification and filtering, they entered the large receiver at the back of the building on the outskirts of the capital. The heavily guarded Bureau of Proclamation of the Federation, the gloomy basement, the officials in black hurriedly walking, the unusually quiet central operation room behind the large dust-proof glass, the first loyal executor of the glory of the Charter, the Federal Central Computer with an incomparably powerful computing power and an unusually large database, formed a seemingly boring but actually stressful life day after day. The 3 pieces of extremely inconspicuous information entered the central computer. The flashing images on the giant light screen paused for a moment at this moment, then returned to normal. No staff member noticed the abnormality of the central computer, because for countless years, the central computer's secret room had never required the participation of humans. On the contrary, for the sake of the central computer's safety, the Bureau of Proclamation's underground central computing department was completely isolated from the rest of the analysis department. They were only connected by cables or high-security wireless networks. Therefore, the officials of the Bureau of Proclamation regrettably missed the few lines of tiny light dots on the light screen. Citizen serial number, DLAS 420500481, X information, node missing. Name, Sulu. Remarks, Federation 4427 Plan Target 2, death confirmed. Warning, this is an extension of a Level 1 sequence event. Serious warning. There's a 30% probability that Citizen Sulu has entered an abnormal situation. Serial number is 72. Citizen Sulu has entered an abnormal situation. Serial number is 72. Response, search on your own. If you can find him, initiate contact. If the target refuses, establish an observation system and submit a report for the government's reference. Abnormal situation, handling procedure 1, end. Chapter 32. The early morning sun shone through the glass window onto the messy pile of blankets on the bed. The fine dust particles in the air fluttered like insects under the bright light, as if they would never feel tired. The warm autumn day and the fluttering dust did not make the young man under the blankets sigh at the beauty of life. He was still like an ostrich, burying his head in his arms and continuing his deep sleep. Only after a very long time had passed did he somewhat unwillingly open his eyes. He spread out his limbs on the bed and stared blankly at the white ceiling above his head in silence. From the moment he opened his eyes, the craziness of the past 10 hours flooded Sue Lee's mind like a tide. He stared blankly for a long time before realizing that he was now in the room that the boss had specially left for him, and not sleeping on the bed that he was familiar with. Everything that had happened yesterday was real and not a nightmare. He already had a new identity. The chip on the back of his neck had been replaced, and the boss, Uncle, he really was dead. Sulu sat up and continued to stare blankly at the bedside for a while. He used his hands to rub his slightly hot face to wake himself up, but when he raised his head to look at the unfamiliar room, he still could not wake up. There was a saying in the Federation that a cunning rabbit would have at least 3 holes. Sulu did not expect that the boss, in order to avoid the Federation's arrest warrant, would actually arrange so many escape routes in the capital city of Heshi Province. When he thought of this, a strange feeling emerged in Su Lee's heart. He felt that something was wrong. This was a single apartment that faced the street. The interior area was not large, and the furnishings were extremely simple. Apart from the large bed by the window, there was only a refrigerator, a TV screen, and a set of tables and chairs. After taking a hot shower in the bathroom, Sulu took out a large amount of prepared food from the fridge. Without heating it up, he began to wolf down the food. It wasn't until the table was covered with leftovers and spilled milk that he felt slightly satisfied. The hunger and tiredness from yesterday were slightly washed away. It was only 10 hours of not eating, and with his physique, he should not be hungry to this extent. Sulu was also very curious about this phenomenon. Where did the empty stomach and the tiredness of the body come from? Could it be because of the trembling of his body when he escaped from the temporary military camp? He did not want to think about this problem, because the only person who could explain this problem was no longer here. Although he planned to leave Heshi Province at night and never come back to this room, Sulu still subconsciously tidied up the room, just like how he did after eating in the mines these past few years. After finishing these things, he found that he had nothing to do. The police sirens were still sounding on the streets outside, and the after effects of yesterday's explosion were still fermenting. Naturally, he could not go out into the streets to bask in the sun, so he began to sit by the bed in a daze again. After a while, he turned on the TV and somewhat woodenly watched the little girl with purple hair blowing out the candles on the screen. He suddenly remembered that today was the 16th birthday celebration of himself and the uncle's favorite, Jian Shuer. He also remembered that he was going to be 18 years old, and that the uncle did not know how old he was, and that he would remain at this age forever. So his heart tightened, and he could no longer control his emotions. Looking at Jian Shuer, surrounded by tens of thousands of people on the screen, tears flowed down his face. Sulu lowered his head and wiped away the tears on his face. He did not notice that on the screen, Jian Shuer was beaming as she showed the beautiful bracelet on her wrist to the people around her. For the entire day, Sulu stayed in this room. Through the information screen on the bracelet, he firmly memorized what he should remember and how to escape from Donglin. At the same time, he took a huge risk and used the knowledge that his boss had taught him to secretly infiltrate the internal network of Donglin's second police station in an attempt to find the current situation of Li Wei and the group of orphans. Then, he entered the civil affairs system and checked the internal information of the Fourth Museum of the Past. Fortunately, he found a suitable target. After doing all this, he cleaned the entire room again and carefully wiped away his fingerprints. Then, he took out a set of clothes from the closet and changed into it. Carrying the backpack that his boss had left in the closet, he walked out of the room, down the stairs, and into the crowd. Wearing a light blue sports jacket with the hood turned up to cover his face and a dark black backpack, Sulu looked like a common young man in the Federation. He would not attract anyone's attention. He purposely chose to leave at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It was the time when people were most relaxed. Even so, he carefully walked around a few blocks and climbed over 2 walls before entering the 4th museum of the past. Following the map that his boss had left behind, Su Lu quietly sneaked into the automatic incinerator behind Jingxing Hall. Among the rows of waiting coffins, he found his target according to the name tag. He did not dare to look at the face of the young body in the coffin. Instead, he turned his body sideways and aimed his left wrist at the back of the body's neck. A burnt smell flashed past. The discarded chip that he had replaced last night had successfully entered the body of the body. He then threw the glowing blue signal blocker into the coffin. After pausing for a moment, he threw in the exquisite taser baton. He had only made 2 taser batons. The first one had brought disaster to him and his boss. He did not want a second one. Although it could protect him, he felt that it was ominous. Standing in the shadows of Jingxing Hall's dark corridor, Su Lu silently watched the conveyor belt send the coffins into the high-temperature incinerator one by one. Watching the coffins that contained his chip, his boss's signal blocker, and the taser baton enter the furnace and quickly burn into flames, ashes, and residue, Su Li's heart suddenly felt empty. Everything in his past had been burned with this coffin. Now, he only had the name Su Lu. The yesterday that abandoned me will never come back. Tonight, Su Lu bought a ticket to Fuji. This long-distance bus, called the Big Greyhound by the people of Donglin, was dispatched from the capital of Hushi every night. After a long night's journey, it arrived at the capital of Fuji in the early hours of the next day. Although it was tiring, it was much cheaper than taking a plane. However, Su Lu chose the Big Greyhound to leave the capital of Hushi because the orphans knew that the Federation was the most lenient when it came to the means of transportation used by civilians. On the bright signboard, the 2 Big Greyhounds' ears drooped weakly. Su Lu looked at the armed soldiers and the police wearing bulletproof vests at the entrance and lamented in his heart. He really did not expect that the government would not relax the inspection. If he did not even have the courage to face this hurdle, then how could he live in the Federation with this fake identity in the future? Su Lu touched the back of his neck and smiled brilliantly. He smiled so much that his eyes narrowed. He calmly walked towards the door. Chapter 33. He politely asked Su Lu to remove his backpack, and the cold metal probe stick rudely pressed against the back of Su Li's neck. After a beep, the identity data reading and verification was completed in an instant. The soldier in charge of the inspection glanced at the information on the small screen on his elbow, looked at Su Lu with a smile, and said, "So it's Senior. You look young." Su Li's smile was somewhat forced, and the corners of his mouth twitched a few times before it became more natural. He put on his backpack and said, "Squatters, they can't see the sun all day. If you want it, you can go." There were not many types of soldiers in the Donglin garrison, but the most difficult of them all was the mineshaft maintenance team, which was what the soldiers called the squatters. The soldier patted Su Li's shoulder with a smile and said, "Senior, your luck was bad in the past, but isn't it good this time? You can wait for a ship as soon as you retire." After our former squad leader retired, he had to wait for half a year in the garrison before the Department of Defense sent a spaceship over. They chatted for a while, but because there were still many passengers waiting in line for the inspection, the soldier reluctantly let Su Lu go and wave his hand to let him pass. Su Lu walked a few steps and did not forget to turn back and thank the soldier. Everything was very normal, but when he sat on the Big Greyhound bus and leaned back in the seat, he realized that his back was full of cold sweat, soaking through his clothes. Su Lu gently exhaled, spitting out the tension in his body. He wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead and sat down tiredly on the soft chair. It was just a checkpoint, but it had already scared him quite a bit. Fortunately, he remembered the identity set by the disguised chip behind his neck, so he barely passed the checkpoint. But then he thought, if in the future someone really found out that he was from the mineshaft, what would he do? Being able to pass the inspection so easily had nothing to do with Su Li's luck. The entire Federation had long gotten used to the convenience, speed, and accuracy of the Federation's electronic surveillance network. The human chip had long since replaced identity documents. Except for certain important areas of the Federation that might carry out fingerprint and iris comparisons, The majority of identity confirmations relied on the human chip. Every citizen of the Federation was shrouded in the glory of the first charter from the day they were born. So much so that everyone subconsciously came to the conclusion that the electronic surveillance network would never make a mistake. In fact, for countless years, the central computer of the Bureau of Proclamation and the electronic surveillance network throughout the Federation society had indeed not made any mistakes, except for the mechanic and the youth who was currently sitting limply on the long-distance bus. 23 days later, in the capital of Fuji State, the sky was gloomy, and so was Su Li's heart. He sat in a fast food restaurant on the corner of the street, eating the beef noodles in front of him tastelessly. From time to time, he would raise his head and anxiously look at the solemn building in the middle of the street in the distance. He chose to have his lunch here because this fast food restaurant was the closest to the first instance court in the state of Foggy. He could immediately inquire about the trial today. The police car flashed its lights and turned off its siren as it drove past the street outside the fast food restaurant. Sula looked out through the glass window. At this moment, he was a little absent-minded. He immediately lowered his head and buried his face in the wide bowl of noodles. He felt like he saw the faces of Li Wei and Xiao Chong in the police car just now. The orphan gang that Li Wei was in had disbanded under the attack of the second police station. For some unknown reason, the trial of the case was arranged to be in the first instance court in the state of Foggy. The Federation's operation to eliminate the mechanic was top secret. Naturally, it was impossible for them to charge the orphans of Clock Tower Street with the meaningless crime of colluding with traitors. Li Wei, who was completely innocent, was finally sentenced to a year in prison. This was because he had just turned 18. This result was quite good. Presumably, the lawyer assigned to Li Wei by the government would not recommend him to appeal to the Court of Appeals or the Circuit Court. However, Su Lu still felt sorry for Li Wei. It was not only because of the prison sentence, but also because he knew that Su Lu definitely felt sorry for himself. This was because the Federation government knew about the existence of Su Lu and the mechanic from him. More importantly, Li Wei must have thought that Su Lu was already dead. "Young man, why are you frowning?" The old man sitting opposite, Su Lu, who was also eating noodles, looked at the young man's distressed expression and said with a smile, "At such a young age, you're already pretending to be lonely and imitating despair. This is unacceptable." Even an old man eating noodles on the street could say such interesting words. Su Lu suddenly felt that the heavens had no eyes, allowing him to be surrounded by such strange people. He didn't know why, but he suddenly had the urge to tell his secrets, but he had no one to tell them to. He stared blankly at the old man's wrinkled face and asked, "Old man, have you ever encountered any big trouble in your life? Has there been anything that has made you sad?" "No." The old man's answer was very straightforward. He had the crispness of the people of Donglin. In this world, there is no obstacle that cannot be overcome. If you really can't overcome it, then it is your fate. Who can fight against fate? It is just a little bitter. Think about it. When have we, the people of Donglin, ever been afraid of hardship? We also do not complain to the Federation about anything. Living happily is not better than anything else. But I just want to live an honest life. There are also troubles that will come to me, and I might even be wronged. Then don't live too honestly. The old man licked the oil soup on the side of his lips and said, "Just like noodles, you need to be chewy, but the broth needs to be smooth and oily. This way, you will not be bullied in society." The Donglin area was rich in stones, but it was also rich in silent and optimistic people like the old man, who were as tough as weeds. Sulu suddenly thought of the people around him in this life. His emotions calmed down, and he thought of the things that he had not thought of because of his fatigue, anxiety, and sadness. There had been that explosion many years ago, and the boss had survived. Why couldn't he survive this time? Perhaps the boss had switched to another chip and was pretending to be an old university professor. Was he fooling those young female university students? Or perhaps the boss had transformed into a business rookie and was playing with his ability to get money without risking anything. Or perhaps the boss was in some corner laughing at his depression and sadness. Sula looked at the old man across from him and said, "Your surname, Can't be Feng, right? The old man's surname was naturally not Feng. He looked at the neurotic youth, sighed, and left with the bowl of noodles. Su Lu sent off the old man, sent by the heavens to wake him up. He smiled foolishly at the broth and understood what kind of person he should be in the future. Just like the noodles in the bowl, he should persevere in what he should persevere in and maintain the tenacity in his heart. But to realize the form of tenacity, the boss might be dead or he might be alive. It was just that he could not meet him. He was wearing a white robe and drifting away. Was this true? But what did it matter? If it did not meet for a lifetime, what was the difference between life and death? The key was what to do about his future, wasn't it? Sulu had a smile on his face and cheered for himself in his heart. At this moment, this simple and sincere youth's mentality finally changed a little. It was like a ray of sunlight shining into his heart. At this time, the gloomy weather above Fuji had finally dissipated, revealing the incomparably beautiful sunlight. The youth walked out of the restaurant and whistled nervously at the girls on the street. He tightened the backpack on his back and walked in the direction of the garrison. Chapter 34. Before leaving the Hushi region, Su Lu had circled to the 4th Street in the twilight. He took a look at his beloved repair shop from afar and was shocked to find that the entire building where the shop was located had been reduced to ruins. He did not need to care about how the Federation would explain this matter to society. He could only easily see that the Dongling garrison had directly used heavy firepower to launch an attack on his boss. Comparing this with the formation of the Mecha Team B, for that the colonel belonged to, Su Lu felt a chill in his heart. He did not know just how many important people in the Federation wanted to kill his boss, and what was up with the crime of treason that his boss bore. However, Su Lu did not have the extravagant hope of using the disguised chip to investigate this matter and help his boss clear his name or take revenge. On one hand, it was because his boss had given him a serious warning in his last words. On the other hand, he knew that he was just an ordinary person now. He was too far away from the secrets of the upper echelons of the Federation society. He was so far away that he could not even look up to them. Standing on the empty cement ground of the garrison area's airport, Su Lu turned around and looked at the familiar planet. He took a deep breath, and his eyebrows, which were as thick and straight as knives, became much smoother. It was as if he could not bear the sorrow of leaving. As a retired soldier, he boarded a spaceship on the way to leave the Donglin region and head to the capital ring. This seemed to be his dream for more than 10 years. However, when this dream was realized in a bizarre way, Su Lu still felt like he was dreaming. The identity verification and security check had been completed before he entered the garrison. At this time, Su Lu was no longer as scared as he was a month ago. Instead, he could calmly face the omnipresent electronic surveillance network. He lowered his head and walked into the transit cabin, not forgetting to smile at the soldiers at the door. These soldiers were all from the Westwoods. They were responsible for the security of the commercial spaceship above the Donglin region. After a month, the friendly visit between the Westwoods region and the Donglin region ended. They reached a package of reciprocal agreements and confirmed the assistance of the Westwoods to the Donglin region. Those important officials had already returned to the spaceship and were about to embark on the long journey home. The cargo spaceship that Su Lu entered was the last transit cabin in space. Su Li's body was pressed tightly against the back of the chair. The feeling of his head being filled with blood was very unfamiliar to him. He, who had never experienced space travel before, felt a fresh excitement and a trace of fear. Other than him, there was no one else in the cabin full of goods. He didn't know how Uncle Fengyu set up the disguised chip, but this retired soldier really didn't pay much attention to him, other than the loud noise that reminded him that he was leaving his hometown. When he was about 30,000 meters away from the ground, Su Lu finally relaxed. Following the instructions of the electronic equipment in the cabin, he adjusted the position of his seat. Only then did he have the extra energy to observe the flight cabin that he was in. Unlike what he had imagined when he was a teenager, these spaceships that represented the level of human civilization were not very beautiful. Even if it was just an open space transit cabin, it still looked a bit too crude. The exposed metal on the cabin walls were not covered, and he could even see the circuit system inside the pipes. The smell of engine oil filled the cabin. Looking at this scene, Sulu could not help but be a little surprised. He thought to himself, is this a fucking old truck or an extremely sophisticated high-tech product? 20 seconds later, Sulu lost his initial sense of novelty and curiosity. The physiological effects of the load began to appear. His breathing was a little short, but fortunately, in the past 4 years, he had been constantly adjusted by Uncle Fengyu. Compared to other first-time travelers, he had adapted quickly enough and was calm enough. He noticed that the window of the spaceship began to constantly pass by the red dust and some space junk that reflected a metallic luster. Logically speaking, at the current altitude, there should not be so much space junk. Sulu was a little confused for a while. He just quietly watched. After a long time, the spaceship seemed to have passed through this strange dust area and truly escaped the gravitational pull of Donglin. It was time to remove the restraints on his body. Sulu carefully left the chair according to the instructions. He felt a strange feeling of weightlessness, and a happy smile appeared on his face. Like a fish, he swung his arms and slowly swam to the side of the porthole. He held the edge of the window with both hands. He did not know if the spaceship was facing the direction of the star at this time. The light outside the window was unusually bright, and the entire cabin was illuminated with a silvery white light. This bright silvery white light illuminated the metal bracelet on Suli's left wrist very clearly. It even showed some very faint marks that were not easy to find. Sulu looked down and found 2 lines of small words engraved on the edge of the bracelet. He had not noticed it for the past few days, and he could not help but be surprised. He subconsciously read it softly. In this world, there are 2 things that can deeply shake people's hearts. One is the noble moral code in our hearts, and the other is the brilliant starry sky above our heads. Kant. Sulu wanted to touch his head, but he found that in the absence of gravity, he swung his hand a little too hard. It hit his head, and it was a little painful. He looked at these 2 lines a little gloomily. He did not know who Kant was, and he was not very clear about the meaning of these seemingly very philosophical words. However, he still had a strange feeling in his heart. This feeling was perhaps called passion, or perhaps it was called loftiness. Retracting his gaze from these words, Sulu looked at the universe outside the window. The young man, who was preparing to greedily absorb the beautiful scenery, suddenly narrowed his eyes. The scenery outside was completely beyond his expectations. Countless stars were like sesame seeds on a pie, sprinkling over the entire vast universe. The silvery white starlight did not shine, and it was like a holy light enveloping the surroundings. Sulu looked at this scene with his mouth agape. He grew up in the Donglin area and could only see a few pitiful stars at night. He did not know that the real starry sky outside the atmosphere was so beautiful and dazzling. Suddenly, Suli's body fell heavily to the ground. He was in pain from the fall because he was so shocked by the sea of stars outside the window that he did not notice the electronic device reminding him that the docking was successful. The gravity was reset, and please return to the restraining chair. After 5 minutes, the cabin door was finally opened. The battered Sulu climbed up from the ground, found his backpack, and followed the receptionist to the commercial spaceship into the real spaceship. Sulu found that his eyes were not enough. When he thought about the fact that he was in fact in the endless abyss of the universe, he felt a little strange. When he thought about how the equipment he saw were all high-end goods that could only be seen in books, he felt a little instinctive excitement. The Department of Defense is too stingy. The soldier in charge of leading the way was not surprised by Suli's reaction. He shrugged and patted him on the shoulder comfortingly. Although we do have to pass by the capital star, the Department of Defense is so stingy. There's no other way. The rooms are already full. I have to ask you to stay in Area 32. No problem. Sulu nodded. After all, this was the spaceship of the West Woods people and not the Department of Defense's own true carrier. It was good enough that he had a room. In the empty Area 32, Sulu stood alone by the giant window, carrying his backpack. He looked at the distant East Forest planet and sighed. Just as he was about to find his room, he suddenly heard a very young and clear voice behind him. It made him want to protect it. "Protect me." Sulu turned around abruptly. Then his mouth fell open because he saw a little girl in white pajamas, bathed in the silver starlight. The little girl was only 5 or 6 years old. She was holding a doll in her arms. Her innocent eyes were filled with tears, and her whole body seemed to emit a delicate aura. Chapter 35. Protect me. She didn't add the word please in front, which seemed a little unreasonable, but when it was said in a little girl's voice, it was full of incomparable trust and the naivety of a child. The little girl's white pajamas looked incomparably delicate under the starlight. Sulu looked at this scene emotionally, and for some reason, his heart softened for no reason. He clenched his fists and slowly approached the metal cabin wall. His movements were very slow, as if he was afraid that if his movements were too big, he would bring fear to this pitiful little bird-like girl. The little girl lowered her head, as if she didn't dare to look directly at Suli's face. 2 drops of tears slid down from her long eyelashes, and she looked extremely pitiful. Her lilac-like lips opened and closed nervously, and her voice was so low that it was almost inaudible. "Please protect me." Sulu carefully squatted down and looked at the little girl's small face that was carved from jade. Her slightly drooping eyes couldn't hide her ink-like pupils and her small and delicate lips. For a moment, he felt a little absent-minded. He felt that the little girl gave him a very intimate feeling, so he didn't notice that the little girl added 2 words in her second sentence. "Little girl, what's your name?" Sulu subconsciously blinked and pursed his lips, not wanting to let his absent-minded appearance make the little girl think of something bad. His gaze finally left the little girl's face and noticed that the little girl's hair was very special. Pure black hair draped straight over both sides of her cheeks, and the middle part was very neatly cut into a straight line above her eyebrows and covering her forehead. It looked like a piece of watermelon skin. My name is Jean. Firework." The little girl was still tightly hugging the doll in her arms. She bravely raised her head to look at Sulu. Perhaps it was Suli's honest face that gave her courage, or perhaps it was Suli's straight eyebrows that gave her confidence. She stammered out her name. "This name is too unpleasant to hear," Sulu muttered in his heart. He didn't know what this little girl's parents did for them to give her a name that could easily cause ambiguity. He scratched his head and said, "Why don't I just call you Little Watermelon?" The little girl named Jean Firework widened her eyes and felt endless confusion. She cutely tilted her head and asked, "Uncle, why Little Watermelon?" Sulu stretched out his index finger and brushed the hair on the little girl's forehead. He smiled and said, "Because your hair is like a beautiful piece of watermelon skin." Although Sulu didn't know that this commercial spaceship belonged to the Ancient Clock Company, and that the 4th Military Region was hiding behind the Ancient Clock Company, he could logically deduce that on such a heavily guarded spaceship, under the glory of the First Charter, at the edge of the universe far away from the Empire's borders, there shouldn't be anything that could threaten such a cute little girl. He also didn't think that this little girl called Zheng Huahua, or Little Watermelon, needed to be protected. On a spaceship, this little girl should have a family accompanying her. But no matter how he asked, Little Watermelon refused to tell him what had happened, nor where her family was. Sulu thought for a while and decided to find the staff on the spaceship. After all, the little girl was a living person, and he didn't dare to take responsibility. Suli's room was in Area 32, which was the most remote area of the spaceship. It had the most backward facilities and was also the quietest area. Other than the noise of garbage being transported from the pipes behind the wall from time to time, no one had come here while the 2 of them were talking. Sulu took the little girl's hand and walked outside. He comforted her. "Little Watermelon, you don't have to be afraid when you find your family." "Uncle, I'm scared." Little Watermelon was a very sensible child. She probably knew that she had brought a lot of trouble to this strange uncle. When Sulu took her hand and walked out, she didn't make a fuss or struggle. She just held the doll in one hand and lowered her head as she said, "There's a bad guy who wants to kidnap Little Watermelon and take her somewhere else so that Little Watermelon can never see father and mother again." Sulu stopped in his tracks. He turned around and looked at the little girl's side profile seriously, as if he was trying to discern whether this terrifying story was just a child's nonsense, or whether there was a dark curtain hidden behind the light. With this glance, he saw the dust and dirt on the back of the little girl's snow-white nightgown and the stain on the doll. No one came to Area 32. How did this little girl come here alone on such a big spaceship? What about the people who were watching over her? Did the little girl crawl out from those pipes? Otherwise, how could she be so dirty? What kind of horror would make a 5- or 6-year-old girl crawl into those dark pipes? Sulu looked at her seriously for a while. Uncle Fong admired his ability to read people, but he still couldn't see any trace of the little girl lying. Without thinking for too long, Sulu turned around and walked back with the little girl's hand. He wanted to go back to his room and think about it. He was a little worried about leaving the little girl in the hands of the spaceship staff. At least, she would be safe if she followed him. It would be good for him to find out more information before making a decision. The little girl stared blankly for a moment before immediately understanding the meaning behind this turnaround. She walked quickly in small, quick steps in an attempt to keep up with Su Li's pace. Her movements appeared especially cute. The tears on her little face had yet to dry when she began to laugh. Her laughter was exceptionally happy, and her large black eyes narrowed together like a crescent moon in the night sky of Shalene's star. "Thank you, Uncle. Call me Big Brother from now on. Little Watermelon." Sulu had always been a straightforward person. Once he decided on something, he would do it to the end. Holding the little girl's hand, he was in a very good mood. His trustworthy eyes squinted, looking very much like the half-lake in the East Woods Nature Conservation Area. The Ancient Bell spaceship was still going through its last logistical energy supply. It was set to leave the East Woods sector at about 6 o'clock tomorrow. During this time, Sulu stayed in his room with Little Watermelon. Perhaps because the budget of the Department of Defense was too tight, the place where he, a retired soldier in name, lived was really a forgotten corner. There didn't seem to be any surveillance equipment in the room. Even so, Sulu still carefully paid attention to the movements outside the door. Through this period of chatting, he gradually gained the little girl's complete trust and finally found out some things. The little girl was from the West Woods. For some reason, she left home and was taken to the Ancient Bell spaceship. On the return journey, she would be sent to the capital planet. She would be 6 years old in 2 months. She was best at piano and painting, but she hated piano and painting the most. She liked to play with mud the most, and it just so happened that she played with mud the least. Perhaps it was because she rarely had the chance to relax and chat like this. The 6-year-old girl chattered nonstop like a little bird. She would often choke because she spoke too fast. Her little face would turn red, and the straight black hair on her forehead would sway in the air. Sulu listened with a bitter smile. The little girl's content was too trivial, and there was no information that he wanted to know. The more he listened, the stranger he felt. He wondered if the little girl had misunderstood something, causing him to misunderstand something. But since he had already promised Little Watermelon, he naturally had to continue. People had to be honest, even if it was a 6-year-old girl. Sulu decided to let the little girl hide in her room for the time being before he could find out more information. When it was time to eat, Sulu reminded the little girl not to run around. He ran to the spaceship's cafeteria and ordered a meal. He didn't talk too much with the spaceship staff, but he still paid attention and found that no one had heard anything about which official on the spaceship lost a child. What made him wary was that the soldiers in charge of security around the cafeteria looked much more serious than they did a few hours ago. A somewhat depressing atmosphere surrounded the cafeteria. Could it be because of Little Watermelon? Sulu quietly left the cafeteria. He was a person who didn't attract much attention, so he didn't attract any attention when he left with a meal. Most people on the spaceship didn't even know that a retired soldier from the Donglan region had been arranged to stay in the lounge of Cleaning Area 32. Little Watermelon lowered her head and forked a piece of beef. She put it in her mouth and chewed hard, but the expression on her face revealed that the little girl really didn't like the taste of beef stew rice. But she didn't seem to want to make things difficult for Sulu, so she just ate seriously. Sulu looked at the expression on her little face and couldn't help but laugh. He said, "If you don't like it, then don't eat it." I heard that the next meal will be good. I've been eating beef for a month and a half. Little Watermelon sighed like an adult and said, Brother Sulu, I'm afraid the next meal will be beef again. Sulu deliberately added a spoonful of white rice to this meal. At this time, he was holding his chopsticks and eating the leftover rice from Little Watermelon. When he heard this, he couldn't help but freeze. After being influenced by the boss for so many years, he had become very picky about food. He said with a bitter face, synthetic beef tastes the same, and you can actually eat it for a month and a half? That's amazing. After sighing, Sulu lowered his head and ate again. He didn't have the habit of wasting food. With his mouth full of beef, he said vaguely, If there's a chance in the future, I'll kill a bison and let you eat real beef. The little girl's black hair stood straight on her forehead. She looked at Sulu with a smile and nodded seriously. Although she had eaten a lot of wild dishes stolen from the Empire with her father in the West Woods, she still felt grateful for Brother Su Li's words. She thought that her brother was really a good person. Chapter 36. In the faint sound of the engine, the fixed curtains on the room's porthole slowly opened, and the starlight outside the spaceship shone in. Sulu, who was engrossed in chewing the synthetic beef, looked up in surprise. He found a little girl with a watermelon haircut looking out of the window quietly. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised, and she smiled sweetly. Her tender face was full of envy. It was not until then that Sulu noticed that the little watermelon's eyes were not big, but they were exceptionally bright. At this time, when she smiled, her eyes narrowed, and she looked very cute. The young man smiled in his heart, thinking that the intimacy he felt when they first met probably came from these eyes. He followed the little watermelon's gaze and looked out of the window. His eyes were fixed in the distance. He slowly put down the chopsticks in his hand and sighed softly. Outside the window was his hometown, Donglin. Thinking of this and changing identities, he did not know if he could ever come back in this lifetime. No matter how optimistic and cheerful Sulu was, he felt a little down. Perhaps because he didn't want his emotions to affect the little girl, he forced a smile, pointed at the planet, and said, I've never thought of looking at it from this angle. The picture albums I used to see in school were much more beautiful than the real picture. The quiet planet was suspended in space. The blue sea and green fields were clearly visible. Even the spaceship could see the strangely large white mine pits, like scars that described the ancient history of the planet. However, at the edge of the planet's atmosphere, there was a layer of gray and light red dust, making the scenery look like it was covered with a layer of gauze. When it fell into the eyes of Sulu, who was in a bad mood, he could not help but feel a little uncomfortable. That is the legacy of the early days of the planet's development. The little watermelon scratched her hair cutely. She knew at a glance what Sulu was referring to. She explained in a childish voice, The 3 major galaxies of the Federation are at the edge of the silver core. The density of stars in space is too high. Although the Creator magically arranged 3 galaxies for human beings, and they were not torn to pieces by the gravitational force, the light pollution is still very serious. In particular, Donglin is too close to the stars in the system. Without this layer of red soil particle belt shielding the rays, it would be difficult for human beings to survive healthily. Little Watermelon looked at Sulu and nodded, saying seriously, Big brother, although the dust is ugly, it is really useful. Are you saying that the dust is man-made? That's right. It seems to have been the largest group explosion in history. At the same time, it was precisely calculated by the 5-man team that the effect was achieved. Sulu was stunned for a long time. Until today, he finally knew why the sky was always so gray and the stars were always so few. It turned out that everything was covered by the dust. Thinking of how many tens of thousands of years ago, when humans first came to the eastern forest region from the center of the Federation and developed the desolate planet with great difficulty, he was full of respect for those ancestors. He looked at Little Watermelon's swaying black hair, shook his head, and laughed bitterly. Another reason why he was shocked was that even a 6-year-old girl knew the history, but he didn't. Although he didn't finish his compulsory education, it was too embarrassing. Little Watermelon took the tissue he handed to her and wiped her mouth. She was smart enough to feel Su Li's uneasiness. She smiled sweetly and said, "This is not in the history textbooks. I just heard from my father that our ancestors were the first people to come to the eastern forest region to develop. In order to remember the great achievements of our ancestors, I started reading these things when I was young." Hearing the explanation, Su Lu felt a little better. However, he noticed another strange thing. If it was an ancient family responsible for developing the eastern forest region, why was little Watermelon's family now in the Westwoods? But this was not a question he needed to consider now, so he did not ask further. Only after flying out of the atmosphere did I realize how bright the stars are in the vast universe. Su Lu lowered his head and thought of his boss, who might have been turned into flying ash and scattered on the eastern forest planet. He thought of Li Wei, who was imprisoned by the Federation. He laughed self-deprecatingly and said, "My dream in life was to become a battleship auxiliary officer in the Federation. Now it seems that if I stay on the battleship every day, I will become a stray cat in the mine." "Brother Sulu, what's wrong with stray cats?" "Stray cats in the mine. As long as they are illuminated by the headlights, they will stupidly stand on the tracks and never move again. It is probably because they have never seen such bright light before." Su Lu lowered his head and said this, but another voice sounded in his heart. A new life was waiting for him. However, even if he did not avenge his boss and wash away the injustice, he could not risk his life for the Federation. At 6 o'clock the next day, Sulu, who was lying on the floor and sleeping with his clothes on, was awakened by a loud roar. He put on his coat and lifted a corner of the curtain to look. He found that the eastern forest planet, which was covered with a layer of dust of history, was gradually moving away from him. He knew that the spaceship had finally embarked on its journey to the capital planet. For a moment, he had mixed feelings, but he could not find the right words to describe his feelings. A month ago, he was just an orphan living peacefully on the eastern forest planet. His dream in life was to take the Department of Defense Mechanic Officer examination and then enter the military or enter the capital ring to further his studies and obtain a decent job in a large company. At that time, he had only taken the tram and had not even taken a plane. Apart from the 17 blocks in the capital of the Hushi state, he had not been anywhere else. He was a complete country bumpkin. However, a month later, he left the Hushi state and boarded a plane to another distant state, Foggy State. He even boarded the Federation's most advanced commercial spaceship and flew in space. He was about to go to the truly distant capital ring. Life's encounters were always so bizarre and unpredictable. Sulu was a little annoyed as he scratched his messy hair. When he turned around and saw the little girl sleeping soundly on the bed, his heart tightened. There was a very dramatic question waiting for him here. He believed that the little girl was not lying, but he did not understand why these strange things always happened to him. He did not think that the little girl was trouble or a burden because he was a person with such a character. As long as someone came to him in need, he was always willing to do his best to help, not to mention that the other party was just a poor little girl. Half an hour later, the roaring sound stopped. In a long silence, the commercial spaceship Ancient Bell left the eastern forest planet and quietly moved into the depths of the universe like a floating bottle. Its speed was getting faster and faster, but the people on the spaceship did not feel anything. In the world of the Great System, the speed of the naked eye had lost its effect. There was only a sense of loss that shrouded the huge alloy spaceship. In the next few days, Su Lu maintained an absolute low profile on the spaceship. Other than going to the cafeteria to get food, he did not have much contact with the people on the spaceship. Not many people paid attention to this poor retired soldier who lived in the cleanup district. Although he kept a low profile, Sulu was still trying to find the little girl's family or something strange. However, it was to no avail. After several inquiries, he did not hear anything similar at all. Sulu didn't have a choice. He really didn't want to go against the little girl's wishes. Moreover, he had gradually gotten used to the little girl's existence in the room. Perhaps her existence could make his disguised escape journey less cold and lonely. What surprised Sulu even more was that the little girl, who was not even 6 years old, knew a lot. It seemed that her family had a good environment and had trained her to read books since she was young. Although Su Lu had not been attending school for the past few years, she had still been working hard in the state university's library, as per Uncle Feng's instructions. She had a wide range of knowledge and was very knowledgeable. Even so, she would sometimes be stumped by this little girl's questions. Talking, chatting, and playing games together was the best way to close the distance between people and gain trust. During the long space travel, it didn't take long for the two children to become familiar with each other. Because of the psychological needs of each other, they quickly trusted each other and relied on each other at a speed that exceeded the speed of time. Little Watermelon, you sneaked out of the room by yourself. Do you still remember where the room is? Su Lu asked subconsciously one day. He did not have much hope because the ancient bell was too big. How could a 6-year-old girl remember the location? Unexpectedly, the little Watermelon blinked her eyes, then raised her finger and pointed to the ceiling of the room. Su Lu was stunned and only reacted after a long time. After inquiring for the past few days, he knew some things about the ancient bell. The spaceship's residential area was divided into 2 floors. Besides the upper floor of the spaceship staff, the upper floor was occupied by the big shots that no one had ever seen before. Are you sure? Su Lu looked into her eyes and asked. The little Watermelon nodded and then said in a trembling voice, "But I don't want to go back. Tell me the place, and I'll check it out." The little Watermelon lowered her head and hugged the doll, whispering, "Brother Su Lu, I only dare to take you to the place where I crawled out." Su Lu, who was covered in dust, stared at the little Watermelon in his hand. He could not understand how this little girl could accurately pass through the complicated air conditioning system of the spaceship and directly take him from Area 32 to a completely unfamiliar place. He patted the dust off his body and carefully pushed open the heavy cabin door in front of him. He saw a piece of military green tarpaulin. Su Lu curiously lifted the tarpaulin and was surprised to see a mechanical arm facing him. The owner of the mechanical arm was a very tattered old mech. It was unknown how many years it had been left here. It was covered with dust from history. Chapter 37. Su Lu cautiously reached out a finger to touch the mechanical arm that was facing him. His fingertips were immediately covered in dust, and the 3-section alloy finger at the top of the mechanical arm also showed its original color. It glowed faintly with a black light, but the black light was somewhat dim. This dust-shrouded mecha had been placed here by some unknown person for many years, like a sword quietly waiting for its owner. Although covered in dust, it was immortal. The cold sensation traveled from his fingertips to his brain, and Su Lu exhaled softly, his eyes filled with suppressed excitement. This was the first time in his life that he had seen a real mecha with his own eyes, and at such a close distance too, within reach. In that instant when he touched it with his finger, he was even worried that this mecha would come to life on its own. Of course, Su Lu had already seen quite a number of pictures of mecha in the related periodicals and magazines in the library. A month ago, on the treetop of the hill, he had also seen 11 of the latest model black mecha besieging Uncle Feng alone. However, in the end, it could not compare to the shock of being able to touch one right now. This was the most powerful close combat weapon of the Federation military, something that usually only existed in the fantasies of the average Federation youth. Su Lu looked excitedly at this worn-out mecha, but found that this mecha was not only old, its design was also particularly clumsy. It was only because its height was almost touching the ceiling that it showed a bit of deterrence. The weapon loading system on the mecha had long been stripped away, and the connecting parts of the alloy components were also damaged. He did not know if it could still move. Su Lu found a nameplate somewhere inside the mechanical leg of this worn-out mecha. Wiping away the dust on it, he stared blankly at the words written on it. He did not understand when the Federation had produced this type of mecha. Little Watermelon, who had been quietly letting him hold her hand, also poked her little head out curiously. After a few glances, she said, "Big Brother M02. M02, the first generation of mecha from the Federation's 37th constitutional era. It was considered a semi-finished product, but the subsequent mecha designs basically followed the design of this model, including the current federal military's most advanced M52 series mecha. They could all be considered its descendants. Sulu raised his head and sighed as he looked at the shabby Mecca. Who would have thought that he would actually have a chance to see such a legendary antique? It's broken. Little Watermelon noticed the excitement and eagerness in Suli's eyes, so he cautiously reminded him, "I've taken it back." Sulu scratched his head and chuckled. He also felt that his impulse at this time was somewhat unreasonable. He forcibly suppressed his desire to continue watching the Mecca. After all, compared to his own interests, solving Little Watermelon's problem was more important at the moment. He held the Little Watermelon's hand and continued to walk to the other side of the room. He pulled out the toolbox on the wall, removed the screws for the air conditioning channel, and went in. Without looking back, he said directly, "Wait for me here. Don't run around." This garbage collection cabin, or rather, waste storage cabin, was very remote. No one would come here for many years, so Sulu was not worried about the Little Watermelon's safety. However, not long after he went into the channel, he crawled back with a dusty face. Panting, he squatted in front of the Little Watermelon and said angrily, "Why didn't you remind me? I couldn't even crawl over." Yes, although there were no monitoring electronic devices installed in the air conditioning channel, the channel itself was very small at some junctions. An adult would not be able to pass through it all. Probably only a child like the Little Watermelon could pass through these channels and freely crawl around the spaceship. Looking at the dust on Suli's face, the Little Watermelon covered his mouth and laughed. The idea of finding the Little Watermelon's room to confirm the truth was dashed. Although Sulu had learned all sorts of skills from a random mechanic for a long time, he was not confident that he could be a spy in a high-tech spaceship. Perhaps it was because of his selfishness that he did not know, but in the next few days, he became quiet. He just played with the Little Watermelon in the room and ate the synthetic beef that was actually not bad, just a little monotonous. The Little Watermelon was really a very well-behaved child. There were no children's books or even a TV in Suli's remote and quiet room, but she was not noisy or bored. She just sat quietly on the bed and listened to Sulu tell her a story, or she told Sulu a story. "Little Watermelon, don't you think it's boring to stay with me?" Sulu seemed to be normal these days, but in fact, he was getting more and more worried. How should he deal with this little girl who suddenly appeared beside him like a fairy? Although the journey was long, there would be a day when they arrived at the capital ring. He could not take her away under the noses of so many people, and the Little Watermelon's family must be very worried about her. The problem was, could her family really be trusted? As long as you don't play the piano or draw, it'll be fine. The Little Watermelon looked into Suli's eyes and nodded seriously. Perhaps in the little girl's heart, these days of idleness was her greatest joy. Sulu shrugged. He really did not understand the mindset of children. While the Little Watermelon was enjoying the joy of idleness, he kept feeling that something was wrong somewhere in his heart. The long period of space travel was surrounded by silence, the eternal silence. No matter how beautiful the scenery of space was at this moment, it became boring and repetitive. Sulu looked out the window at a certain dim star in the distance, and suddenly understood that the strange feeling in his heart was because he longed for something. Still covered in dust, Sulu crawled for a long time through the pipes of Cleanup Area 32 before he finally reached the waste storage compartment with the heavy alloy door. He did not have time to be proud of his memory and not get lost in the dense network of pipes in the spaceship. He could not wait to once again lift up the army green tarpaulin and let the worn-out and abandoned old Mecca appear in front of him. In this instant, Sulu confirmed that his judgment was correct. These past few days, he had been longing to return here, longing to see this worn-out Mecca again. At this moment, his entire body was filled with satisfaction and a faint excitement. He longed to return here and see this Mecca, not because he had a strong desire to operate a Mecca, although this was the desire of most of the youths in the Federation, but because he wanted to fix it. He had passed the first round of the Department of Defense's Mecha Maintenance Officer exam. Although he could no longer continue on this path, his life's ideals, or rather, the interest deeply rooted in the depths of his mind, had never diminished. From a very young age, Sulu had a strong interest in fixing things. After following Uncle Fong for 4 years, this interest did not diminish, but instead grew stronger and stronger. In the mining operations room on the outskirts of Heshi State's capital, in a repair shop at 4th Street of Xianglan Avenue, whenever the youth saw the electrical appliances brought over by his neighbors, such as broken crystal TVs, hard-to-adjust electric car axles, and all sorts of damaged life chips, he would be as excited and impulsive as a vulture seeing rotten meat. He wanted to fix these broken things at the first possible moment. It was just like this worn-out mecha he was looking at now, except this mecha was not quite the same as anything he had fixed before. Sulu was a man of action. Since he had crawled through the pipes to come here, he naturally would not leave just like that. He did not have the slightest bit of confidence that he would be able to fix this worn-out mecha to anything. In fact, he did not even know if he would be able to reconnect the 3 sections of metal, but he still began to work. Before he began, he maintained his good work habits. After rummaging through the dusty surface of the worn-out mecha for a long time, he finally found a vacuum plastic bag. He gave a low cry of surprise, confirming that it was just as the book had said. The bag contained the manual for the M02 mecha. Holding the manual, Sulu began to read with great interest, going from standing to leaning against the wall to finally sitting down. The starlight outside the spaceship did not change, and so did his gaze. He earnestly and greedily read through all the parameter values and component construction patterns, throwing himself into it. He did not know how much time had passed. Back in Donglin District, the mechanic Uncle Fong had not taught him anything about mecha. Sulu had even expressed his indignant protest and ridicule. He had painstakingly found a piece of mecha's central control chip in the junkyard, but in the end, Uncle Fong had said that he did not know how to fix it. The present Su Lun naturally knew that his boss was no ordinary person, and it was impossible that he did not know anything about mecha. However, it was already impossible for him to ask his boss any more questions about the technical aspects of mecha. Thus, he could only immerse himself in the dry manual, learning endlessly. After a long time, Sulu finally put down the manual. He lowered his head and thought seriously for a long time, and then began to get up to search for the tools and materials he needed in the waste storage compartment. At the same time, he raised his head from time to time to observe where the worn-out M02 was truly damaged. His gaze swept over the mecha's shoulder and suddenly stopped at a hole in the ceiling outside the cabin door. He smiled guiltily. The little girl's head poked out of the hole, her black hair completely covered in dust. She looked very pitiful. Looking at Sulu on the ground, she said, "Big brother, I'm hungry." Sulu pushed the toolbox on the wall back to its original position, chuckling as he said, "Then I'll go get some food for the cafeteria first." Chapter 38. For a 6-year-old girl to be able to memorize the complicated piping lines in the spaceship compartment and not be afraid of the dark, running around with a doll at her arms, was in itself a shocking thing. However, Sulu recalled that when he was 6 years old, he had already started to run around in the dark mine tunnels with Li Wei. When he was in the mood, he would even catch a few stray cats to play with. So he understood. In the next few days, after eating, Sulu and Little Watermelon would sneak into the air conditioning duct from cleaning area 32. Covered in dust, they would come to the waste storage compartment. Sulu concentrated on learning the manuals, preparing the materials, and studying how to repair this big piece of broken mecha as much as possible. Meanwhile, Little Watermelon would crouch beside him with her doll in her arms, quietly watching Su Li's every move. Fortunately, Su Li's simple lounge had bathrooms and laundry facilities. Otherwise, how dirty would the 2 children be? But even though she washed diligently night after night, the color of Little Watermelon's white pajamas gradually darkened. Sulu was very interested in the broken mecha, so he could stay there for a long time. Little Watermelon followed him every day because she was interested in Su Li's focused expression. What surprised Sulu was that whenever he was in some kind of predicament or had a problem with the drawing of a blueprint, Little Watermelon would always give some seemingly childish, but in fact, very creative ideas. Su Li's problem with repairing the mecha was that he was unfamiliar with the structure of the mecha itself. Although he could understand the principles and working objectives of some individual chips and linkage devices through the manuals, when it came to a large-scale biological simulation framework, he was somewhat at a loss. This was especially so for this cumbersome old mecha. He had never even seen a picture of it before. Little Watermelon, on the other hand, did not know anything about electronic repair. She just seemed to have seen countless mechas in her short 6-year-old life. Intuitively, she told Su Lu in her childish voice what this place looked like, what this place should look like, and what this place could look like. With a general view of the outer armor, he could help with the internal repair work. Su Lu was pleasantly surprised, but at the same time, he had more questions about Little Watermelon's family. In today's Federation society, general energy was still abundant, but there were not many crystal mines for interstellar travel. Although the mecha used Jingnong high-energy batteries, they were extremely expensive and consumed a lot of energy. The entire federal military now probably had no more than 400 mechas. What exactly did Little Watermelon's family do? How could a 6-year-old girl see so many mechas with her own eyes? These questions flashed through Su Li's mind. He did not think too deeply about it, because at this time, all his attention was attracted by the old mecha in front of him. He threw himself wholeheartedly into the repair work. Although it could not be said that he forgot to eat and sleep, it could be said that he had nothing else in his mind. And so, this old M02 mecha, which had been scrapped a long time ago and thrown into the junk compartment of the spaceship and long forgotten by people, once again played its role and became a toy for Su Lu and Little Watermelon. It was just that this toy was a little too big. The 3 sections of metal fingers were now connected by an alloy wire. This alloy wire had been removed from the sensor handle of an automatic walking sweeper by Su Lu. There was a big hole in the front of the mecha's armor. At this time, it was barely covered by a thick piece of metal that Su Lu did not know what it was. In fact, it was not difficult to repair the exterior of the mecha. After all, Su Lu did not want to repair this old mecha into a powerful weapon that could withstand artillery fire. The key was the chipset inside the mecha, the transmission device, and the information transmission sensor, which were particularly difficult to repair. Fortunately, there was more than one junk compartment in the Ancient Bell spaceship. Su Lu was pleasantly surprised to find a lot of waste in the 3 compartments next to it. Then, he turned all of these waste metal components into the treasures he needed. The chipset was separated into 3 parts by him using alloy wires. In the absence of precision equipment, he only hoped that the chipsets would not interfere with each other. As for the damaged chips, it was impossible to repair them. As for the transmission device, Su Lu pinned his hopes of repairing it on the few or star vehicles in the junk compartment B. Although these 2 transmission devices were completely different models, some of the parts inside could still be interchanged. The most troublesome part was the mecha's signal transmission sensor. Su Lu busied himself excitedly for several days before he finally managed to pick out enough parts from the countless broken electrical appliances. He then spent even more time before he was able to put these parts together. Su Lu, who was covered in dust and engine oil, stared blankly at the tall mecha in front of him. He could not believe his eyes. He could not remember how long it took, but he still did not expect that he could actually put these messy parts together in such a simple and crude situation. Little Watermelon, whose face was covered in dust, hugged a doll and leaned on Su Li's thigh. He squinted his eyes and looked up. After a long time, he said in a childish voice, "So ugly." It was indeed ugly. At this time, the mecha that was repaired by Su Lu was even uglier than before. The paint on the surface of the mecha's body had been ruined beyond recognition. The outer armor, which had been relatively complete, had been torn apart into pieces by Su Lu. This was because those parts could not be perfectly designed into the mecha system, and their sizes were also completely wrong. Therefore, in order to fit the transmission mechanism in, a part of the outer shell had to be broken off. At this moment, M02 was covered in oil stains and scattered circuit boards. It looked extremely pathetic. It no longer had the solemn feeling of being hidden under the dust of history, nor did it look like an antique. It looked more like a dirty and fat beggar wearing tattered clothes. It's really ugly. Su Lu reflexively rubbed his head. He raised his head to look at the mecha in front of him and said shamefully, "I don't know if it can move." Sulu truly did not have the slightest bit of confidence in repairing a mecha. This was because this was the first time he had come into contact with this kind of thing. Moreover, he had completely used the method that his boss, Feng Yu, had taught him to repair home appliances. This sounded a little ridiculous and completely inconceivable, so he did not dare to hope that this tattered mecha could really move. Even if those 3-section alloy fingers can move a little, I'll be satisfied. Sulu looked at the mecha in front of him happily. He thought to himself that his expectations were indeed very low, but in reality, they were also very high. If he could really fix this mecha to the point where it could move, then the heavens really did not have eyes. Let's give it a try. Little Watermelon swung the hair in front of his forehead back and forth, appearing exceptionally serious. He looked at Sulu and nodded encouragingly. "Big brother, maybe it really can move." There was a stable current output port in the waste storage compartment. This was something that Sulu had confirmed on the first day. After hearing Little Watermelon's words, he took a deep breath and walked to the back of the beggar mecha. He connected the cable to the current output port on the wall and then stared intently at the holographic display on the back of the mecha's waist. Only when the holographic display gradually turned red did he breathe a sigh of relief. He thought to himself that this first generation of Jingnong high-power battery was indeed worthy of being called a perfect product of legend. After more than 60 years, it was actually still usable. When the red beam rose to 1/3 of the height, Sulu stopped charging. This was for safety reasons later. After all, this tattered mecha had been left here for so many years and had been tormented by him for so long. If he started up at full power, who knew what would happen? Although an explosion was impossible, what if it fell apart? He had encountered many accidents in the mine's operation room over the years, but today, he had such a cute little girl like Little Watermelon by his side. Of course, he had to be careful. Where's the hatch switch? Although the M02 mecha's operation hatch had long been damaged, Sulu still asked. According to the instructions in the manual, the mecha's program loading button could only be activated after the hatch was opened. Little Watermelon blinked, as if recalling a certain scene. She scratched her head in distress and pointed at the protrusion below the mecha's head armor. "I think it's there." Sulu was already very trusting of Little Watermelon's guidance. As instructed, he smoothly opened the hatch that was no longer there. He then pressed the program loading button and began to wait silently, nervously, excitedly, and uneasily. After an indeterminate amount of time, the tattered mecha's operation hatch suddenly lit up. With a long beep, the self-check signal indicated that it had passed, and a faint, gentle glow enveloped the mecha's entire body. Sulu stood dumbfounded on the chest armor of the mecha, completely unable to believe what he was seeing. Even his central control system was working. He had not harbored any hope at all for this repair work, but this mecha had actually been repaired. Although this was only repairing the most basic parts and functions of the mecha, and could not be considered a complete repair, he still felt incomparably excited and blessed. "Big brother, you're a genius," Little Watermelon exclaimed, clapping her little palms excitedly from the ground. "Of course, I've always been a genius." Sulu was still in a state of shock. He wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead and subconsciously said this with a smile. However, he suddenly felt as if his heart had been struck by a heavy object, and he froze on the mecha high up in the air. Li Wei had once said that he was a genius, and Boss had also said that. Boss. He lowered his head and looked at the tattered parts of the mecha beneath his feet. Those odd-looking components, those chip monitors that were already showing signs of instability due to power issues, found them somewhat familiar. Only now did he understand why his technique had not felt at all rusty in the past few days of repairing the mecha, nor had he found it unfamiliar or difficult at all. Uncle Feng had taught him how to repair electrical appliances for 4 years, and he had even complained about it. It turned out that in the process of repairing those ordinary electrical appliances, the boss had already taught him the more precise techniques and broader thinking of how to repair mecha. Sulu stood on the mecha, shrouded in a gentle glow, completely dumbfounded. He thought to himself that he was a bullshit genius, but he was actually an idiot. Chapter 39. Abnormal current output in Area 38. Please check. In the captain's main control room of the commercial spaceship, the computer's emotionless voice sounded. The captain acted as if he didn't hear it. He put down the coffee cup in his hand and said to himself in a nervous tone, "Where did she go? Where did she go?" It had only been a month since the spaceship left the Donglin district. During this month, the captain, who was originally fat, had obviously lost a lot of weight. His eyes, in particular, were surrounded by dark circles. He looked extremely haggard. It seemed that the cups of coffee in his hand did not help him in the slightest. There's an abnormality in Area 38. The spaceship's computer didn't repeat the warning. This time, it was the captain's secretary who spoke. The middle-aged man carefully looked at his boss and said, "Do you want to send an engineer to check it out?" Check my ass." The captain suddenly became furious. He jumped up like a ball and pointed at the secretary's nose and scolded, "I don't care about that damn woman in Area 38. I don't care about that damn 3721. I want everyone to go find the miss. Find the miss. We've been looking for so damn long. Why haven't we found her yet?" Obviously, this wasn't the first time the secretary had to deal with the captain's anger, so he was still calm enough. He looked down and calmly replied, "The ancient bell has a total of 42 areas. It would take a standard 5 days to search through all of them. The problem now is that we don't have enough manpower to do this. The most important thing is that the spaceship is too crowded right now, so we can't do this with great fanfare. The spaceship's central control system has been able to confirm the Miss safety these days, and she is indeed on the spaceship, so Captain, please don't worry too much." Without waiting for the captain to continue to be angry, the secretary immediately suggested, "If we request the Bureau of Proclamation to help locate her, I believe that it will take at most 3 minutes to find the Miss's whereabouts." The captain was silent. He had too many reasons not to let the people in the Federation know about the Miss's disappearance, because this matter would cause too much trouble. The spaceship's central control system had been able to confirm the Miss safety, so in addition to his anger and anxiety, he still maintained a little calmness and didn't blindly and confusedly submit an emergency request to the Bureau of Proclamation. The captain sighed and rubbed his slightly sore cheeks. He then closed his eyes and began to think. There were a total of 3 missions on the ancient clock. The first one was the friendly exchange mission between the Westwoods region and the Eastwoods region. The second was to secretly transport the 4th Military Region's special mecha team to carry out the 4427 plan. The third was to send the young mistress to school on the capital planet. In the original plan, the special mecha team that carried out the second mission had another mission, which was to be responsible for the lady's safety. However, the people from the West Woods didn't expect that the target of Plan 4427, the traitorous mechanic, would be so powerful. In the end, it forced the ancient clock to expend a lot of energy, and at the same time, it also made the 4th Military Region pay a price. The mecha team led by Colonel Lake had been affected by the shockwave, and all of them had been heavily injured. Although none of them had died, over the past few days, a few of them had fallen into a coma, and a few of them had been vomiting nonstop. It was precisely because of this unexpected situation that there was a huge loophole in the young lady's safety protection. After the young lady went missing, the West Woods did not have enough manpower to search for her. The fat captain opened his eyes and said angrily, "What about the student soldiers in the delegation? There hasn't been any news at all these days. Did they grow up eating shit? There were too many people on the spaceship, and the West Woods didn't know who could be a spy from the Investigation Bureau or an outpost from the Bureau of Proclamation. They couldn't even confirm if there were any special agents from the Special Task Force. If they wanted to quietly find the young lady, they could only trust people from the West Woods." Coincidentally, in the delegation that visited the West Woods region, there was a group of students from the West Woods Military Academy, so this serious task was given to them. However, the surveillance footage of the day the young lady went missing had been reviewed many times. The people from the Ancient Clock Company confirmed that the young lady did not leave the 2nd floor, so the scope of the search had been limited to the upper floor. Those military academy students, who were regarded as geniuses, were like spiders with limited movement routes in a spider's web. How could they find the target who had already climbed to another tree? The secretary glanced at him, thinking that the captain and himself were both from the West Woods Military Academy. Those 18 or 19-year-old officers should be considered their juniors. How could he have the heart to say something like growing up eating shit? He lowered his head and said, "I keep feeling that we missed something." Then expand the scope of the search. A trace of irritation flashed in the fat captain's eyes. "Go down and look. Just remember not to alarm too many people. Don't let those unrelated know." As he was talking, the spaceship's communicator suddenly lit up, and a silent and cold middle-aged face appeared on the light screen. The secretary immediately stood at attention and saluted the middle-aged man on the light screen, then left the command cabin. The fat captain also stood up immediately. Although he knew that the interstellar communication had a very long delay, he still saluted meticulously and said loudly, "Reporting to the commander, there is still no news. We can only confirm that she is safe." Then he immediately lowered his head and said with great shame and pain, "Boss, the fat man deserves to die." This time, the communication had not been time-corrected or tuned. The middle-aged general on the other end of the light screen spoke a few minutes ago and was not directed at the captain. "Keep looking. Firework is very naughty, but Firework is smarter than you people think, so don't worry too much about her. Just remember one thing. Firework must go to school in the capital. As for the news of her disappearance this time, strictly prohibit it from being leaked. I don't want those skinny old members of the management committee to make an issue out of this matter and say that our 4th military region is looking for excuses to delay the investigation." "Yes, boss." The captain's heart was really full of shame. The hands by his side clenched tightly, thinking to himself that if he really did find the young miss, he would definitely see who dared to help her and find food for her every day. When the time came, he would definitely tear that person to pieces. Right at this moment, the spaceship's central control computer emitted a cold voice again. "Abnormal power output in Area 38. Abnormal ground stress. Suspected to be an internal impact." At this time, Sulu did not feel like he was being torn to pieces. Although he had always been suspicious of Little Watermelon's background, there was no way he could have connected the little girl to the 4th military region, the Federation, or any other distant upper-class existence. After all, he was just an orphan who had grown up at the bottom of the Federation's hierarchy. Subconsciously, he felt that those things were very far away from him. Moreover, right now, his whole mind was focused on the broken mecha beneath his feet. A faint glow seeped out from the cockpit, and in this glow, Sulu, who was stepping on the door of the mecha, looked like a figure from a painting. Suddenly discovering the secret hidden in his hands, knowing what he had learned in these 4 years, in this instant, he naturally thought of his teacher, his friend, his boss Fengyu. The youth could not control the sadness in his heart. He lowered his head and cried silently. His tears dripped onto the surface of the broken mecha, washing away a few traces of dust. Seeing him cry, Little Watermelon made a soft ah sound and then hurriedly covered her mouth with her 2 small hands. She did not know why Big Brother Sulu was crying. Could it be because he had been able to fix this broken mecha? Could this be what the books call crying tears of joy? It didn't take long for Sulu to come back to his senses. He used his sleeves that were full of oil to wipe away the tears on his face, making himself look like a dirty tiger. He looked at the small watermelon on the floor with some embarrassment and said forcefully, "You didn't scare me, right? I won't cry again in the future." He was a man of his word. Since his boss had already left, regardless of whether he was dead or alive, there was no point in trapping himself in these emotions. He would just remember him in his heart and then live out his life well. From that second onwards, Sulu rarely cried, until many years later when he was caught in the rain while walking on the streets. The central control chip of the M02 mecha had long been damaged, and most of its functions had already failed. Sulu naturally did not expect to be able to fix the chip in this kind of environment. He had only used some crude and clumsy methods to block the mecha's own alarm system, wanting to test if the transmission performance was good. At this time, since the mecha had already passed the self-check, They excited him, naturally wanted to try it out. With some difficulty, he squeezed into the open cockpit, and following the instructions on the manual, he found the control panel without much difficulty. Sulu carefully reached his arm into the fixed valve, and his 10 fingers pressed against the simulated surface in a fixed order. Then, to his disappointment, he found that although the transmission system of this mecha seemed to be working, the signal input device was still unable to connect. To be more precise, there was no way to establish a connection between the simulated surface of the control panel and the chipset he had installed. No matter how hard he tried, the entire mecha remained motionless. Left with no other choice, he could only switch to the simulation system, connecting the sensors directly to the surface of his skin. This type of system had basically been phased out by now, because scientists had confirmed through their research that no matter how developed the human body was, the reaction speed shown by using the simulation system would still be very slow. Moreover, this type of control method required too much energy, so no one would be able to use this method to operate a mecha for long periods of time. It was just that in the early days of the constitutional calendar more than 60 years ago, the M02 model had still retained this sort of useless system. Anyway, he just needed to make the mecha move a little, so Sulu did not mind sweating. This was an illusion of skin and muscle tissue. It was very thick and very heavy. Suli's brow furrowed, and he found that perhaps because the mecha had been damaged for too long, there was a problem with the sensor system. His nervous system was directing the movement of his muscles, but there was no way to make this mecha move at all. Suddenly, with a flash of inspiration, or perhaps it was an instinctive reaction, Sulu pursed his lips and closed his eyes. His waist instantly began to tremble, and a huge force was transmitted directly from his waist to his arms. Then, with a muffled grunt, he raised both arms. Mirroring his actions, the huge, tattered M02 mech slowly raised its arms amidst a series of teeth-numbing screeches. Under the surprised gazes of the two children, the mecha took a step forward, and then it collapsed with a loud crash. With a loud crash, the M02 mecha fell to the ground in front of the little girl in white, becoming a pile of metal parts and circuit boards emitting green smoke. Chapter 40. A loud noise came from Area 38 at the back of the commercial spaceship Ancient Clock. After a while, the ashen-faced Sulu finally crawled out of the pile of metal components and electrical circuit boards. The youth stupidly stepped on a piece of the mecha's front armor and stood there in a daze for a long time. Only then did he remember to use his hands to feel around his body. After confirming that he had not been hit by the heavy mecha fragments and that there were no serious wounds on his body other than some scratches, he finally let out a sigh of relief. In an extremely ancient chronology, 60 years seemed to be a very important period of time. It was called 30 years and represented an extremely long period of time. This worn-out M02 mecha had been in this junkyard for an unknown period of time, but it had been at least 60 years since it left the factory. The damage it had suffered back then and the natural aging of the metal components had made it easy for it to fall apart. It disintegrated in an instant, but it did not turn into a two-story building debris and bury Sulu in it. Suli's face was a little pale. His hands and legs were somewhat uncoordinated as he crawled over the high and low metal components on the ground. The first thing he did was to pull out the charging plug from the wall's current output port. He then walked around the wall in a circle before he finally reached Little Watermelon. He did not even dare to look at the ground. Little Watermelon was also scared out of her wits. Her eyes were wide open as she looked at the empty space. It was as if the mecha that had suddenly collapsed in front of her was still there. Her mouth was wide open, and her expression was extremely cute. That dirty doll also fell from her hands onto the floor. Sulu hugged the little girl in his arms and comforted her. Only then did he manage to coax her back to her senses. Sulu turned around and looked at the mecha fragments on the ground. There were actually quite a few sharp metal sections. His heart was still beating fast as he said in a hoarse voice, "Damn it, this is too weak." A mecha whose main components were all made up of anti-fatigue alloys. Although it had survived for 60 years and suffered fatal damage, it should not have been so weak. Su Li's complaints were clearly not in the right place. Up until now, he still did not know that it was his method of operating his mecha that had caused this dangerous outcome. That strange tremor that had originated from his waist and spread to his limbs had been magnified by sensors to the transmission system of the mecha, and then magnified accordingly, causing the old mecha to be unable to withstand such strong vibrations. Moreover, the young man's repair work over the past few days had damaged the connection strength of the mecha's body a second time, resulting in the shocking scene of the mecha disintegrating in one step earlier. Putting aside the real reason for the mecha's disintegration, when little Watermelon heard Su Li's strange words, she felt that it was very fresh and very amusing. She giggled, and there was no longer any trace of fear on the little girl's face. Su Lu scratched his head and smiled bitterly. He carried the small watermelon and walked towards the air conditioning channel outside the cabin. Although he did not know that the people on the spaceship had decided to search the lower level, he knew that the loud noise from before would definitely alert many people to come and investigate. Crawling through the stuffy darkness of the slender channel, Su Li's hand would occasionally nudge the small watermelon's delicate white shoes. His mood was unusually relaxed, without a trace of regret. That M02 he had repaired with his own hands had only taken the first historic step before disintegrating. He might never be able to enter that abandoned storage pod again, but he had finally gotten close to a mecha for the first time and had even repaired a mecha with his own hands, even if it had not been a success. The youth had no plans to become a mecha warrior. To him, this old and broken mecha was just an unusually rare experimental material. Thus, he could only sigh, admitting that it was indeed very foolish of him to dream of repairing an intricate mecha in such a simple and crude environment, using those scraped-together materials from all over the place. These past 4 years, Feng Yu's teachings by example had always played a role in areas that Su Lu was well aware of. Mecha mechanics had always been dismissive of the mecha worshipped by little boys. They believed that in modern warfare, mecha were such high-energy and low-energy close combat weapons and were really useless. Just a random group of cannons would be enough to burn these expensive diamonds into black charcoal. Other than those large-scale leaping special forces operations, mecha were just decorations. Although in these past few years, Su Lu had never admitted this in front of Uncle Feng, he had subconsciously accepted this concept. Except, mecha were really cool. Half a minute after the ceiling panel on the ceiling had been replaced, a flurry of noisy and frantic footsteps arrived at Area 38 behind the spaceship. The sound of cabin doors opening rang out one after another. Finally, the storage compartment that stored the old mecha and even more abandoned metal parts was opened. More than 10 young men wearing light brown officer uniforms hurried in. With one glance, they discovered that the loud noise had come from here, and also discovered the strangeness of this room. The gloomy-faced captain and his personal secretary parted the crowd and walked in. The captain walked to the mecha fragments strewn all over the floor, and with his hands behind his back, swept a few glances over them. Then he walked to the other side of the crowd, bent down with some difficulty, and picked up the dirty doll on the floor. Miss was here just now. The captain's expression was even more gloomy than before. The secretary glanced at him and lowered his head. He did not blame his superior at this inappropriate time, nor did he pay attention to the abnormal current output alarm of the central control computer just now. The plump captain walked around the mecha fragments with his fat body, picking up a metal plate or a circuit board that was still smoking from time to time. His expression grew heavier and heavier, and without turning his head, he ordered, "The search direction is on the next floor. Focus on Area 33 to Area 42. Pull up all the videos from the past few days, see which areas the pipes here lead to, and find the most suspicious ones." The captain looked up at the entrances of the pipes not far away, his brows furrowed tightly, and said, "Separate the stun batons and guns, and use the fastest time to find the miss." The officers in brown uniforms were all exchange students from the West Woods Military Academy. To be able to represent the first-rate West Woods Military Academy on a visit to Donglin, they were naturally the best of the best in the academy, and were also the focus of the 4th Military Region's training. After hearing this, they very sensitively sensed the strangeness. Just looking for a 6-year-old girl, did they need to take the risk of equipping the ship with guns? But none of them dared to have the slightest doubt about the captain's orders. They just suppressed their excitement and uneasiness, looked at each other, and walked out of the cabin door to begin preparing for the search. "Why do you need guns?" The secretary walked to the captain's side and asked in a low voice. He knew that the captain must have discovered something very important. Otherwise, he would not be so nervous. The captain's gaze lowered, staring at the mecha fragments and some strange components on the floor, and said, "This broken mecha has been here for so many years. I've forgotten. That person actually tried to repair it. Mineral Star walking car, self-propelled cannon, and even a fucking self-propelled sweeper." The captain's tone was full of anger and mockery, but more than that, it was a feeling of absurdity. He actually wanted to use these things to repair a mecha? If this person dares to have such an idea, then he is either a genius or a madman. Maybe that person is a madman deep down, but this mecha clearly moved and then fell apart. Although he failed, you have to admit that he is a genius. The captain's eyes stared at the secretary like an eagle. A crazy genius is kidnapping our miss right now. Not to mention guns. Even if you want me to connect to the central computer of the Bureau of Proclamation right now, I am willing. Although the juniors in the military academy grew up eating shit, I still trust their abilities. I don't think they are stupid enough to shoot around without looking at the environment. The captain's eyes gradually became anxious. I'm just thinking, who is the person who can kidnap the miss right under our noses? Is it a spy from the Empire or someone from the anti-government army? The anti-government army has been disbanded for many years. They have been non-violent and non-cooperative all these years, so it shouldn't be them. The secretary was worried, but still eliminated the target. The captain said sternly, "Have you been brainwashed by those people? How could someone from the Empire get on our Westwood ship? How would those refugees from Bermuda dare to enter the territory of the Federation? Other than the anti-government army, who else would keep provoking the relationship between the 4th Military Region and the Federation?" It turned out that the fat captain's worrisome judgment was a misunderstanding or a mistake. A person's vision always had blind spots, and a search job would also have blind spots. That was why the people on the ancient clock couldn't find the little girl for so many days. Once they readjusted the correct direction, with the help of the powerful computer, it only took the staff 3 minutes to find the suspicious point in the video. A picture taken through the surveillance camera was enlarged and sent to the captain. In the picture, a little girl in white pajamas was standing quietly beside a young man, quietly looking at the beautiful scenery of the stars outside the large porthole. This was the day before we left the Eastwoods region, and also the day the miss went missing. The captain's expression eased a little because in the video, the staff did not find any trace of the miss being held hostage. Find this young man, find the miss. Soon, all kinds of information were sent back. Once the target was confirmed, the ancient clock, which had a strong military background in the West Woods, responded quickly. It really had the style of a field army. At that time, Sulu and Little Watermelon had just taken a shower in the room. He was wrapping the little girl's shaking head with a snow-white towel and preparing to dry her hair. Suddenly, he found that the door of the room was silently opened. More than a dozen black and extremely cold muzzles were pointed at his head. Chapter 41. As the 4th Military Region's Special Mecha Team was all injured, the soldiers in charge of the search on the Ancient Bell were all from the West Woods Military Academy. These young officers under the age of 20 were the cream of the crop. Every one of them had excellent abilities and results, which was why they were arranged to visit the Eastwoods region. Today, every one of them had the ability to enter the 4th Military Region's elite Special Forces Brigade. In the future, they were destined to bathe in the flames of war on the border between the Federation and the Empire. They would continue to advance. The environment around them and the process of their growth gave them a sense of pride in their bones. However, in these few days, they couldn't find the young miss. The severe sense of failure made them feel extremely depressed, and their pride turned into irritation. Among these West Woods Military Academy officers, Zhou Jin was recognized as the leader. This was because he was the strongest individual and had the strongest leadership skills. This included this moment, where he was the one who planned the surprise attack to rescue the young miss. Zhou Jin was 20 years old this year. He was handsome, and his youthful face carried a strong military aura. He looked at the young man under his gun and frowned slightly. The other party shouldn't be a professional. Otherwise, it was impossible that he didn't notice the surprise attack. But why was this person still so calm under so many guns? Was it this young man who kidnapped the young miss and hid her for so many days under his search? A trace of doubt flashed through Zhou Jin's heart, but he didn't hesitate to grab the young miss in the other party's arms. With a crisp slap, Zhou Jin's heart sank. He felt a sharp pain in his wrist, and his hand grabbed nothing. He frowned again, thinking that this person's grappling technique was very strange. He couldn't see how the other party stretched out his hand. Su Lu sat on the edge of the bed and raised his arm to block the soldier's outstretched hand. With his right hand, he shielded the little watermelon behind him. He stared at the other party warily and asked, "Who are you?" Su Li's calmness surprised Zhou Jin, because not everyone could remain calm while being aimed at by so many guns. That was because this military academy student did not know that just over a month ago, Su Lu had already experienced such a situation. Moreover, in order to protect the little girl beside him, he had to remain calm. One of his hands held little watermelon behind him, protecting her tightly. His fingers clamped a corner of the snow-white towel, so that the towel was still placed on little watermelon's head, so that she wouldn't be scared when she saw the cold muzzles. Su Lu raised a question, but no one answered it. Because in the eyes of this group of proud officers, this young man was a criminal who had kidnapped the young miss. He was the target of their incomparable hatred. Who would chat with a criminal? Moreover, the young miss was still in his hands. A burly officer rushed forward and struck Su Lu hard in the neck with his elbow. For the sake of the young miss's safety, of course they did not dare to shoot recklessly in such a small space. The safest choice was to knock the criminal out or knock him down at the first moment. Seeing this powerful elbow strike the target's neck directly, the officers from the Westwoods Military Academy simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. Even the always cautious Zhou Jin's expression relaxed slightly. He lowered his gun slightly and took a step forward, preparing to cut off the young miss from the criminal before he fell to the ground. In the eyes of these proud Westwoods people, anyone who took a direct hit from Wang Meng's elbow on the back of the head could only end up fainting and falling to the ground. However, what none of them expected was that Zhou Jin's hand missed again. The young criminal did not fall, but instead shrunk back and protected the little girl, who was still covered in the white towel, to the furthest corner of the room, beside the window. Zhou Jin's eyes narrowed. Su Lu cautiously put down his palms that were on the side of his neck. The edges of his palms were slightly red. Just a moment ago, facing the whistling elbow, he subconsciously moved according to the set of movements that the uncle had taught him. His body's natural reaction allowed his palms to enter the area faster than the opponent, and the palm that passed through his armpit cleverly neutralized the huge force. However, the current situation did not change at all. With so many guns aimed at him, Su Lu did not dare to make any sudden movements, nor did he dare to try to break out of the encirclement. He could only carefully protect little watermelon behind him. He felt that this situation was a little strange, and tried to explain something. If the other party was really one of those bad guys little watermelon had described, then what to do was something that needed to be considered later. However, the officers from the Westwoods Military Academy, who were already in a frenzy, did not give Su Lu any chance to explain. In the shortest amount of time possible, they confirmed that Su Lu did not carry any weapons. Following Zhou Jin's dark and angry voice, 4 military academy students pounced at the same time. Under the suppression of the guns, Su Lu was knocked to the ground. Earlier, he had clearly heard the words of the soldier who seemed to be the leader and did not dare to take the risk. Countless fists landed on his body at the same time. The immense pain made his body curl up. Little Watermelon, who was covered in a white towel, was also snatched away by the other military academy students at the first instance and distanced herself from him. Right at this moment, a cold voice came from outside the room. Beat him up for interrogation first. Beat him until even his mother can't recognize him. The fat captain walked in with a gloomy expression. Seeing the figure of the little girl safely protected by the military academy students, he breathed a sigh of relief. He anxiously went to the little girl's side to confirm that she had not suffered any injuries. "Don't hit Big Brother." Little Watermelon's shrill voice rang out through the white towel. Her crisp childish voice was particularly piercing due to her anger. She immediately lifted the white towel on her head and glared angrily at the soldiers who had pinned Sulu to the floor. The room suddenly became quiet. The white towel was flipped up in the air, revealing the little girl's tender face and her swaying black hair. "Miss, The fat captain picked up the little girl and prepared to take her away from this place, lest the little girl's clean eyes be sullied by the interrogation later. He did not expect that after the little watermelon was held in his arms, she would suddenly struggle. She screamed and scratched everywhere with her 2 hands. She was as violent as a little tiger. She scratched the fat captain's face until there were streaks of blood. She screamed out loud, "Let go of Big Brother. Name." After a slight hesitation, Sulu, who was sitting by the bed, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied, "Sulu, place of origin? Work. You're actually a retired soldier." The fat captain raised his wrist and waited for the contents of the information confirmation. He looked up, looked at Sulu, and said, "According to the Federation's regulations on spaceship management, I have the right to exercise limited law enforcement authority on the spaceship. I will arrest you for kidnapping a child." The crime of kidnapping a child was a felony in the Federation. It was punishable by more than 7 years of imprisonment, up to the death penalty. Sulu licked the crack on his lips, looked up, and stared at the fat captain. Looking at the blood on his face, he said mockingly, "I want to see your work permit. I also want to see the management power of the little watermelon." Zhonghui's parents. "I'm a retired soldier. I don't have any law enforcement authority, but I have reason to suspect that you tried to kidnap a girl. Unless you kill me, I will report you to the police after we get off the ship." The captain looked at Sulu as if he was looking at a monster. After a long silence, he suddenly laughed. "Are you joking?" "I'm not joking. If you can't produce her family's management power of attorney, I have the right to suspect you." Sulu felt a little sweetness on his tongue. Only then did he realize how ruthless the soldiers were. "Okay, I can give you all of this, but how do you explain your behavior for so many days? Even if you accidentally ran into the little miss, don't you know that this kind of thing should be left to the staff to deal with, and not you hiding her yourself?" The fat captain interlaced his fingers and said slowly. In fact, while his heart was relaxed, he also felt that this matter was too absurd. After the little watermelon's desperate resistance, the people in the field finally understood what happened after the little miss disappeared. The people in the West would naturally understood that the young man, who they initially regarded as a spy against the government or a criminal who kidnapped a child, was actually just a pitiful person who had suffered an undeserved disaster. For some unspeakable reason, the captain did not intend to let Sulu go just like that. He still looked at the young man coldly and kept putting pressure on him. However, Sulu did not seem to feel the pressure and said calmly, "The little miss said that there are bad people in her family who want to take her away from her hometown and never let her see her parents again." At this time, the management power of attorney was finally faxed to the ancient bell from the distant West Woods. At the same time, the spaceship also confirmed the identity of the chip behind Sulu's neck. The captain handed 2 pieces of paper to Sulu and said mockingly, "You're not young anymore. How can you be so naive to believe the words of a little girl who ran away from home?" Sulu flipped a few pages and thought of the suspicious points that the little watermelon showed during this period. He knew that the fat captain was not lying. The little watermelon's family did want to send her to school in the capital ring, and the little watermelon might have misunderstood something. After hearing the captain's mocking words, Sulu did not raise his head and said directly, "Why can't I believe her? I've always been willing to believe in people and help them, even if she's only 6 years old." "So you're a hothead with a strong sense of justice." The captain was slightly stunned and stood up to mock him. Sulu raised his head, stared at his face, and said seriously, Isn't it better to have a strong sense of justice? Even if it's overflowing, isn't it a good thing? The captain was speechless and looked seriously at Su Li's sincere and honest face. It seemed that he wanted to distinguish whether such a person really existed in this world. After the captain left, the room became quiet again. Su Li, who was under house arrest in the room, looked at the gun barrel on his forehead and said to the young soldiers, "Can you put away the gun? I'm not a criminal, and I hate having a gun pointed at my head the most." A trace of disdain flashed across the faces of the officers. These people originally wanted to make him suffer a little. At this time, when they heard Su Li's words, they used their ice-cold gun barrels to poke his temples. Su Li felt a burst of pain, and he couldn't help but raise his head to look at the other party. Chapter 42. The flight of the spaceship was basically automatically handled by the central control computer, unless there was a dangerous space jump. Under normal circumstances, the commercial captain or the battleship captain was the most idle person in the entire spaceship. The fat captain took the coffee handed by the secretary, leaned against a hatch in Area 38, and took a sip. His face showed an expression of endless satisfaction. One of the things he appreciated most about his secretary was that no matter when and where, the other party could accurately hand over a cup of coffee, regardless of the temperature. He finally found the young lady, safe and healthy. It's just that her temper seems to have become a little worse, but so what? The fat captain touched the bloodstains on his face and smiled bitterly. With the coffee in his hand, the weight in his heart was lifted. After so many days of suffering, how could he be dissatisfied? Unfortunately, Area 38 was a clean area, and the smell in the air was not very clean. The fat captain sniffed and scolded in a low voice. The Department of Defense is too stingy. Although he is a retired soldier, why do they give him money to live here? When a young man was mentioned, the secretary smiled gently and reminded softly, "The identity of the young man has been confirmed. He has just retired from the Donglin area and has no chance to contact any anti-government parties. And this young man has no criminal record. His file is very clean. Maybe this is really a misunderstanding." The fat captain took a sip of coffee and glanced back at the hatch not far away. He wondered what happened to the young man inside. He smiled and said, "Of course I know this is a misunderstanding. Although the young lady is young, she will not be easily deceived. If she didn't believe that the kid was really a silly young man of justice, do you think he would still be alive at this time? Then why do they still lock him in the room and let those military school officers guard him?" The secretary pushed his glasses, and a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. On the way back to the young lady's room, he carefully inquired about the young man, and he admired the young man's performance these days. Are they really going to send him to the police station on the charge of kidnapping a child? When did you start wearing gold-rimmed glasses? The captain stared at him and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I don't have that kind of free time." The fat fingers gently tapped on the cabin wall. The captain's eyes narrowed, and he said word by word, "I still think this young man is a bit strange. Do you remember the parts on the floor in Area 42? This is not a skill that a retired soldier can master." The secretary subconsciously spoke for Su Li. "Didn't you fail? Besides, everyone may have their own secrets. I don't want to know that young man's secret, but I admire him." The fat captain raised a coffee cup in his hand and said with a smile, "Good moral character is often only an adjective suitable for children, but I suddenly found that this kid is also worthy of these 4 words. Let me ask you, if you were in his position and suddenly met a little girl who asked you for help, what would you do?" The secretary pushed up his glasses again. After thinking seriously for a long time, he said he should contact the staff of the spaceship. But he didn't. He believed Mississippi. That may be said to be a merit because he is kind, but on the other hand, he is not very trusting of other people, especially grown-ups. The captain emphasized, except himself. That's why he was willing to risk the unknown and accompany young Miss for so many days. Moreover, he had been protecting young Miss behind him the entire time. What are you trying to say? The secretary found that he could not keep up with the captain's thoughts. "I value this young man very much. I could tell you one thing. An hour ago, after the commander learned about this young man, he was also very interested in him. You can use the word value, the captain said with a smile. Capable, moral, and responsible. There are not many young people with these three qualities. You mean the military region is going to recruit him? Not to that extent. I'm just observing. After all, young Miss likes this young man very much. The captain shrugged, and the fat on his body made his uniform shake. But I'm really curious. Are the officials of the Department of Defense's recruit office and the assessment department all blind? A soldier with such potential was actually sent to the underground of the Donglin district to build a pit. And after 2 years, they let him go home. Damn it, no wonder the quality of the recruits filling the front line is getting lower and lower. If the war from more than 10 years ago happened again, how many people do you think would have died? Then I don't understand. The secretary continued to express his doubts honestly. His identity has been confirmed, and he is harmless. In the future, we still have to observe and establish contact. Then why keep him locked up? What are you looking at? Don't think that I won't dare to hit you just because you're a righteous young man. Officer Wang Meng met Su Li's emotionless gaze, and for some reason, a strong sense of anger welled up in his heart. Perhaps it was because his elbow earlier had been completely ineffective, making him feel like he had lost face in front of his fellow students. Or perhaps it was because they had been pointing their guns at this young man all this time, hoping that he would show some fear to balance out their emotions. But in the end, it had been completely ineffective. So now, he really wanted to punch Su Lu in the face. Su Lu raised his head and stared at the soldier in front of him, and there was a burning pain in his temples. Previously, these soldiers had been particularly ruthless. They had subdued him with punches and kicks, and all of them had applied force to his joints. If it weren't for his resistance to attacks that had inexplicably become much stronger, he would have been lying down by now. The pain and disdainful humiliation made him think of the miserable state he had been in when the soldiers had arrested him in Heshi province a month ago. Especially after hearing the other's contemptuous words, a ball of fire began to rise in his heart. Zhou Jin walked in front of Su Lu and reached out to slowly push Wang Meng's gun away. He looked at the young man beside the bed and said coldly, "I heard you're a soldier of the Donglin garrison. Why don't you know the rules at all? In terms of military rank, we should all be your officers. Be honest with your words." Su Lu ignored this handsome young sergeant. He only narrowed his eyes and thought that if he had passed the second round of the Department of Defense's Mecha Maintenance Officer exam, he should have chosen to study in one of the 3 major military academies or the West Woods Military Academy. Perhaps he would have become colleagues with these young and proud people in front of him. Seeing that Su Lu was ignoring him, Zhou Jin narrowed his eyes and said, "You're not happy that we caught you?" Su Lu broke the silence and said, "I'll say it again. I'm not a criminal, and I don't want to run. I'm just not used to having a gun pointed at my head." "You think this is very humiliating?" Zhou Jin said with a smile, but there was a trace of anger in his voice. "You kidnapped the miss. Do you know how many days you've humiliated us? We just want to humiliate you. What can you do about it?" He lowered his head and gently patted Su Li's face, making loud, slapping sounds. What he said was actually the thoughts of the West Woods Military Academy officers in the room. Su Lu lowered his head and said, "I can't do anything about it. A bunch of men who only know how to show off the guns in their hands. Maybe you've all forgotten how to use your own guns." These words were a bit vicious, but coming from the mouth of such a sincere and simple person like Su Lu, it was particularly stimulating. The expressions of the West Woods Military Academy officers in the room suddenly changed, and they silently put their guns back into their holsters. In fact, they all now knew that this young man was not the criminal who kidnapped the miss. The reason they had been holding their guns just now was to scare the other party. Now that they wanted to teach the other party a lesson in private, they naturally had to put away their guns. Zhou Jin stared into Su Li's eyes and said, "I could see just now that you seem to be very good at fighting. Then I'll teach you what real military combat skills should be like. Remember, when you're in pain, don't cry for your mommy." Without warning, a headbutt directly interrupted Zhou Jin's verbal attack. Su Lu was used to setting off in silence, especially when facing a soldier from the Westwoods. He had a strong desire to beat the other party up, not to mention that the other party had mentioned crying for his mommy. He lowered his head fiercely and directly hit the bridge of the other party's nose. Blood spurted out of the handsome officer's nostrils. At the same time, Sulu bounced up from the side of the bed and pressed his upper body down, passing under the other party's armpit. His right arm, however, smashed backwards like steel and hit the other party's neck hard. With a muffled thud, one of the most outstanding officers from the West Woods Military Academy was hit hard by Sulu and fell to the ground, unable to sit up again. Sulu did not stop there. With a spring of his knee, he kicked the waist of the officer who was pouncing from the right. His movements were simple, but extremely clean. At this time, the stocky Wang Ming reacted the fastest. With a wild howl, he pounced over, but his body remained taut without any openings, fully displaying the qualities of an outstanding military academy officer. Sulu was not afraid at all. With the tips of his feet on the ground, he skillfully displayed the set of moves that he had practiced for 4 years, easily dodging the fist that was coming at him. He grabbed the cartilage of the other party's wrist and twisted it forcefully. At the same time, his right elbow brushed past the other party's shoulder like lightning and hit the other party's temple. Just like that, Wang Ming's burly body fainted and fell to the ground with a loud thud. The seemingly simple 3-hit combo was, in fact, extremely fast and exhausting. Sulu panted a few times and spread his fingers apart, maintaining a distance of 30 centimeters from the top to the bottom. He guarded in front of his body, ready to attack and defend. He vigilantly looked at the West Woods soldiers who were still standing in the room. He stared at their hands and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "My mother died many years ago. I really want to know, if you don't use a gun, who will be the one calling for her mother?" Looking at the bloodstains on the floor and listening to the moans, Su Li's gloomy mood finally dissipated a little. Colonel Lake, who was responsible for killing his boss, was also a soldier from the Westwoods. Even if he could not avenge his boss, he had to give these little bastards from the West Woods a good beating. Yes, Sulu was a simple and sincere young man. Sometimes he would forget that on that night many years ago, he had personally used half of a sharp hydraulic pipe to kill a gang leader. But being simple did not mean that he had no guts, and being sincere did not mean that he was willing to be humiliated by others. He was also not a pedantic and simple-minded person. When faced with people or things that he hated, he naturally had a flexible way of dealing with them. When faced with people who looked down on him, under this simple and honest shell, there was actually a young man's competitiveness and valiance. Chapter 43. The fight in the room was already a mess, but outside the room, the captain and the secretary were still talking. "Didn't you notice? As I said just now, this kid looks honest, but deep down, he doesn't trust people. No, it seems that he doesn't trust the authorities." The fat captain frowned. Could it be that this kid was bribed by someone when he was a recruit? Ha ha! The secretary did not laugh, and the captain also stopped laughing. After coughing twice, he said, "Probably because he's been in Eastwood for too long. This kid's personality is just like the people of Eastwood. He's just a rock, too straight and stubborn. We need to soften his temper, soften it a little. We need to let him know that in this world, you won't have a bright future just because you keep pushing forward. You want to let him know that power comes first? That's poisoning the ambitious youth." The secretary shook his head disapprovingly. "No wonder you want those cadets to watch him. I'm afraid that young man is going to get a beating later. Even if you want to let him know the horrors of reality, there's no need to make him bleed. What if the miss asks, 'You said the commander is also interested in him. What if he hates our 4th military region? He's just a little brat. If he can't even bear this little bit of humiliation, what use is he? Besides, when did our military region ever get any less hate?" The captain said mockingly, "This little brat, making me worry for so long. Getting a beating is already a light punishment." "Right, that kid's called Sulu? Why does this name sound so familiar, like I've heard it somewhere before?" The fat captain yawned and turned to look at the room not far away. These days, he had cursed those Westwoods cadets to the point that they were worse than shit. Those proud young officers had long been harboring anger in their hearts. Being alone with Sulu for such a long time, the room must have been burning with dry wood for a long time. The captain thought to himself, That kid is probably already beaten into a pig's head. It's time to end all this. Otherwise, if those shit-eating juniors in the military academy really did not stop and something bad happened to them, how would he explain it to the Miss Tomorrow? The captain pushed open the cabin door and walked in with his secretary. Then, the expression on his face suddenly froze. The sound of punches and kicks breaking through the air suddenly rang out in the room and then stopped abruptly. In the blink of an eye, 3 people had fallen beside Su Lu. Pa 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 pa. 2 steps forward, 1 hand in a seal and 1 hand in a cross, he neatly entered and knocked down 2 people again. Su Lu crossed his legs and retreated to the side of the bed, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. After knocking down 5 people in the blink of an eye, he, who was already injured, was already feeling tired. Because he had used too much force, the corner of his lips was torn and blood flowed out again. He wiped it away with his sleeve and glared fiercely at those people in the room who had not rushed up in time. Watching as their hands slowly moved to their waists, he cursed in his heart. Are they still going to draw their guns when they can't win? While thinking this, Su Lu crouched down and put his hands on his head. This was not a surrender, but just so that when he was beaten up later, he would not be too badly injured. After all, if he did not resist, these Westwoods cadets could not draw their guns and shoot him full of holes. As he crouched down, he calculated very seriously. He had knocked out 2 people, and it seemed that the joints of 2 people had been shaken off by his arm muscles. The young leader who seemed to be the proudest had been beaten up by him until his face was covered in blood. Calculating this, even if he was beaten up a few more times and knocked unconscious, he would still have profited no matter what. Just as Su Lu was about to be beaten up with a trace of unwillingness, a trace of stubbornness, a trace of defiance, and a trace of seriousness, the cabin door opened. The fat captain looked at the mess in the room and the unconscious and painful NCOs. A trace of shock flashed across his face. When he saw that the NCOs who were still standing had already pulled out their guns, his face was so gloomy that it was somewhat frightening. He walked over and slapped the back of the head of one of the NCOs. He scolded sternly, "Shameless prodigal son of a bitch. Is this how your teachers teach you? Since when did the 4th Military Region have so many good-for-nothings like you?" A female cadet with a pretty face was startled and immediately explained, "The suspect injured people we..." Without waiting for her to finish, the captain coldly cut her off and slowly walked up to Su Lu. Looking at this youth who was crouching on the floor with his head covered like an innocent white rabbit, countless questions arose in his heart. Who exactly was this youth? 18-year-old veterans were not rare, but to be able to knock down 5 outstanding officers in such a short period of time, this was too inconceivable. It should be known that although the Westwoods Military Academy was not the top military academy in the Federation, the outstanding officers there would still be the best candidates for the tip of the spear if they were placed in any army. Yet, this youth was actually able to take on 5 of them by himself. Taking a quick look at the injuries of those officers, the captain's brow furrowed. From the looks of the technique, it was indeed the style of military combat. But to be so ruthless, how could it be as harmless and down-to-earth as this brat appeared? Without warning, the fat captain kicked out at Su Lu on the floor. In that instant, his fat body seemed to have been forged from steel. That thick leg carried a terrifying presence as it swept directly at Su Li's upper body. Su Lu had already given up at the muzzle of the gun, but he did not expect those officers to actually pull back their guns. Even more so, he did not expect that this captain who looked like he had trouble even walking would actually launch an attack at him without warning, and with such ferocity and terror at that. Su Lu did not even think about it. The instinctive awareness he had developed from stiff dancing and butchering cows these past 4 years made him squint his eyes to prevent the strong wind from affecting his vision. Meanwhile, the 2 arms protecting his head also separated in the shortest amount of time, one arm extended forward, the other slightly behind, forming a 3-dimensional figure 8, blocking in front of that terrifyingly thick leg, suddenly transforming from a fat captain into a cold-faced, stout killing machine. The leg that suddenly arrived vibrated with a terrifying whistling sound. Carrying a shocking strength, it very easily broke through the arm that Su Lu had barely blocked in front of him. With a speed that could not be seen clearly by the naked eye, it swept towards the last arm that Su Lu had protected in front of his face. In a series of afterimages, apart from the captain and Su Lu, no one else could have noticed that terrifyingly thick leg. After easily breaking through Su Li's first arm, its speed had decreased slightly, but its strength was still terrifying to the extreme. His fingers touched the wind in the air and the texture of the fabric of the trousers. With his head lowered, Su Li's knuckles turned white. With a shake of his wrist, he grabbed downwards, intending to grab the opponent's ankle and use his fingers to pinch into the tendons to make the opponent lose his strength. However, this was ultimately just an extravagant hope. The strength of the fat captain's terrifying leg was too great. In that instant, Su Lu felt a numbing pain in his fingertips, which then dissipated. He could no longer hold on, and could only sorrowfully wait for the result of being swept by this thick leg. Instinct, as usual, had become an instinctive reaction from familiarity. At this most dangerous moment, he let that mysterious tremor emanate from every pair of intertwined muscle fibers of Su Li's body, gathering into a powerful force that was transmitted to his arms, his fingers. However, at the same time, rationality, the mechanic foam you most admired his calmness took effect. He gave up on the tremors in his body and released his strength, allowing the captain's thick leg to sweep over him. Knocking down these military academy students could still be said to be due to his amazing ability. If he had used his combat ability to block this terrifying leg, it could also be said that he had an excuse. However, Su Lu did not dare to let outsiders discover that mysterious force in his body. As for what that tremor was all about, he did not know. However, he knew that if anyone with ulterior motives discovered that the tremor in his body had anything to do with Uncle Fong, then what awaited him would definitely be the Federation's all-out investigation. His disguise would definitely be exposed. In this lightning-fast exchange of blows, there was no room for any hesitation or giving up. Su Lu swayed in that instant, and the captain's fierce and tyrannical leg sweep landed squarely on his chest. That tremendous force was not something he could block with just his two arms. After a muffled thud, Su Lu fell heavily onto the bed. He grunted in pain, but a trace of doubt flashed through his eyes. The fat captain's leg was still maintained 30 degrees downward. It did not move at all, as if it was made of steel. It was so stable that it was frightening. His leg was not a full sweep. Otherwise, that powerful force would have been enough to kick Su Lu until he vomited blood and fainted. After a moment of silence, the fat captain frowned. He slowly retracted his right leg and walked out of the room without looking back. That kid's skill is not bad, but it's a pity that he's not that kind of genius. The fat captain walked lazily in the corridor. There seemed to be some regret in his tone. This comment seemed to be very ordinary, but the secretary who had been following beside him was shocked. He knew very well that the captain he served looked like an ordinary fat man, but in reality, he was the strongest Special Forces soldier in the 4th Military Region. He was not a special mecha team member like Lake and the others. He was the real ace of the military region and was deeply trusted by the commander. Otherwise, the military region would not have handed over the ancient belt to him to manage, and would not have let the captain send the young miss to school on the capital planet without worry. For example, the secretary knew very well that the captain could have let this kick hit Su Li's chest and retreated after using 30% of his strength. If he had really used his full strength, that young man would definitely have his bones broken and his life lost. Such an unfathomable captain actually judged that kid's skill level to be not bad. It seemed that the 3 retired young men that the young miss bumped into when she disappeared this time were really powerful. Geniuses in the military are all trained. He is already retired, so it is not difficult for the military region to recruit him again. There are many examples in the past. The secretary gave an idea. The captain did not stop walking. He shook his head and said, "Although ordinary talents are precious, they can be found anywhere. Real geniuses are hard to find. Since that kid is not the good material that the commander is looking for, there is no point in keeping him." What kind of genius? The secretary did not understand. The kind from old Lee's family. The captain smiled bitterly. The geniuses of the Federation who cultivate seem to be in his family. The secretary smiled and said, "Of course. His old man is that one." The next day, Sulu cleaned himself up and put on his white clothes. Under the guidance of the staff, he came to the upper floor of the antique bell. He didn't know what was waiting for him, but he reminded himself that the capital was not far away, so he should keep a low profile. Chapter 44. Sulu sat on one side of the long table in the restaurant's private room. He looked at the snow-white tablecloth that stretched out like a carpet in front of him and lowered his head slightly. He did not understand why the rich people of the Federation would be so wasteful when eating a meal. There was a glass of water in front of him. The food had not been served yet because the host who was treating him to the meal had not arrived yet. Two waiters stood calmly to the side and waited. Sulu could not find anyone to talk to, nor was he interested in talking. He lowered his head, held a silver knife and fork, and gestured on the snow-white tablecloth. After a night, the pain on his body had healed a lot. He began to recall the fat captain's kick that came whistling over. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that kick was terrifying. He lay on the bed and thought for a long time. He realized that in that moment, even if he could allow his muscles to tremble and release the magical power in his body, he might not have been able to completely block that kick. Because of this kick, Sulu thought of two problems. The first problem was how to deal with the magical power in his body. Once he used all his strength, he could break the special military plastic handcuffs. This was not something an ordinary person could do. It was just that the trembling of his body was too obvious, and it was too easy for people to associate it with the mechanic uncle. Could he find a way to make this trembling only run in his body and not be seen through his appearance? The second problem was how to defend against a kick as fierce as the fat captain's. That kick was obviously a super powerful combat skill in the military. It swept directly at an angle of 30 degrees downward. It was clean and neat, and it carried a huge amount of power. It looked extremely simple, but whether it was the speed, the angle, or the estimated recovery, they were all calculated to the extreme without any loopholes. If he had been standing at that moment, he might have been able to close in and elbow the crotch. Even if his leg was broken, he would still be able to make the other party suffer some hidden losses. But the problem was that he was sitting. How could he deal with it when he was sitting? He held a shiny silver knife and fork and set them up on the snow-white tablecloth, simulating the other party's kick and his possible responses. The boss had taught him 10 stances, which were undoubtedly very powerful moves. Otherwise, he would not have been able to defeat 5 of the top students from the West Woods Military Academy in one go. But these 10 postures were very fixed, and all of them were advanced techniques. Not a single step back was taken. Although it was extremely powerful, it was too stiff. It couldn't be helped. It was a stiff dance to begin with. Sulu scratched his head in distress, immersed in his thoughts about combat, and unable to extricate himself. At first, he did not have much interest in the ability to fight. In his opinion, the Federation was no longer a battlefield for individual heroism. However, Uncle Feng had convinced him by saying that he was the #1 machine. After that, the thrilling experience of the past few days made him realize how important it was to grow individual strength. Most importantly, he was a person who liked to compete and study. He was like this when he was learning mechanics from Uncle Feng, and now he was like this when he was pondering about fighting. It was very easy for him to become engrossed in his studies without realizing it. Of course, this was an extremely rare learning potential. Only when you're obsessed with certain things can you practice these things well. Now I have a general understanding of how you were able to defeat those arrogant dogsheads. I think that these past 2 years of military service in the mines of Donglin, you were probably also posing in combat postures all the time. At some point, the fat captain had walked into the restaurant's private room and was looking at him with a strange expression. A few crisp sounds reverberated in the empty room. The silver knife and fork that had been placed together fell onto the table. Su Li's fingers, which had been gesturing nonstop, also froze in the air. He looked at the fat captain's blood-stained face and scratched his head with a smile. The other party seemed to have misunderstood something, but this was also good. Otherwise, He would not know how to explain what had happened yesterday. The fat captain walked to his side and sat down, letting out a satisfied sigh. It seemed that the lazy him hated walking. How could such a person send out such a fierce kick? Sulu certainly did not believe this appearance at this time, but he had a good impression of this fat captain, so he maintained a polite silence. There are many talented people buried in the army, and there are also many people like you who study fighting all day long. I saw the surveillance video yesterday. The combat skills you used were very strange. It was probably the result of simplifying military boxing. I don't know if it was good, but in any case, it was a little too strong and did not leave any room for retreat. The fat captain panted as he took the water in front of Sulu and drank it. He said, "With this kind of self-development method, you won't be able to learn anything deeper in the army. If you're interested in this, when the ship arrives at the capital, I can introduce you to a few of the more famous cultivation halls." Cultivation halls? Sulu did not know why the captain had suddenly removed the guards outside the room and formally invited him to eat in front of him. He wanted to remain cautious and silent, but when he heard this unfamiliar term, he could not help but ask curiously, "What is that place? Is there a place in the Federation that specializes in learning how to fight?" The fat captain looked at him as if he was looking at a fool. "Although you have been a mouse in Donglin for 2 years, you are still from Shanglin. How can you not know about cultivation halls?" Sulu knew that he had given himself away. He smiled and shook his head, not saying anything or explaining. From the fat captain's description, he knew what cultivation halls meant. In today's society, thermal weapons had been developed to the peak, and individual martial arts were relatively insignificant. The purpose of the martial arts halls in ancient times was no longer to teach combat skills, but to train one's mind with skills, to calm one's mind, and to cultivate one's body and mind. It was also for this reason that the people who trained in the cultivation hall were not very competitive and did not attract much attention. The cultivation classes in the military academy have long been changed to combat skills classes. Young people nowadays are too stupid. They don't know what is really good. The fat captain shook his head in disdain and said, "If the cultivation halls were really useless, why would the Leaf family require every generation of descendants to study in the cultivation halls from the age of 12 for 2 years before coming out?" The Leaf family? Sulu knew that as an orphan from Donglin, he was a country bumpkin in the eyes of most people, so he did not mind speaking his doubts frankly. "Are you talking about the Lees of Philadelphia?" The fat captain nodded. Sulu sucked in a breath of cold air. A glittering name suddenly appeared in his mind. A noble existence, a low-key but extremely famous family. This family was not in the Federation's traditional 7 families, but in the past few decades, because of that old man, they had gained the collective respect of the Federation citizens. "I just want you to go and learn. What are you thinking about? Do you also expect to assassinate the emperor of an empire?" The fat captain looked at the young man's expression and said sarcastically. Sulu chuckled and suddenly asked seriously, "Mr. Captain, this is a misunderstanding. I think you're already clear about it. I don't know why you asked me to come here today." The fat captain put on a serious smile and said softly, "Of course, I want to build a good relationship with you, young master. At the same time, I want to ask you to do me a small favor." Suddenly, the fat captain became so flattering and so natural. It really scared Sulu. He was stunned on the spot and did not know what to say. At this time, the cabin door slowly opened on both sides. 2 women in suits walked in, holding hands. Under the protection of 7 or 8 service staff, a little girl wearing a pink floral dress and a sky blue hair clip on her head walked in. She looked very cute. The fat captain lowered his voice and said fawningly, "Little brother, this is what I want to ask of you. If you can let the little miss eat, then the things in the past can be discussed, and the things in the future can also be discussed." Sulu was speechless. He did not expect the captain's serious request to be this. However, when he saw the little watermelon's face change from gloomy to surprised, and saw the swaying black hair on the little girl's forehead, he could not help but laugh happily. He shouted over there, "Little watermelon, big brother Sulu." Little watermelon broke free from the hands of the 2 female staff. Under the helpless gazes of those people, she ran to Sulu and sat directly next to him. She opened her black eyes and asked curiously, "Big brother, why are you here?" "I'm here to eat with you," Sulu said with a smile. In the next few days, Sulu got rid of his identity as a criminal suspect and moved from cleaning Area 38 to the upper level of the spaceship with more advanced facilities. He began to eat, play, and tell stories with Little Watermelon. He liked Little Watermelon very much. He did not think the little girl was as difficult as the captain said, so he did not think this job was difficult. But if Sulu knew that this was the prelude to the heavy responsibility he would have to bear in 2 years, would he still feel as happy as he did now? Or would he say that he wanted to do this internship better? That afternoon, Little Watermelon began to take an afternoon nap. Sulu opened the cabin door and prepared to go back to his room to study how the tremors in his body could be hidden under his skin. As he walked, he unexpectedly saw a few familiar faces at the corner of the corridor. The West Woods Military Academy students who were knocked unconscious by him had been treated in the ship's medical room and recuperated for the past few days. They had basically all recovered. Colonel Lake's special mecha team was still heavily injured, so the protection of the upper level of the spaceship was still handed over to them. It was very strange. The two most powerful forces on the Ancient Bell were all injured because of the teacher-student pair of Feng Yu and Sulu. Sulu was slightly taken aback. He looked at the red and swollen temple of the officer named Wang Ming. After a moment of silence, he nodded his head and walked past him. He did not greet him, nor did he show any signs of hostility. Zhou Jin, who was standing beside the space porthole, looked at the back of that ordinary person and subconsciously touched his throat. He seemed to feel a faint pain. Chapter 45. Su Li's back disappeared around the corner. The few West Woods Military Academy officers who had been staring at him all this time retracted their gazes. Their expressions did not change, but perhaps they all breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. At this time, they already knew that the young miss seemed to be very reliant on that youth. As soldiers of the West Woods, they naturally could not take the initiative to provoke her. Moreover, it looked like that young man named Su Lu was not a person who held grudges. But for some reason, they were still a little nervous and a little resentful. Officer Wang Ming rubbed his throbbing forehead and lowered his head to curse something. 5 of their group had been defeated by Su Lu. This was the most embarrassing scene of the entire journey. Zhou Jin sighed. He clasped his hands behind his back by the window and said to his classmates, "There's nothing to complain about. If you can't beat him, you can't beat him. There's no point in holding a grudge. Yes, after all, we're professional soldiers. We don't specialize in the study of combat skills." The female officer comforted everyone softly. What she said was not wrong. Although the military academies nowadays still put a lot of emphasis on the training of combat skills in the military, what really determined the quality of soldier was still the consideration of overall quality. For example, the skills to operate all kinds of vehicles and even aircrafts, the control of all kinds of standard weapons. When it came to personal strength, so what if you were extremely strong? Don't forget, he's just a young soldier who retired. Zhou Jin turned his body slightly and looked at these students who regarded him as the leader. He could not help but sigh and shake his head. It's not just you guys. Including me, all the students from the West Woods are used to have their eyes on the top of their heads. Even the 3 major military academies of the Upper Woods don't look up to us. But who would have thought that with so many of us, we would actually be defeated by a young soldier who just retired? What a tragedy, Zhou Jin said self-deprecatingly with a quirk of his lips. The corner of the corridor fell silent. The female officer felt helpless and subconsciously kicked the wall with her military boots. Suddenly, Wang Ming put down his hand from rubbing his temples and said in a muffled voice, "That kid looks honest, but he's actually quite vicious. I don't believe that he's really good to the young miss." "Don't find excuses." Zhou Jin glared at him. "If you want revenge, then you want revenge. I just want to get my face back." Wang Ming angrily said, "I don't believe that I can't beat a little brat. No, we're going to upper force tomorrow. I'm going to look for him tonight. Don't worry, this is purely a competition. Don't mess around." Zhou Jin's expression darkened slightly as he reprimanded. Last time, You were able to make a move in the room because of the captain's tacit approval. Now, in this situation, what's the point of competing? Don't cause trouble on the ship. If you do, I won't take care of you if your credits are deducted. Then this matter is over. There's a big bump on my head. Your face is covered in blood, and Hyland is still wearing bandages. I won't do it. We have to do it, even if we don't want to. Zhou Jin's voice was very hoarse. He subconsciously touched his throat again. When he thought of the arm that had hit his throat like a piece of metal, he felt a chill in his heart. Train yourself. Don't humiliate yourself. When you have the confidence, you can go and find him. Don't worry. I think you'll have many chances to meet him in the future. Wang Ming asked. I heard that kid is from Upper Forest. The Ministry of Defense arranged for him to hitch a ride. Where can I find him in the future? I don't think so. The military is in need of talents right now. The military won't let go of such an inconspicuous but powerful person like him. Zhou Jin's judgment was not wrong. Although the fat captain had told his secretary that Su Lu was not the kind of genius he was curious about, the combat ability Su Lu had displayed, especially the mecha fragments all over the ground, had still made the captain extend an invitation to him. In a private setting, the secretary took out 3 documents and showed them to Su Lu. One was a special admission document for the West Woods Military Academy. One was a secondary recruitment document that did not go through the Ministry of Defense, and the last was a job application document from a company in the capital ring. Su Lu flipped through the 3 documents with some confusion. Only then did he understand what the captain meant. Regardless of whether it was the West Woods Military Academy or the secondary recruitment, for a newly discharged soldier, it was definitely a great opportunity that fell from the sky. The company in the capital ring was also very generous. The company that mainly built aircraft engines could provide Su Lu with good food, lodging, and salary. Think about it. The secretary looked at Su Lu with some happiness. Like the young lady, he could also see the honesty in this young man's bones. He really hoped that the young man would join his side. Although his current strength was very average, and his talent in mechanics still needed to be confirmed, a rock with potential would always attract more attention. Su Lu looked through the documents carefully and sighed regretfully in his heart. If it had been him in the past, no matter which condition it was, he would have gladly accepted it because he could leave East Woods and do what he liked. Wasn't this the reason why he took the NCO exam in the Ministry of Defense? But now he had to reject it because he was a fugitive who had to deceive the entire Federation. He did not want to have too much to do with the government. Uncle Boss once said that the most dangerous place was also the safest place. This sentence could only be believed 3 times. Su Lu wanted to use up these 3 chances easily. Moreover, regarding the West Woods Military Region, or the 4th Military Region, Su Lu still had a strong resistance in his heart. The 4th Military Region was probably related to the boss' death, although it was definitely an order from the Federation, and the 4th Military Region was only an executor. Su Lu still could not get along with these people. If it was not for Little Watermelon, perhaps he would not even want to talk to these people. Sorry, I don't want to return to the army, and the Ministry of Defense seems to have arranged a reception unit for me. Su Lu shook his head apologetically. He could see that the secretary in front of him was really thinking about him. The secretary shook his head regretfully, but he was not too disappointed. After all, he did try his best, and also try to repay the other party on behalf of the young miss. It was just that the other party did not want to accept for some unknown reason. The quiet and long journey in space ended. A heavy roar sounded in the huge commercial spaceship Ancient Bell. The powerful force was helping the huge spaceship to adjust its attitude and direction. Su Lu, who had already packed his luggage and carried a backpack, looked at the light blue planet outside the porthole with eyes full of excitement. The planet was very beautiful. It had a light blue sea, light brown land, and white clouds floating on it. Outside the porthole, 2 small, streamlined blue spaceships were leaving the Ancient Bell's hull and heading towards the white clouds. It was really a heartwarming scene. This was the capital ring, also known as the administrative planet of the Upper Forest region, the center of the entire Federation civilization. The White President's office, the Gray Management Committee's conference building, and the legendary Bureau of Proclamation were all symbols of power that could control the entire Federation. All of these symbols of power were on this beautiful planet. Su Lu followed the prompts of the electronic voice and suppressed his excitement. With the help of the staff, he entered the separation cabin. Since he rejected the secretary's suggestion yesterday, he had not seen anyone from the West Woods, not even Little Watermelon. Although it was a little regretful, he knew that with his identity as the Federation's top fugitive, he could only keep a distance from Little Watermelon, who obviously had a noble background. The land-to-air transfer spaceship unfolded its alloy wings at an altitude of 8,000 meters and turned into a bird in the blue sky and white clouds. It maintained absolute stability and flew towards the surface of the planet. The spaceship flew lower and lower. Finally, it skimmed over the edge of the white clouds and plunged into the thick, almost solid clouds. Su Lu, who had a slight fear of flying, had seen enough of the scenery outside the window and the flame-like ion current. He closed his eyes tightly and waited for the moment of landing. The waiting time seemed to be a little long, so long that he almost fell asleep. He only felt a slight vibration when he opened his eyes. Like the other passengers beside him, he heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. He looked at the flat runway outside the window and the black and white electronic command tower not far away and laughed. Walking out of the cabin door, a gust of cold wind hit him in the face. Su Lu looked at the ground in front of him and the buildings in the distance. His expression froze, and he almost could not move his legs. These white, soft, and cold things, are they the legendary snow? He walked down the gangway under the urging of the passengers behind him, but the more he walked, the stiffer he became. It looked like he was practicing martial arts in a mine. The weather in Upper Forest was too cold. He was so cold that he wanted to stomp his feet, but he did not want to attract the attention of the people in the airport. In fact, it was impossible for him not to attract people's attention. In this area, everyone was wearing slightly thick thermal clothing, hats, and gloves. He was the only one who was still wearing the thin clothes of early autumn and carrying a broken backpack. He looked very pitiful. Su Lu breathed into his slightly red hands. He was completely frozen. When he left Eastern Forest, it was also winter. However, the 4 seasons in Eastern Forest were not very different. It had not snowed for thousands of years. He did not expect the winter in the capital ring to be so cold. A snowflake drifted down and landed on his face, making him shiver. He wondered if he had made a big mistake by coming to the capital. This was the first time Su Lu had seen snow in his life, but he could not feel the purity of the snow. He could only feel the coldness of the snow. This was all because he was not prepared. It was a tragedy. Chapter 46. Su Lu squinted his eyes and looked at the snowflakes falling from the sky. He thought that these fluttering ice crystals were quite beautiful. This was the first time he had seen real snow. In his surprise, he seemed to have forgotten the thin clothes he was wearing. He also did not notice the sympathetic gazes of the passengers around him. Standing in the middle of the snowstorm in the square, with only a thin layer of clothing, he did look quite pitiful. The passengers thought that Su Lu had mistakenly put his thick clothing in his luggage and could not help but shake their heads. However, sympathy was one thing. They did not have many clothes on them, so no one would take off their clothes and put them on Su Lu. In the capital city, the wind was getting stronger and stronger. Su Li's face felt like it was being scraped by a few small knives. He immediately woke up from the snowy scene in front of him and felt the cold on his body. He shrunk his body and hugged his backpack in reverse to get some warmth. He turned his body and avoided the wind. He squinted his eyes and looked at the entrance of the airport in the distance. He wondered why the spaceship did not fly directly to the entrance of the airport, but stopped in the middle of the snowstorm. The ancient bell was still in space outside the capital planet. The officials of the West Woods and the East Woods who were returning to visit would soon embark on their journey again. At this time, those who landed on the surface of the capital planet were basically officials with official duties. Su Lu did not have much knowledge, but the passengers on the ancient bell were all upper-class people. They began to discuss the current strange situation. The medical vehicles from the army hospital just left. Are there wounded people on board? Why haven't I heard of this before? Didn't we come from the Eastwoods? What's going on? A middle-aged official frowned and asked his companion. Behind him, Sulu heard this and squinted his eyes even more. He hid behind the crowd and looked through the gaps in the crowd. He saw a few ambulances covered in snow disappear into the distance of the airport. He vaguely thought that those on board must be the Westwoods soldiers who had captured him. Those soldiers were affected by the strange beam of light and had been recuperating on the ancient bell. It seemed that the 4th Military Region did not dare to take the risk of sending them back to the Westwoods for treatment. Instead, they were sent directly to the capital planet where the medical standards were the most advanced. Thinking of that sunglasses-wearing Colonel Lake in the ambulance, and thinking of how he had been so close to that colonel and those injured mecha warriors for so many days, Sulu suddenly felt a trace of fear in his heart. That Colonel Lake had seen his face before. If the two of them had really met on the spaceship, what would he have done? In the cold weather, Sulu's back was dripping with sweat. He knew that he was too careless. Fortunately, he probably would not have any relationship with the people from the Westwoods in the future. Once he entered the capital planet, the fat captain and the secretary would not be able to find him easily. But Little Watermelon, well, they were not on the same level to begin with. It might be better if they did not meet again. Just as Sulu was thinking about all these things, the electric vehicles of the airport finally arrived in front of many passengers. Of course, the airport was greeted with loud complaints and threats of complaints. However, the airport staff only apologized politely, but they refused to explain what had happened earlier. The ambulances are there to save people. We can understand that. Why could those passengers be driven directly to the passage? Why could they be in front of us? The airport staff only smiled and comforted them. Sulu looked in the direction the passengers were pointing at. He saw a silver-white aircraft slowly parking in front of the special passage in the distance. He narrowed his eyes and seemed to see a little girl holding a doll getting off the spaceship under the protection of many people and entering the passage. Sulu smiled and whispered to himself, "Little Watermelon, you have to eat properly in the future." It was as warm as spring in the electric vehicle. The complaining officials and passengers finally stopped. The long-term space travel had made everyone a little tired. The carriage fell into silence. This silence was maintained until they passed through the X-ray inspection passage and entered the interior of the airport building. The crowd dispersed like birds and beasts. According to each other's following journey and the location of their luggage, they scattered into several routes and disappeared into the magnificent space of the building. Sulu was obviously stunned by the interior structure and architectural style of the airport. He didn't know what the beautiful metallic materials were, but he subconsciously thought it was beautiful. This airport was too big. The interior space was 10 stories high. There were no steel beams in the middle to support the weight. He didn't know how it was built. He had basically lived in the rundown city of Hushi State all his life. He had never seen such a scene. Even when he passed by the military airport in the garrison area of Fuji State, the military airport looked like nothing more than cold cement. Sulu patted off the snow on his body and carefully carried his backpack. He was like a country bumpkin who had just entered the city. No, he was a country bumpkin who had just entered the city. He hesitantly and shyly walked in front of a flight attendant. He mustered up his courage and asked about the relevant matters. The flight attendant in the sky blue uniform had a pretty face. She was very polite and patient, and she clearly answered all of his complicated questions. Sulu thanked her very sincerely and found a quieter passage to leave. The flight attendant looked at the young man and couldn't help but smile slightly. She felt that this foreigner was very interesting. It looked like it was his first time on a spaceship, but his questions were so detailed and didn't miss any details. Perhaps he had looked up a lot of travel information on the internet before coming. Looking at the passage in front of him that was completely made of metal, Sulu's footsteps slowed down. He felt his scalp go numb. At this time, he already knew that the back of this 5-meter-long passage was hidden with the Federation's electronic surveillance system. Every passenger had to go through a scan here. This was a very normal thing. Otherwise, wouldn't those people from the Empire or refugees from Bermuda who were born without microchips be able to sneak into the Federation at any time? Sulu swallowed, a mouthful of saliva. His head was slightly lowered, but his eyes were looking at the exit not far away. He knew that the surveillance here was the most powerful in the Federation. If he could pass through here, then it meant that the microchip given to him by his boss was enough to allow him to survive in the entire Federation society with a disguised identity. But what if he was discovered by the Federation surveillance system when he walked through the passage? Would there be 20 or so taser guns sticking out from the wall and roasting him into a roasted chicken? Sulu couldn't help but shiver. This scene fell into the crowd in the distance and felt a little strange. This was because no one in the Federation seemed to care about this surveillance passage. More often than not, people seemed to have forgotten the existence of electronic surveillance. Looks like this kid was really frozen just now. Prepare a windbreaker for him, said a pleasant voice. Suli's footsteps slowed down for only a moment. After a moment, he raised his head and walked as calmly as possible toward the empty passage. Only the change in his trouser pocket could feel his nervousness and trembling, but there wasn't a trace of it on his face. A distance of 5 meters wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. However, when Sulu calmly walked through this passage, his legs felt a little weak. He felt a kind of joy as if he had walked from hell to heaven, as well as a kind of joyful release after nervousness. However, his relaxed ecstasy didn't last long. This was because he realized that the people outside the passage were looking at him with a strange gaze. Sulu frowned slightly. He thought to himself that even the electronic surveillance system didn't find anything wrong. Could it be that there was something strange about him? He subconsciously touched his face and continued to walk forward. Then he realized why so many people were welcoming him with strange gazes. It was because outside this quiet passage, there was a large group of people welcoming him. Except for the young woman at the front and the little girl in the young woman's hand, this group of people were all fully armed soldiers. Such a large formation was used to welcome one person, especially a young man in a thin shirt who shrunk like a country bumpkin. It was no wonder that the people in the airport were looking at him strangely. Looking at the little girl's happy face, Sulu knew that he couldn't avoid this. He couldn't slip away quietly. With a bitter face, he walked to the front of the crowd, hoping that there wouldn't be any too horrible developments. Brother Sulu. Little Watermelon was wearing a red fur coat and a hat. The brim of the hat pressed down on her hair, revealing a black line. She looked very cute. Sulu smiled at her, then turned to the young woman holding the little girl's hand and said politely, "Hello." "Hello, Sulu." The young woman was about 30 years old. Her eyebrows were soft, and she had a comforting beauty. But from time to time, her eyes lit up with a hint of pride. This kind of pride wasn't repulsive. Instead, it made people feel that it was natural. The so-called environment of growth affected one's mentality was probably referring to this kind of person. She looked at Sulu gently and said, "I am Fireworks' mother. Thank you very much, Mr. Su, for taking care of her along the way." Sulu looked at the beautiful and gentle face, and his mind was slightly shaken. He subconsciously felt that this young woman was very trustworthy. He forcibly suppressed the absurd idea of asking her why she gave Little Watermelon such a strange name and prepared to say a few polite words. Unexpectedly, the noble young woman handed over a business card with a smile and said, "I'm here to express my gratitude. I have to go to the Army hospital right away. I'm very sorry. Mr. Su, if you have any difficulties in the Federation, I hope you don't mind contacting us. We also want to express our gratitude to you." "Thank you, sister." Sulu looked into the young woman's eyes and blurted out an extremely absurd name. "Thank you, sister." This name made the faces of the soldiers in the crowd change dramatically. Even the gentle and peaceful young woman had a strange look in her eyes, but then it turned into a sympathetic smile. She shook her head and asked the soldier next to her to hand her a military windbreaker. Without saying anything, she held Little Watermelon's hand and walked to the VIP passage under the protection of the soldiers. Sulu held the windbreaker in one hand and a natural fiber business card in the other. He was in a daze. Although he didn't know the goods, he knew how expensive this kind of business card was. He looked at the back of the young woman who was faintly discernible among the soldiers and couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. He also felt that he had been too nervous before. The boss was right. Too little contact with the opposite sex was indeed easy to cause problems. At this time, he had vaguely guessed little Watermelon's family background. Of course, he didn't think it was rude for the young woman to hand over a business card and then turn around and leave. In fact, Sula didn't think that what he had done was worth the other party thanking him. With the other party's identity, it was already very polite of her to wait here and say a few words to him. What's more, he knew that this young woman must be anxious to go to the army hospital to see her husband's trusted subordinates. Unlike the self-confident and self-reliant male protagonists in novels, Sula didn't tear up this precious business card and throw it into the trash can. Instead, he carefully kept it close to his body. Then he took out the address left by the boss, put on a warm windbreaker, and walked out of the airport in the increasingly heavy snow. Chapter 47. A low-key but expensive black car, like a black ghost, silently walked on the highway in the suburbs of the capital district. A few days of low temperature and snowy weather had accumulated a thick layer of snow on the flat road. Even the slightly heated pipes at the bottom of the asphalt couldn't make the snow melt faster. "Why did you come down?" The young woman in the back of the black car lovingly hugged the little girl who was looking out of the window in a daze. She looked at the fat captain opposite her and said with a smile, "A captain who doesn't stay on his own ship, aren't you afraid of being chased away?" The young woman's smile was gentle and charming, which didn't match her age. The atmosphere in the car suddenly improved a lot. The fat captain looked at the young woman and said with a flattering smile, "Little sister-in-law, such a big thing happened to the miss. Of course I have to come personally to apologize to you. The spaceship needs to be replenished anyway. I don't care." "Are you apologizing to me, or do you want me to plead with him?" The young woman looked at him with interest and asked. The fat captain said with a bitter face, "The miss has been missing under my nose for so long. After returning to the military, the boss will definitely drill me. Little sister-in-law, you must help me say a few words. Isn't fireworks fine? Why would he blame you? We all know how mischievous fireworks is. This time, Brother Tion brought her here. It's already troublesome for you." The young woman smiled gently, looked at the daughter in her arms, and said softly, "Fireworks, don't run around in the future. You are an obedient child. Don't you know how anxious Uncle Jean will be?" Jean Fireworks stubbornly looked at the silent cedar trees outside the window and refused to answer her mother's question. She thought in her heart, except for Brother Sulu, no one in this world is willing to believe what she says. Even her father and mother are like this. They always don't listen to her opinion and always think that she is a child. They didn't ask for her opinion and wanted to send her to this cold and snowy place to study. As if guessing what the child was thinking, a trace of sadness and regret flashed across the young woman's face. She turned her head and said to the fat captain, "This child just doesn't want to leave home. It seems that I have no choice but to stay here with her for a few more years." The fat captain, surnamed Tion, immediately understood the underlying meaning of this sentence. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, little sister-in-law. I'll keep a close eye on the boss." In the blink of an eye, his expression became heavy. He said, "The commander has asked us to seal off the news of Mrs. disappearance. I've also told that child called Sulu, so he shouldn't have leaked the news. I just don't understand. If Miss isn't sent to the capital, could it be that those old members of the management committee dare to do anything?" The young woman laughed. "The Federation isn't the Empire, so there's no such thing as a hostage. It's just that our Zhong family has been stationed in the West Woods for too long, and the people in the capital are always worried. Sending fireworks back to the Federation to study isn't necessarily a bad idea. They probably want the descendants of the Zhong family to have a greater sense of belonging to the Federation from a young age." After saying this, she suddenly frowned slightly and asked, "Does that little guy called Sulu know Fireworks' identity? That kid looks honest and reliable, but he's actually very shrewd. I'm afraid he's already guessed it, but he didn't say it out loud. He probably also knows that some things are better to pretend not to know." The fat captain shrugged his shoulders, and the fat on his body began to tremble again. Little Watermelon, who had been staring out the window, suddenly turned his head and looked at the two adults in the car. With all his strength, he said loudly, Big Brother Sulu is a good person." The young woman laughed and said, "Of course he's a good person. He obviously knows that we're from the Zhong family, but he didn't ask for anything just because you like him. Instead, he hid far away. The key is that he hid very cutely, not that kind of hypocritical pretentiousness. Fireworks. Mother believes in your judgment of people." Little Watermelon proudly turned his head away. The young woman looked at the fat captain and said calmly, "Since that little guy doesn't want to have anything to do with us, then forget it. I've left him a military district office card. If he needs it in the future, we can help him." The fat captain nodded and then said, "The company's energy quota was reduced by half in one shot. I've already sent the report. The key is the management committee's energy committee. The other ministries should be easy to run too, but the energy committee needs to be personally talked to by the chairman." The fat captain had changed the way he addressed her. When it came to business, the young woman's expression became slightly more serious, but her tone was still gentle. "Leave this matter to me. But you really wasted so much of the quota in one shot. As a result, the Donglin Garrison District reimbursed an entire formation of Special Forces soldiers. There will be a lawsuit, and even Lake and the others were injured by you. When you return to the military district, you'll have to answer to them yourself." The fat captain's expression was unchanged, and he calmly replied, "The commander shouldn't make things difficult for me in this regard. That traitorous mechanic is a big enemy of the 4th Military District." After hearing this news, his mood will definitely be much better. The young woman's eyebrows slightly furrowed, and she curiously asked, "But the problem is that mechanic really so powerful? Even a Special Forces team led by Lake couldn't deal with it. So why do they have to do it from space? Next month, we must ask the Department of Defense to come forward and take over the Ancient Bell. Otherwise, we can't explain this problem. That mechanic is very powerful." The fat captain closed his eyes and recalled the strange jump of the black mecha on the thermal imaging device and satellite images that day. After a moment of silence, he opened his eyes and said, "He's much stronger than me. Lake and the others are no match for him at all. The Federation's mission this time is not easy to take over. No wonder the Department of Defense gave this credit to us." The young woman's expression became serious, and she asked, "How is he compared to him?" The fat captain knew that the him the chairman was referring to was the head, the commander of the 4th Military District. After thinking for a while, he objectively replied, "If it was a field battle, and they both used mechas, the head wouldn't be his opponent. But don't worry, the chairman, that guy can't be any more dead. More than 10 years ago, more than 10,000 lives in the military district were finally recovered." The young woman nodded, looked at the wind and snow outside the window, and lowered her head to look at her daughter, who was sleeping soundly. Suddenly, she softly said, How strong is that mechanic? Other people definitely wouldn't understand, but I spent some time in the Lee family's training hall when I was young." The fat man lowered his voice and said very seriously, "I always felt that the mechanic was related to the Lees of Philadelphia." Hearing the Lees of Philadelphia, the young woman couldn't help but be a little moved. She knew that Fatty Tion was a rare expert in the 4th Military District, and his judgment was especially sharp, so the conclusion he came up with should be somewhat credible. After thinking for a moment, she softly said, "Since Mechanic Yufeng is already dead, this matter ends here. Don't tell the commander either. The Lee family definitely wouldn't betray the Federation. If those politicians find out, there will definitely be some commotion. As soldiers, of course we can't let Old Lee get into trouble." As a soldier, the fat captain also had incomparable respect for that old man, surnamed Lee, in his heart, so he nodded seriously in agreement. The 7 great families of the Federation were a privileged class with no special privileges. Countless years of history and countless great achievements made these 7 families become the pillars of the Federation. In a modern society where the laws of the Federation were the cornerstone, these somewhat ancient families only quietly lurked in the shadows, rarely showing their true identities for the general public to see. The citizens of the Federation all knew about the 7 great families, but they would never know why the 7 great families were so strong or what kind of power and influence they had. With the status and position of the 7 great families, it was naturally impossible for them to bully an ordinary citizen of the Federation. It was even possible that there would never be any relationship between the two. For ordinary citizens, the 7 great families were like distant existences above the clouds. They existed in the idle conversations after a meal, in the illegally sold literature and publications, but they would never exist in their own lives. 6 of the 7 great families lived on the 3 administrative planets of the capital ring, and the only one not in the upper forest area was the Zhong family of the West Woods. There was only one Zhong family in the West Woods. Compared to the other families, the Zhong family was more transparent in the eyes of the people, because since the founding of the Federation countless years ago, the Zhong family's 4th military district had taken on the responsibility of guarding the border of the Federation. Other than that accident in the Eastwood area, the 4th military district had never let down the expectations of the Federation people. Su Lu finished buttoning up his windbreaker and stood in the wind and snow, waiting for the bus to arrive. From time to time, he would raise his head to look at the snowy sky, feeling rather baffled. He was just a fugitive. Who would have thought that he would actually be able to meet a legendary figure of the Zhong family, and even spend so many days with the young lady of the Zhong family? Moreover, he even saw the madam of the Zhong family at the airport. That was the wife of the commander of the 4th military district. It turned out that there was nothing strange about the legendary figure after all, and she actually looked quite gentle. At this time, Su Lu did not know that Little Watermelon's mother was not only the wife of the commander of the 4th military district, but also the chairman of a large company. Otherwise, he would have been even more shocked. Squinting his eyes at the snow falling from the sky, the young man's heart had long since calmed down. He only felt slightly regretful. That broken M02 would probably continue to drift in space until one day it would be thrown into the endless void and become trash. After mourning for the first time he had intimate contact with a broken mecha, the first time he had personally repaired it, Sulu looked at the time of the bus. After thinking for a while, he turned back to the airport and bought a pack of Shang Lin's specialty dog biscuits. A happy smile instantly appeared on his face. Back when he was in Eastwood, he already knew about Shang Lin's dog biscuits. He had seen the advertisements on Channel 23 quite a few times, but had never had the chance to try them for himself. After all, the 2 administrative districts were too far apart, and not all commercial companies were willing to do such a low-margin business like selling biscuits. The dog biscuits were very crispy, and Su Lu ate them happily. He thought to himself, I really am a country bumpkin. In fact, everything in the airport was very expensive, but he did not care about that. Throughout the journey, he had been using his credit card to pay for everything. He had been using the Sanlin United bank card that the boss uncle had left for him. He did not know how much money was in the card, but it seemed like there was no end to it no matter how much he swiped. When the bus arrived, Su Lu followed a large leather suitcase onto the bus. After finding a seat with much difficulty, he took off his windbreaker and sat down. He placed the entire bag of dog biscuits on the food rack beside him and was about to slowly and happily eat them for the rest of the journey. Suddenly, his fingers brushed against 2 cold, slender fingers, giving him fright. Sulu turned his head in shock and saw a girl wearing a hat reaching into the bag, unceremoniously preparing to take the biscuits. Chapter 48. The puppy biscuit was very crispy, and no matter how much one chewed it, it would still make a crunching sound. The puppy biscuit was very fragrant, and the 2 of them were surrounded by that kind of alluring grain fragrance. Su Lu stared at the girl beside him, dumbfounded. He felt that this scene was too ridiculous. Why was this girl eating his biscuit, and eating it so naturally? Subconsciously, when the girl's fingers left the biscuit bag, Su Lu quickly reached in to take a biscuit and put it in his mouth, as if he was afraid that he would be taken advantage of. The girl lowered her head and was concentrating on reading a magazine. Only the occasional flickering of her eyes let Su Lu know that the other party was actually also paying attention to him. The dark green hat covered most of the girl's face, only revealing her delicate lips and fair skin. Su Lu was stunned and felt that his gaze might make the other party feel awkward, so he turned his head away. In the wind and snow, the warm and spring bus started moving. What surprised Sulu was that the girl actually reached into the biscuit bag and started taking biscuits, one after another. Sulu liked to eat puppy biscuits, and this was the first time he ate puppy biscuits, so he cherished them. Although he didn't think much of a bag of biscuits, he always felt that even if you wanted to eat my biscuits, shouldn't you tell the owner first? Ask for my permission first? It was hard to avoid a trace of anger in his heart. It was obvious that the girl didn't have this kind of self-awareness. She didn't even look at Sulu, and just quickly and openly stole the biscuits, chewing them loudly without any trace of politeness. Sulu was dumbfounded and quickly reached out to take the biscuits. Otherwise, if this girl snatched them away, what else could he eat? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Therefore, as the bus moved on the road, the young man and woman sitting at the back of the bus didn't look at each other. One was looking out the window, the other was looking down at the magazine on his lap. They took the biscuits one by one, and no one was willing to take one less, and no one was willing to be slow for a second. Their hands were like the wind, and they took the biscuits one after another. It looked like they had a tacit understanding, but who knew that there was actually an endless amount of hidden, killing intent? This is really strange. If she didn't meet me, this hateful biscuit-stealing thief would definitely be severely scolded. Looking at the snowy scenery outside the window, Sulu, who was chewing the biscuit, rolled his eyes. As time passed by, the anger in his heart had long disappeared. He was originally a broad-minded person, and it was impossible for him to care about such trivial matters. Instead, he secretly smiled and thought to himself that it was rare to meet someone who loved the dog biscuits as much as he did. Today's bag of biscuits will be considered as sharing. Sulu was a stingy person, and sharing anything good with others was something he was willing to do. Although the behavior of the long-haired girl wearing a hat was a bit ridiculous, he didn't plan to argue with her. He just felt that the situation was a bit awkward, or rather, he was worried that the girl would feel awkward, so he didn't speak to her. He even paid close attention to her and didn't look in her direction. The bus slowly moved on the snowy road and went around the highway outside the suburbs, heading towards the ordinary airport northwest of the capital. A cedar tree that stretched to the inner side of the road brushed against the window of the bus, and the sound it made woke up the sleepy people on the bus. The girl beside Sulu raised her head, revealing a beautiful face. The two people's eyes met, and Sulu gently smiled, who knew that the girl's pure eyes flashed with a trace of disgust, and she immediately lowered her head to read the magazine again. A moment later, she seemed to feel that this wasn't enough to express her unapproachable attitude, so she took out a pair of black-framed glasses from her purse and put them on the bridge of her nose, blocking Su Li's strange gaze. The girl with her head down was wearing black-rimmed glasses. She looked really pure, especially from Su Li's angle. He scratched his head and thought to himself, such a pure girl secretly ate my biscuits, so why is she so fierce to me? After all, he was a youth from a remote area, and when facing the opposite sex, he was always a bit reserved. He just sighed in his heart and didn't say anything. Every time the girl with black-framed glasses took a biscuit, Sulu also took a biscuit, no more and no less. He smiled and ate happily. Although he was a very kind person, he didn't want to lose out too much. Just like that, there was only one biscuit left in the bag. According to the silent order from before, it should be Su Li's turn to take a biscuit. Sulu clearly noticed that the girl's pretty nose under the black-framed glasses wrinkled cutely, as if she was worried about something. Sulu silently grinned and took out the last biscuit from the bag. After thinking for a while, he broke it in half, and with a kind smile on his face, he cautiously handed one half to the girl. The girl looked up, somewhat surprised and somewhat angry. Like a kitten fighting for food, she snatched the biscuit and swallowed it, but almost choked. Sulu chewed the last half of the biscuit while looking at her in a daze, thinking, what's the hurry? Is she that hungry? He wanted to pass his water to her to drink, but he was worried that this eccentric girl would dislike him. Fortunately, the sound of brakes broke this puppet-like performance. He didn't even say thank you. What a shameless scum. Zhang Xiaoming dragged her heavy luggage, lowered her head, and walked toward the airport counter. She had been on a spaceship for 7 days from District S2, and now she had to immediately transfer to the university town. The tiredness of the journey was already a little unbearable, and her heart was constantly weighed down by that heavy stone. Unfortunately, on the bus, she met an extremely untactful, repulsive, and shameful young man. He looks quite pleasing to the eye, and his smile is as sincere as a pig's. Who knew that underneath his bones, he was an ungrateful villain? He ate my biscuit like it was charity. Small eyes, you really are not good people. Zhang Xiaoming put her heavy luggage on the conveyor belt and couldn't help but complain in a low voice. Entering the departure lounge, Zhang Xiaoming took off her black-rimmed glasses and carefully wiped them, as if she wanted to use this action to vent her anger. She never thought that there would be such a man in the world who would so blatantly eat her favorite dog biscuit since she was a child. Her destination was the university town. The university town was located in the northern latitudes of administrative planet S, one of the capital ring. The flight would arrive in half an hour. She noticed the crowd around her, forced herself to calm down, and carried her small bag into the bathroom. She casually flushed the toilet. Amidst the splashing sound of water, she pressed the button on her black-rimmed glasses. On the originally empty glass surface, a few rows of characters suddenly appeared. This information appeared in front of her in the shortest amount of time possible through the wireless network that covered the entire planet. After memorizing all the words and missions, Zhang Xiaoming gently exhaled and appeared to be much more relaxed. The senator was still negotiating with the president's office. The situation was relatively calm now. Due to the first charter, the Bureau of Proclamation had to remain neutral. As a low-level worker, she didn't have to worry too much about her true identity being discovered. Even if the Federation found out that she was a spy sent by the anti-government party, the most they could do was expel her back to S2. But what exactly was in the university town? Why did the senator want her to return to the capital planet? Was it because the senator knew that she was homesick? Once she thought of her stale family, Zhang Xiaoming's expression became gloomy again. In order to complete the mission given by the organization, it seemed that she had to play the role of a lost sheep. This was really a painful thing. Sitting in the comfortable seat, Zhang Xiaoming tidied up the hair hanging beside her black-rimmed glasses. She subconsciously put her hand in her bag, but she found that the touch of her fingers was a little strange. She opened the bag in shock and was surprised to find an unopened bag of dog biscuits. If this bag of biscuits was hers, then what about the bag of biscuits on the bus? Did she eat someone else's biscuits? She had wronged him, but he had been quietly sharing things that belonged to him with her. Zhang Xiaoming stood up and looked around for the small-eyed boy, trying to find a way to apologize. However, how many flights were there in the capital airport? How could that boy appear on this plane so coincidentally? She sat down in confusion and shook her head regretfully. She knew that she had wronged the boy. More importantly, when she thought of the boy's gentle smile and the half-biscuit that he handed over, other than the thick embarrassment, there was also a trace of indescribable warmth. She hadn't felt such warmth in a long time. The world was so big. Perhaps she would never see that boy with that amiable smile again. There was no way she could apologize anymore. Zhang Xiaoming thought regretfully. She felt like she had missed out on something very precious. She felt empty and uncomfortable. She didn't know that right at the front of the plane, in the luxurious first-class cabin, Su Lu was fidgeting as he adjusted the comfortable sofa position. He cautiously and carefully asked the stewardess, "Are you sure there's a free steak? The semi-synthetic kind?" "Yes." The stewardess almost couldn't hold back her laughter as she looked at the honest boy. Su Lu breathed a sigh of relief. Only now did he feel that the expensive ticket was somewhat worth it. Although he was a fugitive and should keep a low profile, and a soldier who had just returned home from military service shouldn't have the money to sit in the first-class cabin. When he bought the ticket, he really couldn't resist the temptation of the semi-synthetic steak. Moreover, there was too much money in the card, so the young man's heart made him take the risk and buy a first-class ticket. He looked at the stewardess who was half squatting in front of him and said with concern, "Don't squat so much. You'll get tired." The stewardess was happy from the inside out and gave him a free, charming smile. Su Lu was flustered by the bright light and quickly asked, "Excuse me, How long does it take to get to the university town? Chapter 49. It had to be admitted that the group of five that built the foundation of the Federation Society did indeed possess wisdom and foresight that the later generations could not hope to reach. The words that glittered with the brilliance of civilization and the social structure that was improving day by day prove this point. Among the three districts of the capital ring that had beautiful environments and distinct seasons, the university town that had been established in the northern latitudes a long time ago was a reflection of the great efforts of the ancestors of the Federation. Only the 70 days of winter every year could allow the young people of the Federation to experience the cruelty of nature and the hardships of life in a prosperous and peaceful environment. The university town was actually not a city. It was a university campus that was built sporadically along the plains on both sides of the Rose River. Most of the universities on the capital planet were established here. As the development of the Federation Society increased day by day, the education level improved day by day, and the area of the various universities grew larger and larger. In the 34th Constitution era, they were gradually connected together and became a large community. The people of the Federation habitually called this large area the university town. However, the Federation of today seemed to have forgotten the good intentions of the ancestors of the Federation when they established the university here. The heating in the building was available 24 hours a day, and the air conditioning system kept the air that people breathed absolutely fresh. Once winter came, the students who were unwilling to go out of the building and spent their boring time in front of the crystal screen every day. How could they experience the so-called cruelty of nature? In the southeast area of the university town, there was an inconspicuous but extremely beautiful second-level college named UA University. Behind the dormitory of the university, on the road that led to the living area of the Federation, there was an even more inconspicuous gray bungalow. It stood awkwardly at the back door of UA University, making the scenery that was like pear blossoms in the garden become stiff. It was such a small bungalow that was far away from the main building of the campus, yet it still enjoyed central heating. The interior was as warm as spring, and the glass that was not coated with anti-frost was filled with a pleasant mist. Wiping away the mist on the glass with one hand, Sulu looked through the window at the snowflakes and frost on the pear trees in the garden. He smiled happily, thinking that this was a really nice place. It was still so beautiful in such a cold winter. When had he ever seen such a scenery when he was in Donglan? The sky in her hometown was overcast and gloomy. How could there be snowflakes that were whiter than pear blossoms? He had been at UA University for more than 10 days, following the suggestion left behind by his boss, Feng Yu, on the holographic screen before his death. Furthermore, he was a fugitive with a disguised chip in his body, so naturally, he was unwilling to follow the information on the chip and go to the Department of National Defense's Retirement Resettlement Office to find a job. Thus, he decided to come here himself, submitting a job application and the strange recommendation letter in his backpack to the school, and easily obtained his current job. At first, he was a little puzzled as to why it was so easy to find a job, but later on, he realized that other than guarding the back door of UA University, this job only required him to be responsible for cleaning the road within 10 meters of him. On the surface, he was a member of the logistics department, but in reality, he was just a doorman. Without a doubt, he belonged to the lowest rung of society, and his salary was so low that it was pitiful. Fortunately, there was still a lot of money in that Zhang Sanlin Union Bank card. Sula did not come to Shanglin for money, nor did he have any strong desire to be below others. So he happily accepted this job and obtained this small, great bungalow that belonged exclusively to him. If it was a normal citizen of the Federation, no matter how beautiful UA University's snowy scenery was, after looking at the plain white for more than 10 days, they would have long since gotten sick of it. However, Sulu was the same. He had never seen snow in his entire life, and looking at the snow for more than 10 days was just a small enjoyment for him. Right now, it was still the winter holidays, and there were not many students staying behind at UA University, so his work had not officially started yet. Every day, other than cleaning the snow, he had nothing else to do, so he was very free. Through the CD-ROM computer that the logistics department had placed in the doorway, Su Lu would also go online every day when he was free. He seriously looked through the information on UA University, and only then did he know that this seemingly unremarkable school was other than the schools directly under the Ministry of National Defense, one of the most outstanding universities in terms of the three major self-propelled mobile armor systems and the standard repair of warship installations. Of course, the three major military academies directly under the Ministry of National Defense and the Westwoods Military Academy could not possibly be located in a university town, so it was not a place that Su Lu could casually blend into. Therefore, if Su Lu wanted to satisfy his interests, the unremarkable UA University was indeed the best choice. Only now did he understand that his boss was still considering his own ideals in his arrangements, and his mood could not help but warm up like the air in the room. When he had just arrived at the university town, Su Lu had tried to apply for an audit student certificate. After all, he still had quite a bit of money in his card, so he should be able to afford enough sponsorship. Unfortunately, the school's principal and dean in charge of reviewing new students had all returned to the various major cities on the capital planet for their holidays, just like the students. What made Su Lu feel even more regretful was that UA University's library had also been closed for the past few days due to the update of the system and the holidays. This meant that he had no way of accessing the knowledge he was most interested in regarding the M-series mecha structure and maintenance. He also had no way of searching through the ancient books to see if there were any words or phrases regarding the mysterious trembling power within his body. In these 10 days of cold wind and snow, Su Lu, who had nothing to do other than watching Channel 23 every night and searching the internet for mecha maintenance knowledge that interested him, spent most of his remaining time nestled in his warm bed, closing his eyes to try to feel the slight changes in the trembling power within his body. He also tried to hide this dizzying, trembling power as he thought about it on the ancient bell. It was snowing heavily outside, and he had not practiced that set of 10 postures for quite some time. He was also worried that others would see it, but the trembling in his muscles had gradually become more and more practiced as he slept. It even felt as though it could surge out at will. That night, accompanied by the familiar soreness in the deepest parts of his muscles and joints, Su Lu fell into a deep sleep accompanied by the howling of the wind and snow. In his dreams, he seemed to see a cute girl with a head of purple hair marrying him as his wife, and him becoming the chief mechanic of a large company in the capital. He could repair all sorts of fun things every day, and he seemed to faintly hear some big shot announcing on the television that the truth behind the explosion had been exposed. There were so many happy things. In his deep sleep, Su Li's lips curved into a sweet smile. He smiled so much that his body started to tremble. This trembling did not stop until the muscles under his skin started to twitch slightly. It seemed that with every twitch, his body would become a little stronger. Spring was bright and beautiful, with colorful flags fluttering in the wind. Shanglin Administrative Region S1, which was also the capital planet's snow and cold, always came and went quickly. However, just as February entered, the snow on the banks of the Rose River had completely melted away, merging into the tranquil river that flowed south. Not a trace of it could be found anymore, leaving behind only a vast expanse of green fields and lush spring forests, as well as blocks of academy buildings that harmonized with the environment very well among the grass and trees. Today was the first day of school, and countless students took all sorts of transportation back to the big city academy. The campus, which had been quiet for 2 months, was once again bustling with noise and excitement. From time to time, there would be cars driving into the quiet UA University, accompanied by even more youthful female students walking in. A youthful atmosphere that made people yearn for rippled through the campus with them. Because there were too many students going to the Federation's living area to shop, the back gate, which had always been somewhat deserted, was now bustling with noise and chatter. It even drowned out the voices of the male students who were passionately criticizing the government by the fountain. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the entrance of the campus, followed by a buzz of discussion that abruptly stopped. The attention of the youths in the school was attracted by something, and they subconsciously stopped in their tracks, casting complicated gazes towards the entrance. The few male students by the fountain who were deeply influenced by Carlinism, also stopped spurting out hot blood and walked over. However, they did not approach the back gate, but instead looked at it with a very strange gaze. A girl with shoulder-length hair, black-rimmed glasses, and a stack of books calmly and slightly coldly walked in from the back gate of UA University under the gazes of countless people. The surrounding gazes contained too many emotions: pity, sympathy, disgust, disdain, envy, jealousy. The students of UA University easily recognized who this girl was because a year ago, she was a popular figure among the freshmen of UA University, or rather, the rebellious child, Zhang Xiaoming. Zhang Xiaoming, who was born in a good family, began to come into contact with Carlinism after entering her first year of university. Unexpectedly, this girl resolutely gave up on her good life, gave up on her studies, and went to the faraway S2 administrative district where the anti-government faction had the strongest influence in New Jersey. She began to shout for the people at the bottom of society, participating in one demonstration after another. As for what Zhang Xiaoming did after leaving UA University, her classmates did not know the exact details, but they knew that the rumor was true. This girl who had once shocked countless people was indeed tired of the so-called romance of justice, abandoned the darkness for the light, and returned to the embrace of the Federation. There was an awkward silence at the back gate of UA University. No one came forward to greet this black-rimmed girl. There was no welcome, only faint hostility and complicated gazes. Yes, when she left this campus a year ago, she should have known that there was no possibility of her coming back. If her ideals in the past were childish and laughable, but for the sake of an ordinary and comfortable life, she easily gave up her so-called ideals. Then why did she leave in the first place? Why did she come back after leaving? Isn't that preposterous? This was probably the thought in the minds of most of the students. They looked at Zhang Xiaoming calmly, but full of pressure. Zhang Xiaoming, however, did not have the slightest bit of uneasiness. Her face was slightly lifted, and there was pride in her calmness as she walked towards her dormitory building. At this moment, the few male students who were preaching Carlinism at the fountain suddenly blocked her path and said angrily, "You betrayed your ideals. My ideal is to live a good life." Zhang Xiaoming pushed up her black-rimmed glasses, ignored these people, and walked past them. The surrounding students looked at Zhang Xiaoming's back with strange and mocking expressions. The male student who was giving the speech was stunned for a moment. Then he spat a mouthful of spittle behind her back. "This student, please wipe away these stains." A young man wearing a red cufflink walked to the side of the male student, handed him a piece of cloth, and said seriously, "Also, according to the regulations, I will recommend that the student office deduct 3 credits from you." The male student asked angrily, "Who are you?" The young man pulled on the red cufflink and answered, "I am a doorman." Chapter 50. At the corner of the road outside of UA University's back gate, there was a completely black Land Rover parked there. The body of the Land Rover looked particularly thick and heavy. The window film reflected the beautiful skylight, covering everything inside the car. The inside of this completely black Land Rover was strangely without a seat. Instead, it was filled with all kinds of electronic equipment and a camp bed. Even more strangely, there were a few staff members wearing gray uniforms who were vigilantly looking at the electronic equipment, and on the camp bed laid a lazy young man. This young man was about 24 or 25 years old. He had a pair of high-fidelity headphones in his ears. It was unknown what he was listening to, but looking at his squinted eyes, it gave people the impression that he had fallen asleep long ago. If Sulu were to see this young man's behavior, he would definitely think of the lazy boss uncle in any situation. To be able to maintain such a state in such a tense and busy working environment, if it wasn't that he was a little tired of the world, then it was that he didn't care about anything. A staff member took off the young man's headphones and said with a bitter smile, "Team leader, even if you're too lazy to listen to it, can you not use public equipment to listen to music? Otherwise, if the director finds out, you'll be scolded again." The young man opened his eyes and yawned. His beautiful face had a trace of hangover fatigue. He muttered, "It's such a good thing. It's a pity that I don't use it to listen to music." Then he looked at the small holographic screen of the electronic equipment and asked in boredom, "What's wrong?" Nothing happened to that hot-blooded young woman, right? Nothing happened. There are a lot of young people coming back from S2. Why does the Bureau want us to keep an eye on her? The staff member shrugged and pointed in the direction of UA University. How big of a problem can a female student have? Zhang Xiaoming, coming back so casually like this. If there's no problem, then I'm an idiot. The young man yawned again. His name was Shi Qinghai. He graduated from the 1st Military Academy and was now working in the Federation Investigation Bureau. All the staff members in this completely black Land Rover were his subordinates. Bored, he looked in the direction of the back door of UA University and said in a seemingly casual manner, "A little lamb who knows how to mend its ways?" Her parents are both civil servants of the Federation government. If there really was no problem, this little lamb should have cried and jumped into her parents' arms at the capital airport. She shouldn't have directly transferred to the university town alone and worked hard for more than 10 days before she regained her student status. Why didn't she meet with her parents? She's still rebellious and hasn't grown up yet. How could she be a pitiful girl who had her head injured? A hint of mockery flashed across Shi Qinghai's beautiful face. Although there are a lot of useless people in the Bureau, it's not a big problem to choose a surveillance target. As he spoke, the 6 people in the front and back of the black land vehicle stopped what they were doing. They listened to the leader's analysis and nodded in agreement. One of them looked at Shi Qinghai and said with a smile, "Leader, of course we know you're not an idiot." Of course, Shi Qinghai was not an idiot. He graduated from the 1st Military Academy with the highest grades. In his first year in the Federation Investigation Bureau, he successfully cracked a few spy cases. His ability was obvious to all. If he had followed this path steadily, everyone in the Investigation Bureau believed that the youngest deputy director in history would have been born. But no one would have thought that such a young talent would fall so quickly. An officer of the Investigation Bureau who was addicted to alcohol and women all day long was equivalent to giving up his future. Don't drink so much in the future. What's the difference if those women turn off the lights? Do you need to change every day? Shi Qinghai's subordinate said with a headache, "Don't always offend the boss. Otherwise, you would have been promoted long ago and we would have followed suit. Don't talk nonsense with me. Who hasn't been promoted under me? I'm too lazy to move. Isn't this university town good? There are so many beauties, especially young beauties." Shi Qinghai smacked his thin lips. His eyes were blurred and intoxicated. How can I leave when I'm surrounded by the fresh scent of young bodies? He got up from the single bed and rubbed his face that he forgot to wash in the morning. He said vaguely, "What career advancement? Bullshit. I want to be transferred to the Bureau of Proclamation. Those bastards, they only have one computer every day. They don't have to worry about anything. It's a fucking good place to retire." Having said that, he still had to do what he had to do, even if it was just on the surface. Shi Qinghai pretended to pick up the monitor and put it next to his ear to listen for a long time. At first, everything was normal, but gradually his facial expression became wonderful, and finally, it turned into an uncontrollable laughter. The concierge? I'm dying of laughter. Does he know that the student he asked to wipe off his saliva is the son of a senator? Shi Qinghai was rocking back and forth with laughter. He slapped his thigh and said, "This little concierge is interesting. It's rare to see such a serious person in this fucking society." "Shoo, team leader, lower your voice." A team member stared angrily at the unconscious Shi Qinghai and shouted in a low voice, "We are monitoring the situation, not in the cinema." "Oh, that's right." Shi Qinghai came back to his senses and laughed. He opened the car door and walked out of the car. He said, "I have to watch UA University for at least a semester. It's too boring. I'm going to check out that fun concierge." The staff members of the Bureau of Investigation looked at each other. They didn't know what to do with this crazy and absurd team leader. Under the sun, the young team leader walked lazily like a hooligan. The staff members couldn't help but cover their eyes in embarrassment. One of them muttered, "Breaking the rules again. But why does team leader look like a hooligan?" Team leader grew up in the countryside. His father is a farmer. Is that so? That's a rare occupation. But what does this have to do with team leader being a hooligan? Didn't George Carlin once say that? The root of hooliganism is the unfair distribution of wealth. At the back gate of UA University, there was no class struggle between the rich students and the poor concierge. The male student who preached Carlinism left in anger. Sulu didn't pull him back. He forced him to kneel on the ground and wipe off his saliva. If he really did that, Sulu would doubt his own intelligence. He just followed the school rules and wrote a note about what happened today. He sent it to the special mailbox of the student office through the computer. Then he pulled out the hose and washed the sidewalk that had just been cleaned in the morning. He walked out earlier because he found that the male student seemed to have the intention to continue pestering the girl. So he thought a way to stop him. If he hadn't seen that pair of black-rimmed glasses, Sulu wouldn't have remembered that the girl was the one who secretly ate his biscuits on the bus. Sulu didn't know what Carlinism was and didn't care about the negotiations between the government and anti-government. He just felt that the girl was too lonely with so many students coldly looking at her. What made him feel even more uncomfortable was that the male student actually blocked the girl's path. Of course, the more important reason was that he knew the girl, even though the girl might not remember him, and even though the girl was rude to him back then. After cleaning the sidewalk, Sulu took a chair and sat next to the gate. He faithfully carried out his task. He closed his eyes under the warm sunlight and listened to the chip's beeping sound from the monitor beside him. He was so comfortable that he almost fell asleep. In fact, he was still thinking about when he would be able to complete his bypass hearing, when he would be able to enter the library, and when he would be able to visit the experimental grounds. As an official of the Investigation Bureau, Sure, Shanghai naturally didn't want to get acquainted with this inconspicuous concierge. It was just that he had spent the whole night with the blonde beauty and drank too much alcohol. His mind was too tired, and he couldn't sleep comfortably on the military bed of a land shuttle, so he decided to just walk around in the car. He bought a pack of cigarettes from the convenience store next to the school gate and lit one. He walked to the sidewalk and squatted down. He casually glanced at the young concierge from the corner of his eyes. It was just this glance, but Sure Qinghai's pupils slightly shrank. He didn't move his eyes away for a long time. He stood up and walked towards Sulu, who was sitting on the chair. After a moment of silence, he said with a smile, "I really envy your job. You can openly bask in the sun every day." Sulu raised his head in surprise. He didn't expect that on this strange planet, in this strange place, someone would actually take the initiative to talk to him. When he raised his head, he saw a street full of green trees and clear sunlight. A handsome young man in a wrinkled black suit was looking at him with a smile. Maybe it's quite comfortable." Sulu knew how to answer this question. He squinted his eyes, blocked the sunlight, and carefully said, "Do you want one?" Sure Qinghai smiled and passed a long filter cigarette. Sulu originally wanted to refuse, but he suddenly remembered that the boss uncle never left his cigarettes. He suddenly had an idea. He took the cigarette, put it in his lighter, and lit it up. He said thank you. Separated by the iron gates of UA University, the two of them smoked without knowing what to do. Under the sunlight, they both seemed to have endless worries. Sure Qinghai threw the cigarette, but to the ground, and stepped on it to extinguish it. He used his fingers to tidy up his messy hair. He suddenly stared at Sulu and said, sitting on the chair, "But your body is hanging in the air. You're really hard-working to be able to practice the horse stance like this." Chapter 51. Sulu was shocked, but his expression didn't change. He didn't expect that this person's eyes would be so sharp that he could see through his strange, sitting posture. He wasn't a professional spy, and he wasn't even a professional fugitive. He was just an ordinary young man with some talent in some areas. For some reason, he was forced to go into exile and hiding. After leaving Donglin, he kept reminding himself that he should keep a low profile and be inconspicuous. But after all, he hadn't received professional training, so there were always some problems in inappropriate places. Fortunately, with the help of the disguise chip, he didn't need to worry too much about his safety in the Federation Society. After passing the airport scan, he was full of confidence. He knew that as long as no one found out about his relationship with the boss, no one would suspect him. But today was only the first day of university, and a passerby had found out about his strange behavior. Sulu was so ashamed that he had the urge to face the wall. In fact, Sulu still underestimated himself and overestimated all the passersby in the Federation. In the Federation Society, there weren't many people like Shi Qinghai. He had studied observation in the first military academy and received 3 years of espionage training. Naturally, he had developed a completely different vision. "Don't throw the cigarette, Butts." Sulu was a little flustered, but his voice didn't tremble at all as he said seriously to Shi Qinghai. Shi Qinghai smiled and picked up the cigarette butt. He had a strong interest in this little doorman. He felt that the doorman had a very wonderful feeling and was very similar to himself. It seemed that they were both keeping a big secret in their hearts. Shi Qinghai didn't want his secret to be known by others, so he didn't want to explore other people's secrets. After all, this person had nothing to do with him. Shi Qinghai looked at Sulu, yawned, leaned against the iron gate, and asked lazily, "There aren't many people in the training center now. You're still young, so I didn't expect you to like this kind of thing." Sulu could have chosen not to answer any of his questions, but first of all, that would be too strange. He did not know what this man in the suit did, and second of all, his small eyes had always been very good at judging people. In his opinion, this man in the suit was full of boredom and tiredness, and he did not have any malicious intentions. "I've never been to a body cultivation hall." Sulu shook his head and said, "What's the horse stance?" "Oh, the horse stance is the posture where your butt doesn't touch the ground. But that posture of yours is much more difficult than a normal horse stance. Don't be surprised that I know all this. You should know that I spent some time in a body cultivation hall." Shi Qinghai smiled, then extended his hand and nodded. "Shi Qinghai, government worker." Then he said in a more serious tone, "Does guarding the door for the government count as a staff member?" Sulu was stunned for a moment, then he smiled as well. He extended his hand to shake the other party's hand and introduced himself. "Sulu, school worker, if guarding the door really counts as a proper job." The two people's hands passed through the bars of the metal gate and shook each other. A moment later, they let go. Shi Qinghai raised his eyebrows and said, "It's a bit like visiting a friend in prison. Looks like I'm the one locked up in prison. Why not me? I'm leaving first. I'll come and chat with you when I have the chance." Shi Qinghai looked at the figure of a woman walking over from not far away. He nodded slightly at Sulu, then left the school gate with an extinguished cigarette in his left hand. After closing the heavy car door, Shi Qinghai sat on the camp bed and stared at the female student passing through the school gate on the holographic screen. He used his index finger to point at her face, which was a bit blurry due to the pixels, and said, "Keep an eye on her. I don't care why this woman called Zhang Xiaoming came back, and I don't care what she wants from UA University. All you need to do is surround her and cut off all connections between her and any suspicious points." "Not fishing?" One of the team members asked curiously, "If there's really something wrong with this female student, this is a good opportunity." "I'm not interested in that." Shi Qinghai tidied up his wrinkled suit, lowered his head, and said, "If we want to fish, we have to get close to her. That's the only way to ensure that we don't miss any clues. But the problem is that in our team, other than me, we all look like we've been through a lot. How are we going to pretend to be students? How about pretending to be a teacher?" Another team member suggested. Shi Qinghai raised his head, looked at him with pity, and said, "If you think that your knowledge is enough to prevent you from being coaxed off the podium by the students, then you can give it a try." The team's time-sharing, monitoring, and social relations were methodically issued one order after another. The routine work of the Bureau of Investigation came to an end. Only Shi Qinghai and one of his subordinates were left in the black Land Rover. He suddenly lowered his voice and said, "Help me investigate a person. His name is Sulu." Do we need to file a record?" "No, I'm just interested in a personal matter." "A personal matter? If there's no record, there's no way to get a secret level. I don't think we'll find anything interesting." The team member obviously thought that the person he was investigating was a woman. At this time, Sulu did not know that wrinkled suit, whom he had just met, had begun to secretly investigate him. He just calmly looked at the girl in front of him, hoping that she would turn around and look at him. Unfortunately, the naked Zhang Xiaoming seemed to have a lot on her mind. She lowered her head and hugged her books as she walked out of the school gate. She didn't notice his existence at all. The night was getting late. The Federation Bureau of Investigation's Lynn High State Field Office building was still brightly lit. The busy staff walked through the floors. Lynn High State was one of the big states in the Capital Ring's S1 administrative region. Especially after the University Town area was transferred to Lynn High State, the area of Lynn High State and the workload of the civil servants had greatly increased. The fourth section of the office was responsible for preventing the infiltration of the anti-government forces. Now that the Federation was stable, the anti-government forces had already given up on the policy of armed struggle. Under the pressure of the Empire, they were negotiating cooperation with the government and officially participating in the election. The fourth section had become the most leisurely department in the entire Federation Bureau of Investigation. The most leisurely official in the most leisurely department, Shi Qinghai, wasn't going in and out of the major nightclubs in the city to flirt with beautiful women and drink liquor like his colleagues had imagined. Instead, he was sitting in his own office, staring blankly at the holographic screen in front of him. Shi Qinghai didn't want to investigate the secret of the little gatekeeper, but he subconsciously wanted to get closer to the young man. He also had a secret in his heart that he couldn't let others know, so he had to find out whether the gatekeeper who knew how to do the horse dance had any kind of background. The results of the investigation quickly came out. It was a very clean file. A recently retired tunnel repairer had returned to the capital and was doing a very ordinary job. There didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary. So it's a field mouse, and a very clean one at that. Shi Qinghai smiled as he looked at the holographic screen. It's a pity that I can't find out more specific information about this guy, called Su Lu. But why is it so coincidental that he came to the same university town as Zhang Xiaoming? Such an obvious loophole. It seems that he's not in the same field, but just an interesting guy. All the information of the Federation's citizens from birth was stored in the vast Federation's computer monitoring network. The most comprehensive information could be obtained through the chip at the back of their neck. However, the Federation's first charter protected the privacy of every citizen to the strictest extent. Unless the relevant department issued an application, the privacy of the citizens was strictly prohibited from being known by anyone. The spirit of the first charter had been deeply ingrained in people's hearts for countless years, so Shi Qinghai didn't find it strange. He didn't continue to investigate Su Li's relationships. His beautiful but tired face suddenly showed a trace of sadness. After a moment of silence, he threw all the information he found about Su Lu into the document processor. He believed that for a long time, no one would investigate Su Lu again. I can finally find a blank piece of paper to draw on. Damn it, I've been lonely for so long. I need to find a playmate, right? Shi Qinghai said something that he didn't believe himself. He inserted the car remote key into the standard interface of the computer. An inconspicuous small program began to lurk in the internal network. According to Su Li's filter, from this moment on, if the Federation Investigation Bureau's field office wanted to investigate the little concierge, they couldn't hide it from him. Under the sun, Su Lu hugged the alloy steel ball casting and walked down the high stairs while panting. As he walked, he complained in his heart about the professor's discrimination against audit students. After every component class, he was responsible for returning the courseware. It had been 3 months since he came to Yue University. After paying a sponsorship fee, he finally obtained the school's audit student certificate. The school didn't mind this retired soldier who seemed to have some savings to become a member of the class. The Federation implemented a 5-hour workday. Su Lu was too lazy to look for a house in Lin Hai, so he simply continued to work as a concierge, which had no future. Every day, other than eagerly learning the mechanical engineering knowledge that he was interested in, he didn't have much to do. At night, he just slept in the concierge's room. As for the other old men who were responsible for guarding the door, he didn't have much contact with them. Everything seemed to have returned to the ordinary, but fulfilling life in Donglin District. The only difference was that today, Su Lu didn't have a boss lying lazily on the sofa beside him. Oh, he was wrong. There was another difference, and it was the same lazy government official in front of him. Why are you here again? Su Lu saw the guy wearing a tattered, expensive suit under the stone stairs of the teaching building. His mind was in a mess, and he almost dropped the casting on his foot. Chapter 52. Sulu had always been puzzled by this beautiful man in front of him, who had a split hairstyle and liked to smoke a 37 brand long filter cigarette. They had only chatted for a while under the sun, but in the past few months, this man had been coming to him frequently, inviting him to drink and chat with him. But he was not a man who looked like a woman, and this man seemed to be more charming. Sulu found it a little hard to understand the other party's persistence, but what was strange was that he didn't seem to resist interacting with this official. Perhaps it was because the other party's laziness and world-weariness was somewhat similar to that of a certain person who had passed away. Sulu walked past him with the cast in his arms and begged for mercy in a low voice. "I vomited for a long time last night. Please forgive me. I can't hold my liquor, and I can't take it anymore. Put this broken thing down first." Shi Qinghai looked at him with a smile, his handsome face glowing under the sun. He said, "I won't drink today. I'll take you to find a woman." "A woman?" Sulu opened his mouth wide and could not react for a long time. "Mr. Shi, are we that close?" Sulu looked at him helplessly. Mr. Shi was Shi Qinghai's self-proclaimed name. This young official seemed to have always yearned for the evil, feudal society of the empire. "After 20 rounds of drinking in 2 months, you should be cooked, right? Apart from stones, what in the world can't be cooked?" "Yes, I was a soldier in Donglin. The people of the Federation have always thought that the people of Donglin are stones. Stones also need friends. Is it that simple to be friends? Of course. If you are pleasing to the eye and comfortable to get along with, you are a friend." Sulu seemed to understand something and nodded with a smile. Shi Qinghai very seriously pulled out the bangs on his forehead and said to him, "I'm very bored by myself. I see that in addition to working every day, you do experiments in class and eat bread in the library. You're even more bored than me. I really can't stand it, so I decided to let you see what real life is like." "Real life is a woman?" "No." Shi Qinghai shook his slightly oily hair and said seriously, "It's a beauty." Beside the busiest street in Linhai, the door of the biggest nightclub, 13, was shut tight. Inside the iron gate, the rhythm of the music was constantly changing. The dazzling spotlights in the spacious venue and the dim environment did not contradict each other. The amber liquid in the open-mouthed glass on the table released an intoxicating wine aroma, mixing with the alluring perfume that pervaded the entire nightclub, weaving a charming environment. "We used to drink in taverns, so I thought you were a very simple veteran. I didn't expect you to be so familiar with this kind of place." Shi Qinghai lowered his head and looked at the wine in the glass in front of him. He seemed to be trying to distinguish how many colors would be reflected in the dim light of the wine. At this time, Sulu was looking at the girls dancing on the bar counter in tight-fitting shorts, exposing their snow-white thighs. She tried her best to open her eyes wider, but because she was so focused, she didn't understand Shi Qinghai's words for a moment. She was stunned for a moment before she turned around and looked at Shi Qinghai. Shi Qinghai's black hair drooped on the table in front of him. He said weakly, "An 18-year-old veteran can sit so comfortably in the most expensive nightclub in Linhai, and you don't have a nosebleed looking at those beautiful girls. I don't believe that you haven't been to such a place before. I just passed the legal drinking age not long ago." Sulu sat up straight on the sofa and said with a smile. Of course, he was no stranger to nightclubs. Although he rarely went there, he had mixed with a group of orphans since he was young. Although he lived in the remote Donglin, he had developed a sense of dry and spicy temperament. Although his honest and simple face did reflect a part of his way of thinking, it more successfully concealed the natural calmness and firmness of an orphan, the decisiveness with which he did things, and the hardships and experiences that could make people calmer. "You look a little older than your actual age." Shi Qinghai raised the wine glass in his hand and signaled to a girl on the table not far away. His eyes returned to Su Li's face again, and he was silent for a moment. He had drunk with Su 23 Sierra Leonean Leone's times, and it seemed that the little concierge would get drunk at the end of each time. But the problem was, no matter how drunk he was, he didn't mention anything about the past in his drunken ramblings. This small detail made the sensitive Shi Qinghai feel strange. He didn't ask the concierge, but patiently waited for the day when the mystery would be revealed. A young official of the Federation and a college student, a concierge, were originally people from two different worlds, but Shi Qinghai wanted to be friends with him. On the one hand, it was because he was bored, and on the other hand, it was because he had a certain sense of closeness to Su Lu. And the fact that Su Lu dared to be his friend made Shi Qinghai think more highly of Su Lu. He had long found that he had underestimated Su Lu from the beginning. Although he was indeed a blank piece of paper, he was very stubborn. It was not easy to paint him with external colors. I know you have your secrets. Shi Qinghai lazily laid down his upper body again and looked at Su Li's face across the wine glass. I never believed that you had a goduncle who gave you a large sum of money, enough for you to sit in first class luxuriously. But don't worry, you are not a government official, and no one will be interested in investigating you. You are interested in me, aren't you? Su Lu looked at him and said after a moment of silence, if you didn't insist on asking me these things, maybe I wouldn't have talked to you. After all, you and I are from two different worlds. I don't know which world you are from. To be exact, I don't even know which world I am from. Shi Qinghai glanced at him mockingly, drank all the wine in the cup, and said, I just find you pleasing to the eye, that's all. By the way, you will pay for today's wine. This month's bonus has not been paid yet, so you have to pay for it. Su Lu carefully looked at the label of the wine bottle on the table. After drinking for a period of time, he could roughly tell the price of this bottle of wine. Although it was a little expensive, it was not that he could not afford it. Since the boss left him the money, he would spend it on his behalf. After all, there did not seem to be much to spend on over there. He was about to say something when he suddenly saw a group of young men and women drinking a tube of blue liquid at a table not far away. It seemed to be very tasty. What is that? Should we try one? Su Lu asked. A new drug, sky blue. Shi Qinghai looked at him mockingly. Do you want to try it? Su Lu shook his head. He thought that the capital planet was a bustling and scary place. He could not help but sigh when he thought that there were people who dared to take drugs in broad daylight. At that moment, another fragrant wind blew over and into Shi Qinghai's arms. He could not help but sigh again. He thought that he was a country bumpkin from a remote and underdeveloped area. He was still not used to this kind of situation. Shi Qinghai was very handsome, or rather, very beautiful. Although he often didn't wash his hair, that pair of extremely deep and charming eyes of his were always emitting electricity. Under the dim lights of the nightclub, the electricity in his eyes gradually blurred, attracting countless women. During these days of drinking, Su Lu had seen many waitresses looking at Mr. Shi with resentful eyes. Tonight, he was used to the scene of flying women pouncing on men. However, Su Lu could see that Shi Qinghai was not happy. If he was, he probably would not have asked him a drink. Shi Qinghai said that he was lonely. How could such a literary phrase come out of the mouth of a government official? Although he said that he was a gatekeeper for the government, who would believe him? However, since Shi Qinghai did not ask about his past, he did not want to ask about Shi Qinghai's background. It had been a long time since he left Donglin, but the disguised chip in his body had never malfunctioned. Su Lu could already face everything in life naturally and not always treat himself as a fugitive. It was good that he could live naturally and keep his past a secret. If he treated everything and everyone in life with vigilance and suspicion, what was the point of such a life? It was getting late. Shi Qinghai was intoxicated by the night, the beautiful women, and his friends. He mumbled something and fell asleep on the sofa. Su Lu, who had drunk more than half a bottle of strong liquor, did not feel drunk. Instead, he became slightly excited because of the alcohol. He reluctantly moved his gaze away from the beautiful women and called the waiter. He paid the bill on the card machine, held respectfully in the waiter's hand, and walked out of the nightclub with Shi Qinghai. This was the busiest time in the nightclub. However, Shi Qinghai and Su Lu drank too fast, so they left earlier than the others. Su Lu, who was carrying a heavy body, could not find his way in the dim light. He did not know how many people he bumped into, but he apologized profusely. He knew that under the influence of alcohol and the countless eyes of the opposite sex, a small friction could cause big trouble. After walking to the entrance of the nightclub with great difficulty, Sulu was refreshed by the breeze in his face. However, he immediately smelled a fragrance and a sense of danger. He looked up and saw 3 expensive cars parked in front of the nightclub. About 7 or 8 people got out of the cars and walked toward the nightclub. The people walking beside them were all dressed in black. They were of average build and looked indifferent. They seemed to be bodyguards. The 2 men and 1 woman walking in the middle were dressed in bright clothes. Their temperaments were cold and reserved. The woman was wearing a short red trench coat. Her charming face carried a trace of arrogance and meanness. The 2 men beside her were wearing a blue suit, while the other was arrogantly wearing a student uniform. The only thing they had in common was that their eyes were looking straight ahead. They walked with the wind and did not shift their gaze at all. They were not simple people and did not walk the usual path. Sulu did not want to block the way of such arrogant people. He quickly dragged the drunk Shi Qinghai to the side of the corridor. However, as luck would have it, when the beautiful woman in red brushed past the 2 of them, Shi Qinghai seemed to have smelled the perfume on her. He opened his blurry eyes and woke up. He whistled in her direction and said vaguely, "Beauty, you sprayed too much on your DVC." When they heard these 2 words, their footsteps stopped at the same time. The leading man smiled and turned to look at the corridor, as if he wanted to know who had the guts to flirt with his sister. There was a hint of coldness in his gentle smile. Chapter 53. DVC was a type of perfume, a very expensive perfume produced in the Bali region of the northern continent of planet S3. The annual production was extremely low, and it was impossible to come into contact with such a luxury item unless one was extremely wealthy or had an extremely high social status. Shi Qinghai had been wandering among women for the past few years. Whether it was a convenience store clerk, a lonely and bored young married woman, or a cold-looking career woman, he wanted to lift the curtain and become a guest of all of them. To be able to reach such a standard, he was naturally no stranger to women's products. Furthermore, he had indeed had a one-night stand with 1 or 2 women of high status. Therefore, even if he was drunk to the point of delirium, he could still call out the name of the DVC. Furthermore, he was extremely dissatisfied with the red-clothed woman for spraying too much. Women who could afford luxury items were naturally not simple women. To them, everything that represented money and status was not important, but style was the key. It was not important to use DVC. The key was to use it well. Saying that she sprayed it too much was like saying that she burned money to light cigarettes. It was tasteless. In the eyes of a woman of this level, being accused of having no style was the most unacceptable thing. Therefore, a flame of anger suddenly rose in her pair of charming but cold eyes. Seeing that the group of people who were walking with a swagger suddenly stopped because of Shi Qinghai's words, especially when he saw the cold smile on the leader's face, Su Li's heart unsurprisingly jumped. From a glance at the nightclub corridor from afar, he knew that these people were not simple and was afraid of provoking them. Just as he was about to walk past them, something really happened. Sula knew what DVC was, and he did not know how much the black cars in front of the nightclub were worth. But this did not prevent him from seeing the background of the other party and their displeasure. A bitter smile appeared on his face, and he turned his head to look at Shi Qinghai, thinking to himself that this kid was not doing it on purpose, right? It seemed that Shi Qinghai was not doing it on purpose, because at this time, he had fallen asleep sweetly on Su Li's shoulder. His body reeked of alcohol, and his eyelids did not even blink. Su Lu sighed in his heart and sincerely said to those people, "I'm really sorry my friend drank too much and spoke nonsense." Su Li's appearance was very ordinary. Only his pair of straight eyebrows that were as sharp as a knife was somewhat unique. But what was very strange was that his pair of eyes that were often squinted always revealed a trustworthy expression, and his tone of voice was extremely sincere, which made it very easy for people to have a good impression of him. It was probably because of this that the little girl on the ancient clock chose to trust him without hesitation. He didn't know if his sincerity and honesty would be of any use today. The man, who was obviously the core of the group, narrowed his eyes slightly. He looked at Sulu and paused for a moment. Suddenly, he smiled. The green robe on his body was like a willow leaf in the harsh winter, like a knife. The man's of course, of the woman of the group, of the group. The young man in the student's uniform beside them had a strange expression. He looked deeply at Sulu, who was supporting the drunk man. No wonder the uniform looked familiar. It was the uniform of Yua University. Sulu recognized him. This arrogant young man who dared to wear a student's uniform and enter a nightclub for entertainment was the male student who had a small conflict with him 2 months ago at the back door. Sulu had stayed in the school for several months. After all, he had the status of a gatekeeper and auditing student, so he didn't have much interaction with the real students. However, he knew that this male student's father was a state representative of Lin Hai and could be considered to be born into an influential family. However, what did the other party's last glance mean? It seemed to be a warning or a reminder. Sulu did not think too deeply about that student's gaze. He only thought that the son of a state senator was actually the follower of that pair of man and woman. It seemed that these people were indeed important people that he could not afford to offend. Looking at the man in the green suit and the woman in the red trench coat walking into the nightclub, he let out a sigh of relief. At least he did not cause any trouble. He grew up with the orphans on Zhonglo Street since he was a child. He believed in the philosophy of life that if you respect me, I will respect you back 10 times. He always thought that since Shi Qinghai had offended the other party with a slip of the tongue when he was drunk, he had already humbled himself and sincerely apologized to the other party. The other party should be appeased, and there would not be any follow-up development. But soon after, he understood the warning in the eyes of the man in the student's uniform. Only then did he realize that he was indeed a country bumpkin from a remote area. He actually naively thought that these people were so easy to deal with. Throw that drunkard into the washroom to sober up. Feed him 2 piles of feces to rinse his mouth. His mouth stinks even more than the toilet bowl. The woman in the red trench coat walked into the nightclub, coldly leaving behind a sentence. The wind at the entrance of the nightclub lifted the hem of her trench coat, revealing a pair of straight and tender legs. It was extremely pleasing to the eye, but the words that came out of her mouth were extremely cold. Hearing this sentence, Sulu stood there in a daze, thinking that he had misheard. He couldn't understand why the other party wanted to humiliate him in such a way with just a few words. Moreover, he had already apologized. Most importantly, he could tell that the woman in red wasn't joking when she said those cold words. Her tone was calm, but there was an irresistible air to it. Suli's heart seemed to have fallen into an ice cellar. Only now did he realize that the attitudes of different social classes towards each other were completely different. In the face of the other party's strength, he, who was at the bottom, should have felt angry. He was indeed angry, but what he felt more was a kind of helpless sorrow. He looked at the back of the woman in the red and said with a last glimmer of hope, "I apologize to you on his behalf." In this world, some people never accept apologies. Even if a ladyboy knows a few bottles of perfume, he is still a ladyboy in the end. A drunkard who said the wrong thing has to pay the price. Little friend, if you want to leave safely, don't talk anymore. The slender thighs of the woman in the red windbreaker could be seen under the hem of her clothes. She did not turn around and walk deeper into the nightclub. The ladyboy she was talking about was naturally the beautiful Mr. Shi. From her words, it seemed that this woman with a strong background did not have any ill feelings towards Sulu. The man in the blue suit patted her affectionately. He did not care about what happened behind him at all. It seemed that this kind of thing often happened to these people. Only the son of the state senator who was following them turned around and gave Sulu a sympathetic look. He thought to himself that Sister Yuzi's mood seemed to be really gloomy recently. However, although he sympathized with the little gatekeeper at the school, he did not have the courage to speak up for him, because he knew that this pair of brother and sister always meant what they said. At the end of the corridor, the owner of the nightclub was already respectfully waiting for the arrival of this group of people with a group of people. The expression in the eyes of the man in the blue suit changed slightly. He looked ahead and said to his sister beside him, "In the future, don't be so childish. If you are really angry, don't use this kind of method. I know you've been in a bad mood recently, but you have to know that he has always disliked your temper. If his family had not asked him to go out and train, and if he had not happened to be in the same school as us, and if we had not known his identity by chance, maybe we would not have had the chance to know him at all. The woman in red raised her thin eyebrows slightly and said, "We have known each other for so many years, but he still avoids me like I am a fly. I can't take this lying down." The man in the blue suit frowned slightly. He lowered his voice and scolded seriously. "Don't forget his identity. Why would he bother to avoid you? If he doesn't want to see you, you can forget about getting close to him for the rest of your life." While speaking, this pair of brother and sister completely forgot about the matter at the end of the corridor. In their opinion, since those insignificant people made them feel a little unhappy, they should naturally pay the price and let their mood return to normal. Since they had already spoken, there would naturally be someone who would handle this matter properly. That drunkard must eat shit, not a mouthful less. At the entrance of the VIP aisle, this group of people gathered together with the nightclub's behind-the-scenes boss. In the face of this behind-the-scenes boss's extremely polite greeting, the man in the blue suit's expression appeared much gentler. This was because he knew that although his family's influence seemed strong, in fact, its foundation was not solid. Moreover, the military division was thousands of miles away, and its influence in Lin Hai was not as strong as imagined. At this time, he was in Lin Hai, so he had to be careful about everything and not be too arrogant. Although the other party was only a nightclub owner, being able to have such influence near the university town, he presumably was not a simple character. Of course, the so-called careful in his heart did not include the two people at the entrance of the nightclub. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the man in the blue suit suddenly frowned. This was because he found that the nightclub owner in front of him seemed to be somewhat restless, and his eyes kept glancing over his shoulder and outside. The nightclub owner noticed the change in the man's expression, and his heart thumped. Fearing that the other party would be unhappy, he asked as calmly as possible, "Is that big guy outside your subordinate?" The man in the blue suit frowned, and his heart was slightly surprised. He knew that the other party was talking about Hook. At this time, Hook was doing that thing outside the nightclub according to his sister's instructions. Hook was the brother and sister's playmate since childhood, and later became their personal bodyguard in name. He had worked hard in the first academy for 3 years, and his strength was amazing. The man in the blue suit had never thought that Hook would have any problems doing such a small thing. The group of people turned around and looked outside the nightclub. The brother and sister's faces stiffened slightly, and then immediately returned to normal. However, the brother's pupils shrank imperceptibly, and he was somewhat shocked. In a place like the nightclub, Hook had met with a tough opponent. In the open space outside the nightclub, Su Lu was holding the drunk Shi Qinghai in his arms, vigilantly watching the big guy in front of him. A trace of blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth, and the big guy opposite him was not doing well either. There was a deep footprint on his chest, and he was coughing incessantly. Chapter 54. The pair of siblings left without looking back, leaving behind a cold and disdainful back view. Sulu had already shaken off his previous anxiety and became much calmer. There were many unfairness in this world, and those who were born with a golden spoon in their mouths did not seem to care about the lives and dignity of others. Since that was the case, he would not apologize or plead anymore. He had done what he had to do, and he was no longer in the wrong. But what should he do next? Looking at the big guy walking towards him, Su Li's heels left the ground, and he quietly tiptoed. It was the starting position of the lower body that the uncle had taught him. At this time, Su Li did not know that the big guy with the oppressive aura was called Hook, and he did not know that the other party was a powerful figure who had been honed in the first military academy. However, he could see that the other party was powerful because the big guy was not very strong. It was just that his frame was particularly large, and the muscles hidden under his black clothes were not very strong. In this world, there were not many people who had a deeper understanding of muscle strength than Su Lu. He could see at a glance that the big guy's bones were strong, and the muscles under his clothes were not thick. In conclusion, this big guy was a natural at close combat. More importantly, Su Li's heart was still hesitating. The shadow of his identity as a fugitive had gradually faded under the sunshine of Yue University. But in the face of today's situation, he couldn't help but think twice about it. The big guy walked in front of him, lowered his body, and said, "Get out of the way." Su Li's nose twitched, and he suddenly smelled the other party's identity as a soldier. Probably only a soldier could reveal such a stern feeling, just like the fat captain on the ancient bell. Of course, the big guy in front of him was not as oppressive as the fat captain, but he was still a very powerful figure. The siblings were not very old, and it seemed that their father was definitely a big shot in some military region. Besides the 4th military region, there were 3 other military regions in the capital ring. No matter which military region they were from, they were all people that Su Lu could only look up to. If he had a conflict with such a person, would the other party investigate him afterward and dig up the details of his identity as a fugitive? While Su Lu was still thinking, Hook, who was now the internal security officer of the 2nd Military Region's logistics department, had already arrived in front of him. He reached out his hand to grab Shi Qinghai's neck, who was in Su Li's arms. The mission he accepted was to drag this drunken transvestite to the toilet to eat shit. Other than that, he didn't have any other thoughts. The sudden attack interrupted Su Li's train of thought. At this time, he was holding Shi Qinghai in his arms. Subconsciously, he raised his left hand and placed it vertically on Hook's pulse. Hook's arm was as hard as a rock, but when his meridian was suddenly pushed, he couldn't help but feel numb. He subconsciously lowered his elbow. Sula didn't have time to think. He still relied on his body's instincts to step forward and block his opponent's knee. Hook exerted force and continued to lower his elbow, but because of Su Li's forearm in front of him, he couldn't do it. Hook's rock-like arm ruthlessly smashed into Su Li's left shoulder, and the tip of his elbow touched Su Li's cheek. At the same time, Su Li's left leg, which was previously pressing against his opponent's knee, suddenly bounced up and kicked his opponent's chest like a flying rock. Hook let out a muffled groan and retreated 2 meters away, coughing nonstop. From the first contact of skin to the last separation, the 2 combatants had been fighting within a very small area. They moved according to the touch of skin and the instinctive reaction of their muscles. In the blink of an eye, the fight had already ended. The soldier Hook had underestimated his opponent at the beginning, while Su Lu couldn't use his full strength because he was holding on to Shi Qinghai. Both parties were at a disadvantage, and the fight could barely be considered a draw. Hook looked at the footprint on his chest and was a little shocked. He couldn't understand how this ordinary-looking young man in front of him could react so quickly. From the moment his foot touched the ground to the moment it landed on his chest, it was so fast that it was a little dazzling. What made him feel even more inexplicable was how such an ordinary-looking thin body could be so resilient. Although his elbow didn't connect, his arm had hit his opponent's shoulder and the tip of his elbow had brushed past his opponent's cheek. If it was a normal person, they would have already fainted. Even if they didn't faint, they would definitely feel unbearable pain. However, the kid in front of him didn't have any expression on his face. There was only a small cut in his mouth and some blood, but there was no sign of him collapsing. It seemed that the person that sister you wanted to deal with today wasn't an ordinary person. A trace of ruthlessness flashed across Hook's eyes. He heavily hammered his own chest and used the shock of his strength to stop coughing. Once again, he walked towards the ordinary-looking young man. Sula knew why and when he made his move. He mocked himself in his heart. Keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. Shi Qinghai, dog shit, dog shit. The other party wanted to make sure Qinghai eat shit. He couldn't just watch this playboy get dragged to the toilet. Although the 2 of them were just fair-weather friends, he was still the first and only friend he had in a foreign land. If Shi Qinghai was sober at this time, Sula might have tried to hide himself. However, the problem was that Shi Qinghai was drunk and unconscious. When his friend didn't have the ability to resist, he couldn't just let his friend be humiliated. This was one of Su Li's principles, and it even exceeded his fear in certain aspects. Since he had already made his move, there was no need to care about anything else. The current situation was like this, and so was life. When one was pressured to a certain extent and still had to hide because of their identity, that wasn't being cautious. Instead, it was being a useless bitch that was famous because of the Federation's Women's Day. Living without principles or dignity was not something that Su Lu could accept easily. Looking at the tall soldier approaching him, Su Lu felt a sense of danger. He knew that the other party wouldn't underestimate him this time and would attack him with all his strength. Just like the angry bull on the green grassland on the other side of the electronic fence, when it felt hurt and humiliated, it would burst forth with its greatest strength. Su Lu looked at the other party vigilantly. He loosened his right hand and threw the drunk Qinghai to the ground. His feet were slightly apart, and he tiptoed again, maintaining a posture that could explode at any time. Qinghai was thrown onto the cold, hard marble floor with a muffled thud. Under the pain, he mumbled a few words and actually fell asleep again. Su Lu wasn't worried about whether this young master would feel uncomfortable. Although the other party was too much of a bastard today, if Qinghai hadn't said those drunken words, nothing would have happened. Su Lu couldn't wait to throw this drunkard to his death. Hook walked in front of Su Lu. His well-defined face suddenly tightened. With a muffled groan, he swept his arms horizontally like two stone pillars. Su Lu seemed to have reacted at the same time. He flipped his arms up and blocked the attack. However, he did not expect that the other party would use his arms to wrap around him. Relying on the enormous strength, he took a step forward. The distance between the two was instantly reduced to an extremely small size. The big soldier's posture was very ugly. It was as clumsy as a bear hugging someone, but in reality, it was a reflection of his incomparably rich combat experience. He discovered that Su Li's movements were fast, so he used this clumsy method to prevent Su Lu from displaying his speed. If the two of them were tied together, what would Su Lu do if he lifted his leg? Hook was already determined. His left hand tightly gripped the back of Su Li's head, and he lowered his head to smash it. If this hammer landed on Su Li's head, the bridge of his nose would immediately break, and blood would definitely flow out wildly. At the same time, he increased the strength of his other arm, forcibly pushing back Su Li's defense. He twisted his shoulder, and the tip of his elbow once again smashed towards Su Li's temple. With these two moves, if Su Lu didn't react properly, his head would bleed and he would faint on the spot. However, the hammer didn't land. Su Li's palm had unknowingly blocked the space between his eyebrows. His 5 fingers spread out like a cotton flower, blocking the other party's face. Although this hastily extended palm couldn't completely block the other party's heavy hammer, Su Lu only felt a slight pain in his palm with his palm as a buffer. His head was a little dizzy, but he wasn't really injured. Su Li's other arm didn't forcefully block the other party's elbow. Instead, it viciously smashed towards the exposed armpit behind the other party's twisted shoulder. The middle finger of his fist protruded slightly, and he viciously smashed that spot. His left leg went in again. The distance between the two was too close. Su Lu couldn't raise his leg, but his body suddenly shrunk, and his knee was raised, landing squarely on the other party's thigh. If not for the other party's quick reflexes, this knee would have hit the man's vital point. The two separated again. The back of Su Li's neck was smashed by the elbow. Blood flowed out from his nostrils, and his forehead was slightly red and swollen. Other than that, he wasn't injured. On the other hand, Hook's armpit was hit by a jab, and his thigh was hit by a treacherous jab. An unbearable numbing pain spread through his taut muscles, and he couldn't stand properly. Hook's gaze was like a hook, as if he wanted to hook out all of Su Li's internal organs. Ever since he graduated from the first academy, how long had it been since he was injured? This brat in front of him didn't have any tricks up his sleeve, so how could he possibly defeat him? Su Lu used his sleeve to wipe the blood from his nose. He stared vigilantly at the tall soldier with astonishing strength. There was actually a pattern to his attacks, and they were all variations of the 10 postures that Uncle Boss had taught him. Perhaps it was because he had practiced for too long that it had become instinct, or perhaps it was because he had mastered the postures over the past few months at Yue University, where he had practiced very little. Now, he seemed to be able to perform the 10 postures as he pleased. After defeating a strong enemy, who was probably a soldier, Su Lu wasn't excited at all. Instead, he vigilantly observed the movements around him. He didn't manage to knock Hook down because his strength was far inferior to his opponent's. Of course, if he dared to release the fiery and trembling power in his body, perhaps he would only need one round to knock Hook down. The problem was, no matter how hard he tried, he had to protect Mr. Sure from eating shit. Unless he was in a desperate situation, Su Lu would definitely not release the magical power in his body. You're pretty good to be able to fight Hook to a draw. The crowd that had been attracted by the fight surrounded Su Lu. The man in the green suit looked at Su Lu playfully. A strange look flashed across his eyes, but it soon turned into calm disdain. He said, "I won't kill you." Chapter 55. At the entrance of the 13 nightclub in Linhai, a large group of people were watching the scene with different expressions. The irrelevant people had already been cleared away by the staff of the nightclub and would not affect what was happening here. "You are all people of status." Sula heard the words clearly. He looked at him and said, "Why bother arguing with people like us?" This ordinary-looking young man and the bodyguards of the siblings were at least evenly matched. Under such circumstances, the words that seemed to show weakness were naturally more powerful. The man looked at Su Lu and said with a smile, "My sister wants to teach that drunkard a lesson. No one can stop her." Why was the smile of a privileged person so hateful and cold? Su Li's ordinary-looking face did not show much expression. He said, "He is my friend, and this is your fault. If you did something wrong, you should not continue to do it." "Donglin people?" The man recognized Su Li's accent and said, "They say that Donglin people are like rocks in the toilet, smelly and hard." "It is true, but even if you are a rock, I will crush you today." The nightclub owner had been quietly accompanying the man. He said softly, "Major Zhou, these two people ruined your mood. Why do you have to do it yourself? Let's deal with them." Zhou Yu, the current major of the operations department of the 3rd Military Region, was able to get such a rank at his age and sit in such a position. His family was naturally very powerful. According to reliable sources, the father of this pair of siblings should be the deputy director of the logistics department of the National Defense Department. The nightclub owner had received a hint from some people in Linhai and deliberately made friends with this young major. At this time, he carefully asked for help. He was worried that the young major would think that he was a busybody, because after all, he rarely interacted with people in that circle. The nightclub owner had never thought that the young man in front of him could fight against the siblings. So what if he could fight? Today's society relied on strength, and strength was definitely not the ability to fight. "Thank you." Zhou understood the meaning of the nightclub owner's words. He gently smiled and pointed at Su Li's nose and said, "I don't want to waste too much time. Why don't you step aside? I'll treat this drunkard to shit, or you can eat it for him." "I don't have a habit of eating shit." Sulu wiped the blood from his nose. Looking at the people surrounding him, he finally couldn't control the anger in his heart. No matter how weak they were, they couldn't let others bully them all the time. He stared at the siblings and said in a deep voice, "If you have a habit of eating shit, you can show it to me." Hearing this, Major Zhou Yu's face darkened. This time, the brother and sister came to Linhai mainly to see if there was an opportunity to arrange a chance encounter with that important person and re-establish the friendly relationship they had in the past. Originally, they wanted to keep a low profile, but they didn't expect that they would meet a tough opponent today. It was just that these people had always looked down on ordinary people, not to mention that he had always doted on this proud and arrogant sister of his. Zhou Yu's face instantly darkened. The bodyguard-like people around him became even more gloomy, like dark clouds that were full of rain on a cloudy day. They took out pistols from their arms and pointed them at Su Li's head. 4 pistols were pointed at Su Li's head, and the triggers could be pulled at any time. This scene shocked everyone present, especially the escort from the nightclub. After all, this was the capital ring's S1 Linhai state. The scene of guns being drawn in public was extremely shocking. Sula looked at the 4 black barrels pointed at his head. Of course, he was scared because he realized that these powerful people on the capital planet didn't seem to take human life seriously. They might actually dare to shoot. His face was slightly pale, but a bitter smile appeared on his lips. In the past 6 months, this was the third time someone had pointed a gun at his head. Could it be that his fate was destined to not be able to escape from these tragic things? I don't know who you are, but as I said before, you must be people of status. The Federation is a society ruled by law. How bad is the impact of pulling out a gun in public? Will the elders in your family allow you to do this? Sulu clenched his fists tightly and didn't dare to move as he spoke to the man in the green suit. This sentence was exactly what Zoe was thinking, but this major wasn't prepared to change his way of doing things. This was because at certain times, especially in front of unfamiliar people, their reputation was the most important. Reputation often represented power or influence. Hook retreated to the Zoe sibling's side and frowned at the scene before him while rubbing his aching armpit. On the other side, the student from Ua University, the son of a Lin High State senator, seemed to want to say something, but he was scared by the guns and kept quiet. At this moment, it seemed that no one could save Sulu, or rather, no one could change Shi Qinghai's fate of eating shit. Zoe was the woman in the red trench coat. Her hair was soft and wavy as it draped over her shoulders, but her personality wasn't soft at all. Looking at the pale-faced Sulu, her heart flashed with a trace of perverted pleasure. She admired this young man's stubbornness to not admit defeat, so she liked this kind of Donglin stone to show a frightened expression under the muzzle of a gun. She looked at Sulu with disdain, tightened her trench coat, and said mockingly, "What era is it now? You still want to live by relying on your fists? I like you. Kneel down and kowtow, and I'll let it go. But that drunkard won't be let off so easily." When she said this, Hook's expression changed, but he didn't say anything. Sulu pursed his lips tightly and squinted his eyes at the siblings outside of the gun's line of sight, as if he wanted to remember their faces clearly. Under such circumstances, an ordinary person like him had no other choice. Even if he released the tremors in his body, how could he dodge a bullet? The Federation strictly controlled firearms. Who would have thought that the people around the siblings would carry guns and even dare to take them out in public like this? I won't kneel because I didn't do anything wrong, and you are my parents. Sulu narrowed his eyes and stared at the man in the green suit who was in control of everything. He said, "Unless you beat me to the ground, or you could try to kill me with a single shot." This was a gamble. He was betting that these people with status wouldn't be willing to get into trouble because of a nobody like him. Zoe looked coldly at the stubborn Sulu. He didn't know why this person was so scared, but he still insisted on stubbornly holding on. Donglin's rock, he really lived up to his name. A fist landed heavily on Su Li's abdomen, and the pain almost made him vomit out the food in his stomach. Since he would only kneel after being beaten to the ground, the people around the Zoe siblings naturally wouldn't be polite. They threw punches and kicks at Su Li's body. Anyway, under the threat of the gun, this guy with the Donglin accent didn't dare to resist. In just a short period of time, Su Li's body was injured a lot. No matter how strong his resistance was, it wasn't easy to stand still and be beaten. There was a dull pain in the right side of his chest. He didn't know if it was because his ribs were broken or because there was a small crack on the surface. Zoe, wearing a red windbreaker, looked at the scene with appreciation. The harder the beating, the more the resentment in her heart would be vented. Her charming and cold face gradually emitted a happy glow. "I only said that you put on too much perfume. Do you have to be so cruel?" An uninvited hand rested on Miss Zoe family's shoulder and patted her face very intimately. However, it seemed to be a little too hard, leaving a red mark on her cheek. Zoe screamed in shock, but didn't realize what had happened. On the other hand, the people around them, especially the soldiers she and her brother brought, reacted quickly. In the first moment, the 4 barrels that were originally pointed at Sulu changed direction and aimed at her. After Zoe screamed, she immediately stopped talking and turned around. Then, she saw a face that was so beautiful that it didn't look like a man's. When these privileged people in the Federation were beating Sulu, no one noticed the mud on the ground, because the focus of the matter had already shifted. Shi Qinghai, who had drunk too much, was awakened by the cold ground or by the pain of Su Li's fall. He staggered behind the woman in red and put his hand on her shoulder like a hooligan. There were many people watching the scene, and Zhou happened to be at the edge of the crowd. No one would have thought that the drunkard on the ground would silently sneak behind her and hold her shoulder. Shi Qinghai was hugging Zhou like a lover at this time, intimately and lightly patting her face. Perhaps he was still drunk, so his words were a little unclear. Damn, this little girl has a bad temper. How dare you touch my friend? One slap after another fell on Zhou's face, but it fell on everyone's heart. Everyone looked at this scene dumbfoundedly, wondering how regretful this beautiful young man would be when he woke up. Zhou had never felt so humiliated in her life. The increasingly heavy pats gradually developed into slaps, and the words of the man holding her, mixed with the stench of alcohol, entered her ears. Her face instantly turned red, not knowing whether it was because of Shi Qinghai's slaps or because she was angry. She looked at the bodyguards in front of her who were pointing guns at her and screamed, "Kill him! Kill him!" No one dared to do anything, even her own brother, who just looked in this direction indifferently, watching the increasingly heavy palms falling on his sister's face. This was because they realized that the drunkard holding the little girl of the Zhou family seemed to have lost his mind. His entire weight was placed on Zhou's delicate body. The worst thing was that the drunkard's half-unbuttoned suit revealed a small leather accessory, which everyone was very familiar with. It was a holster. Major Zhou's eyes were extremely cold. He looked at the drunkard holding his sister hostage and said, "I'm Zhou, the staff officer of the 3rd Military Regions Operations Department. May I ask who you are?" Chapter 56. Shi Qinghai ignored the guy with the onion in his nose. He looked at Su Lu drunkenly and asked, "Are you okay?" Su Lu shook his head and looked at the familiar yet strange face. He suddenly shouted, "Are you fucking drunk or sober?" Shi Qinghai was really drunk, at least in the beginning. As for how much he had sobered up, no one knew. However, everyone knew that a drunk man with a gun did not have much rationality. None of the people surrounding the two of them dared to take the risk. Zhou opened his mouth to ask, but Shi Qinghai ignored him. This humiliation, combined with the palm that landed on Zhou's face, made everyone's expression turn extremely ugly. "Let her go, or you'll regret it when you wake up." Zhou controlled his emotions and said calmly. This kind of threat was actually not a good one, but facing a drunk man with a gun, he didn't have any good ideas. First, he had to solve the current situation and ensure his sister's safety. "You want me to eat shit? You want my brother to kneel?" Shi Qinghai still didn't pay attention to him. His body reeked of alcohol as he hugged the trembling, red-clothed woman. He stopped slapping her cheeks and said, "You foreigners are really used to running amok. You actually came to Linhai to put on airs. I told you that you didn't want to admit defeat after using too much perfume. Except for the women in the 13 avenues who use DVC like you do, who else would use it like you do?" The 13 Avenues was a famous street for high-class prostitutes in a special administrative region of the capital. It was said that the president's aides and officials of various ministries and commissions liked to hang out there. Shi Qinghai's words were extremely vicious, comparing the Zhou family's miss to a high-class prostitute. Su Lu, who was wiping the blood, only noticed that Shi Qinghai had changed from calling him a friend to a brother. His arms slightly stiffened. "Tell me your name. It's not good to bully a woman." Zhou's eyes twitched, but he still said calmly, "You have to solve this problem. If you let the government handle it, I believe you will suffer more. All my life, I only know how to bully women." After drinking, Shi Qinghai was even more like a hooligan than usual. He stretched his neck and rolled his eyes as if it was the first time he heard that person speak. He immediately spat. "What? Are you going to bite me?" Zhou was so angry that he laughed and praised. "Very good, very good." At this moment, Hook, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. "You're sure Qinghai? He's one rank lower than me, but he was a famous figure in the academy back then. Everyone, from the principal to the teachers, liked him very much. Now that he had graduated so many years ago, he should be doing well in Linhai. As for which bureau, I'm not too sure." Hook recognized Shi Qinghai, who had graduated from the same school as Zhou. He whispered in Zhou's ear, When we were in school, no one was willing to provoke him. No matter if it was in terms of fighting, marksmanship, or mental strength, not many people were his match. Fortunately, this person doesn't have any background, so he won't cause too much trouble. Hearing this, Zhou calmed down. He looked coldly at Shi Qinghai, who was behind his sister and had a score in his heart. A top student from the academy, no matter how drunk he was still rational. This made his biggest worry disappear. He looked at Shi Qinghai and smiled. Let go. I'll count to 3. If you don't, my people will shoot. Maybe they won't shoot you, but maybe they'll shoot your stone-like friend, brother. Well, I'm sure the brother you're talking about won't be so cheap. Besides, I believe in your judgment after you're drunk. You should be able to guess who we are, and you should know our abilities. Hurting us is something you don't dare to do, because you know how terrible the consequences will be. After saying this, Major Zhou saw the worry in Shi Qinghai's blurred eyes. He knew that he had made the right bet. No matter how drunk this drunkard was, he still had some rationality. I'm Shi Qinghai, the head of Section 4 of the Linhai Field Office of the Federation's Investigation Bureau. Shi Qinghai's voice was dry because of the alcohol. He stared at the man, and a work permit appeared in his hand next to the woman's cheek like magic. Major Zhou smiled even more happily. First of all, his opponent was gradually sobering up. More importantly, he was just a small head of the Federation's Investigation Bureau, so he had no reason to back down. At this time, he ignored the previous humiliation and counted with a smile. 1, 2. After sobering up, Mr. Shi naturally didn't dare to take out his gun and kill the brother and sister. Even though he was an official of the Federation's Investigation Bureau, he was still not strong enough to face these privileged people. In front of him, there seemed to be no other way but to let go of the woman in his arms. At the entrance of the 13 nightclub, everyone was waiting for this beautiful young official to surrender, except for Su Lu, who was on the other side. The response to these confident people was the sound of a gunshot. The gunshot was just before Major Zhou said the last 3 words. No one saw how the standard police gun in the holster of his suit appeared in Shi Qinghai's hand. His hand holding the gun seemed to be trembling. Under the muzzle of the gun, a military bodyguard of the Zhou family was shot in the thigh and fell to the ground. Did this person shoot? Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. They knew that the other party was a person with a very strong background, but this small head of the Federation's Investigation Bureau actually shot first. And he shot so decisively, leaving no way out, showing his tyranny and arrogance. The scene was in chaos. The other 3 military bodyguards with guns were shocked. They wanted to shoot back, but they were afraid that their young lady would be hurt. In this panic, Shi Qinghai took back his hand holding the gun and put it on Zhou's shoulder. He tilted his head and looked at Major Zhou's face with great interest. At this time, the young lady of the Zhou family was so scared that she didn't dare to open her mouth or move. Only Shi Qinghai's hoarse voice could be heard. Do you need to count when you shoot? Do you think you're setting off firecrackers in the snow? Shi Qinghai looked at the major's face and said sarcastically, I admire you. I've told you that I'm an official of the Federation's Investigation Bureau, and I even showed you my ID. How dare you point your gun at me? Assaulting a police officer. What is this if not assaulting a police officer? Harsh words seemed to come out of his mouth endlessly. The siren of a police car came from the distance. Major Zhou stared into his eyes and said, You shot an active duty soldier on the street. You're going to jail. I didn't see any active duty soldier. At this time, Shi Qinghai had sobered up a lot. He looked at the other person and said with a hiccup, You call yourself the staff officer of the operations department of the 3rd Military Region, but you're too. Hiccup, pighead. You didn't even show your ID. I can't find a camera in Chang San-er's room. But maybe you don't know that there are 17 cameras in our field office. As long as you don't kill me tonight, I can find them. The Federation's electronic surveillance network was divided into 3 levels. The top level was the Central Charter, which was responsible for collecting signals from human chips, and the rest of the cameras belonged to different government departments. Chang San-er, who Shi Qinghai was talking about, was the boss behind the 13 nightclub. He saw that Zhou seemed to be kind, but in fact, he was extremely mean, so he reminded him, Zoyu's face was very dark. He didn't expect to encounter such a difficult person and be humiliated like this in Linhai. Now the situation had been completely reversed. Since the other person dared to shoot, what could he do? The other person's cold-bloodedness and decisiveness when shooting made him realize that this person was not easy to deal with. He took a deep breath, looked at the unfamiliar night sky of Linhai, and then stared at Shi Qinghai and said word by word, "I can assure you that you're finished. Finished is a matter for the future. At least I'm satisfied tonight." Shi Qinghai tilted his head and found Su Lu. He shouted, "Hey, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and come here. We have to go to the police station to record a statement." Su Lu looked much worse than Mr. Shi. His short-sleeved shirt had been torn into pieces, and his face was covered with bruises and dust. He looked like a refugee. He moved closer to Shi Qinghai. When he brushed past the major, who had been suppressing his killing intent, he suddenly heard the other person's cold voice ring in his ears. "And you, Dong Linstone, you're finished too." Major Zoyu looked at him coldly and said, "You have a gun to protect you today. Wait until I bend that gun, then I'll come back and kill you. I want to know who else can help you." Sulu didn't look at him at all. He just lowered his head and wiped his sweat and blood as he walked over. When he heard this cold and disdainful threat, he suddenly felt a pain in his bones. It seemed that his ribs had been cracked earlier. The pain made him extremely angry, and he successfully changed from a country bumpkin pretending to be autistic to an angry bull that had barged into the city. He turned around, looked at the noble major in front of him, and asked seriously, "I have a few questions. First, now that your crazy sister is caught by my brother, you don't dare to shoot me because you found that my brother is crazier than her, right? Second, since you don't dare to shoot me, then none of you can beat me, right? Third, no matter how much I beg you, you won't let me go. There's no such thing as face between us, and there's no such thing as falling out. You'll kill me one day, right? Fourth, since you don't dare to kill me now, and you can't beat me with your fists, and you'll definitely kill me in the future, and you're still threatening me so stupidly, isn't that telling me that I have to take this rare opportunity to beat you up?" After saying these 4 sentences, Su Lu, who had found the absolute reason, punched Major Zoyu in the nose. His punch made Major Zoyu's face look as wonderful as a cocktail. It was the Bloody Mary type. Chapter 57. The Linhai Police Headquarters Temporary Detention Center was set up in the police headquarters building. Chip scans, electronic keys, internal fingerprint verification, and layers upon layers of protective measures made the building seem particularly secure. Anyone who had any ideas about the building would lose their ideas as soon as they entered the building. The people locked in the temporary detention center would never be able to escape. Of course, the 2 young men who were caught here tonight definitely had no intention of escaping. How did Mr. Shi get caught? A policeman who had finished patrolling threw his key card on the table and made himself a cup of tea. He looked at his colleague and asked with a gloating smile on his face. Although the police headquarters and the Federation Bureau of Investigation field office were not in the same system, they were both under the government structure. In order to solve cases, the 2 sides often had to cooperate. Shi Qinghai, the infamous rogue officer of the Federation Bureau of Investigation, was also quite famous in the police headquarters. However, there were elements of competition and rivalry between the 2 departments. So when the police put Shi Qinghai in the detention center today, these policemen were very happy. Shooting in the middle of the street. I heard that the other party is a big shot with a strong background. The policeman sighed and said, "If you offend this kind of person, you'll be in trouble no matter how good the reason is. Even if the field office intervenes and doesn't let him go to court, at least he'll have to hand in his gun and resign." Is it the wounded person that the director respectfully sent out just now? What's his background? I'm not sure, but I think he's from the 3 military regions. The policeman shrugged. He didn't like the people from the Federation Bureau of Investigation, but after all, they were a powerful organization that belonged to the Federation. Seeing Shi Qinghai locked in prison, he couldn't help but feel a little sad and angry. Who dares to offend these people? But it's strange. Although Mr. Shi is always a rogue and can cause trouble when he's drunk, he doesn't seem to have a bad temper. Why did he dare to shoot in front of so many people? I heard this from Helens. He was probably influenced by his partner's bad temper and couldn't control himself after drinking. Another person came up to him and exclaimed, "It's the one who was locked up with Mr. Schur. He looks like an honest young man, but no one expected him to be so ruthless. Do you know? The 3rd Precinct's rapid response vehicle has already arrived at the scene. Mr. Schur is pointing his gun at the young lady. That seemingly honest young man actually beat up the people over there one by one. He's so ruthless. Beat him up in front of the police? How violent." The policeman shook his head. "After drinking 24 times, I realize that I've been influenced by you too much. I've talked too much, and my temper has become irritable." Inside the cold iron fence, Sulu leaned against the fully sculpted wall and stared blankly at the ceiling. He sighed. It had been 4 hours since he and Shi Qinghai had been arrested by the police. Outside the window, he could vaguely see the light of dawn. However, no one had come to ask for any evidence. All these signs made him a little worried, and his eyes were a little blurred. He didn't know if it was because of Shi Qinghai's status as an official of the Federation's Investigation Bureau, but only the 2 of them were locked up in this temporary detention room. Shi Qinghai, who reeked of alcohol, leaned against the narrow single bed. Looking at Su Li's worried face, he couldn't help but laugh. "Looks like you're quite ruthless. You don't look like the honest doorman at all. But why are you scared now? It's a waste not to beat him up. Anyway, because of you, I've offended a big shot that I can't afford to offend." Su Li's expression was a little bitter. He thought to himself, if I could leave the police station, would I have to start running again? But he had just settled down in Yue University, especially since there was knowledge that he liked here. He might come in contact with things that he hadn't come in contact with yet. The key was to have a stable life. It would be a pity if it was destroyed like this. Only a small part of the worry on his face was because he was worried about the threat of the major from the aristocratic family. But more of it was because his mood was a little complicated. Sulu lowered his head and gently rubbed the metal bracelet on his left wrist. Thinking about the chips inside, his mood gradually calmed down. At worst, he could just change his identity. The Federation was so big, there was nowhere he couldn't settle down. Don't worry about anything. Believe me, by tomorrow morning at the latest, no, it should be 8 o'clock today. The 2 of us can walk out of the police station openly. Shi Qinghai saw the worry between his eyebrows. He laughed and said in a hoarse voice, "Don't listen to that brat's bragging. Although the Federation government is like a pile of shit, it's not real shit. It's a society ruled by law. All the evidence is biased towards us. What can they do? If the people of the 3 military regions want to stretch their hands in a Linhai, it won't be that convenient. If they walk in the open, they'll be more worried than us. After all, their identities are different. Do you think it's a good thing for a soldier to pull out a gun in a residential area?" Sula knew very well about things related to political power. He subconsciously believed Mr. Schur's judgment, but he still wasn't sure. He asked doubtfully, "So this matter is left unsettled? I don't believe it. What's the major's surname? What's his background?" You have to believe it, even if you don't believe it. When these young masters do things, they can either suppress us on the spot. Once this matter is brought to the court, they can only shut up. If this matter is brought to court, how can their parents show their face? Shi Qinghai said with disdain, "Major Zhou Yu of the Operations Department of the 3 military regions is really something. I don't believe that his father, who has a fat job in the Ministry of National Defense, will really let him do whatever he wants. You know a lot." Sulu praised him sincerely. "Of course. I'm a general of the Federation Investigation Bureau. What does the field office do? Isn't it spying on spies on the outside and officials on the inside?" Shi Qinghai raised his eyebrows. He was about to say something arrogant when he suddenly realized something was wrong. He stared at Sulu and said, "Wait, why do I feel like you're mocking me?" "Don't think so, it's just mocking." Sulu looked at the ceiling and said, "Aren't you supposed to be a guard for the government? How did you become the chief of the Federation Investigation Bureau? You know that the other party is not easy to mess with, but you still pretended to be drunk." No, you have to listen to my explanation. The Federation Investigation Bureau is supposed to be a guard for the government. It's not much different from your job with no future. As for pretending to be drunk, Your words hurt our relationship. Shi Qinghai said very seriously. I don't want to find out anything about you. Even if I want to test you, I wouldn't use this pair of bastard siblings as my arrows. I don't have any secrets. Sula finally got angry. After drinking for dozens of days and working with an outsider under the breath of life and death, he and Shi Qinghai could not be close. However, Shi Qinghai always looked at him mysteriously every time, and he was a little sensitive to the meaning hidden in his eyes. Nonsense. You're just a squat soldier. How could you beat up an expert from the military security office? Don't forget, that person is my senior, a graduate of the 1st Military Academy. Shi Qinghai looked at him mockingly and waved his hand. If you say you don't have any secrets, I won't believe it even if you kill me. But I'm too lazy to care. Today, I fired a shot in order to protect you. Even if the other party wants to deal with it secretly and not openly, I reckon I won't be able to keep my job. Brat, you don't feel sorry for me and tell me a good story. That's another matter. Sulu stared at him angrily and said, You have to understand. That crazy woman wanted to feed you shit, so I stopped her. How come I owe you a favor in the end? Besides, what does it have to do with me if you lose your job? Do you want me to introduce you to an hourly guard job? Shi Qinghai laughed and suddenly looked at him seriously. I know you're good at fighting, but the problem is that Zoe knows it too. Although this pair of brother and sister are not very powerful, they're more than enough to take care of us. On the surface, that narrow-minded major will definitely cover up what happened last night. But secretly, he won't let us go. I'm sure I'll be kicked out of the investigation bureau, and they won't let you go. Especially that stupid woman. Shi Qinghai sat up, shook his head, and said, I did drag you down this time. You have to be more careful in the future. Speaking of which, although that stupid woman is tasteless, her white legs are quite tasty. Sulu was still very serious at the beginning, but when he heard Mr. Shi's boring words, he couldn't help but sigh. He shook his head and said, It's my bad luck to have met a jinx like you. I've thought about it. If those people really want to deal with me, I can't do anything about it. I'll just hide far away. Don't think too much about it. Just stay in school. The government is very strict with the university town, especially with the recent spread of Carlinism. No one dares to provoke those aggressive students at this time. Although you're a gatekeeper and auditing student, if you hide in UA University, no matter how powerful you are, you can only wait outside for the time being. How powerful is the Zhou family? Sulu had to figure out how powerful the people who wanted to kill him were. Suddenly, he thought of a little girl's clean face and asked curiously, 7 big families? 7 big families? Shi Qinghai lay down, crossed his legs, and said mockingly, Why would that kind of people go to a place like 13? Why would they let people see how powerful they are? Only upstarts like the Zhou family would get involved with 2 hooligans like us. They don't think it's embarrassing. I'm not a hooligan, you are. Sula felt that talking was too tiring. He turned over and faced the wall, smelling the faint smell of plastic. He closed his eyes to rest and think about the future. Looking at his bruised back, Shi Qinghai's peach blossom eyes flashed with sincerity, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Today's development was a little out of his plan. Maybe he subconsciously wanted to test Sulu, but he really didn't expect that Sulu would dare to go against those people for him, and even risk exposing his secret. Until now, he still didn't know Su Li's secret, but he knew what his decision at that moment meant. It was also from that moment on that Mr. Shi felt that Sulu could really be a good friend. Thank you, Shi Qinghai said in a very low voice. You're welcome. It's what I should do. Sulu didn't turn his head and said, If it was some other innocent bystander who was dragged to eat shit, I wouldn't care, so you don't have to thank me. Shi Qinghai smiled and said, I understand. The 3 young men who serve the citizens promoted by the president's office are you? But you really won't tell me about your adventures? Chapter 58. Shi Qinghai was a very strange person. He didn't want to pry into other people's secrets, but he couldn't help but be curious. Maybe it was because of his stubbornness or the nature of his job. Well, since people like to hear about adventures, Sulu had no choice but to fabricate a completely new adventure. Otherwise, he really couldn't explain how he was able to defeat an expert from the army at the entrance of the nightclub. Thinking about this, Sulu had a headache. He realized that he still didn't have much experience in dealing with people. In order to explain something, he always had to tell more lies. Moreover, he also thought of a very troublesome problem, and that was the identity that the boss uncle arranged for him. Should he find some time to go to his hometown in the remote area of S1? The new adventure story was similar to the one he told to the fat guy on the ancient bell, but this time, Sulu was more cautious. He arranged for the fake class monitor to be a hidden master with a vague face. What's the class monitor's surname? Sure, Qinghai obviously didn't believe him. He laughed and asked. Su Li's heart skipped a beat. A surname appeared in his mind, and he said, I think his surname is Li? Sure, Qinghai didn't seem to care, but he seemed to have thought of something. He frowned and fell into deep thought. Sure, Qinghai thought about this family name in his heart and did not dare to think in that direction. However, if what Su Lu said was true, it could explain everything. However, sure, Qinghai had not heard of any children of that family in Feiqing City wandering outside. Sure, Qinghai looked at Su Li's back and shook his head. He somewhat believed in Su Li's bizarre experience. He smiled and thought to himself, I'm afraid this kid doesn't even know the background of the awesome person who taught him how to fight. Since he had a confirmed idea, satisfied his curiosity, and had some interesting things to think about, sure, Qinghai naturally changed the topic. Are you going to be a janitor in Yue University? The Department of National Defense's Office of Retired Soldiers can arrange a job. It's better than this. In his opinion, Su Lu, this young man, had a very outstanding character. Although he did not know what special skills he had in other aspects, with his fighting skills, it was not impossible for him to enter the security company under the police station or even find some connections to enter the police system. I'm an auditor at Yue University. Su Lu turned around, looked at him, and said, Anyway, I still have some spare money. Let's talk about it after I finish attending the classes for the next 2 years. Auditing students can't get a diploma. Sure, Qinghai fished out a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his trousers pocket. He put one in his mouth and threw the other one at him. He said vaguely, You don't have a future. Do you know what you want to do in the future? Sulu took the cigarette and lighter and lit it up. He took a deep breath and tried to puff out a few perfect smoke rings, just like how the boss used to do in the past. However, what he puffed out was the scattered steam from the humidifier. He coughed twice, looked at Sure Qinghai, and smiled. He thought to himself, this guy obviously doesn't know what he wants to do in the future, so why is he asking me? I used to want to be a battleship mechanic assistant, but I changed my mind. I want to get a mechanic's license and then find a job in a big manufacturing company in S1. No matter what position I get in the future, as long as I can do something I like, it's not bad. Sulu looked at the dissipating smoke in front of him and said in a daze. This was one of his life goals, but when it came out of his mouth, it sounded ridiculous and unconfident. Ever since he was implanted with the disguised chip, perhaps his life was destined to not be so happy and peaceful. There was always a shadow in a young man's heart, a shadow that he did not want others to see. He wanted to find the real inside story of that incident, but with his current status and ability, not to mention uncovering the inside story of that uncle's death, even getting close to that black cloth was wishful thinking. Sure, Qinghai saw the heaviness and sadness in his eyes. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said, Do your best to fulfill your life goals. If you need my help in the future, just let me know. The development of the situation was not out of Sure Qinghai's expectations. At around 7 o'clock in the morning, the Linhai Police Headquarters received a direct order from the higher-ups to open the door of the detention center and release the two of them. The police officers who were drinking coffee to refresh themselves joked with Sure Qinghai, and Sure Qinghai scolded them back. During this kind of conversation, Sulu, who was quietly listening on the side, roughly understood what was going on. The Zhou family used their connections to forcefully suppress the conflict in front of the nightclub. The people of the 3rd Military Region had a conflict with the people of the Linhai Field Office, and they even pulled out guns. If this incident was used by someone with bad intentions, it would definitely involve the big boss in the Ministry of National Defense. The Zhou family would not let this happen, so they would rather deal with it in a low-key manner. Sulu walked out of the police station. Facing the slightly cold morning breeze, he couldn't help but shake his head. The so-called Democratic and Free Federation Society was actually still so hierarchical. A Zhou family that wasn't very famous among the people could reach into the police system and suppress a vicious case, causing the shooting at the entrance of 13 to go up in smoke. Sure, Qinghai drove Su Lu to the back gate of Yue University. He leaned against the car and looked at the few female students who were exercising in the morning. He stared at their tight-fitting sportswear and said in a very serious tone, "For the next few days, don't leave the school gate. Be careful." The Zhou family officially suppressed this incident. However, they were ruthlessly humiliated by two small fry. How could a young master and a young lady from such a family take this lying down? What followed closely was probably the other party's secret and merciless revenge. Sure, Qinghai looked at him with some worry and said, "You don't have to worry about me. Even if I get expelled, I'm still an outstanding student from the same school. Those frighteningly high-ranking professors in the school can always protect me. I don't know why you had a conflict with that pair of siblings." When Su Lu was about to walk through the iron gate, he suddenly stopped. He turned around and said seriously, "Maybe you have your own motives, but that pair of siblings really aren't playthings. So I'll let it go this time. Don't do it again." Sure, Qinghai held the cigarette in his mouth and tilted it down, like a leaf that had been hit by frost. His expression was calm, but his heart was somewhat moved. He thought to himself that his little brother's eyes were indeed sharp. He couldn't hide it from him. The spring of the 66th year of the constitutional era was hotter than the previous years. It was only the end of April, but it made people feel like the scorching summer was coming early. The integrated air conditioning system inside the buildings in Linhai had already been turned on, providing a wonderful cool air to those busy working. However, in a slightly hot twilight, on the rooftop of the tallest building in Linhai, two people were talking without fear of the high temperature or the heat. One of them was about 40 years old, with a serious face and a trace of majesty in his gentle eyes. The other person was sour and had a trace of residual alcohol smell. His wrinkled suit was even more annoying than the wrinkled cigarette in his mouth. The 005 series of electronic spy satellites from A to Z are constantly moving in the space 588 kilometers above our heads. Don't you think it's a bit stupid to always let me meet you in this place? The rooftop is indeed high. It's a 40-story building, so I'm not afraid of people seeing my face with binoculars. But the problem is, do you know how hot it is here? How cold is the winter? You don't allow me to take the elevator. How tiring is it to climb up the stairs? And how uncreative is this kind of meeting place? Sure, Qinghai looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and said angrily. The eyes of the middle-aged man in his 40s did not shift in the slightest as he coldly stared at Sure Qinghai's face. He suddenly opened his mouth and said, "For the past 2 years, you have never complained. Now that you know you did something wrong, you want to seize the initiative to gain the psychological advantage? Give up this idea. Don't forget that I taught you psychology." Sure, Qinghai laughed at himself. He put the cigarette in his mouth and took a puff. Looking back at the city at dusk, he felt that the city was becoming more and more like a monster. If he didn't escape, he was afraid that one day he would be eaten. "What happened last night?" The middle-aged man asked sternly. "Do you know how many connections the organization used to keep your position in the investigation bureau?" And they couldn't let others know. The cost was 60% more than the budget. The cigarette in Sure Qinghai's mouth trembled slightly. He didn't turn around. When he heard that he wasn't fired, there was a trace of sadness and disappointment in his charming eyes. When he turned around, the emotions in his eyes were all gone. He said calmly, "The Zhou family and the Crown Prince used to have a good relationship. They came to Linhai this time to see the Crown Prince. Since my goal was to prevent the Ministry of National Defense from establishing a good relationship with the Crown Prince, last night's action was naturally for this purpose. So don't blame me." The supreme leader of the Federation was the president. The passage of relevant budget bills was handled by more than 300 members of the management committee, and the adjudication of cases was handled by the court system. The imperial system that appeared occasionally in the long history of the Federation had ended 37 constitutional years ago. Of course, there was no emperor in this society. Of course, there was no such thing as a crown prince. The crown prince that Shi Qinghai and the middle-aged man were talking about was obviously a code name. Of course, they couldn't be talking about the crown prince of the empire. It was said that the current emperor of the distant interstellar empire only had one daughter. But what kind of person could make the Zhou family travel thousands of miles to Lin Hai just to see him? What kind of person could be called the crown prince by Shi Qinghai? The middle-aged man lowered his head and thought for a moment. He seemed to accept Shi Qinghai's explanation. Suddenly, he said, "Who is that guy called Sulu? What's your purpose for getting close to him? Do you need to put on record?" Shi Qinghai frowned slightly and spat out the cigarette in his mouth. The red butt of the cigarette splashed out sparks on the ground. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the middle-aged man. He said seriously, "That's my personal friend. I'm warning you." Shi Qinghai's warning seemed to have worked. The middle-aged man didn't continue to ask this question, but his tone became very strict. Many years ago, when you were willing to join this great cause, you had already made a promise. You don't have the right to have friends, and you can't have friends. At that time, I didn't understand friendship. Shi Qinghai didn't care about him and answered indifferently. The middle-aged man looked at him quietly. Suddenly, he asked, "When you opened fire last night, did you want to quit the Federation Investigation Bureau? I know you've been working hard these past few years, and you've been passively resisting the orders of the organization for the past 2 years. But don't forget, the future of the Federation requires you young people to fight and work hard for it." Shi Qinghai was silent for a long time. Then, he said in a low voice, "Yes, Director." Chapter 59. The middle-aged man, who Shi Qinghai addressed as the director, said after a moment of silence, "Your judgment of the situation is correct. Zhou Engxing has already called his children back to the capital special district. They won't be back anytime soon. Their family knows the identity of the crown prince by chance, so they definitely don't want to leave a bad impression on the crown prince. They should be disinfected in the next few days. That crown prince is really ridiculous. There are so many heavily guarded private academies in the capital special district. Why do you have to come to Lin Hai?" Shi Qinghai lit another cigarette. Thinking about the final target of this operation, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. The crown prince was really a high and mighty figure, not someone the Zhou family could compare with. It wasn't difficult to stop the Ministry of Defense from showing goodwill to him, and it might be possible to stop the influence of the Hawks, but it was really too difficult to get close to him. "I only know that he's in the university town. Which one is it?" Shi Qinghai lowered his head and smoked. He subconsciously kicked the wall behind him, shaking off the dust on his leather shoes. "I don't know how many blockades there will be around such a person. Even if I can arrange some kind of coincidence, I don't know how old he is, what his temperament is, where he lives, what his route is. How can I get close to him? I don't even know what the crown prince looks like." The latest information came back. He's between 17 and 19 years old, because his family hasn't held a coming-of-age ceremony for him yet. The director said seriously, "Don't even think about three-dimensional imaging. There's not even a picture of him in the outside world. At most, there's a portrait that can be taken orally, but it's very distorted. So whether you can find him, get close to him, and gain his favor all depends on your personal ability." Shi Qinghai spat a mouthful of saliva on the ground. He felt a chill in his chest. The conflict with the Zhou family last night was indeed deliberately provoked by him. It wasn't difficult to find out the personality of the woman named Zhou Yu and her preference for DVC perfume. The reason why he brought Su Lu along was that he wanted to do a better job. He was prepared to save Su Lu during the conflict. This was more in line with the characteristics of his character that he left in the Investigation Bureau and the organization. Only then could he hide his true thoughts. He was very tired. For the past 2 years, he had been playing the role of a playboy. No, a real playboy. He did not want to be promoted in the Investigation Bureau because it was very difficult for him to be caught in this gap. He wanted to take this opportunity to be directly fired by the Investigation Bureau of the Federation. This way, he believed that the organization would not value him as much as before. Perhaps he would be able to have a more free life. However, he did not expect that Sulu, that brat, would actually take the initiative to stand up for him. Moreover, he had an ability that was beyond his imagination. He did not expect that the organization would value him so much that they would not hesitate to mobilize the hidden forces in the government to fight against the Zhou family and protect his position. Sure, Qinghai held the cigarette, but between his middle finger and index finger, and fell into silence. He knew that he had to complete this mission. However, the target that had never appeared in the public, I was really not easy to approach. We all know that it is very difficult. The senator also knows that. He even said that there is no way to get in touch with him. The middle-aged director looked at him and said gently, "But as long as there is a glimmer of hope, you have to fight for it. I know that I am not qualified to know what kind of role this prince is, but I really don't understand. After all, the Federation is an election-based society. How can one person have such a strong influence? Election? The Federation has held countless elections over the years. However, in the eyes of the people who really know the inside story, the results of each election have long been predetermined." The middle-aged director's eyes flashed with deep disappointment towards the Federation's political environment. Next year, there will be another presidential election. What do you think? The current president is a muddle-headed person. I hope the next one will be better. Sure, Qinghai shrugged. I never vote, but I may vote for Mr. Pabre next year. It is not certain whether Pabre will participate in the election. The middle-aged director was obviously not surprised by Sure Qinghai's choice. This was because people like him had a good impression of this lawyer who had been born in the lower class of society. He said slightly worriedly, "Even if he participates in the election, so what? If those families don't recognize him, the financial groups under their control, the politicians, the media, and the omnipresent influence will be enough to knock him down in the primary election. If Pabre wins the respect and recognition of those families, then he will have to make concessions in terms of his political program. If so, will Pabre still be the current Pabre?" Sure, Qinghai did not speak. He knew what his boss said was true, but he still wanted to keep his naive thoughts. He hoped that after Mr. Pabre became the president, he would still dare to face the injustice of society head-on and use a firm and gentle attitude to firmly carry out reforms. Mr. Pabre obtained his Federation lawyer's license from Donglin. Sure, Qinghai suddenly said, "The people I know from Donglin are as stubborn as rocks. I believe he is the same." The sky was getting darker, and the wind on the rooftop was getting stronger. The night breeze at the end of April finally dispelled the heat of the day. Sure, Qinghai buttoned up his suit and said goodbye to the middle-aged man. For people like them, such a long chat was an extremely luxurious thing, even if it was about politics. "When you have a chance, get me some wild rabbit meat. I won't count on you for something as good as wild beef." Sure, Qinghai flicked the cigarette, but to the corner of the wall, and left without looking back. He waved his hand and said, "After all, you are the director of HTD, aren't you?" The image on the gray monitor seemed to have come to a standstill. For a long time, no one passed by, and there was no movement. If it weren't for the pear trees swaying in the spring breeze, people would have suspected that the monitor was broken. Sulu sat in the bungalow next to the iron gate. He glanced at the monitor from the corner of his eyes, and then looked through the large, transparent glass at the quiet street outside the university. He didn't see anyone suspicious, so he was slightly relieved. It seemed that the revenge of those big shots would not come so soon. When he returned to UA University in the morning, Sulu deliberately strolled around the four most famous fountains on campus. He listened to the speeches and slogans, and confirmed that Sure Qinghai was right. Although not many students were attracted by the speeches and were still focused on their homework, the atmosphere in the university was still a little tense. Sulu listened for a long time with curiosity. Only then did he find out that the annual George Carlin Day was coming. The Education Department of the Federation government and the Investigation Department of the Federation were very vigilant, afraid that some kind of spark would burn into the university. Under such circumstances, no matter how arrogant the Zhou family siblings were, they wouldn't have the guts to barge into UA University to deal with him. Otherwise, if they caused some kind of trouble, no one would be able to bear the consequences. Sulu had no interest in politics. After searching the internet, he had a preliminary understanding of the somewhat familiar name George Carlin. This person named George Carlin was once a genius professor at the Capital University of the Federation. He was also one of the youngest professors in recorded history. His field of expertise was political history. This somewhat awkward name was actually a study of the different political forms that had appeared in history. George Carlin was never a radical scholar in front of the public. In his works, even anarchism and absolute liberalism were rarely seen. He only used a very rigorous attitude to analyze the various political structures in human history and reconstructed the model. He analyzed why the last imperial society of human society collapsed before the 37 constitutional years ago, and why the royal family at that time chose to politely and peacefully retreat. At the same time, he also analyzed the federation system that had just had a stable structure for 600 years. He believed that this system was a false separation of three powers. In a situation where information couldn't be completely shared, the possession of information was an extremely unfair distribution of production resources. This would lead to the unfair distribution of social resources and then a series of social problems. George Carlin pointed out that the legendary 7 great families were abnormal existences under this system. The objective was purely academic research. When the research of history was gradually extended to the research of reality, it was easy for problems to arise. Perhaps George Carlin himself did not realize that the theories he put forward, especially the detailed material analysis and data calculation, gave those who were dissatisfied with the status quo a powerful weapon. From the memories of some of the later generations, this person named George Carlin was just a very simple scholar. In the beginning, his name was only respected in the academic circle. Ordinary citizens of the Federation weren't willing to look at those incomparably boring lists of numbers. They only wanted to see the conclusion. Therefore, George Carlin's influence wasn't displayed much. The Federation still peacefully and naturally allowed him to publish his academic works. However, all of this changed in the 36th constitutional year, because on the 19th of May of that year, George Carlin was invited to attend a meeting of a certain government department. Midway, he mysteriously disappeared, and since then, no trace of him could be found. George Carlin disappeared for 30 years. Gradually, some people took notice of his works, and even more so of his mysterious disappearance. A story with a hint of conspiracy was enough to attract the attention of countless ordinary people. This was especially so for the anti-government side, who had just disbanded their army and given up on violent resistance. They seized this opportunity and adopted George Carlin's theory as their political program. Under the slogan of eliminating the injustice of the Federation society, demanding greater transparency, and investigating the insider trading of the 7 great families, they participated in the parliamentary election of the administrative planet S2. From then on, George Carlin was given more color. The pioneer who exposed the dark secrets of the Federation, the courageous scholar, and the like were unknown. Every year, the 19th of May was designated as George Carlin Day. What was absurd was that this bill was actually proposed and passed by the members of the Federation Management Committee. The members of the Federation claimed that they were all believers of George Carlin, while the anti-government members were just scum who used George Carlin's theory. The members insisted that they had nothing to do with the 7 great families. As a result, the citizens of the Federation were somewhat dumbfounded. Could it be that the 7 great families didn't exist in the first place? This person who was revered as St. George was really pitiful. Perhaps he was just too lost in thought and drove into the river. He was just an honest scholar, so how did he end up like this? Su Li's gaze moved to the bottom of the screen. He wasn't interested in politics, and he didn't have a trace of goodwill toward the Federation government. As a result, he actually felt some sympathy for George Carlin. He suddenly noticed an interesting anecdote about George Carlin. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. Why was this argument so familiar? Chapter 60. After George Carlin walked up to the altar, all of the content of his lectures at Capital University, even his casual conversations, were collected by his worshippers and uploaded onto the internet. This historical and political scientist was clearly not a pedantic person who only knew how to read books. Instead, he had a wide range of interests and had dabbled in the field of art. However, his achievements in these fields were not as high as his achievements in his field. Even this scholar could not shake off his male hobbies. He often liked to comment on the late Second Great War between the Federation and the Empire when he was half drunk. He had many comments on war, but unfortunately, even his most loyal worshippers had to admit that this gentleman really did not know anything about war. Most of his comments were absurd, often far from the development of reality. In particular, his comments on mecha were hilarious to countless people. Although individual mecha are extremely mobile, the amount of energy and ammunition they can carry is seriously insufficient. They are categorized as high-energy, low-energy weapons, definitely not in line with economic principles and political needs. In modern warfare, if individual mecha are said to be beautiful and expensive diamonds, then any of the most primitive group cannons would be able to burn these diamonds into black charcoal. This conversation had taken place at a university cocktail party in the spring of the 27th year of the constitutional calendar, and later became one of St. George's anecdotes. Sulu had also seen this passage. He scratched his head curiously, feeling that this passage was unbelievably familiar. After thinking for a long time, he remembered that in the endless twilight outside the mine, whenever he showed a yearning for Mecca, Uncle Fong would say this passage in an incomparably mocking tone. Uncle actually reads George Carlin's quotes? Sulu recalled that white-haired fellow with a mouthful of rotten teeth. No matter how he thought about it, the other did not seem like someone interested in history, politics, or political gossip. He could not help but laugh. Tossing the matter of George Carlin to the back of his mind, Sulu continued his night tour of the internet. With great familiarity, he entered a certain forum and began to carefully read the documents on the 300th entry. This was a propaganda forum about the spirit of the First Charter. There was everything on the First Charter. By now, Sulu had already shaken off the panic of fleeing. The camouflage chip behind his neck seemed to be able to completely evade the brilliance of the First Charter. However, he was still a little worried and wanted to know more about the First Charter. He had been working on the project since 2 months ago. After browsing the network of the Capitol Ring for a long time, he was shocked to discover that the files about the Bureau of Proclamation, the electronic surveillance network of the Federation, and the central computer were all openly available on the network and in the library for the citizens of the Federation to read. The working procedures of the Bureau of Proclamation and the authority of the central computer were not secrets. Perhaps only the absolute transparency of this process could allow the citizens of the Federation to accept the existence of the First Charter. Sulu would sometimes think like this in his heart. The more he knew, the less he didn't know, and the less fear he had. He stopped searching through the documents and stared at the metal bracelet on his wrist, deep in thought. The ability to create the camouflage chip was enough to defeat all the Nebula Award winners in the past 100 years. Who exactly was the boss? Why did he know so much about the Bureau of Proclamation and the central computer that gathered the crystallization of human wisdom? There was no need to continue thinking about questions that could not be answered. Gently stroking the smooth and textured surface of the metal bracelet, Su Li's finger gently tapped on the holographic screen and connected to the government bulletin board. After rummaging under the information tree for a long time, he finally found the information about the third prison in the East Forest region, Foggy State. Brother Wei will be released from prison in a week. Sulu looked at the familiar name on the bulletin board and felt inexplicably sad. He had very few friends in his life. Brother Wei and Chong Zi were two, and Shi Qinghai, who he had just met recently, could barely be considered one. Of course, the boss was one. Xiao Chong, who was not yet 14 years old, was sent to the juvenile detention center. He wondered how anxious his mother would be. What about Li Wei? What could he do after he was released from prison? Would he really become a gangster when he returned to Zhongluo Street? Sulu felt anxious. He lowered his head and thought for a long time. The smile on his face that rarely disappeared at this time. He finally made up his mind and began to look for reliable ways on the internet, hoping to find a way to send a sum of money to Li Wei. The bank card that Feng Yu left him still had more than 3 million Federation coins. This was something he found out after downloading the Samlin United Bank app a few days ago. He planned to send 1 million to Li Wei, believing that this could help Li Wei embark on a completely different path. From a rational point of view, Su Lun knew that his actions were not wise. If the Federation suspected something in the future, it would be very easy to find out from Li Wei through the financial monitoring system. However, Su Lu just could not watch his friend suffer in a distant place. Not to mention that Li Wei was imprisoned because of him. In his opinion, there were many things in this world that were more important. Of course, he would be extremely careful and try not to leave any clues. Thinking of his boss, thinking of Li Wei, thinking of his hometown, Su Lu felt frustrated. After a moment of daze, he took out the name card made of pure natural fiber from his pocket. After glancing at it, he put it away in the metal drawer. He thought of the cute little girl on the spaceship. This name card was given to him by Madame Zhong. Once he thought of the distant and terrifying existence of the 7 great families, Su Li's mood became a little strange. His boss had died at the hands of the 4th Military Region, and quite a few of Silin's soldiers knew what he looked like. If there wasn't a major change in his life, then he would never have dialed the number on a business card. He probably wouldn't have met that little girl again in this life, unless he had a death wish. If there was a day when he really needed to call that number, then it could only mean that in his life, there was already a problem that was more terrifying than death. Yue University's West Gate, which had been sealed for decades, was reopened a few days ago. Due to the shorter distance, the students chose to leave the university through the West Gate. Originally, not many people used the back gate, but now, it was even more deserted. It was possible that not a single person would appear for several hours. Only the pear trees accompanied the lonely teenager in the gatehouse. At this time, it was already late at night, and the spring wind quietly subsided. Su Lu walked to the middle of the iron gate under the shadow of the pear trees. After locking the iron gate, he returned to his room and swiped his card. Only then did he turn off all the lights, turn on the automatic monitoring device, and walk back to his bedroom. In the darkness, Su Lu, who was wearing only a single piece of underwear, did the horse stance for half an hour. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and started revising the 10 stiff mechanical movements. Every time he entered his knee, raised his elbow, and turned his wrist, they were all so forceful and powerful. There was no turning back, and there was no other way to describe it. In the end, he took a shower. Facing the mirror, he used a small knife to scrape between his eyebrows for a long time. Only then did he carry his aching and tired body to bed and fall into a deep sleep. In his sleep, in the darkness, he did not notice that there was an extremely difficult to detect wave on his naked body. It was moving along a certain path, turning back, and finally circling back to its original point, forming a passage, and then continuing. These waves and tremors became clearer and clearer, but also more and more inconspicuous. It was as if they were about to hide under his skin, into his muscles and joints, never to be seen by others again. Life in Yue University was unchanging. Every day, Su Lu would sit in on class and absorb the knowledge that was digitized and turn into blueprints. That was the most basic knowledge, but also the part that he lacked the most. For years of working as a mechanic had made his practical ability abnormally strong. However, for some reason, the mechanic, Feng Yu, had never taught him any theoretical knowledge. Today, Su Lu was in an awkward situation. He knew how to do it, but he did not know why. Yue University's professors' dry theoretical lectures just so happened to satisfy his needs in this aspect. Therefore, he lived an abnormally fulfilling life. He only had to wait for the next semester's experimental class to begin to verify the results of his combination of theory and practice. He did not know what Sir Qinghai had been busy with recently. He only came over to say hello one afternoon and then disappeared. Su Lun knew that this rogue official had not been fired. He could not help but be surprised at his ability. He knew how busy the Federation Investigation Bureau was, but he did not complain about missing a few drinks. However, for some reason, Su Lu was not used to not seeing that guy for a few days. The revenge that the two of them had been worried about, the revenge of that pair of cold-blooded siblings, did not come as expected. However, Su Lu still cautiously stayed within the campus, not taking a single step out of the Iron Gate. If this peaceful life continued, Su Lu would definitely be very satisfied. He had already bought a summer ticket to the hometown recorded in the chip to take a look. He seemed to have gotten used to his fake identity and did not want to be disturbed by other things. However, on that day, Su Lu felt that the campus's atmosphere was a little strange. The students walking between the school's experimental building and the dormitory had a normal expression, but Su Lu felt that something was about to happen. Perhaps it was because the principal suddenly appeared in the deserted back door to talk to him. Su Lu lowered his head and tried his best to remain calm. Although Yue University was not famous, it seemed to have a high position within the government. This seemingly ordinary principal's position was definitely not low. Why would such a person specifically come to the front door to talk to him? At this time, Su Lu had already forgotten about the recommendation letter. He could only guess that the principal had come to the back door to investigate something. However, why did he not discover anything? He subconsciously looked out of the window. Chapter 61. That night, Su Lu, who was equally exhausted after completing the entire set of exercises in the dark, entered the bathroom again. After taking a cold shower, he seemed to feel much better. He took out the sharp knife from the hollowed-out tile behind the mirror and began to carefully shave his eyebrows in front of the mirror. Every strand of hair was trimmed very carefully. Finally, he applied some spring toning lotion between his eyebrows. He looked at his face in the mirror and nodded with satisfaction. Su Lu did not have the habit of being narcissistic, nor did he have the intention to make his ordinary face handsome. Even if he did, he would not choose to do it in the wee hours of the morning, unless he was crazy. The advertisement on Channel 23 said that this toner could shrink pores, so he had been experimenting with it for the past 2 months. After scrutinizing his face in front of the mirror for a long time, he confirmed that the pores between his eyebrows were so small that they could not be seen. If he did not use a magnifying glass, he would definitely not be able to tell that there were eyebrows on his smooth skin. The most distinctive feature of his ordinary face was his pair of eyebrows. Back at the mining pit, Feng Yu had once said that his eyebrows were like knives, too straight, too straight. The purpose of trimming eyebrows was not to make his facial features more supple, but to alter the space between his eyebrows to change his appearance. After all, he did not dare to reveal his true identity. Although the West Woods and Eastwood were extremely far away from the capital ring, who could be sure about the matters of the mortal world? Perhaps at some point in time, someone who had seen Su Lu before would come to Yue University. Su Li's eyebrows were originally as dark as ink, and they were joined together in the middle, looking like a sharp and unstoppable machete. For the past 2 months, he had been trimming his eyebrows nonstop because he wanted to cut off this pair of straight eyebrows from the middle. The results were not bad. At least, the face in the mirror was indeed slightly different from his original appearance, although the difference was not too obvious. If Su Li's eyebrows were previously like machetes, then now his eyebrows were still as straight as before, but they had become 2 small throwing knives that were pointing at his temples. It was a sleepless night. Su Lu sat in the darkness, staring at the tightly shut iron door. Intuition was actually just a sensitive judgment triggered by countless subtle changes or even a subconscious judgment. Su Lu was a person who was good at observing things. Feng Yu had once admired this trait of his, so he trusted his own intuition. What did the sudden arrival and silent departure of the principal, the sudden reopening of Zizaman a few days ago, and the absolute silence at the back gate of the school mean? He smelled the scent of danger. Just like on the green grassland on the other side of the electronic fence, there seemed to be many wild beasts lurking in the grass. What made him uneasy was that he could not find where these dangers were at all. With his fingers gently stroking the metal handle in his palm, Su Lun narrowed his eyes. He knew that as long as he pushed the button, the front end of the gadget, which looked like a data storage device, would spurt out a strong current. When the accumulated current was used up, it could even eject a sharp dagger. With such a sharp weapon to protect himself, his mood calmed down a little. However, when he thought of the arrogant people in front of the nightclub pulling out their pistols on the street, his heart was no longer so calm. Years ago, he made 2 taser batons under the guidance of Feng Yu. In addition to giving one to Li Wei, which indirectly led to the subsequent events, the other one was always by his side for self-defense. It had electrocuted a bison and stunned the police chief. It was affectionately called Handle by him. When he left Hashi State, the Handle had been cremated with the chip in the incinerator. The one in his hand was made a month ago. The department he was attending hadn't started their experimental classes yet, but it wasn't difficult to find suitable materials on campus. After ordering some special components online, Su Lu made this thing again and finally gave it a name. It was called Flying Dagger. The long night passed by as Su Lu waited. The horizon gradually brightened, and the two faint shadows of the moon in the sky above planet S1 gradually disappeared from the horizon. A kind of gray haze began to cover the sky. The air was filled with the smell of freshness and coolness. The morning breeze blew around Pear Garden, but it blew the light fog closer and closer, thicker and thicker. Although it was already morning, it was still the first morning. The people on campus were still sleeping, and the insects that had been chirping all night felt tired. One by one, they stopped singing. The surroundings were quiet. Sulu was already sleepy. He laughed at himself. He thought to himself that he was not as experienced as the uncle in escaping. Just a random thought had made him nervous for an entire night. If this continued, he was afraid that he would die from exhaustion even before the Federation government came to catch him. He opened the window to let the breeze in. Then, he prepared to turn on the lights and go back to bed to catch up on sleep. However, just as his finger was about to touch the touch switch, he heard a strange sound. The electronic switch of UA University's deserted rear iron gate emitted a soft beep. Then, the gate slowly opened in the thin morning fog. Sulu looked at this scene in astonishment. His hand tightened around the flying dagger. The fact that the iron gate opened without his knowledge could only mean that someone with higher authority in the university had entered a command without his knowledge. If he was still sleeping, he definitely wouldn't have heard the beep. That way, no matter who entered the campus, he wouldn't know. At this moment, although he was astonished, he also let go of the worry in his heart. He believed that the strange guest that was about to arrive was definitely not looking for trouble with him. That was because, regardless of the time period, no one would use such an open and above-board method to hunt him down. Furthermore, opening the school gate and capturing him didn't seem to be related at all. However, this scene did look a little strange. In the thin fog, the iron gate slowly opened, but there wasn't a single person around. It looked like a horror scene that was commonly seen in movies. A completely black car quickly drove in from the fog, following the road outside the university towards Pear Garden. Just by looking at the dispersing white fog, one could tell how fast the car was traveling. However, at such a speed, the black car didn't make any sound. It looked like a ghost that appeared and disappeared. What was strange was that when Su Lu saw the black car, he felt that the smell of danger around him seemed to have lessened significantly. His strong curiosity made him walk to the window and secretly peek at the scene. He couldn't understand how such an extremely ordinary-looking car without a logo could drive so smoothly and naturally. It even gave off a lively feeling. Suddenly, Sulu noticed that a figure had appeared in the thin fog on campus at some point. It was a female student wearing glasses. She was wearing a set of floral pajamas and hugging a book as she walked sleepily on the road to Pear Garden. There was still some distance to the apartment building, and it had been especially quiet recently. However, there were still students who coveted the beautiful scenery of Pear Garden and came here for their morning study. However, very few students woke up this early for morning study. At this moment, Sula didn't have time to consider why the female student would suddenly appear here. This was because he realized that the figure of the female student, whose eyes were not fully open, was blurry in the fog. And the black car, driving in from outside the university, didn't seem to have noticed her, continuing to drive at high speed. If nothing unexpected happened, perhaps in a few seconds, that poor female student would be hit by that strange black car and sent flying into the sky to see the scenery of Pear Garden. There was no time to shout because the person in the car couldn't hear him. Furthermore, Sulu had a feeling that even if the other party heard him, they wouldn't slow down. As for that sleepy and confused female student, Sulu didn't dare hope that he could wake her up. Therefore, he directly jumped out of the window and rushed toward the female student as fast as he could. He was even faster than when he was racing with the bison. He directly threw the female student onto the grass by the side of the road. Just as the two of them fell to the ground, the black car drove past them at high speed like a ghost. It didn't slow down, didn't stop, and didn't even pay attention to the episode that happened here. It only stirred up a few green leaves on the ground as it disappeared into the foggy campus. The moment Sulu rushed out, he suddenly felt countless gazes on him. However, following the scene that happened later, those gazes disappeared at the same time. However, at this moment, the youth's mood was somewhat angry. He was angry at that car that didn't care about life or death, so he couldn't care less about these strange feelings. He angrily glared at the back of that black car and cursed under his breath. Zhang Xiaoming endured the pain in her knee and struggled to stand up from the young man's embrace. She glanced in the direction that the black car disappeared in from the corner of her eyes. Incomparable disappointment and anger welled up in her heart. The councilman arranged for her to return to Yue University in order to make contact with that person. In order to obtain information about that person entering the campus from the back door in the wee hours of the morning, how much effort did the people of S2 put in? She also understood that this kind of coincidental encounter was too risky, but she had no choice. Just as things were developing according to plan, they were interrupted by an accident. However, when she turned around to look at the person, she was surprised to see a familiar face. Especially the sincere concern on the face and the sincerity in the eyes. It made her remember who the other person was, the person who shared the puppy biscuits with her. Zhang Xiaoming stared into Su Li's eyes in shock. She felt as if Su Li's gaze was like two flying daggers staring in her eyes. For a moment, she panicked and forgot her most important task. At this time, Su Lu was also stunned. He realized that the girl in his arms was the same innocent girl he met on the bus when school started. His palm felt very soft to the touch. He then realized that he was still hugging her waist and buttocks. A breath of spring hit him in the face, and he suddenly turned into a stiff rock in the Donglin countryside. When a young man and woman turned into statues, the black car had already passed through the thin mist. In the back seat of the car, a young man about 17 or 18 years old opened his tired eyes and subconsciously looked back. Beside him, a person who looked like a butler said respectfully, "Please rest assured, young master. Although the family still can't send anyone, the Special Task Force has taken the initiative to send 12 special agents. They will definitely ensure your safety while you study here. Uncle Jean, please call me by my name, Taizan," the young man said sincerely. He suddenly laughed bitterly. "I keep feeling like someone was glaring at me just now. It was so fierce, like two throwing knives. It seems that our family is quite annoying in the Federation." Chapter 62. In this S2 regional council election, the members of the opposition did not exceed the predictions of election experts. They successfully won 243 seats and successfully took control of the management committees of the 4 administrative states. Politicians in the Federation's capital ring have accused these members of the opposition, who are used to communicating in private. As a result, Article 2 of the Federation Charter, which has maintained the political balance of the Federation for 600 years, has become a piece of paper. The courtyard was filled with green bamboos. Against the backdrop of the natural scenery, the light screen hanging on the snow-white wall looked more like a picture. However, at this time, the famous female reporter from Channel 4 of the Federation had a serious expression on her face. She was blabbering on endlessly. 30 years ago, when the banner of George Carlin was raised, the anti-government forces gave up on resisting the Federation by force. Instead, they pursued the principle of nonviolence and non-cooperation. However, starting 5 years ago, the anti-government forces began to change their attitude. Under the framework of negotiations with the Federation government, they participated in the political election affairs of the Federation. The leader of the anti-government forces, Medellin, is a strong supporter and promoter of this big change. Medellin was elected as a member of the S2 administrative region 4 years ago. According to sources, Medellin is preparing to participate in this autumn's election of the Federation Management Committee and run for the position of a member of the Federation. Deep in the courtyard, a middle-aged man wearing glasses and a black double-breasted retro suit silently watched the light screen and listened to the female reporter's analysis. This time, the anti-government forces. The female reporter's face on the screen was slightly flustered, but she quickly regained her composure. The reason why the opposition members of the parliament were able to win the local elections of the S2 administrative region was because the 4 mountain estates of S2 were the actual areas of the opposition. On the eve of the election, the results of the investigation of the strange explosion in the Eastwood region in year 65 of the constitutional calendar were announced, which dealt a heavy blow to the traditional members of the Federation. The opposition members have presented evidence to prove that the President's office, the Special Task Force, the Ministry of Defense, and the Management Committee were all involved in concealing the truth of the explosion. This has caused the public's disappointment in the political figures to reach a new level. The middle-aged man's brows furrowed slightly, shaking his head with a sigh. He listened to the female reporter on the screen speak with a trace of excitement. Although the president immediately ordered an investigation into this matter and announced to the public through the Bureau of Proclamation that the spring of year 65 of the constitutional calendar, the accidental death of 300 soldiers in the Donglan region's Heshi province, as well as the serious damage to the surface of the residential area, resulting in an irreversible ecological disaster, was due to a secret operation by the Federation against the Bureau of Proclamation's #1 target, the treasonous mechanic Yu Feng. However, this explanation still doesn't satisfy the public, because no one can understand why such an open operation would be hidden for an entire year, and all the news media didn't receive the slightest bit of news. In the face of the opposition members' accusations, the Federation has given the most serious response. The spokesperson of the Ministry of Defense has publicly accused the opposition of not abiding by the treaty and of still having armed forces in the S2 administrative region. Senator Macklin's office issued a press release yesterday, sternly denying this accusation and warning the Federation government not to try to divert the public's attention. They demanded that the government explain why the operation against Mechanic Yu Feng was deliberately hidden for so long, and what secrets there are behind this matter. The following is the background information of the news. Mechanic Yu Feng, once an assistant instructor in mecha repair at the capital planet's 2nd Military Academy, was recruited into the army at the end of the Third War between the Federation and the Empire. The middle-aged man adjusted his glasses, shaking his head as he turned off the light screen television. He knew more about Mechanic Yu Feng's information than most people in this world, even more than the Federation government and the leader of the opposition, Macklin. He walked towards the green courtyard, passing by a few paddy fields and a few red car ponds, and the heaviness in his heart gradually dissipated. Although his family was sparse, and far from being as powerful as the legendary 7 big families, to be able to own such a large manor in Philadelphia, the middle-aged man knew how much trust and respect the people of the Federation had for his family. After walking for a few minutes, the middle-aged man came to the front of a flat lake. He looked at the side of the lake and lowered his head. "Father, the news about Uncle has been confirmed. Just as you expected, he should be gone. The information we got from the Ministry of Defense was half a year late." Philadelphia, 1,300 kilometers away from the capital, was a tourist destination that was warm in winter and cool in summer. To be able to own such a large manor in such a place where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, it was enough to show the status of the people who lived here. This lake was so long that one couldn't tell how big it was. A gentle breeze blew, and the water was still, like a mirror reflecting the snowy peaks of the mountains in the distance, making one feel that nothing could be more beautiful than this. An old man was sitting on a bluestone by the lake. He was wearing a very simple but slightly retro long gown. His long white hair was scattered behind him, and his back looked very old. However, the appearance of this old man didn't affect this picturesque scenery. The slightly thin and old body seemed to have stayed by the lake for countless years, and had already become one with the lake and the mountain. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the old man slowly lowered his head and looked at the clear lake in front of him. He seemed to be sad, but also seemed to be relieved. He said, "It's good that he's dead. He should have died 40 years ago, and he should have died 14 years ago. But he didn't die, and he will never die. The sooner I die, the sooner I'll be relieved. I'm already willing to die." Hearing these ominous words, the middle-aged man was shocked. He was worried that his father would be too sad because of the news of his uncle's death. Although he didn't know the strange relationship between his father and his uncle, he had heard too much about his uncle's deeds since he was a child. He knew that his father had always cared about his younger brother. He walked up behind the old man and said with concern, "Uncle was able to escape the Federation's arrest in the past. He might be able to do the same this time. I don't want to care about these things. A brother who has disappeared for several decades is no different from being dead." The old man's back view was bleak, but the middle-aged man's gaze remained respectful. Although they were father and son, he always felt that his father was more like the image that the Federation had promoted. Since he was a child, he had always felt a sense of distance from his father. The old man sighed, his voice filled with extremely complicated emotions. "Your uncle was a genius. No matter what he did, he could do it to the extreme. Back then, he made great contributions to the Federation's development. It's just that he was a liberal. The things he thought in his head were things that even I couldn't understand. He never considered what others thought when he did things. There's an old saying that if you sowed evil, you would have to bear evil consequences. Since he had violated the Federation's laws, caused the deaths of so many people, and caused so much trouble, perhaps his death could be considered some form of compensation to those innocent people." The middle-aged man knew that his father wasn't referring to the great explosion that had occurred when they had attacked the Empire. He didn't know much about those things from the distant past. After a moment of silence, he said, "The president's personal letter arrived last night. Would you like to take a look?" After a moment of silence, the old man said, "I respect the spirit of the Federation, and I also respect the representative of the Federation, Mr. President. However, I don't want to look at that letter. I don't want an outsider to tell me that they had already killed my younger brother a year ago, even though I don't mind killing him with my own hands. The only one who knows about the relationship between your uncle and me is that woman from the Tai family. Mr. President might have only found out recently. Right now, I'm just a statue of the Federation. Of course, he wouldn't want me to have anything to do with that notorious mechanic. A few decades ago, I punched your uncle and knocked out 17 of his teeth. From that day onwards, I cut all ties with him, and we haven't had any contact since." The old man slowly stood up from the rock. Looking at the restless bubbles in the calm lake, he felt his old heart gradually become empty. There are some people in the government who have always wanted to get your uncle's star map, while there are others who don't want that star map to be leaked. With these two powerful forces joining forces, no matter how many times your uncle can split himself, it's impossible for him to hide safely forever. I don't understand. My uncle is a person who loves to be in a lively situation. Every time the middle-aged man thought of his uncle, who was the most unknown but also the most talented in the family, he felt a chill run down his spine. Back when the Bureau of Proclamation first issued a warrant for his arrest, he still took the risk to stay in the various academies on the capital planet. Why has he been willing to stay in the Donglin district for the past 10 years or so? Nowadays, Donglin is so deserted. In the past, he was willing to stay in S1 and play different roles because he always had the wrong idea. He thought that the glory of the First Charter was a humiliation, so he took the risk to stay here to challenge the eyes of the First Charter in the most dangerous place. Underneath this kind of nonsense lies his madness and courage. Why did he leave? Naturally, it was because he thought that the First Charter was no longer a shackle to his freedom. Naturally, he didn't want to continue playing this game. The reason he went to Donglin, I am probably the only one in the world who can understand. Under the twilight, the disappearance of a fragment of civilization, how breathtaking and beautiful it is. The old man said calmly, "This is what your uncle wanted to see when he went to Donglin. The things he was searching for in this universe are incomprehensible to normal people. It is only after I have grown old that I understand the choice he made back then. From a certain perspective, I'm still not as good as him." The middle-aged man looked at his father's back quietly. The family had produced two top figures in the previous generation, but one of them was famous throughout the Federation and the Empire. During the First War, he successfully assassinated the ambitious emperor of the Empire. In this era where individual heroism had long since declined, he became the #1 hero of the Federation. The other valiantly fought against the glory of the First Charter for his entire life. In the end, he died quietly as a small character and a traitor. Now, his uncle was dead and his father was old. How would the Lees of Philadelphia continue in the future? He stayed in Donglin for more than 10 years. There should be some people close to him. The war god of the Federation was just an old man reminiscing about the past. He said slowly, "He has always been a cold-blooded man. I am afraid he will not care about the lives of those after his death. Go and investigate. If there is anyone close to him, help them in secret if you can." "I have already investigated." Uncle had an apprentice in Donglin, and they were quite close. However, that apprentice was unfortunately killed in an operation by the Federation. The middle-aged man replied respectfully. The old man looked at the lake and thought to himself, "No matter whether you are dead or alive, you and I are brothers. We're just two men." Chapter 63. In the manner of the Lees of Philadelphia, who had been shrouded in a heroic aura for decades, the war godly Pifu, who was incomparably respected by the citizens of the Federation, had seriously considered taking care of a pitiful and innocent little apprentice. Unfortunately, according to the central computer of the Bureau of Proclamation, the little apprentice was already dead. Therefore, everyone in the Federation believed that the little apprentice could not possibly still be alive. Of course, Sulu was not dead. He also did not know that the Lees of Philadelphia had tried to find him and take care of him. He also did not know that Uncle Fong Yu had any relationship with the Lees of Philadelphia. Even the rotten teeth that he had ridiculed for many years were actually personally knocked out by the war god. If he knew these shocking secrets, would he have touched Fong Yu's rotten teeth with a gaze of worship? If he knew all of these, perhaps he would understand why, in the bloody twilight above the mine, when Uncle Fong Yu mentioned the old man that everyone in the Federation respected, he actually used the 3 words "old man" without any respect. At this time, Sulu was eating in a simple 3-story building. He used a knife and fork to strenuously cut the wild beef on his plate. From time to time, he would raise his head to look at the unstable light patterns on the wall. The television was still talking about the election of the local state management committee members, and it also mentioned the secret operation in the Eastwoods region. Any secret operation of the Federation could be labeled as a shady operation by the opposition members. Using George Carlin's theory, they would hoarsely criticize it. However, as the person involved, Sulu did not have this kind of interest. He knew that there was a shady operation behind the uncle's death, but that shady operation should have fallen many years ago. The wild beef on the plate was very hard. He had just dug it out of the freezer yesterday. He did not know how many years it had been frozen, but the meat did not have any freshness. Fortunately, it did not go bad. He ate it like a piece of wood and digested it. For Sulu, it was much better than synthetic food. At this time, it was already the end of summer. The air conditioning system that he had just repaired began to send in a cool breeze, but it did not have time to drive away the heat. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and finished the beef on the plate as fast as he could. He rubbed his stomach and, somewhat unsatisfied, walked into the house. He began to rummage and memorize the bits and pieces. According to the government's Land Management Bureau, this 3-story building belonged to Sulu. In other words, this was the home of the retired soldier Sulu. 6 months into Yue University's summer vacation, Sulu took out the ticket that he had bought a long time ago and embarked on the journey back to his home. In order to live a safer life in the Federation, he had to know where his home was. He had to familiarize himself with the local life and customs as much as possible, and even the possible accent. This way, he would not give himself away as much as possible. Sure, Qinghai easily saw that he was a person with a secret, so Sulu had to be more cautious. However, he did not expect that the home that the uncle had set for his disguised chip was so far away. He took a 7-hour flight from Linhai Airport, an 11-hour bus ride, and finally walked for half a day before he arrived at this small town. He had already stayed in this small town for a few days, and he was more and more shocked by Uncle Feng Yu's ability. The choice of this small town was too awesome. Not only was it remote, but because of the landslides, most of the residents had moved into the new settlement opened by the state government. Even the few residents who stayed in the town had mostly forgotten who the 3-story building belonged to. It was a very inexplicable thing, wasn't it? In fact, it was just the burden of life that made the few residents lose all interest in inquiring about gossip. The town's primary school and middle school had been closed a few years ago, which made Su Lu feel more at ease. He was also endlessly curious about Feng Yu's ability. To be able to choose such a perfect disguise, one must enter the high-level central control computer of the Federation for a long time to filter through the information. It even meant that Feng Yu had once hacked into the all-knowing central control computer of the Bureau of Proclamation. Su Lu took a shower and stood on the balcony, memorizing the scenery of the small town and the unique plants in his mind. At the same time, he connected the information with reality again to strengthen his memory. He subconsciously touched the metal bracelet on his wrist and thought of the chips on the thin metal wires inside. A single chip represented a brand new identity that no one knew about. If it was as difficult to find a loophole as his current identity, how long would it take to prepare? Thinking of the wild beef hidden in the freezer for many years, a sincere and praying smile appeared on Su Li's ordinary and sincere face. After ending the summer trip back to his hometown, Su Lu returned to Linhai University after a long and arduous journey. In addition to confirming his new identity, this trip also gave him some mental impact. Only now did he know that the Eastwoods region was not the poorest region in the Federation. That small town called Light was the one that was truly poor. He could not understand how such a prosperous and developed Federation, especially on the most core planet of the Capital Ring, could exist in such a place. There was even a profession like a farmer, and not the kind that was performed on stage. Thinking of the pair of siblings he had met before, Su Lu had a deeper understanding of the injustice of this society. However, he did not know how this injustice came about and how to solve it. Subconsciously, he still did not have a good impression of the Federation government. Instead, he was curious about the anti-government forces and vaguely recognized them. At the beginning of September, the campus of Yue University opened again. Su Lu once again began his boring, shuttling back and forth between the teaching buildings and his room. As expected, Yue University's basic engineering education had a strength that did not match its reputation. Su Lu eagerly absorbed the knowledge, such as the operating principle of the Jingnong brand's high-energy storage battery, the data compatibility parameters of the 3 systems in a closed structure, the law of the automatic layer jumping of the crystal ores under illumination. Tomorrow, he would begin to enter the laboratory building and begin practical learning. When Su Lu thought of this, he felt the skin on his hands begin to itch. It had been more than a year since he left Eastwoods and the miner's operation room. Other than making himself a self-defense stun baton, it had been a long time since he came into contact with electronic boards, pipes, and metal. That wonderful tactile feeling and the faint smell of high-energy plastic made him miss them very much. What are you thinking about? Are you thinking about applying for a job at Shanglin Guigui Company in the future? A low and cold voice pulled Su Lu out of his thoughts. Stunned, he stopped rubbing his hands and looked at the girl across the table. He smiled awkwardly and said, "I was thinking about tomorrow's experiment class. Will Professor Zhou let us assemble the equipment ourselves?" Yes, in the peaceful university life, the biggest change in Su Li's life was probably the girl across the table who habitually wore high-heeled glasses. She was so quiet and pure that she even seemed a little cold. When the Black Phantom car drove into Pear Garden, Su Lu and Zhang Xiaoming both recognized each other. From that day onwards, they would occasionally meet on campus. As the number of nods and greetings increased, they began to sit together and eat. Although this attracted many puzzled gazes, they did not understand why Zhang Xiaoming, who came from a good family, would be so close to the gatekeeper. Although Su Lu did not like to be the center of attention, he still liked to sit together with Zhang Xiaoming. Zhang Xiaoming looked at the nerd across from her and sighed in her heart. The Federation Investigation Bureau surveillance team finally withdrew after a semester. The students on campus had also gotten used to their return from S2. Everything returned to normal. The target she wanted to get in touch with seemed to have disappeared from the campus forever. If this continued, she even wondered if she had really become an innocent student. Eating with Su Lu didn't mean anything to her. She just thought that a retired soldier who worked as a concierge, studied in school, and wanted to enter the Nutshell Company as a mechanical engineer in the future was really a very hard-working young man. She appreciated this very much. At the same time, she wanted to treat Su Lu to a few more meals. Perhaps it was because she once ate his dog biscuits and misunderstood him. Also, she guessed that Su Li's financial situation was not particularly good. As for why they met at the airport bus, she thought it was because of the benefits given by the Department of Defense for retired soldiers. Next month is the Double Moon Festival. There's a school dance. Zhang Xiaoming looked at him and said, "I need a male companion. Are you willing to go with me?" After hearing this request, Su Lu did not immediately speak. Zhang Xiaoming looked at him quietly. She did not understand why she suddenly made such a request. Seeing that Su Lu did not speak for a long time, a trace of disappointment flashed through her heart. She was not disappointed that Su Lu refused, but that Su Lu was afraid of being looked at differently and retreated. Maybe she really did have to go to that boring but necessary dance alone. I have the money to buy suitable clothes. If you don't have a blind date at the ball, and if you don't have people chasing after you, you don't need me to be your temporary boyfriend or shield. Su Lu looked up and said seriously, "Then I'm willing to go with you." Hearing so many prerequisites, Zhang Xiaoming was not angry. Instead, she smiled happily. A bright light flashed through her glasses. Chapter 64. Even though your smile right now is very lewd, which is similar to my shameless style, but I still have to tell you a big piece of bad news. I'm sorry to wake you up from your wet dream. UA University's afternoon weather was always so warm, making people feel lazy. Su Lu looked at the familiar pretty face outside the iron gate and the lewd smile on the lazy rogue official's face. He couldn't help but curse. If you have something to say it quickly. In the past few months, sure, Qinghai had been busy with work, but no one knew what he was busy with. In any case, he had lost a lot of weight. However, this weight loss made the lines of his face more distinct. Coupled with that pair of mesmerizing peach blossom eyes, he had lost a little of his charm and added a little of his heroic spirit, which attracted the burning gazes of those middle-aged female creatures. Sure, Qinghai passed a cigarette through the gap between the iron gate and lit one for himself. He said seriously, "The Zhou family siblings arrived in Linhai yesterday. You have to be careful. Don't go out of school until I give you the exact news." Su Li's fingers froze, and he didn't light the cigarette. He was stunned for a moment before he remembered the two faces that weren't ugly, but were extremely annoying. In the past few months, he had been busy learning the basics of mechanics, practicing martial arts every night, and experiencing the youth that suddenly hit his waist. He had actually forgotten about this matter. He looked at Shi Qinghai and asked, "Where did you get the news? Don't forget that I'm a field agent." Shi Qinghai's tone was not relaxed. He also felt unlucky. Last time, he took a huge risk and opened fire in front of the nightclub. He wanted to muddy the waters. But he didn't expect that the big boss of the Ministry of National Defense would be so shameless as to send his own children after a few months. Sure, Qinghai wasn't afraid of the other party's revenge. As long as he had a gun, not many people could deal with him. The problem was Su Lu. He was very worried about his only friend. No matter how good a young concierge was at fighting, he would never be a match for those people. What made Sure Qinghai most upset was that it was all his fault that Su Lu had offended that pair of siblings. Is there such a vengeful person in this world? Su Lu, of course, knew that there really were such people in the world. Those big shots in the upper echelons of society, once their reputation was damaged, they definitely wouldn't stop until they took it back even more severely. You said that the major was from the 3rd Military Region. Could it be that he was specially transferred to Linhai to deal with us? They naturally didn't come to Linhai for us, but I'm afraid they're very willing to deal with us two dogs who dare to bark." Shi Qinghai's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of gloominess. Looking at Su Li's honest and ordinary face, he thought that if that pair of siblings really did mess around, he would have no choice but to be ruthless. The worst that could happen was that he would be fired from the organization. But firing and purging seemed to be words of agreement. He suddenly thought of this and felt that his chest was wide open. He smiled at Su Lu and said, "Don't worry too much. Leave it to me. But you have to tell me, why were you smiling so obscenely under the sun just now? Did something good happen?" Su Lu was stunned, but Shi Qinghai's expression changed. He looked at him seriously and said, "Don't tell me that this is your first time in a relationship." Su Lu didn't nod or shake his head. He was just in a daze. Shi Qinghai stared at him for a long time, then suddenly said seriously, "Don't be fooled, bro. What is love? Love is a cunt." Although Shi Qinghai wasn't a gentleman, and could even be said to be a hoodlum who had ruined many girls, he rarely said such vulgar words. After hearing this, Su Lu didn't get angry. He frowned and said, "Love is the staring of eyes, the friction of flesh, and the exchange of body fluids." These three sentences suddenly shocked Shi Qinghai. He looked at Su Lu as if he was looking at a stranger. He thought to himself, how could this seemingly honest guy come up with such a vulgar and incomparably accurate argument? He didn't pay attention to Su Lu, who was still in a daze, and walked towards the black official car. Sitting in the driver's seat, he looked at Su Lu, who was still leaning against the seat under the sun, and shook his head. He didn't have much time to care about Su Li's personal affairs. In the past few months, he had mobilized all the resources at hand, but still couldn't find the location of that crown prince in the university. Sometimes he even wondered why the organization valued this young man so much. Was there such a person in the world? Shi Qinghai drove away, leaving behind a dazed Su Lu. He raised his head and looked at the slightly glaring sunlight. He remembered that yesterday he and Zhang Xiaoming had walked slowly on the track in the sports field under such sunlight. Countless students had looked at them strangely. It seemed that he had become famous against his will. The three sentences about love were often nagged by Uncle Feng Yu, who often visited the leisure center. Su Lu said it subconsciously, but in his heart, he couldn't agree with such a blatant point of view. Could he and Zhang Xiaoming have a future? Without needing more time to think, Su Lu denied this point. Su Lu gave Zhang Xiaoming a very good first impression. He was a sincere and kind young man. Later on, she found that Su Lu had more good points. For example, he was motivated, hard-working, and focused. But what could she do? She could only carefully keep a distance from him. But she also coveted that trace of sincerity. After all, one day she would leave Yue University and return to the councilman's side to help him deal with those complicated matters. She often reminded herself not to be too greedy. This period of peaceful school life was enough. After all, he was just an ordinary person. Maybe he could really achieve his dream of entering the Shell Motor Company. But what did that have to do with her? Su Lu knew how he felt about Zhang Xiaoming. He only felt that her eyes, covered by black-rimmed glasses, were very calm and attractive. As a young man under the age of 20, this was the first time he had such one-on-one contact with a member of the opposite sex. He couldn't help but start a glow. He liked to sit with her, but he also had to carefully keep a distance. It wasn't because of those strange and surprised gazes, nor was it because of her excellent family background. It was because of his own problem. He didn't know when the Federation's soldiers would come to arrest him. Su Lu had never been in a relationship before, and neither had Zhang Xiaoming, but they were both at the age of falling in love. It was like the trees in the pear garden that would naturally grow in spring. Interestingly, they didn't know what love was, but they started to like this feeling. But because of some practical or absurd reasons, they kept a distance so that the feelings that they might or might not have were only in their hearts. Since it was only in their hearts that no one could see, they naturally couldn't talk about whether they liked it or not. Their current interactions were like the trees in the pear garden that were tied up with iron wires. It was clumsy and cute that in the clean and spotless operation room, Zhang Xiaoming was clumsily and adorably operating a small laser welding machine. She was trying to join the metal parts on the operation table together. Although she had excellent comprehension in other areas, she was clumsy when it came to moving her hands. Outside her operation room, a few male students watched her operation with concerned eyes. They were so anxious that they wanted to rush in and replace her. Time always made people forget everything. Today's students had long forgotten Zhang Xiaoming's childish behavior of taking a year off from school to go to Administrative District S2. In their eyes, Zhang Xiaoming was a very beautiful and pleasant female student. She also happened to have a good family background and a good personality. Although there were rumors on campus recently that Zhang Xiaoming had become strange again and liked to hang out with that poor janitor, they weren't willing to believe it. According to the inside information from the female dormitory, Zhang Xiaoming also completely denied the possibility of being with that poor guy. Perhaps because they were distracted, they kept the same speed. The few male students subconsciously turned their heads and looked at a completely transparent operation room. Then, they were shocked to hear a beep. 2 minutes and 23 seconds. Professor Zhou, who was wearing a control suit, stared at the display screen with a look of disbelief. He shouted at the young man inside, "Sulu, you're a fucking genius. Yesterday you broke the school's 3-piece assembly record, and today you broke the beat blueprint record. Fuck. If it weren't for the fact that you only scored single digits in history, politics, and economics, I would definitely recommend you to the school to become a free official student. I would even recommend you to the 1st Military Academy." It was said that Professor Zhou used to be a regiment-level mechanical engineer in a large assembly center of the Ministry of National Defense. He still had a strong military style. His voice was very loud, and it shook the entire laboratory building. Not to mention, at this time, he was shouting with wild joy. For a moment, all the students heard what he said. They looked at the transparent operation room with envy and shock. Zhang Xiaoming, who was clumsily performing the micro-operation of the 4th solder joint through the planar magnifying glass, raised her head in shock. She took off her black-rimmed glasses and looked to the side. She never would have thought that the unusually ordinary-looking boy would have a talent in this area that even Professor Zhou was shocked by. The door of the transparent console room opened, and Sulu, whose back was already drenched in sweat, walked out. She wiped the sweat that was about to drip from her hair with her sleeves and pretended not to see the surprised looks around her. She nodded at Professor Zhou. The operation skills taught by Uncle Feng you were used to complete the school operation practice, so naturally, he was much faster than the students. He was just a little helpless. Once he touched the tools, he would be distracted. He tried his best to slow down from his infatuated state. He was so anxious that he even broke out in cold sweat, but in the end, it seemed that he was still a little too fast. Chapter 65. The burly and tan Professor Zhou did not look like a well-respected professor on a university campus. He looked more like a man in the military who was exposed to the sun all day long. At this time, in the single office, his voice was still extremely loud. He shouted loudly at Su Lu, who was standing in front of him. "All the stars in the individual star systems of the Federation are called suns by us, and are called suns for short. Sulu, fuck, how the fuck did you do it so fast? Did you learn it before? Tell me the truth." In the past few days of the practical classes, Sulu had displayed extremely powerful operation ability under the shocked gazes of everyone. This kind of thing was very familiar, so even if he wanted to hide it, there was no way to hide it too well. Professor Zhou knew that this auditing student was still working part-time in the school's gatehouse. He also knew that this kid was a soldier who had just been discharged for half a year. He stared at him curiously, as if he did not understand. "When I was a recruit, there was a chain artillery camp next to the camp. I secretly went there a few times to check it out." Su Lu repeated the resume and information of this identity in his mind and lowered his head. "Then you are a fucking genius." Professor Zhou picked up the teacup and drank 2 mouthfuls. He suddenly frowned and said seriously, "But this doesn't mean anything. These are the most basic things, and in the future, they may not be useful in practical work. In this kind of open class, the most important thing is your design ideas. After all, we are a university, not a place to train mechanic soldiers. Even in terms of speed, You're not the fastest. Every time in the Ministry of Defense's recruitment assessment, those crazy soldiers in the assembly base are faster than you. Do you understand? Understood, Sulu replied loudly. But in his heart, he did not agree with the professor's opinion. He inherited the style of the boss uncle, and his goal was to be faster, smoother, and more accurate. His goal was to be more economical, convenient, and to be able to use local materials. In other words, this damn kid was still subconsciously preparing to repair battleships and mechas like household appliances. However, Sulu really liked what Professor Zhou said after that. He knew that he was not too out of the ordinary as a mechanic freak and would not attract the attention of that bastard of the Central Charter. It's a pity that you've already retired from the military. Otherwise, you should have directly applied to become a mechanic in the Ministry of Defense. Studying in a military academy would have been more suitable for you. Professor Zhou said with some regret. If you apply for the exam as a citizen now, you'll be a bit older. Also, you'll have to wait for 2 years. It's not worth it. How about this? You study hard, and I'll find an opportunity to discuss with the student office to see if we can transfer you to an official student. As for the tuition fees, you don't have to worry too much. The Federation still has a lot of scholarships and subsidies every year. Sula knew that Professor Zhou was telling the truth. Every year, the Federation would invest a large amount of money into his education. However, the procedures for reviewing scholarships and grants were very strict. If his results were good enough, and he had someone like Professor Zhou as a guarantor, he might be able to become an official student. If he could get a diploma, it would be a great help for him to enter the Shell Motor Company in the future. He stood at attention and said loudly, "Thank you, Professor. Oh, right, this is the access card for the library's Section H. The materials and tools there are more complete. Some of the declassified blueprints and data from the Ministry of Defense are also stored in the computers there. I think it's more suitable for your level." Professor Zhou took out a small card and threw it over. Sula caught it and continued to say loudly, "Thank you, Professor." Holding the small electronic access card, Sula left the office. Although he had said many thanks and was somewhat curious about the library's Section H that he had never heard of before, Su Li's mind was still echoing with another sentence from Professor Zhou. The Ministry of Defense Mechanic exam. Su Li's lips curled into a bitter smile. He remembered the yearning for the future of life in the remote Donglin mine. However, he was now on the most prosperous and advanced planet of the Federation's capital. Moreover, he was now on the path to realizing his second dream. What was there to be dissatisfied about? Sulu took a deep breath and dispelled the shadow in his heart. However, he knew very well that there were still many things that he was dissatisfied with. At this time, Professor Zhou had already left the office. He took the elevator to the top floor and met with the principal of Yue University through his secretary. He looked at the elegant face of the principal and said, "The student you talked about is really not bad. I've already given him the access card for the library's Section H." The principal raised his head from the large office desk and looked at him in confusion. He asked, "You're talking about that young man called Sulo? I thought you had already given him the access card." "Why? Students who haven't gone through my personal inspection can forget about obtaining the best teaching resources in the Federation." Professor Zhou disagreed with the principal's words. The principal sighed and took off his glasses. He placed them on the table and said, "You're really messing around. Since I've already told you, just do as I say." "That won't do. Your presbyopia is too serious now, and you're not willing to go for laser surgery. Speaking of which, it's only a matter of 2 minutes. Why do you have to wear glasses like that?" Professor Zhou continued to nag. "I still have to personally inspect him. Not only do I have to inspect his knowledge structure and practical ability, but I also have to inspect his moral character. This kid is not bad. Every time I ask him to carry the heaviest things, he doesn't complain at all. He's also not stupid enough to think that a professor like me is discriminating against a penniless auditing student like him." The principal frowned and waved his hand. "This young man has a recommendation letter written by Professor Jean. Although I'm not sure how this young man is so lucky to know Professor Jean. Since that recommendation letter is real, I naturally believe in Professor Jin's judgment. What's there to inspect?" "You're talking about old Jean?" Professor Zhou's expression changed. He's been gone for more than 20 years. How is he still alive? Fuck, if I knew this was old Jin's secret student, I wouldn't have embarrassed myself by teaching him. He's not old Jin's student. He's just a very enthusiastic and talented student that he met by chance. The principal could not get used to Professor Zhou's attitude. He shook his head disapprovingly. Old Jin said in the letter that we shouldn't let that kid know that he wrote a recommendation letter. Professor Zhou was stunned. Wasn't that kid the one who brought that recommendation letter? That's why I said that you don't have to inspect that kid's moral character. Since old Jin said so, he naturally believes that the kid would definitely not open that letter to peek. The principal smiled. I've never doubted old Jin's judgment. You actually let a student that old Jin set his eyes on be a janitor. Professor Zhou could not understand what these people were thinking. He scratched his head and prepared to leave. Just as he was about to open the door, he suddenly turned around and asked, "Can I not attend the Double Moon Festival dance? I don't know how to dance." "No." The previously easygoing principal suddenly said resolutely, "This has always been a tradition of Yue University. Everyone has to attend." Looking at the tightly shut door, the corner of Yue University's principal's lips curled up slightly. He thought of that friend of his who had left for many years, old Jin. He said that he was going to visit the World Federation and even the Empire, but he did not know where he was now. It was just that such a good friend from back then disappeared just like that. Now, that communication technology was so advanced, he actually had the heart to not even send an email greeting card. He was truly a heartless and shameless person. Although he was already an old man, when he thought of that friend who suddenly disappeared, he still felt a surge of anger in his heart. Fortunately, from that recommendation letter, he knew that the other party was still alive and well. He felt a trace of comfort. Following that, he thought of that dance during the Double Moon Festival. He thought of this tradition of Yue University from more than 20 years ago. It was also related to old Jin. At that dance, there was a beautiful story that happened. Moreover, the male and female leads of the story were both very important people. Even though he was a noble principal of a university, he could not help but feel a sense of pride. I wonder if Lady Tai will come to visit her family's young master. A trace of a gratified smile appeared on Yue University's face. Library Area H was not in the library. This was a very interesting thing. Su Lu studied the small electronic card for a long time before finally thinking of using a computer to read the data on it. He found the building located in the most remote area of Yue University. This building was hidden in the boundless forest. There were no eye-catching signs around it. No matter who passed by, they would not notice this somewhat eerie building. With the electronic card in his hand, Su Lu entered the building without any hindrance. He did not see any service staff along the way, so he could not help but feel a little puzzled. However, when he pushed open that large door, he saw a whole row of the latest processors and those large holographic screens that made people drool. He knew that he had entered a treasure trove. There were not many students who had the authority to enter Area H, but there were also quite a few of them. They only silently accessed the data on the central control computer and then entered their own operating rooms or simulation rooms. They did not greet the newcomer Su Lu. Su Lu let out a sigh of relief. It looked like this was not a very special place. After spending an entire afternoon, he finally skimmed through all the data he could see on the terminal. Of course, he only had time to glance at the top few layers of the information tree. He did not have time to look at anything more detailed. But even so, it was enough to surprise him. He finally understood why there was a saying that Yue University was the most outstanding school in the entire Federation in terms of the three major systems of warship and mecha, excluding the three major military academies and the Westwoods Military Academy. He even found the blueprints of all the military mecha before the M37 series on the computer. The holographic screen flipped incessantly, and a somewhat familiar blueprint appeared. Looking at the internal structure of the M02, which looked like it had been stripped of its skin, Su Lu finally could not help but open his mouth and laugh silently. Chapter 66. In the next few days, Su Lu spent most of his time in Section H of the library. He forgot to sleep forgot to eat, and devoted himself wholeheartedly to his interests. Of course, this was an exaggeration, but he really did not want to let go of any time he could spend in Section H. The information that had just been declassified by the military was, for someone like him, a great temptation. When he read through all the blueprints of the M series, especially after carefully analyzing the internal structure of the M02, he found that his actions back on the ancient bell had been so naive and whimsical. The mecha he had randomly assembled looked like it could move, but in reality, it hid endless dangers. Fortunately, that old mecha had only broken apart and did not explode. As Su Lu studied, he corresponded with the days he spent with the boss uncle. Gradually, he began to understand some of the more vague principles. To become an excellent mechanical engineer, one had to be able to maintain a normal state of mind when faced with any kind of sophisticated equipment or mecha. However, one could not foolishly treat all the cutting-edge equipment as household appliances. After all, equipment like mecha, self-propelled cannons, and battleship transmission systems had to withstand an incomparably large load and the kinetic energy impact of an attack. They were not like household appliances, which could only operate leisurely in peace. Every detail, every quality of every electronic component, every choice of metal material would affect their performance and even the lifespan of the operator. On the holographic screen, the partial structural diagram of the M02 mechanical leg was enlarged to the maximum. Within the faint blue light, Su Lu opened his eyes and stared at it without blinking. He stared at the hydraulic tube hidden within the armor behind the mechanical leg. In the forest on the outskirts of Hushi, he had seen the uncle choose this spot as the breakthrough point for the attack mecha. He seriously analyzed it for a long time and finally confirmed that this hydraulic tube was indeed the weakest part of the M-series mecha. Of course, this weakness was relative. If it was a normal attack, even if it was a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher, most of the energy would be blocked by that layer of alloy armor. In order to avoid that hydraulic tube, an extremely precise angle, and an attack method that could be bent, or a small weapon that could be inserted into the gap. After thinking about it, the only thing that could satisfy this, Su Lu subconsciously looked at his own hands. Only now did he understand that the uncle's words back then were not wrong. Against those large mecha, it seemed that these two hands were the most effective weapon. However, if it were the hands of a normal person, a punch to the metal hydraulic tube would definitely result in broken bones and bleeding, and the tube would not even tremble. Unless that pair of hands possessed even greater strength and tighter bones and muscles. Su Lu stared at his own hands, somewhat moved. He knew that he definitely would not be able to do this now, but the uncle could clearly do it easily. If he continued to practice that set of postures and experience that burning tremor, would he really be able to reach that level one day? The defensive power of the M-series mecha was extremely strong. Presumably, even with the terrifying strength of the mecha mechanic Fengyu, he would not be able to break through it head-on. However, things were always so strange. The mecha's seemingly perfect design had, in reality, only considered the attack of firearms, especially weapons of the same level. It had not considered that it would be attacked by humans, so it had left the hydraulic tube as a loophole. After all, the top mecha designers of the Federation would never have imagined that a monster like Fengyu actually existed in this world. Because he was engrossed in the H section of the library, Su Lu rarely ate lunch with Zhang Xiaoming these past few days. He told the girl with the black-rimmed glasses, and Zhang Xiaoming nodded, clearly unconcerned. On the other hand, it was sure Qinghai who was worried about Su Lu, who had not seen him in the sun for a few days. He finally managed to get in touch with him through the phone and found out about Su Li's recent whereabouts. Mr. Sher was clear about this friend's life goals and interests. As long as he remained on campus, his personal safety would not be threatened, so he did not ask further. Su Lu would only leave the H section at 7 or 8 p.m. every night. At this time, the outstanding students in the H section had already left. After all, they were still in the prime of their youth. No matter how hard they worked, no one would be willing to stay in such a cold and metallic place. Long periods of fatigue would not necessarily lead to good results. One night, Sulu returned to his room. Looking at the pale green trees and the pear garden through the glass, he suddenly thought of what Uncle Fengyu had done to the black M52 in the forest in the valley on the outskirts of Heshi region. How could those trembling hands control the mecha's movements from the outside? This was really too inexplicable. With this thought in mind, Sulu found it difficult to sleep. Now that he had a deeper understanding of mecha, he also understood how precious that mysterious power within his body was. Naturally, he would no longer slack off on his training. Even if his mind was already extremely exhausted every night, he still persisted in finishing his training. After taking a shower, he sat on the edge of his bed and turned on the screen of his computer. He began to carefully calculate the theoretical possibilities of his strange conjecture. However, as he continued to calculate, he found that because he knew too little about the mysterious power, the trembling did not seem to have a fixed frequency. No matter how whimsical his conjecture was, it seemed to be difficult to prove it through experiments. But he still did not give up, because Uncle Fengyu had once shown him that image. Countless symbols, parameters, blueprints, and words flashed through Su Li's mind. In the end, they became the image of Uncle Fengyu's trembling hands falling on the black mecha like they were playing a piano. Tormented by these vague clues, Su Li could not sleep at all. He sat up from his bed, put on a coat, turned on the automatic alarm system, and left the room. The campus at midnight was exceptionally quiet, especially in the forest where the library was located. The sound from the televisions in the student dormitories far away could not reach here at all. Su Li used his electronic card to open the door to the library. He confirmed that the library was indeed open 24 hours a day, just as the information said. At this time, the library was already empty. Su Li walked alone in the empty building. He watched as the sensor lights around him lit up with each step he took, but there was no fear in his heart. On one hand, it was because he was used to staying in the dark mines of Donglin since he was a child. On the other hand, his mind was currently completely occupied by the problem of the mecha and the power in his body. Flipping through the information on the holographic screen seriously, he did not gain anything. This was within Su Li's expectations. He was not too disappointed, only feeling a little tired. Rubbing his eyes, he began to walk around the quiet building. On one hand, it was to reduce some of his fatigue, and on the other hand, to move his body. Unknowingly, he had walked to the front of a corridor. On the wall beside the corridor was the word H1, and below it was an eye-catching nameplate. The general meaning was that the corridor was a restricted area. Those without the appropriate authority were not allowed to enter. Su Li looked at the corridor curiously. He did not understand why Yue University's library, which was already a little strange, would have an H1 area within the library. Although he was curious, he did not have any intention of entering that area. This was because he could easily deduce that the authority to enter this H1 area could not be too low. It should be reserved for the school's professional researchers. He was just a normal student. How could he enter? He walked a few steps into the corridor, squinting his eyes to see what material the heavy door was made of. However, just as he was about 5 meters away from the door, the corridor suddenly lit up with a faint blue light. A low electronic voice sounded. Signature symbol at the front of the information. Please accept the AI chip scan to verify your identity. Su Li was shocked by this sudden voice. He did not expect that he had not even touched the H1 area's door and had already activated the electronic monitoring program. He subconsciously wanted to leave the corridor, but his surroundings were already filled with layers of faint blue lines. It seemed that the AI chip scan had already begun. If he left now, would he be judged as an intruder by the electronic monitoring program? He stood in the middle of the scanning beam with slight fear, secretly praying that the scan would end quickly. As long as the electronic monitoring program judged that he did not have the authority to enter, the door would naturally not open, and he would be able to leave. Su Li thought to himself that he should not be so curious in the future. It was just insomnia. How did it cause such a big commotion? The development of the situation did not develop as Su Li expected. The scanning waveband that was supposed to be invisible was interestingly revealed by the designer to show light blue lines. Those lines finally gathered at the I chip on the back of his neck, completing the scanning process. However, there was no warning sound to ask him to leave. Identity verified. Number confidential. Personal data confidential. The mechanical electronic voice became a little more lively at this moment. Welcome to H1 area. Sulu looked at the door that retracted into the wall in surprise. At this time, he was naturally not in the mood to notice that this heavy door was made of alloy. He was just shocked that he was standing in the corridor and being scanned once, and his identity was verified. Could it be that in addition to giving him an electronic card, Professor Zhou also entered his personal information into the system? For the time being, he could not figure this out. Looking at the door at the end of the corridor that was shrouded in soft light, his strong curiosity overcame his caution, and he walked in. The heavy alloy door closed behind him. Sulu looked around and found that the layout of the buildings in the H1 area was very simple. There was a small lounge with 2 rooms on each side. He habitually turned right and opened the door.